The Sinnoh region. Celestic town. The Highland cabin. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Acquired master bulks. 1. Anotherpc of junk. CF fan dismissed the notification with a grimace. With practice EDAs, he discarded the violet sphere into therafusban. Hathan proceeded to the doorway and called out. Shibao, let's go. Shall we venture on a town to procure some evitals? Okay. In an instant, Akarachari refined beat emerged from within, ethereal lasses sprite. Theracete, circular demund adorning her head shimmered with resplendence. A diadem composed of octagonal diamond santor rectangular onslantherain narrow of noble dignity. This was Diancie, the diamond princess, Hera Perbata draped in a pristine white gown, Therodiamond from which is formed exposed below. Big Blue, please watch Averthi abode. CFan, hand in hand with Diancie, addressed the Azurekan and lounge in Jinthyard. Woof. The hound mere like continued to bask in the soon's rays, drifting off to slumber. That one, indulgent in indolency daily, seems to beakspin dinging girth. CFan chuckled, shaking his head. Fan, I'd syra pudding thighs of inning. Diancie tugged at CFan's arm, Herabias bleeding. You insatiable glutton. CFan affectionate let us let her head, replying, very well, Buton Leon, and a not divulge jethisto pineapple bon. Diancie CS crinkled with mirth she hadn't when Tinchinov sharing with that shameless scundrel. That fellow, absent all morning, hasn't doubted Liab's gone dead to town for amusement, CFan muttered, half amused, as Shin Diancie ascended the slope toward the settlement below. The Pokémon Center. A golden-haired maiden with apony tail burst through teentrance, waving her arms with glee. Cynthia, welcome back. How did your journey fare? Was it successful? Nurse Joy, ever thiefable neighbor, greeted her with a perpetual, gentle smile. Indeed, without a hitch. The Lilikov conference of victory is mean. Cynthia proud lidled her chin, flashing a victory sign. However, in her subsequent challenge at Toth Champion League, she had narrowly Falento Elite 4 member Seabold, Shinton Dedirekarj with her Gar Kump before launching Genothra Assault in Sinnoh League. Just then, a cluster of trainers nearby were re-engaged in animated discussion, that Ari Orf referring Toth trainer of the legendary Sukun. Precisely, Afrin informed Methathi Hadri Zerfasid in Celestic Town. Hasn't thee been absent for nearly a year? And it seems Nuna has managed to defeat them yet. Defeat, merrily reaching Highland Cabinis a feat in itself. Rumor is it that trainer sat tempting Thies into a mysterious live set Bepikmon along the path. The speaker concluded with a sigh. Cynthia blinked, her brow for Eden curiosity. Sua kun, that wasn't the legendary Pokémon from Jada region. 2 years ago, I think Yef and a president seen Celestic Highlands. He occasional lit a sinsto procure supply sand. On any occasion, was seen riding Sukun, causing quitty aster. Nurse Joy chuckled, resting her chin in hand. However, I did no twit ness at myself. Hessa met times deliver sharvested herbs to the Pokémon Center for us to see Ziladov Similaraja Cynthia.cfan. Cynthia repeated the name, suddenly intrigued. Very well, I've made my decision. I shall challenge him, a trainer capable of capturing Sukuna must be exceptionally skilled. A she prompt lice up directions from Thegroup Handhassen toward Highland Cabin. Yet, upon exiting the Pokémon Center, she collided headlong with Zomion. Crash. Ouch. Cynthia landed on the ground, rubbing her posterior rand lifting her face in pain. Sorcery. It's squiddy all right, but, a clear, masculine voice inquired, extending a hand. Are you injured? What is Drykingian? CF amused. Fine, really, Cynthia replied, rizzing with flushed cheeks. Suddenly, Hergas washed her in Toth Pokémon aside, and I swiddened with delight. Heavens, how adorable, its elegant, magnificent form, endearing ground face, and large, expressive eyes were captivating. Could such a charming Pokémon truly exist? Thank you. To CF fan. His Pokémon were a kin of family, and nothing pleased him more than to hear them complimented. Wait a moment. Your knee appears so best scraped. Up in hearing this, Cynthia Lanston and noticed it had grazy in her left shin. It's nothing, just a. Hold still elemento examinate. CF anknal tangent lie touch ed T brasion with 3 fingers. Cynthia's cheeks flush ed crimson with embarrassment, and she was the verge of kicking thekidwanakol. Soothing sensation permeate her body through twout. She then observative erdent ruminating from CF fanspalm, radiating energy. There, that shoe resolve at Hisud, CF fans Moldasheros, resuming his shoulder Diancie shant. It truly didn't hurt anymore. Cynthia was momentarily stunned, noting that Thwound had vanished. How extraordinary, how did he accomplished? Fan. Abruptly, Diancie tugged at CF fan's sleeve, softly calling his name, share-eyed as Malhand, pointing toward the opposite end of Street.hm. CFan followed her gaze, and disbrowed in surprise. An Electabuzz, swaggering with an arrow of authority, led a procession off Pokémon down the street. CFN Caldatina booming voice. Pineapple bun. The Electabuzz halted, breaking in toe cold sweatisit glanced back nervously. Its seismic diansiuska efil expression, and then, Thosio Fitz caretaker Monomona boss, Wido Ashikalia pineapple bun, Arincha scarbus. Abel Sproutern toe the Electabuzz, how worry a look of futter embarrassment done no if I acknowledge Ethetmaniker. How will I maintain my reputation in town? After a memento of internal struggle, I lifted Deitchit and strode forward, averting Git's gaze to irrelevant. Very well, now you've become independent, pretending not to gnome, have you? CFN chuckled, amused by its antics. The trainer Swa had been discussing matters sath Pokémon sin emerged into me to witness this and exclaimed in astonishment. It's the Monarchoff Highlands. The Monarchoff Highlands? Cynthia was subtly wilder. So, that person was CFN. The trainer off so kun? Curse it. You, CFN, halt immediately. Shibao. Chapter 2 The Sky Queen. Altariat, the Highland cabin to CFN, laden with virile bulging paper bags. Pushita Pinthagaden Kaladauta Sukun. Chirp. Simultaneously, an altari afla pedit swing sand ascended from the forest, landing in the courtyard. How is your harvest today, little Azure? Chirp. The altarius yes crinkled with his melissa turned, revealing gas small basket fastened toits back, filled with berries. These citrus berries are exceptionally fresh, antherur petraberry saswell, perfect for desserts. CFN stroked the altari ascot in soft plumage, remarking, little Azure, you are retrally industrious. Chirp. The Altaria, pleased with the praise, chirp a Devonmore merrily nuzzled CFN with its shed. Plop. Up and witness Syncthus, tying a puffed her chicks, crossed her arms, and sulked, turning her head away in defiance. Yulit Lagelisone, are you Evan envious of your dear sister Ching? CFN chuckled, lifting Tyangsi into his arms. All right, stop sulking. Be careful, or I might tend to pass Blumpus up an apple bun. At this words, Tyangsis body quivered, and shined stantlied, glancing at CFN with a pitiable expression. Chirped out the Chichiching Yao, with a cheerful demeanor, stretchedite swing stove fergental comfort. Kudu interten her for bit. Ching, ill prepare some food for ya both. CFN set tense and dinner read the kitchen, busily working while Lee's Miley unfurled across his face. Having dwelled in these world for 2 years, he had finally attained the live Hadelways dreamed of. Reflecting in hispus life, that in a society where labor lost a decoration sand event the strongest that about of humanity, an untime litum is inevitable. CFN was neither the first nor the last. Thus, when goddess as Kethem what kind of life he wooed Kusi if granted another chance, that he answered without the citation, a leisurely and comfortable existence. And so, he found himself in this world, Amadest Cottage, Twocresa Fertiland, a healthy body, and a system known as divine level sign-in. At first, CFN found it rather impressive, but soon realized that this I stemmer licurndudis lastrinket soft nova urixan scrap, the occasional nutrient solution or candy it produce edwashered live for human consumption. In essence, apart from the inherent powers bestowed upon him by his transmigration, CFN regarded himself as an ordinary farmer in this realm. At least, the Twasho perceived himself. Until on a fateful day, while seeking a livelihood through Kerbshia Jathered, heaven sure down him on into exchange Etham Formonied at Pokemon Center, he encountered a Girocritalinga Pikachu, seeking Nurse Joy's assistance. It was then that CFN realized it might have transmigrate into a dimension reminiscent of Phaserias called Pikachu. Note having been an orphan in both lives, CFN had knuckled who'd experience Shisanlai Expasuisto pay chuplish toy sold in stores, rendering Jaime complete and Avasanti. Pokémon realm. From his perspective, regardless of how peaceful this alternate world seemed, I undoubted liher bordet arcurside and unknown dangers. Thus, Tosafegward is ideal life. He established 3 rules for himself. First, limit contact withers, a special lighthouse with the distinct personality of sand overflowing sensus ophiustus. After all, the Shinigami Elementary students were still from a alternate dimension known could perish isn't if individual sexist in this. Second, avoid adventurous and refrain from venturing out. These ways a conclusion had drawn over the past year. For air prior, the forests beneath the plateau echoed with blood-curdling screams sand explosions sent the off night whenever I investigated the next day, healed invariably. Discover vidency off your sea beetles, Hefir Reg hostly encounter Sorby and Jim broiled in strange events, prompting him to flander the cover of night with his sobbing sand disloyal dog. Traveling by Trinan ship, he explored numerous locales, ultimately concluding that these world ways indeed perilous. He observed that the creatress known as Bachman often unleashed fire and electricity, while humans exhibit erratic behavior. Their wary ways and peak-like beings wild inexplicable calling gem to battles, Tohit Chef and Wold retort fight, Ariu auto fireman, Donio feel pain. A Sphorason Pokemon, Thewi Weltimate, never straying far from. Forget fighting Heffel Tuppingoffsero even if they stumbled dough, except for the land and pineapple bun. Of course Sabine males, the strata bestrong. Alright, this should be enough for a meal. Siefan wiped the beads off sweet from his forehead, contented lie covering the stew pot. However, just as Shisato gathered the ingredients for pudding, a thunderous noise ted from outside. Boom, what hell, an earthquake. Siefan stumbled, grasping the lid the thad fallen, and hurried dashed outside. Chirp, the Chishiching soaring gracefully with Tiangxi, halted midair, her wings unfurled. She squinted towards the black smoke emanating from the forest. Here we go again, haven't they learned here lesson yet? Sister Ching. Tian appeared out from Thesoff feathers, calling out nervously. After comforting Tiangxi, the Chishikinias third the grassens toward the forest. Cynthia stood in the middle of a path, slightly panting, her mind swirling with astonishment. Before her stood a faded Garchomp, surrounded by various willed Pokémon that had lost their ability to fight. Roo. Garchomp wore a frustrated expression, wondering if these Pokémon had less theorments. Ugh, Thelistoff Tyranitar fell with Askov, collapsing slowly. On Sethabos arrived, they were doomed. It seems this plateau cottage is indeed peculiar. Cynthia eyed the dust from her cheek, her brows furrowed. However, just as it took a step forward, a powerful ghoul surged from Thesky, sweeping towards her. It bent the tree sides, causing them to sway and rustle. Chirp. Following this, a piercing roar filled the air. Cynthia said Heron to shield herself from the wind, struggling to pinhurries, and creed an alarm. Garchomp, dodge. Roo, Garchomp sensed an exceptionally dangerous Nagai approaching. Swift lifelap pinjits fins to subvert the wind's flow. In an instant, its CS reflected menacing Baragan hurtling toward it, consuming an instant. Boom. Ugh. Garchomp was propelled from the explosion, crashing through 3 trees before it shed fell limply. Dragon pulse. Cynthia's pupils contracted as he braved the tumultuous winds. Her gaze fixed on the figure suspended in the air before her. Chirp purple skindone, take your trainer and leave. The Chishikinia radiate diminishing blura, her expression is as an unexpected visitor. Chishi, Qingyao, Cynthia Gazadup in shock, swallowing hard that even during battle with Mr. Yuan the pressure exerted by Chikinia not being Arlias overwhelming thighs weighs entirely an another level. Roo, Garchomp pushed itself up with its fins, rising slowly, its defiant guzz betraying you into excitement. Garchomp, can you still fight? Roo, Cynthia took a deep breath, reigniting her fighting spirit, and stared resolute Teliath to Shiqingyao. Alright, let's commence our counterattack. Bea, Garchomp unfurled its wings, howling to the heavens Sasplin enveloped its form, morphin Jinto Adragon thought soared skyward, trailing a long tail. Chirp, stubborn fool. Seeing this, the Chishi Aos expression hardened, abandoning any thoughts of persuasion. She spread her wings wide, unleashing an orange ilubum amid erect lithe the oncoming Garchomp. Boom. Shaoqing. Chapter 3 CFAN's Cultural Encounter Wrath Village Entrance. Fan, I'm scared. Don't worry. It's just any earthquake it'll pass in a moment. CFAN comforted Dinsuela gazing toward the forest. Fortunately, his cottage was situate on the plateau otherwise, enduring the frequent earthquakes would be unbearable. Should we consider moving? CFAN suddenly entertained this thought. Forget it, I am short in funds. After all, he had moved de arrego, so there was no need to it until now. Shui Jun castiglanst me. By the way, where I Shaoqing? CFAN suddenly inquired. Elder Zister said she went to handle some matters. Tionza lifted her small hand pointing in a direction. She remains warm-hearted as of her. Indeed, since CFAN took crescent in Saint He Plateau, the shad been none of his few endeavors. Had a death Pokémon in the forest who came seeking treatment for their ailments and bandaged their wounds. In return, they would occasionally offer him herbsor Aside from pineapple bun, the other 3 Pokémon were adopted for his work. The first was Shaoqing. Woth Adam was merely a small cotton candy, having strayed from Grout during Gastorminite. It was a hollow CFN to witness the marvelous evolution of Pokémon for the first time. Later, during gay herb picking excursion, Shaoqing discovered Delan. At the time, Delan had likely been severe libulid Bethephorus ferocious beasts. Covered in wounds, it took CFN over half a month toner's air back to vitality. Shibao, on the other hand, weighs as rendipitus fin during Ishtravelsa in Kanto. At the time, Shuisnita slowly as high snow, resembling a cute little rabbit, prompting an irresistible urgido tech haraway. And so heated, chirp. Oh dear, was thy's earthquake hitralysis severe. CFN gazed in astonishment at the throng of Pokémon trailing behind Shiqingyao. Up in a cursory glance, there appeared red Tobanoff your thin 20. Dallin, Komaharian Linmahand, CFN called in begin tossed up outside the Ardome. Shui Jun, shedding her languid demeanor, graceful Erosin followed behind Siafan. Chirp that the Chishikini ascended from Theski, affectionate line nuzzling Siafan's cheek. All right, you understand, with Delant's assistance, while haveth this sorted in our time, as Siafan spoke, a glance at Dothar dust-covered form, chuckling helplessly. How did Dejasafil fifth this time? Uriel most dorning gin toe chocolate cotton candy. Chirp the Chishikini ogas dup with big, watery eyes, looking quite grieved. Just joking it didn't mean to imply any disdain. Siafan chuckled, helping her to her feather sanjasinga handkerchief to wipe her face, not engine satisfaction. And evenify outrilla transform it in toe chocolate cotton candy, I would never abandon you. As soon as words left his mouth, Siafan felt a familiar dug. Looking down, Hemet Tion's this adorable bidgies. All right, I won't abandon you either. You are real my treasures, is that sufficient? Up in hearing this, both the large and small treasures broke into light head smiles. Every day Siafan shuka shed, amused, and the medicine a box do begin treating thpak month thad formidacue. The wing bones are a slight limis onset treated, observe for 2 days. You should refrain from foraging for food for na. Mook Bertle tiaras band Henley thetisk. I've noticed Mook Hegel has been simulated leelatly, often wandering near my little house. Her across. It tap here saying if that's been quite satisfactory you seem to have wait. It's been a while, Rose Raid. How is your relationship with Poison Resin Eastern Force developing? Let me tell ya, when it commenced one of mas possess charmiting affair peaking gon the reveal sire awkwardness oh dear, don't bet a shartin dill refrain from further. Comments. Fan seems quite happy. Tion sat quietly on the side, observing Siafan, how I speaking grappity like he machine gun, blinking her curious eyes. Chirp little fan says the sist ingrained in rural folk, called Dichichiching Yao, already accustomed, explain Ed Totan Shi, chirp yes equal Charitha village. Entrance, thof she did not comprehend the meaning, she could sense a genuine joy hitmanated from Siafaniac Dimitri Tithers. She cherish this version of Siafanthimos stand wished top reserveth this joy indefinitely. All right, it's all sorted. Dallin, how about you? Siafan stood up, stretching lazily, and inquired toward Shijun, whom Shuijun elegantly turned, presenting a high profile. Thank you for your hard work. Shall treaty out a fias tonight. Siafan said with a smile. With such a substantial workload, it would indeed be challenging to manage you alone. Fortunately, while the land might lack combat prowess, Shuas always willing to lend a hand during such times. Fan. Tion zatugged at Siafan, big is glimmering softly, putting oh no, Siafan sudden lara kaletsa mething, his eyes woodening gasha dashed towards Philida house. My pot. A sevening approached, Siafan set the pot down and inintable with a side he almost twasted a whole pot of ingredients. With his funds dwindling into a whole family to support, what washitoto? Knock, knock. At that moment, a sari soft knocks echoed, revealing the electric beast purring in with an apologetic expression. Isn't this Scarface? Siafan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Only to notice a weeping figure standing at the doorway. Aper son? Siafan blinked, directing Gask as if electric beast, your friend? The electric beast gestured while he animated lie explaining, enough with the theatrics you understand, Siafan replied. His expression turning serious. Automatically disregard the electric beast's extravagant embellishments. Thedges twas like spine apple bun, human trafficking is illegal, did he know? Siafan sighed, face palming. In the next moment, a familiar voice lay said with tears retorted, You are Theon, whale. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Siafan leaned a ding closer and was taken aback. It's you, Shui Jun. Chapter 4. Cynthia's unexpected overnight stay. Siafan was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this the lovely young woman I encountered in town during the day? How did she transform into a damsel in distress so quickly? Eru, Elikid stood nearby, its chin held high with pride. What are you so proud of? Siafan retorted, playfully tapping its head. Giggles, Diancy chuckled from its high chair, covering its mouth with a hand, provoking a glare from Elikid. It's you? Cynthia exclaimed, finally realizing she was in Siafan's residence. It seems you recall our accidental meeting from earlier today. Siafan chuckled softly, stepping aside to gesture her inside. Why don't you come in? It's not safe for a young woman like yourself to be out alone so late. Rest assured, I'm not a threat. Cynthia, her eyes still red-rimmed, nodded dazedly. Xiao Qing, could you fetch me a towel from the cabinet? Siafan called out gently. Soon, Altario appeared, carrying a fresh towel to Cynthia. Thank you. Cynthia murmured, looking up to express her gratitude. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the same Altaria from before? Chirp. Altaria tilted its head, its eyes crinkling in a gentle smile. No, This one seems much more docile. I must have mistaken it. Cynthia reassured herself, accepting the towel. In the next instant, she caught a glimpse of Alteria's slowly opening eyes, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Cynthia? What's wrong? CF Fan asked, emerging from the kitchen with a cup of tea. He noticed Cynthia's pale complexion and slight trembling. Are you feeling chilled? No, I'm fine, Cynthia stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly. She couldn't possibly admit that she had come to challenge him and ended up being bested by his Pokémon. It was simply too embarrassing. How did you find yourself so far from town? And are you alone? CF Fan inquired, pulling out a chair. His gaze flickered towards Elekid, who was attempting to pilfer Diance's pudding. Did my little pineapple bun perhaps have something to do with this? Eru. Elekid froze, turning its head in disbelief. Its eyes seemed to question the very essence of trust between humans and Pokémon. No. Elekid saved me. Eru. Elekid, relieved to have someone vouch for it, crossed its arms and began stomping its feet in a huff. Oh, is that so? CF Fan raised an eyebrow. Very well. Since you've redeemed yourself, I won't scold you. Go fetch the utensils from the kitchen. Eru. Elekid chirped, overjoyed, and scurried towards the kitchen. Oh, have you had dinner yet? CF Fan suddenly asked. Aye. Cynthia hesitated, but before she could answer, her stomach emitted a soft rumble, causing her face to turn crimson. She began to stammer in embarrassment. She seems quite shy. CF Fan mused, smiling at her. He found the archetypal anime girl endearing. But someone like her is probably out of my league. I'll just be a good host. With that thought, he turned to the kitchen and called out, Pineapple bun, bring out an extra set of utensils. Eru. Thank you, Cynthia mumbled, wishing she could disappear into the floor. It was the first time she had felt so awkward in front of someone. Van more, please? Diance pleaded, holding up its empty bowl with a forlorn expression. CF Fan gently tapped its forehead. Not so fast, little glutton. Diance puffed out its cheeks and turned away, grumbling. Fun, stingy. Can you understand what Pokémon are saying? Cynthia asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Of course. Can't everyone? CF Fan replied, recalling that Nurse Joy often spoke to Pokémon as well. Cynthia thought, so much for everyone. But she was now even more certain that CF Fan was a powerful trainer. She remembered her grandmother telling her that among the countless trainers, some were blessed by nature with the extraordinary ability to communicate with Pokémon. Those individuals always left a lasting impression on history. Here, let's eat first. Okay. What is this? Why does it smell so divine? Haha, if you like it, have more. There's plenty, CF Fan chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. He had spent a long time searching for the right ingredients, like cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, to create this dish. Of course, it was fragrant. Even a simple stew could be incredibly flavorful with the right seasoning. Just look at Elekid and Suicune. They devour it without making sound. Ah, Cynthia exclaimed, having devoured 3 bowls before finally letting out a contented sigh. Meeting CF Fan's amused gaze, she blushed slightly. I usually don't eat this much. It's all right. You've had a long day, so it's understandable that you have a good appetite, CF Fan said, clearing the table and handing the dishes to Elekid to wash. He then went to prepare a room for Cynthia. When he returned from the second floor, he found her crouching beside Suicune's den, staring at it intently. If you keep staring at it like that, it might not be able to sleep, CF Fan said. Huh? I'm sorry, Cynthia replied, startled by his voice. But does Suicune sleep here? Yes. But isn't this a doghouse? Yes. CF Fan blinked innocently, as if to ask, is there a problem? Cynthia was speechless. Oh, CF Fan exclaimed, suddenly remembering something. Suicune, could you fill the bathtub for our guest? Do you even hear what you're saying? That's Suicune. Suicune. Cynthia vowed that if the people of Akrutique City could see this scene, they would be utterly heartbroken. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. She noticed that Suicune seemed to accept CF Fan's request without hesitation. To think he could tame a legendary Pokémon to such an extent, Cynthia thought, gazing at the man with a gentle smile. CF Fan is truly a formidable trainer. Chapter 5. I am merely a farmer as the morning mist dissipated. Rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Sharona had not slept well the previous night and was finally roused by the enticing aroma around noon. Have you rested well? CF Fan asked with a smile, standing at the door with a hoe slung over his shoulder. I saved you a portion of lunch. It's on the dining table. With that, CF Fan took Tincture's hand and stepped outside into the courtyard, preparing to till the two neglected plots of land. However, just then, the Electrike, stealthily approaching the railing, suddenly jolted and nonchalantly propped its arms behind its head, whistling casually. "Go fetch your hoe from the shed and lend a hand. Or prepare to go hungry tonight," CF Fan called out. With a downcast expression, the Electrike reluctantly trudged toward the shed. "Do you need assistance?" Sharona inquired after finishing her meal and stepping into the yard. "No need. With a pineapple bun helping out, it will be done swiftly." Sharona rolled up her sleeves and smiled. "Let this be my way of thanking you for providing me shelter last night." Seeing this, CF Fan refrained from further persuasion and smiled slightly. "All right, then I'll take you to the shed to get the tools." On the way, Sharona glanced at CF Fan and softly said, "By the way, I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name is Sharona. It seems both the Chishi Qingniao and that Electrike are well trained." "Are you a trainer, CF Fan?" "Huh, trainer? I'm just an ordinary farmer," CF Fan replied. Sharona retorted, "You must be joking. Which farmer keeps a suicune at their doorstep?" "All right, we have arrived at the shed." Upon entering through the half-open door, CF Fan found the Electrike sprawled on the straw, deep in slumber. CF Fan approached, and with a swift kick, exclaimed, "Bang!" The Electrike rolled over in surprise, quickly standing up, bewildered by what had just occurred. "Pineapple bun." CF Fan suppressed his irritation, his expression darkening. The startled Electrike hastily grabbed a hoe and bolted away. "This rascal should be chained up," CF Fan grumbled. Then, donning a smile, he turned to Sharona. "Wait a moment. I'll find another hoe." "Ah, okay." Sharona nodded in response. "I believe I remember buying an extra one," CF Fan muttered to himself as he retrieved a bamboo basket used for garbage. Sharona looked down and froze in place. "A master ball? 1, 2, 3. Her heart raced as she gasped in disbelief. A whole basket. This is something countless trainers dream of. Could they be replicas? She anxiously glanced at CF Fan and timidly asked, "CF Fan, what's in this bamboo basket?" It seems trainers in this world use these iron balls to capture Pokémon. I even inquired at the town shop once about them, but they said selling Pok balls requires a license from the league. Otherwise, it's considered illegal business. Thus, CF Fan abandoned the idea of trading them for money, leaving them to gather dust in the shed. "Yes, just a pile of rubbish. Why are you re-giving them to me?" Sharona was taken aback, astonished by such generosity. She had never heard of anyone gifting Master Balls before. "No, I've never heard of that. I found it," CF Fan exclaimed joyfully as he unearthed the hoe from beneath a wooden cabinet. He noticed Sharona staring blankly at the iron balls and, with a resigned smile, casually took 3 and placed them in her hands. "Consider these local specialties." No, this is far too precious." "Precious?" CF Fan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that, given Shiona's youth and her need to forage for herbs in the mountains, her family's circumstances might be modest. Young people in this world were fervently pursuing careers related to Pokémon. "There's no need to be courteous. These iron balls cost nothing. They're of no value to me, so I might as well give them to you to shine." With that, CF Fan shouldered the hoe and walked toward the courtyard, his voice fading as he called out, "Hurry up, or the sun will set before we start." Oh, Sharona hastily followed, her thoughts already wandering. What does it mean to have no cost? Could it be that he made these master balls himself? Sharona was astonished by this conclusion. As afternoon arrived, CF Fan wiped the perspiration from his brow, gazing contentedly at the plowed vegetable field. He had purchased a considerable quantity of seeds yesterday, evenly splitting them between cabbage and garlic, which would save him a significant amount of money. Truly, he was a frugal master of household management. The Electrike, sprawled on the lawn, was about to take a break when CF Fan called, "Pineapple bun, go fetch the paper bag next to the cabinet." The Electrike, with a reluctant glance, got up and heavily delivered the item into CF Fan's hands. Making you do a bit of work is akin to asking for your life. CF Fan rolled his eyes and began sowing seeds. Sharona squatted at the edge of the vegetable field, resting her chin in her hands, observing CF Fan's actions while inquiring. "CF Fan, where are you from?" "Where am I from?" CF Fan paused in his task, straightened his back, and pondered, said, "No, I suppose." "Yeah." Sharona was somewhat surprised. "Were you a trainer before?" "Trainer?" CF Fan gave her a puzzled look, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Haven't you asked me twice already? I've told you, I'm just a farmer. And do you see Delon and the others as formidable Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Sharona felt slightly offended and huffed, turning her head away, muttering, if you want to say it, then don't. No need to be sarcastic about it. CF Fan scratched the back of his head, puzzled by her sudden irritability. Girls were indeed hard to understand. Still, he found the Pokémon Sherbao and the others much more endearing. With a sigh of resignation, he continued. 2 acres of land, neither too big nor too small, were soon sown with seeds and fertilized. Finally, he turned to water the crops. Lifting the lid of the water barrel in the courtyard, he realized it was nearly empty and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to fetch water yesterday. Why not have Suicune use its special move? That would solve the problem, Sharona suggested softly, glancing up. True, it could water the garden, but when it comes to cooking, I can't very well use whatever Delon spits out, can I? CF Fan replied, maintaining his integrity as a household cook. Sharona, feeling a bit embarrassed, stood up. I really shouldn't impose. After helping with the farming, I shouldn't also trouble you with fetching water. CF Fan turned and shouted, Pineapple Bun, you come along to help. The Electrike stomped off in indignation. Always being called Pineapple Bun. Is there no law? Is there no justice? What kind of trainer were you before? On the way, Sharona was determined to extract information from the Electrike. The Electrike shook its head, indicating it had nothing to disclose. Realizing she wouldn't be able to get any information, Sharona clenched her small fists, resolutely thinking, one day, I will uncover your secrets. Suddenly, the Electrike halted, its previously lazy demeanor transforming into one of alertness. What is wrong? Sharona inquired, following the Electrike's gaze with curiosity. Before long, she caught some sounds emanating from a small grove ahead. Sherbao, Chapter 6 Crisis. Poachers, fortunately, these goods did not escape. Otherwise, we would be doomed. In the depths of a small grove, a truck lay overturned on the ground. Several masked men in athletic attire were hurriedly transporting the scattered iron cages. Who knows when a ghostly creature might suddenly leap out, giving me quite a scare. Enough, you two silence. We don't even know if Junsha is pursuing us. Hurry up and clean up to reach our destination. At the command of a burly man, the 2 bickering men exchanged reluctant glares. But what they failed to notice was a tuft of golden fur peeking through the grass, not far away. As Sharona pushed aside the underbrush, she discovered that the cages contained sleeping Pokémon, instantly baring her teeth in anger. How despicable! Poachers! The Electrike crouched nearby, narrowing its eyes. These bipedal creatures dared to wreak havoc in my territory. What audacity! Just then, the man holding the iron cage paused, casting a puzzled glance in their direction. After confirming there was no anomaly, he resumed his work. That was close. I almost got discovered. Sharona slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes blazing with determination. No, I absolutely cannot abandon those Pokémon. I must rescue them. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. Hey, you over there? Come out. A barrage of bullets suddenly shot toward Sharona and her companions. The Electrike quickly shielded Sharona, conjuring a shimmering green barrier that deflected the incoming tranquilizer darts. Hold your ground? Sharona was momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it into the air. Fly high, Garchomp! Roar! Garchomp! The burly man's eyes widened in surprise, his face lighting up with wild excitement. Haha, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. We'll take this Electrike and Garchomp. Dream on. Sharona's cold eyes widened slightly as she commanded, Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. I thought it was Junsha. I didn't expect to encounter a treasure bringer. The burly man grinned and threw out his own Pokeball to counter. Take them down, Golem. Go, Kakuna. Charmeleon, you join too. The poachers wore malicious grins, envisioning their rewards growing even more substantial. However, their smiles quickly froze on their faces. Garchomp charged like a wolf among sheep, ferociously overpowering both Golem and Kakuna with a single strike, rendering their Pokémon incapacitated in an instant. How could this be? The burly man stared incredulously at the fallen Pokémon, his eyes wide with disbelief. Surrender now, and I may consider sparing you some pain. Sharona raised her chin proudly, speaking with a hint of triumph. You little brat. The burly man's expression darkened as he shouted, "Release the Pokémon." Yes, with more Pokémon being released, a hint of gravity appeared in Sharona's gaze. After all, they were poachers and would not adhere to any rules. Roar. Indeed, after knocking out the last Pokémon, Garchomp fell to one knee, its expression revealing signs of fatigue. Oh no, the injuries from yesterday's battle haven't healed yet, Sharona thought, her heart tightening in concern. What should we do, boss? While Sharona was anxious, the poachers were already in a state of panic, staring in shock at the mighty Garchomp. Damn it, who is this girl? The burly man realized the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth before waving his hand. We have no choice. Release that creature. Yet, that creature was not easily controlled. What if do as I say? I am a boss. Understood. Sharona's brows furrowed. She seemed to have seen this somewhere before. Ha ha ha, you little brat. This is the consequence of your meddling. The burly man sneered as he pulled out a remote control and pressed the red button. In the next moment, a mysterious purple-black substance erupted from the top of the wedge stone, forming an image of eyes and a mouth. Spiritome. Sharona's pupils constricted as she instantly recognized this Pokémon. Legends say it is a malevolent entity born from the gathering of evil thoughts, containing over 100 wicked souls. In ancient times, to prevent it from causing mischief, people sealed its true form within a wedge stone using mystical arts. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about it. The burly man mocked. To be honest, if it weren't for you forcing my hand, I wouldn't want to use this creature. It's too powerful, and this device may not be able to control it. Sharona's face tightened, already regretting exposing herself too early. Judging by the aura emanating from Spiritome, it likely reached the champion level, a foe that Garchomp could not withstand at present. What to do? Just as Sharona pondered her strategy, a flash of yellow darted past her, charging towards Spiritome. Electrike. In an instant, a golden brilliance illuminated the forest. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Obtained energy block recipe X1. Huh. CF Fan, who had casually activated the sign-in system during his leisure, was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, this was his first time encountering such an item. Indeed, this system is trash. Others sign in for divine abilities, and I get a recipe? What am I, a divine chef? CF Fan pouted, his palm going limp as an A4-sized book materialized in his hand. Just as he was about to flip through it, a light and agile chirp echoed from above. Chirp! CF Fan closed the book, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Before the 7 Stars bird could fully land, Tianci leaped from its back, plunging into CF Fan's embrace. Fan, this is for you. Tianci raised her smiling face, presenting a woven flower crown and gently placing it atop CF Fan's head. You went to the flower field, didn't you? CF Fan chuckled, patting his head in amusement. Tianci blinked her large eyes, seemingly anticipating something. Indeed, our Tianci is quite skillful, a dear little darling. CF Fan smiled softly, ruffling Tianci's hair before turning to the 7 Stars bird. You worked hard too, little Ching. Chirp. The 7 Stars bird shook its head, exchanging a smile with Tianci. However, just then, the ground began to tremble slightly. With a resounding boom, a lightning tornado erupted from the forest, shining brilliantly. Is it thunder? CF Fan's heart skipped a beat, worry flooding over him. That location was precisely where Sharona and the others had gone. With a quick thought, CF Fan wasted no time, swiftly cradling Tianci as he rushed toward the direction of the lightning. Big Blue, keep an eye on the house. I'll go check it out. Chirp. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7 Stars bird spread its wings, transforming into a blue blur and swiftly vanishing from sight. Little Ching. CF Fan was startled, not pausing to contemplate further as he quickened his pace. Bitey Land Shark Chapter 7. The heartbeat of Sharona at this moment. The clearing in the forest lay in disarray. The once lush lawn had turned to scorched earth, radiating outward in a circular pattern, with flickering flames dancing at its edges, crackling with electric currents. The poaching gang stood aghast. One member slumped to the ground, clearly shaken by the recent display of thunderous lightning. Is the Electrike truly that formidable? Sharona pondered, her pink lips slightly parted in astonishment. The Electrike, with a smirk curling at the corner of its mouth, waved its arm vigorously, dissipating the residual electricity around it. This is the consequence of wreaking havoc in my territory. Do you still wish to dance? The Electrike lifted its chin, scoffing. In the next moment, it transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, charging forward. In the blink of an eye, it leaped into the air, raising its taut arm, with electric serpents coiling around it, hissing ominously. Zzz. Suddenly, a surge of violet-black energy gathered before the golem, launching fiercely, only to be cleaved in two by the Electrike. Rushing to either side, did it just sever the wave of evil? Sharona exclaimed in disbelief. However, with a resounding bang, a steel ball shot forth, crashing into the Electrike and sending it flying. Despicable! Sharona glared angrily, turning to see the leader of the gang brandishing a rocket launcher, a contemptuous smile on his face. Despicable? How naive, you little brat. We are not mere trainers. Ha ha ha. It's your fault for meddling in our affairs. You deserve this. Now, both the Garchomp and the Electrike belong to us. Laughter erupted among the remaining poachers. After the steel ball struck the Electrike, numerous black tentacles sprang forth, ensnaring the creature and emitting red electric currents. Electrike! It shrieked, its pupils narrowing in pain, clearly suffering from this extraordinary electrical assault. Enough! It's time to wrap this up, the leader commanded, raising his voice. Golem, eliminate them. The golem opened its ghastly maw, diving towards the Electrike. Stop! Sharona's heart raced as she rushed to the Electrike's side. Yet, humans could not outrun Pokémon. Just as the golem seemed poised to strike, an idea struck Sharona. She swiftly reached in her pocket, her slender arm raising to throw a purple sphere. Boom! With a flash of crimson light, the golem was captured within the ball, shaking only briefly before falling silent. I caught it! Sharona gasped, astonished at her success. Damn it! What have you done to our merchandise? The leader growled, his voice low. Attack! You shall not! Sharona declared, picking up a charred stick to shield the Electrike and Garchomp. I absolutely will not let you take my precious partners. You have no say in this. The leader sneered, raising his hand and gesturing. The surrounding poachers lifted their tranquilizer guns, ready to fire. Swish, swish, swish. The needle sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound. Sharona felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively closing her eyes. However, 3 seconds later, she felt no discomfort. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see a massive green barrier materialize, deflecting the tranquilizer darts. Chirp! The Zato hovered above, gazing down with an annoyed expression. Zato! Sharona exclaimed in delight, relief washing over her. Meanwhile, the Electrike, resembling a disgruntled creature, lamented, What a day. The leader, seething with rage, seized a nearby gun and began firing wildly. Bring it down, he roared. Yet his subordinates stood frozen, trembling. Boss, what are those? Sharona's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, Pokémon from the forest? Ah, boss, we're here to help. Tyranitar pushed through the underbrush, revealing its massive form, flanked by a host of unfriendly Pokémon. Simultaneously, a Murkrow led a flurry of flying-type Pokémon from the towering branches, circling above the clearing and emitting sharp cries. My goodness! Sharona was awestruck, never having witnessed such a magnificent scene. The Zato landed beside her, exuding the majesty of a forest queen, casting a disdainful glance at the poachers. Chirp! Tension filled the air, and the leader, trembling in fear, pleaded, Wait, Grandpa Bird. Yowl! In the next instant, a massive hand descended, sending the leader hurtling through the air like a kite with severed strings. Soon, the remaining poachers found themselves surrounded by eager Pokémon, their faces etched with despair. Don't come any closer. A chorus of anguished screams echoed before silence reclaimed the scene. The last remaining Snorlax plopped down contentedly on the unconscious leader's face before joining the retreating group. Sharona stood dazed, blinking in disbelief. What has happened? Sharona, Pineapple Bun, Little Ching. Siafan ran over, his heart finally at ease upon seeing everyone safe. Thank goodness you're all okay. As he spoke, he took in the chaos around him. Dozens of Pokémon lay scattered, while several men were bruised and frothing at the mouth. What on earth happened? Struck by lightning? And what was Pineapple Bun up to now? A new type of bondage play? So lame. Kinchi glanced at the Electrike, covering her mouth and giggling. The Electrike sighed. My anxiety has finally dissipated. Little Ching, did you find everyone? CF Fan chuckled, ruffling the Zatu's feathers. Why did you fly so fast? You didn't even wait for me to call. Chirp. The Zatu affectionately nuzzled his palm, shedding its earlier regal demeanor. Thank you, Sharona said softly, approaching CF Fan. To her, it was evident that he had sensed their predicament and sent the Zatu to their aid. Could this be considered a heroic rescue from storybook? The thought made Sharona's cheeks blush a delicate pink. Huh. CF Fan scratched his head, smiling. No need to mention it. I'm just glad you're safe. Seriously, is no one going to acknowledge me? The Electrike grumbled, feeling neglected. Chapter 8. Attention from 2 doctors here is Junsha. Yes, we have successfully apprehended that group. I will temporarily send them to Shinha Town for detention, awaiting the handover. After putting down the phone, Miss Junsha sighed in relief. She approached CF Fan and Sharona, curiously examining the two. A young couple? Thank you both for your cooperation. Otherwise, they might have escaped, Miss Junsha remarked, her gaze fixed intently on CF Fan. Did you handle these Pokémon and poachers? Huh. Since the police car arrived, CF Fan had been utterly bewildered, shaking his head vigorously. No. I'm merely a farmer. What I thought was a natural disaster has unexpectedly turned into a criminal case. This world is indeed not as peaceful as it appears. CF Fan mused silently. So is you who did this? Junsha looked at Sharona with some surprise, not expecting this seemingly youthful girl to be so ruthless. After all, neither the poachers nor the Pokémon bore a single good mark. They had all been sent to the hospital. Sharona wanted to explain, but reconsidered that it was likely CF Fan did not want anyone intruding on his life, so he attributed the credit to her. While Sharona was lost in thought, CF Fan cast her a surprised glance. So, she's a hidden powerhouse, he realized. Seeing that the officers had nearly finished clearing the scene, Miss Junsha spoke softly to Sharona. All right, Sharona nodded, as she needed to visit the Pokémon Center to treat her Garchomp and others. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped before CF Fan, smiling slightly. Thank you for everything over the past few days. If it's convenient, may I visit again? As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. There's no need to worry about convenience. Feel free to drop by any time, CF Fan replied with a carefree smile. Sharona's eyes sparkled with delight, and she beamed, then it settled. Soon after, Fan, I'd like to. Are you craving pudding again? Is it something even better than pudding? It should be about the same. Yay! As they chatted and laughed while leaving, Electivire wriggled its chubby body, repeatedly shouting, Hey, did you forget something? Is love and indifference this evident already? Meanwhile, Sharona, accompanied by Miss Junsha, arrived at the Pokémon Center, preparing to leave her Garchomp for a while. However, as she pushed open the door, her expression brightened. Grandma! Dr. Mustard smiled warmly, but suddenly noticed Miss Junsha beside Sharona, her brow furrowing slightly. How is it that you're with Miss Junsha? Has something happened? Hello, Dr. Mustard. The situation is as follows. On the way, Sharona succinctly explained the events. With Miss Junsha's clarification, Dr. Mustard's expression softened, and with a slight sigh, he said, I see. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Junsha. No, we should be thanking Sharona. If it weren't for her, this poacher gang spanning multiple towns might have escaped. Thank you for bringing me here, Miss Junsha. After she departed, Sharona turned to find Dr. Mustard scrutinizing her. Is something wrong, Grandma? Oh no. Sharona's heart raced. But how could she articulate spending the night at a boy's house? Your stammering suggests the situation is indeed more complicated than it appears, Dr. Mustard said, shaking his head helplessly. He knew his granddaughter's character all too well. Over the years, thanks to the Garchomp cultivated since childhood, she had faced little challenge, becoming increasingly combative. Just then, an elderly gentleman with silver hair and a white lab coat approached, causing Sharona to brighten. Dr. Yamanashi, your performance at the colorful tournament was splendid. You must be preparing to challenge the Sinnoh League again, right? Dr. Yamanashi chuckled. However, before Sharona could respond, Dr. Mustard interjected. You talk too much, Dr. Yamanashi. My apologies. All right. Sharona's face fell slightly, knowing she could no longer hide the truth. After leaving her Pokémon with Nurse Joy, She recounted her experiences to the two elderly doctors. A trainer who can befriend all the Pokémon in the forest? Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Mustard exchanged astonished glances, their extensive experience unable to fathom such a tale. Healing green light, baskets full of Master Balls, and even letting Suicune guard the entrance? This sounds like a fairy tale. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Mustard finally inquired skeptically, "Are you certain you weren't hypnotized by a ghost-type Pokémon?" "It's true." Seeing their disbelief ignited Sharona's competitive spirit. She retrieved the remaining 2 Master Balls and placed them on the table. "Look, I captured the champion-level Gyarados with these." The 2 distinguished scholars picked one up, their astonishment growing with each observation. The craftsmanship. Dr. Yamanashi inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It's even more exquisite than those produced by Sylph Company. Who is this young man named CF Fan, capable of creating such items?" Now that you mention it, there were rumors a year ago about a trainer with Suicune appearing on the Shinno Plateau. I thought it was just a sensationalist tale, Dr. Mustard pondered, stroking his chin. But it seems it was true. Not only that, CF Fan's Swablu and Electivire are incredibly powerful, and his Diancie is simply adorable, Sharona exclaimed, seeming to have opened a floodgate of words. Also, CF Fan's cooking is divine. I don't know what he puts in it, but it was the first time I tasted such flavors. Dr. Mustard raised an eyebrow. It seems I must pay this young man a visit. Well, since I currently have no leads on my research project, a change of scenery wouldn't hurt. Dr. Yamanashi nodded in agreement. Sharona, winky face, little Sharona. Chapter 9. The emergence of energy cubes. The materials prepared should suffice. CF Fan sorted the dice berries and other ingredients, neatly arranging them on the table while glancing at the recipe. To his surprise, the instructions were quite detailed, outlining both mechanical and manual steps for preparation, and specifically indicating the attributes of each Pokémon along with their corresponding nutritional effects. The materials were free, and if the dish turned out delicious, he could consider selling some of it in the village to supplement his household expenses. As he contemplated this, he picked up his toolbox and headed to the warehouse, intending to organize the space and set up a small workshop for crafting energy cubes. Is Pineapple Bun still sulking? He chuckled softly at the sight of the plump yellow creature lying motionless on a haystack. "We didn't intentionally leave you behind yesterday, I promise." "Hey, are you?" The Electabuzz turned its back, casting a sidelong glance and emitting a disgruntled snort. "Your actions have caused me much distress." "All right, you worked hard yesterday, so take it easy today." CF Fan acknowledged his fault and chose not to press the matter further. At that moment, Diancie, clutching a golden box, wobbled past and, in a moment of clumsiness, accidentally dropped it onto Electabuzz's head with a loud thud. Bang! "Hey, are you?" The Electabuzz sprang up, glaring angrily at Diancie. "Hey, are you? Hey, are you? Hey, are you? You rock-headed creature, do you wish to fight?" "I didn't mean to." Diancie squeaked, seemingly frightened, and dove into CF Fan's arms with a look of distress. All right, let us not provoke Pineapple Bun any further. Could you help me bring those berries from the table?" CF Fan said, feeling a bit of a headache, opting to mediate between the two. After all, if this commotion continued, they would surely be unable to finish their work before nightfall. "Okay." Diancie nodded obediently, sensing the situation. "CF Fan, are you home?" A familiar voice drifted in from outside. CF Fan stepped out of the warehouse to find Sharona approaching with 2 elderly individuals. Sharona, welcome. How was your descent from the mountain with Miss Junsha yesterday?" "Well, I managed to complete the notes along the way," Sharona replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. "This is my grandmother, Professor Mustard, and that S. Professor Yamanashi. They've come to pay you a visit." "To visit me?" CF Fan blinked in confusion, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. They must have come to express their gratitude for taking care of their granddaughter. "Hello, esteemed elders. I'm currently preparing food for Sharona and the others, so I kindly ask for your patience." CF Fan called softly into the warehouse, "Delon, could you please bring out some tea?" "Awu." Suicune gracefully glided past the 2 elderly guests, leaving them in awe as they exchanged astonished glances. "Is it really Suicune?" Professor Yamanashi exclaimed. "This is far more remarkable than we imagined. We thought it merely acknowledged us, yet it appears to have become quite familiar." Indeed, at this age, such an achievement while maintaining such humility is truly rare, Professor Mustard added, casting an approving glance at CF Fan. Is there anything I can assist with? Sharona inquired, seamlessly stepping into the warehouse. Oh, it's all good. I prepared most of it yesterday. CF Fan considered for a moment and smiled. If you could help me move those wooden boxes to the entrance, I'll organize them later. Leave it to me, Sharona declared, rolling up her sleeves with determination. Immediately, she tossed a Pokeball, releasing her Garchomp and a large blue canine to commence the task. What are these? Professor Yamanashi observed the boxes being moved, his eyes widening in surprise as he stood frozen in place. What is wrong, Professor Yamanashi? Professor Mustard turned, curious, following his gaze. To their astonishment, they discovered the boxes were filled with peculiar items, including an array of exquisite evolution stones. The Crown of Kings, Dragon Fong, Firestone, Thunderstone, and ancient fossils. These are all useless items. I seldom have the time to organize them, so it looks a bit messy. I apologize for the clutter. CF scratched his head sheepishly. Useless? Professor Yamanashi exclaimed. You call these beautiful stones useless? What are they for? Sharona held a basket filled with gemstones of varying sizes, their brilliance captivating, with patterns resembling cats' eyes inside. CF assembling the device, casually replied, Oh, those are called marbles. If you like, you could take some to play with. In truth, the boxes contained what were known as Mega Evolution Stones. He had attempted to use them on his Sylveon upon signing in, but it showed no reaction whatsoever. They were likely of inferior quality. Oh no, that is not necessary. You just gifted me such a precious Master Ball yesterday. I can't possibly take more of your things. Sharona insisted, waving her hands. CF merely chuckled nonchalantly, continuing to construct the energy cube apparatus. Are you planning to use these to create Pokémon food? Sharona asked, her curiosity piqued as she eyed the equipment on the table. Yes, first, I'll use that small grinder to crush and mix the berries in proportion. Then, depending on the different Pokémon attributes, I'll add the appropriate trace elements, and finally compress and bake them using molds. The resulting food will not only be rich in nutrients, but, with long-term use, can significantly enhance a Pokémon's luster and various bodily functions. CF perused the recipe with a smile. I call it Energy Cube, a blend of a nutritional meal and medicinal cuisine, as the recipe suggests. Is there truly such Pokémon food? Sharona's eyes sparkled with disbelief. What did my Garchomp eat before? Young man, if it's convenient, may we borrow your notes for a moment? Professor Yamanashi asked, his gaze fixated on the recipe in CF hands. Notes? CF paused, then realized. It seemed Sharona's grandfather shared his passion for cooking. Of course, no problem, but this isn't my personal notes, it's merely a recipe. However, CF subsequent words went unheard as the two elders became engrossed, their astonishment evident as they perused the pages. Delan, Chapter 10. The Peculiarities of Electrite. Dr. Yamari, what are your thoughts? Dr. Mustard raised his head slightly, his tone filled with admiration. The documentation is extraordinarily detailed, covering everything from the nutritional requirements of each attribute to the changes observed after prolonged intake. Within Dr. Yamari's research facility, a significant number of Pokémon were being cared for, and he was certain that CF was indeed a top-tier Pokémon breeder. One could argue that this notebook alone was sufficient to apply for various patents, attracting collaboration from illustrious families. However, what exactly is this fairy type? Dr. Yamari gazed at the unfamiliar attribute with keen interest. Just a moment, it will be ready soon, CF said as he gently patted Tianchi, who was eagerly waiting with wide eyes on the armchair. Before long, a rich aroma of fruit wafted from the oven, permeating the entire warehouse. Both CF Pokémon and Sharona's Pokémon fell silent, their senses captivated by the enticing scent. Such a delightful fragrance, Sharona murmured, swallowing hard, her cheeks flushing. She felt embarrassed for being so moved by Pokémon food. As the sounds of growling stomachs echoed, all the Pokémon appeared increasingly impatient. CF observed their reactions with quiet satisfaction. Although he was merely a farmer seeking to accumulate a modest pension and live a leisurely life, no young man could resist the desire to impress beautiful peers, especially one as enchanting as Sharona, whose ethereal beauty far surpassed the superficial versions he had encountered in his previous life. All right, it should be about ready. CF Fan timed precisely, extracting the steaming energy cubes. He then inquired about the attributes of Sharona's 2 Pokémon, instructing the Xerneas to carry the allocated plates to them. Woo! Upon seeing Xerneas approach, the body of Garchomp quivered instinctively, leaving Lucario momentarily stunned. Was Garchomp afraid? Don't be nervous. Since your caretaker and CF Fan have become friends, I shall not trouble you, chirped Xerneas reassuringly. With a rumble, both Garchomp and Lucario were soon drawn in by the rich aroma emanating from the plates, eagerly taking a piece of the energy cube and popping it into their mouths. Instantly, the fragrance of the berries exploded on their taste buds, sending waves of satisfaction coursing through the 2 Pokémon. Delicious, exquisite. Each Pokémon hastened their chewing, with Tianqi's cheeks bulging in blissful delight. Luca, Garchomp, how could you do that? That was on my plate. Woo, I was merely sampling the flavor. Garchomp replied, eyes sparkling with newfound taste. Almost immediately, its claws lunged towards Lucario's plate again. Ah, Suicune lay sprawled on the ground, casting a discontented glance at them. Such ruckus, can't they eat quietly? Yet despite this thought, Suicune's tongue flicked out rapidly, soon clearing its own plate of energy cubes. Sharona, feeling mischievous, edged closer to Garchomp, seizing the opportunity during its standoff with Lucario to sneak a piece in her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. So delicious. However, her sense of propriety as an elder held her back from further indulgence. She became even more convinced of CF Fan's prowess in Pokémon breeding, for the expressions of the Pokémon were undeniably genuine. Leaving Suicune aside, just the sheen and aura exhibited by Xerneas and the Pokémon named Tianqi were enough to suggest they were of elite status. Are you still upset, Pineapple? CF Fan approached a pile of hay, nudging the plump creature. I made sure to prepare a heaping plate just for you. If you don't eat it, I might have to share it with CF Bao and the others. Seeing no response, CF Fan was taken aback. Normally, this glutton would have already leapt into action, devouring everything in sight. Yet today, it seemed to be holding back. What's wrong with Electrike? Sharona inquired, tilting her head. Well, it seems to be sulking ever since I accidentally forgot about it yesterday. CF Fan scratched the back of his head, intending to offer further comfort when Dr. Yamari crouched beside Electrike, picking up a golden box. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated, inhaling deeply before turning to CF Fan. What is this? Ah, that's an electric amplifier. Its purpose is, I believe it's for the evolution of Pokémon like Pineapple. However, it's a rather subpar item. CF Fan, having faced consecutive failures and attempts, had developed a deep-seated trust crisis regarding items obtained from the Divine Sign-In system. As it stood, only the food seemed to be consistently reliable. Dr. Yamari's gaze flickered with intrigue, his assessment of CF Fan elevating to new heights. Among his current research projects was one concerning the evolutionary patterns of Pokémon, such as Electrike and Tyranitar. Through numerous experiments, he had confirmed that transmitted electric waves could resonate with Electrike's own electromagnetic field, forming a new electric field. The auxiliary electric amplifier that facilitated the breakthrough of critical points had only recently been developed. To think that this boy, residing in the depths of the mountains, was also conducting such research. Not only was his end product superior to theirs, but he was accomplishing it single-handedly. In an instant, the esteemed scholar, who had devoted considerable resources to this research, felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Dr. Yamari, have you discovered something? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit reflective. Dr. Yamari sighed, rising slowly, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on CF Fan. This Electrike's electrical load has exceeded its capacity. Have you done something to it? CF Fan appeared perplexed. Done something? I've merely provided it with plentiful food and drink. Does that count? Lucario. Chapter 11. Dr. Yamanashi's astonishment, I remember now. Suddenly, Sharona exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Red electric currents flickered as Dr. Yamanashi furrowed his brow, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So that's it. It seems the electric current caused a repulsive reaction in the electric Pokémon's internal electromagnetic field, rendering it incapable of self-digestion, thus transforming it into its current state. Is there any way to treat the pineapple bun? CF Fan hurriedly inquired. Well, if we can guide the excess current in its body through a device, it should return to normal. Dr. Yamanashi paused before adding, actually, there's another method. We could allow the electric Pokémon to evolve. With the enhanced physical qualities of its evolved form, it could neutralize the excess electric charge. Unfortunately, we have yet to succeed in our recent experiments. The Pokémon Center likely lacks such equipment, but the Yamanashi Research Institute should have what we need, Dr. Giselin remarked. Glancing at Dr. Yamanashi, CF Fan stepped forward, bowing deeply with sincerity in his tone. The pineapple bun is an important family member to me. If possible, I hope you can assist it. Dr. Yamanashi regarded the bowed CF Fan with appreciation and a twinge of guilt, realizing he had misjudged him. Dr. Yamanashi, I implore you as well, Sharona added, unable to remain indifferent, as the electric Pokémon had saved her twice. Understood. I shall take care of this child, Doctor. Yamanashi nodded slightly. Just as CF Fan raised his head in joy, Dr. Yamanashi shifted the conversation, suddenly asking, what do you think could be the reason a Pokémon cannot evolve even when all conditions are met? Huh? CF Fan was taken aback, filled with confusion. Why was he asking him this? He had no answer. However, seeing the old man's earnest expression and expectant gaze, he pondered for a moment before tentatively replying. Perhaps it is love? The so-called bond of attachment. Love? Dr. Yamanashi was momentarily startled, his pupils widening. It was as if a flash of insight illuminated his mind, connecting fragmented thoughts. Yes, the friendship value. That must be it. The many failed experiments could likely be attributed to the Pokémon's insufficient conviction in its own evolution, leading it to give up. If the friendship value is high enough, the Pokémon might possess the resolve to grow stronger for its trainer. In an instant, Dr. Yamanashi's breath quickened, everything becoming increasingly clear in his mind, and he looked at CF Fan with renewed fervor. This young man, CF Fan felt a sudden tension, a chill running down his spine. Could Sharona's grandfather have some peculiar preference? Cough, cough. Dr. Giselin discreetly cleared his throat, bringing Dr. Yamanashi back to composure. Thank you for your effort. As long as you can treat the pineapple bun, feel free to ask for my assistance in the future. And regarding expenses, Dr. Yamanashi smiled, picking up a golden box. And how about this? I will take this electric amplifier and waive the fees. Is this sufficient? CF Fan blinked in surprise. It is more than adequate. Dr. Yamanashi then eagerly requested the electric Pokémon's Pokeball from CF Fan, eager to descend the mountain and contact the Research Institute. However, when he saw CF Fan using a Master Ball to contain the electric Pokémon, he couldn't help but be startled, his lips twitching slightly. Sharona, thank you for speaking on my behalf earlier. As they bid farewell, CF Fan presented a pair of Mega Evolution Stones and 2 bags of energy cubes as tokens of gratitude. Yet, Sharona frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her tone. I didn't help you for the gifts, but because you and the electric Pokémon saved me. CF Fan paused, smiling. Then let it serve as a testament to our friendship. Upon hearing this, Sharona regarded CF Fan for a moment before conceding with a resigned smile. All right. Fan, there's also this. Tyantra tugged at CF Fan's sleeve, handing him a bag of pre-packaged energy cubes. Upon opening it, he found it contained the very ones he had prepared for the electric Pokémon. Regardless, I want to finish all of these. Since you worked so hard, I just don't want to waste them. Tyantra pouted, turning her head away awkwardly. CF Fan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair before passing the bag to Sharona. On their way back, Dr. Giselin glanced at her granddaughter, who was grinning foolishly while clutching the 2 stones, shaking her head in amusement. Then, her expression shifted as she called out to the briskly walking Dr. Yamanashi. Dr. Yamanashi, Dr. Yamanashi? Huh? What is the matter? Nothing. I'm just struggling to keep up. Dr. Giselin placed her hands behind her back, walking calmly alongside him. Dr. Yamanashi, you took the electric amplifier for that research, didn't you? Indeed, Doctor. Yamanashi admitted without hesitation, nodding in admiration. This young man, named CF Fan, is far more remarkable than I anticipated. He even opened a path in a subject I have struggled with for years. If he were to become a researcher, I have no doubt he would surpass me in no time. Dr. Giselin's eyes widened in surprise. Such praise was extraordinary. But upon reflecting on CF Fan's performance that day, she found it hard to dispute. It seemed Professor Ohm was right. The future belonged to the youth. Doctor, Yamanashi mused, whether it be your granddaughter, the heir of the Kanto Dragon clan, or that young master of the Zafuki family, they all exhibit a competitive spirit for evolution. If CF Fan were to join them, I can hardly imagine how splendid this era would be. Dr. Giselin cast a sidelong glance at her granddaughter, who was smiling as if it cost her nothing, letting out a sigh. As for how splendid it would be, she was unsure. It seemed her cabbage was about to be picked. Meanwhile, at the Sinno dock, a ship slowly approached the shore. The sea breeze tousled her wine-red hair as the young girl adjusted her glasses. A glimmer of determination sparkled in her slate-gray eyes as she surveyed the area. Sharona, this time I will definitely defeat you. A slight smirk played on her lips as she descended the stairs, her graceful figure turning heads among passers-by. Tyranitar. Chapter 12. Kona. After Hiren and her companions departed, the plateau cabin returned to a serene tranquility. However, for the past 2 days, CF Fan felt an inexplicable emptiness. Perhaps it was due to his previous isolation, and now that he had made new friends, the emotions of parting inevitably arose. During these 2 days, after thoroughly studying the recipe for the energy cubes, CF Fan was preoccupied with calculating how much pension he needed to save in order to live a life of leisure. He had to account for daily expenses, furniture upgrades, and also prepare for unforeseen medical costs due to illness or injury. Moreover, one must occasionally venture out for fresh air, and travel could also be a significant expenditure. With his chin resting on his hand, CF Fan furrowed his brow as he jotted down a series of numbers. Finally, he collapsed onto a lounge chair, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds with a long sigh. All he could do now was hope that the energy cubes would find a market and yield substantial profits. After all, this was the only tangible asset he had accumulated in the 2 years since he signed in. Fan, I'm ready. At that moment, she emerged from the cabin, carrying a small bamboo basket, and floated to CF Fan's side, wrapping her arms around his leg. A smile returned to CF Fan's face as he affectionately ruffled her hair. He then turned to Chi-Shi Qingyao. Today, I'll entrust the house to you and Delon, little Qing. Chirp. Okay. Be safe on the road. Chi-Shi Qingyao nodded with a smile and gently placed a straw hat atop CF Fan's head with its beak. Then let us be off. CF Fan stroked the feathers of Chi-Shi Qingyao before shouldering the basket filled with energy cubes and taking Tianxi's hand as they made their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, in Shenhui Town, a girl with a wine-red ponytail arrived at the Pokémon Center just in time to overhear a rumor that piqued her interest. Hey, have you heard? Someone is challenging the Great Demon King on the plateau again. Is that true? Another brave soul? Hey, didn't you hear the commotion from the forest a couple of days ago? After all, it's the Water Lord. It's only natural. Give me 2.5 years, and I'll challenge it too. The person beside her cast a disdainful glance, scoffing, Your Pachima can't even defeat my Chimchar. And you think you can challenge the Great Demon King? Exactly. In my opinion, only our town's pride, Miss Hiren, stands a chance against the Great Demon King. The mention of the Water Lord, Hiren, and the Great Demon King ignited curiosity in the girl's heart. After a series of inquiries, she learned of the various legends surrounding the Shenhui Plateau. It was utterly unforgivable to use the Water Lord's name to deceive others. With wide eyes and an indignant expression, the girl stormed out of the center, determined to investigate further. Simultaneously, CF Fan wandered through Shenhui Town after encountering dead ends in several shops that sold Pokémon food. His earlier confidence before descending the mountain had evaporated, leaving him disheartened. Indeed, lacking identity and background made it exceedingly difficult to succeed in any venture. Sensing his distress, she reached out her small hand, gently rubbing his face in an attempt to comfort him. It's all right. Good things one fear being unsold. We just need to find more shops. CF Fan managed to smile, assuring her that there was no need to worry. If all else failed, he could try selling in other towns. What is that? Just then, CF Fan abruptly halted, spotting a familiar figure in front of an ice cream cart. She followed his gaze and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Excuse me, Have you made your selection? The ice cream vendor, feeling the strain in his jaw, was barely able to maintain his smile. Is it really taking this long to choose a flavor? It's been nearly half an hour. Almost there, just a little more time. Hiram replied, delicately pinching her snow-white chin as she pondered. I wonder what flavor CFan would like. Vanilla is quite versatile. I do enjoy chocolate, and for strawberry. All right, should I choose 3 layers or 2? Will the Water Lord and Xie Bao enjoy it? And should I get a portion for Qi Shi Qing Yao as well? But what if they don't like it? Oh dear, what a dilemma. The vendor sighed. You said that 7 or 8 times already. How about I choose for you? It won't cost you anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his business afloat. He glanced apologetically at CF who stood behind Hiram. CF shook his head with a kind smile, intrigued as he waited patiently. However, as the seconds ticked by, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Surely not. CF mouth twitched as he silently lamented. Choosing phobia? Just when he had stood in place for another 7 or 8 minutes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hiram suddenly brightened her eyes and exclaimed, All right, I've decided. 2 portions of vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. 3 layers. Great. Huh? Why are you crying? Hiram asked the vendor, noticing tears in his eyes. It's nothing. I just had a baby today, and I'm a bit overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations, vendor. Mother and child are safe. That is wonderful news. After paying, Hiram cheerfully accepted the ice cream. As she turned, she was startled by the sight of CF's beaming face. CF, when did you arrive? Hiram felt a blush creeping up her cheeks, wondering if he had seen her earlier indecision. Just got here, CF chuckled, quickly shifting the topic. By the way, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Hiram replied. Upon hearing this, CF's face lit up with excitement as he inquired, Is the pineapple bun ready? Yes, Dr. Yamabira said there's no problem now, but that is fantastic. Please thank your grandfather for me. Huh? Hiram was taken aback, looking puzzled. Dr. Yamabira isn't my grandfather. He is the professor responsible for giving new trainers their Pokémon. CF felt embarrassed, scratching his cheek. All right, here's the Pokeball for the pineapple bun. Just as Hiram was about to return it, a teasing voice interrupted. You're still the same, taking so long to choose something, Hiram. Recognizing the voice, Hiram frowned slightly and turned to see a girl with wine-red hair, hands on her hips and a smirk on her face. Kona? Hiram gasped in surprise. What are you doing here? Of course, I came specifically to find you. Did you really think that defeating me at the colorful Ghost Festival meant the end? As Kona approached, she curiously sized up CF, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is he your boyfriend? What boyfriend? I don't have one. Don't say such things. Hiram quickly denied, her pale neck flushing crimson as she transformed into a vaporous figure. Kona was taken aback, having intended only to tease. Not expecting such a flustered reaction from Hiram. Something is going on here. A smile played on Kona's lips as she suddenly caught a whiff of gossip. Chapter 13. The Disappearance Sheila's Friend? Shifan gazed perplexedly at the young girl before him. Instinctively drawn to the towering peaks, his heart secretly startled. He then turned to Sheila and nodded. Yes, this feels more normal. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, Shifan sharply inhaled, grimacing as he clutched his instep. Ouch! Sheila, what are you doing? Oomph. Sheila crossed her arms, pouting slightly. I sense you were contemplating something rather rude just now. Is this the sixth sense of a girl? Shifan's expression faltered. Tianshur glanced at Shifan, then curiously toward Kinna, finally stretching out her small hand to gesture. So, you prefer the larger ones? At this moment, Sheila abruptly turned her focus on Kinna, questioning him. Otherwise, I specifically came to the Sinnoh region for this. A hint of provocation danced at the corners of Kinna's mouth. This time, not only do I seek revenge, but I also intend to defeat you and claim the champion's trophy. Oh, if you can manage it, then give it a try. Sheila narrowed her eyes, igniting her fighting spirit. Wait, why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so charged? As an outsider, Shifan blinked, feeling an inexplicable intensity. Just then, Kinna relaxed his stance, shrugged, and changed the subject. But not now. Let's save this battle for the finals. I have more pressing matters to attend to. More pressing matters? Sheila furrowed her brow slightly, observing Kinna's clenched fists as he passionately declared, "Yes. I must expose the fraud who is parading around with the legendary Pokémon from our Kanto region. I certainly need to unveil their true identity and give them a proper lesson." Having said that, she turned to the two others and asked, "Do you know that person?" Ah, Sheila's expression turned odd as she glanced sideways. How should she put it? She could see her own shadow in Kinna, making it challenging to evaluate. "You aren't looking for the trainer of Suicune, are you?" "Yes." "Then I advise against going." "What do you mean?" Kinna looked taken aback, then scrutinized Sheila. "You haven't already challenged them, have you?" "Well," Sheila nodded nonchalantly. As for the outcome, she would certainly not disclose. However, at that moment, Shifan stood frozen in place, his lips twitching. "This is definitely directed at me." He had previously inferred the reactions of the crowd while riding Big Blue down the mountain, concluding that Big Blue must be a rare species akin to a protected animal. Thus, to safeguard Big Blue, he typically refrained from taking it out in public. Could this girl possibly be some extreme dog lover? "Excuse me, has anyone seen a little girl with blue hair?" At that moment, a woman rushed over from the street, her expression frantic. "A little girl?" Shifan and the others were momentarily startled. "Has a child gone missing?" "Yes, she's about this tall, 8 years old with blue hair." The young woman's lovely face was etched with concern, clad in a pink dress and a white hat. The three exchanged worried glances, clearly having not spotted the child. Where could she have wandered off to? The young mother scanned the surroundings, her face paling at a thought. Could she have truly ventured into the forest? Has anyone seen her come this way? Passers-by near the restaurant mentioned that the child had followed several Pokémon toward the forest. At this, the woman swayed and nearly fell, only to be steadied by Kinna. Shifan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The forest, contiguous with the mountains, was a complex labyrinth. If a child wandered into such a place, it would undoubtedly spell danger. "All right, I am familiar with this forest. I will search for her. You should report to Miss June Shah and check any surveillance footage available in the city." With that, Shifan set down his basket and entrusted Tianshi to Sheila. "Please keep an eye on her, Sheila." "Wait, Sheila wanted to say something, but Shifan had already dashed into the forest, swiftly disappearing from sight. After contemplating for a moment, Kinna followed suit. Sheila could only gaze at the ice cream in her hand, sighing in resignation. "Honestly, hey, how do you plan to search?" Kinna called out as he sprinted after Shifan. "Huh? What? Do you look down on me?" Kinna narrowed his eyes, puffing up his chest. "I am a trainer who has traveled through several regions. My experience in wilderness rescue is quite extensive. And in times like this, isn't it better to have more people searching? Indeed, the more, the merrier." At this reminder, Shifan's eyes brightened. He was so flustered that he had forgotten this crucial point. "Huh?" Kinna raised an eyebrow, watching as Shifan walked slowly into a clearing. He then pinched his fingers together and pressed his lips shut. What on earth is he trying to do? Kinna frowned, finding Shifan's behavior rather perplexing. Before he could finish his thought, the ground began to tremble slightly. A variety of sounds echoed from all directions. Astonishment slowly spread across Kinna's face as one Pokémon after another emerged from the bushes and treetops. Tyranitar, Heracross, Galade, Staraptor, and Murkrow swiftly surrounded the two of them in layers. "What?" Kinna's eyes widened, instinctively moving closer to Shifan. "Goodness, what is happening?" What is wrong, Mr. Shifan?" The leading Tyranitar respectfully approached and inquired. "Apologies for the disturbance, but I need your assistance." Shifan first offered an apology, then explained the purpose of summoning them. I see. Don't worry, Mr. Shifan, we'll handle it," Tyranitar assured him, thumping its chest with determination. The rest of the Pokémon eagerly chimed in, their spirited cries resonating through the forest. "Oh, and please help me call Xiaoqing and Big Blue. I need them to assist as well." Once arrangements were made for everyone to search in different directions, Shifan turned to find Kinna still standing in shock, mouth agape. Staraptor. Chapter 14. Her Highness the Princess at the police station. Miss June Shah was intently scrutinizing the surveillance equipment facing the street. It appeared that the young girl had vanished after reaching the outskirts of the town. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Miss June Shah pondered. "What shall we do?" The young woman murmured to herself, her heart laden with anxiety and trepidation. She must be terrified, all alone. Just then a Pokémon, resplendent in pure white with accents of red and blue triangular patterns, fluttered through the window. Pachirisu? Sharona gasped slightly, recognizing the creature. Pachirisu, have you found anything? The young woman quickly rose to inquire. However, Pachirisu's expression bore disappointment as it gently shook its head. Not even you could sense her. After a moment's deliberation, she took a deep breath and addressed Miss Junsha. I wish to contact the League's Department of Foreign Affairs. The Department of Foreign Affairs? Miss Junsha was taken aback, then managed a wry smile. I completely empathize with your feelings, dear mother. We shall exert every effort to locate your daughter as swiftly as possible. However, the department typically liaises with officials from other regions, as well as Interpol and investigators. I lack the authority for such matters. No, the young woman slowly shook her head, her gaze resolute. I am not the mother of her highness, but rather her personal maid, Felicia. It was I who led the princess away from the larger entourage on a discreet outing to Shinno Town. The princess? Miss Junsha's pupils dilated. Indeed, Felicia continued, guilt-ridden. I apologize for concealing this from you. The child who is currently lost is none other than the first heir to the Kingdom of Columbia, Princess Shalubia. The Kingdom of Columbia? Sharona looked at Pachirisu with astonishment. Her suspicions had indeed been correct. The Pachirisu lineage is seldom seen among ordinary trainers, as they have historically symbolized happiness and peace, embodying warmth and healing. Thus, they are predominantly cared for by royalty. Even now, remnants of ancient parks and shrines dedicated to the Pachirisu can be found in various royal ruins across the globe. The Kingdom of Columbia, as Felicia mentioned, was the governing body of this land long before the establishment of the League, boasting a rich history. This is dire. This incident now carries international ramifications. Miss Junsha's expression turned grave, realizing the situation's severity exceeded her initial comprehension. Understood. I shall immediately inform the League's upper echelons and request the involvement of other departments. As the police station swiftly connected with the League to relay the details in the forest, Shi-Fan, accompanied by the inquisitive Kona, was diligently searching the roadside for any clues. Shi-Fan, what is your relationship with Sharona? Friends? Childhood sweethearts? Not quite. Really? I don't believe you. And why do those Pokémon obey you? They're my patients. Are you a trainer? Not all. I am merely a farmer. That's a lie. Shi-Fan, I feel like hitting someone. If you don't believe me, why ask me? Really, it's true. Did you find McCoy? Shi-Fan perked up and quickly took off. Soon after, Kona shouted, wait for me. However, consumed by his urgency to rescue. Shi-Fan hardly registered Kona's calls. Within 2 minutes, Kona lost track of him completely. How could this happen? Kona fumed, stamping her feet, then glanced around anxiously. What now? How do I get out of here? McCoy. Gaskin landed beneath a large tree, emitting a long call. Shortly after, Shi-Fan arrived from a distance. Where is it? Shi-Fan slowed his pace, puzzled by the row of bee drills, all of whom hung their heads like chastised children, seemingly awaiting reprimand. McCoy Gaskin. Gaskin gently gestured with its wing, and Shi-Fan noticed a white hat left beneath the tree. He picked it up and examined it closely, his brow furrowing. This is exactly as described by that mother. It was evident that the lost girl had indeed ventured into this forest. Yet, why was there only a hat? Shi-Fan suddenly looked up, realizing something. The lead bee drill emerged from the group, buzzing away as it explained to Shi-Fan that moments ago, a human girl had entered the area weeping, disrupting the tranquility. The startled bee drills, filled with rage, had surged forth, scaring her to the point of dropping her hat as she fled in panic. Once Shi-Fan understood the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief and promptly asked, "You didn't attack her, did you?" At these words, all the bee drills broke into a cold sweat, shaking their heads vigorously. They swore by Shalebi that had they known the little girl was connected to Shi-Fan, they would have treated her like royalty rather than scaring her away. That's good. By the way, did you see which direction she ran off to? Shi-Fan inquired again. The bee drills exchanged glances and murmured, before pointing in several scattered directions. Shi-Fan rubbed his temples, deciding, forget it, I shall search on my own. At least I've found the hat. She shouldn't be far. Felicia, Pachirisu, where are you? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a little girl with blue hair, sat curled up on the grass, hugging her knees. Her sky-blue eyes brimmed with uncertainty and fear of the unknown, tears glistening on her lashes, while her once lovely pink dress lay tattered and torn from branches. The little girl pouted, afraid to cry out loud lest the sharp creatures find her, gripping her small hands in desperation. Rustle! At that moment, the bushes before her trembled slightly, causing the little girl, as already taut, nerves to jolt. She hurriedly turned to rise, but her ankle, twisted during her escape, shot a painful sting through her, and she cried out softly, collapsing back onto the grass. Fearfully, the little girl lifted her tear-filled eyes, ultimately closing them in despair. Felice, Pashirisu, Sore. Shalubia is a bad child. Chapter 15. Dawu. In my early 20s, it seems about time to retire. CF Fan followed the footprints on the lawn, searching diligently until he discovered a delicate shoe outside a bush. Before he could call out, the sound of sobbing from within confirmed the location of the little girl. Wonderful! A smile of relief spread across CF Fan's face as he cautiously parted the branches, only to hear a startled exclamation. Before him lay a disheveled little girl in a soiled dress, trembling with evident fear. It's all right, it's all right. You're safe now. Are you hurt anywhere? Shalabia was filled with remorse. She regretted her impulsive decision to ask Furigia and Bokejigu to sneak out for a little adventure. Being the heir to the throne since the age of 2, she had been subjected to royal etiquette lessons, which included a grueling array of subjects such as floral arrangement, tea ceremony, dance, literature, and music theory. This excursion was meant to prepare her for a future role as a goodwill ambassador. But the constant presence of her instructors and the steward drained her initial excitement and joy. Ultimately, she had to plead with Furigia, who had cared for her since childhood, to gain the opportunity to play freely. Yet now, it seemed she had ruined everything. Given another chance, Shalabia would certainly choose to remain a well-behaved child. Mama. Shalabia, in her fear, shut her eyes tightly, her mind conjuring a blurry, loving smile. At that moment, a clear voice, imbued with concern and compassion, gently reached her ears. It's all right, it's all right. You're safe now. Are you hurt anywhere? Siafan looked at the frightened little girl, akin to a startled rabbit, and his heart tightened. He slowly lifted her from the grass, offering comfort. The warmth of his embrace coaxed Shalabia to open her eyes, revealing Siefan's caring smile. A surge of warmth filled her heart, and she felt a lump in her throat. Shalubia, I'm alright. Thank you. Though she spoke these words, the little girl could no longer hold back her tears, large droplets falling onto Siefan's arm. It's all right, truly, it's all right, Siefan said softly, gently patting her back. I know you're scared. If you wish to cry, do so. It's perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, it seemed as though a dam had burst, releasing the last vestiges of her strength. She buried her head in Siefan's embrace, gripping his clothing tightly as she wept uncontrollably. Wah! Shalabia is so scared. I thought I would end up like Mama, trapped in a box, never to awaken again. In response, Siefan lowered his eyelids, refraining from further speech, instead continuing to soothe the little girl's back, allowing her to fully express her emotions. Meanwhile, in Haijinshi, an exhibition was being set up. A young man with silver blue hair had just answered a phone call when his brow furrowed. Am I to head to Xinjing town right now? Yapolojitse, Dawu. But you're the only one we can reach at this moment. The person on the other end sounded somewhat helpless, explaining that the first princess of the Kingdom of Columbia was missing, prompting nearby personnel to rush to the scene. However, they still required someone of considerable stature to be present. Yes, I understand, Dawu replied, his face etched with reluctance. I told you, this champion title is no good. It's always some urgent incident or unexpected situation. I've finally taken a day off to do something I enjoy. Is that too much to ask? Though you are the champion from Fengyuan, it shouldn't be a bother for you, the caller urged. You'd best hang up now, Dawu replied tersely. But we truly cannot reach the other 4 kings, and our champion is practically in semi-retirement, the caller continued awkwardly. Don't worry, we won't let you work for nothing. In future collaborations, we will prioritize contacting Fengyuan. Huh, contact? Dawu scoffed. I have no desire to continue this champion role. Very well. Upon your arrival, someone will meet you. Thank you for your effort. Wait, I haven't. Dawoo's eyes widened, but he was cut off by the busy signal. Dawoo, what's wrong? Is there something amiss in Feng Yuan? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a light purple suit approached him. Sighing, Dawoo thought to himself that perhaps it was indeed time for him to retire in his early 20s. On the other hand, after parting ways with Xie Fan, Kana found herself wandering aimlessly to the edge of a cliff. Peering down at the towering waterfall, her mind was filled with confusion and uncertainty. After a second glance, she confirmed her conclusion. Well, I'm lost, she muttered, blaming Xie Fan. Pouting, she stomped her foot in frustration. Oh no! Kuna's heart raced as she reached for her waist, intending to summon her Pokémon for assistance, only to realize she had left all her Pokeballs at the Pokémon Center. This is bad. I've left all my Pokeballs behind, she lamented, her pupils dilating in dismay. As she braced herself for the inevitable plunge into the water below, a sudden gust of wind swirled up from below, lifting her body. A wave of surprise and astonishment surged within her as she felt herself gently landing upon a sturdy back, safely arriving at the shore. Thank you, Kana said, steadying herself as she dismounted from the figure with purple mane, only to be stunned into silence. Who are you? She gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed upon Sukun. Awoo, Suakun replied calmly, glancing back at her. Seeing that the human was unharmed, it leaped gracefully onto the water's surface, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Kuna's heart raced as she remained in awe of the recent encounter. This area truly housed Suakun. She pinched her cheek, feeling the youthful collagen, and winced. No, this isn't a dream. Chapter 16. An irritated Stephen Brother fan. Perhaps you could set Salvia down? I can walk on my own, the blue-haired little girl said in a soft voice, her bright eyes gazing up from Xie Fan's arms as they traversed the narrow mountain path. Are you sure? Xie Fan raised an eyebrow, only to see the little girl nod vigorously. All right, give it a try then. Xie Fan gently placed her on the ground. However, before a second had passed, her delicate little face crumpled in distress. Why must you act so tough when you're so young? Xie Fan sighed, picking her up again. I much prefer seeing you wail. Ugh! Upon hearing this, the little girl's cheeks flushed, resembling a bashful ostrich as she buried her head. Brother Fan, you're mean. How so? You're laughing at Salvia. Xie Fan couldn't help but chuckle, finding her utterly adorable. After a moment, the little girl timidly said, Father said Salvia mustn't cry easily. Xie Fan paused, then gently tapped her forehead, asking with a smile, Father, does that mean you're a little princess? Unexpectedly, the little girl tilted her head, her innocent eyes blinking as she replied in a sweet voice, But Salvia is a princess, of course. What else did your father tell you? Father said a leader must have the demeanor of a leader and never reveal their vulnerable side. Xie Fan frowned slightly, thinking, what kind of haphazard teaching is this? She's just a child. However, mindful of interfering in others' family matters, he rephrased his question after a moment of thought. Do you like feeling this way? The little girl shook her head. Salvia doesn't like it. Then just do things the way you prefer, Xie Fan said, gently stroking her hair. Don't think that effort is always right, or that obedience fulfills others' expectations. You have your own life. You must learn to love yourself before you can love others. Like when it gets dark. The world is telling you that the day is over, and you shouldn't push yourself too hard. If you can't keep going or you're tired, speak up and try to communicate bravely. Having died from overwork in his previous life, he couldn't bear to see a little girl burdened with so much. I don't quite understand, Brother Fan, Salvia said, tilting her head and gazing at Xie Fan with a blank expression. Although she couldn't fully grasp the meaning, she deeply felt a warm sense of care. It's okay if you don't understand. Don't worry about it, Xie Fan winked, chuckling softly. When you can't figure something out, just put it aside, and you might understand it eventually. Okay. The little girl nodded vigorously, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Salvia understands. Any discoveries? At the forest entrance, Officer Jenny held a walkie-talkie, her expression grave. We've searched most of the outer area, but the Grolides haven't reacted to anything. We suspect the princess might have ventured deeper. Officer Jenny frowned. Expand the search area. If we still can't find her, we'll continue to push deeper into the forest. Roger. After ending the communication, Officer Jenny sighed, anticipating the inevitable reprimand. Chakawai. Just then, Togepi, held in Florrie's arms, suddenly perked up, chirping happily. Togepi? Florrie noticed Togepi's unusual behavior and, realizing something, quickly looked ahead. That's... Cynthia gazed at the approaching figure in the distance, waving her arms in delight. CF Fan. Over here. Hearing the voices, Officer Jenny also looked up. Sure enough, she saw CF Fan walking towards them, carrying a little girl. Wonderful. It's Princess Salvia. Florrie cried with joy, rushing forward. However, CF Fan gestured for silence, reminding them in a low voice, don't wake her. She must be exhausted from running and crying. Halfway here, she had fallen into a deep sleep in CF Fan's arms. Thank you, sir, Florrie said, deeply bowing to CF Fan, suppressing her excitement. She couldn't imagine facing the late queen if she had lost the princess. CF Fan smiled, gently handing the little girl to her. Thank you, Florrie said, tears in her eyes, giving CF Fan a slight nod. You've truly been a great help. Your name is CF Fan, right? After watching Florrie leave, Officer Jenny patted CF Fan on the shoulder, smiling. I often hear Nurse Joy mention you. That sounds a bit odd. CF Fan scratched his cheek. By the way, CF Fan, where's Lorelei? Cynthia suddenly asked. CF Fan was taken aback, then realized, oh. The sky darkened, and the stars twinkled. Hello, is anyone there? Lorelei wandered aimlessly through the forest, her head drooping. CF Fan and Cynthia haven't forgotten about me. Have they? I'm so hungry. What? Cancelled? On board a helicopter, Stephen Stone held a walkie-talkie, his lips twitching uncontrollably. I'm almost there, and you're telling me the mission is cancelled? Are you playing me for a fool? We just received news from Celestic Town that the missing Princess Salvia has been found by a young man named CF Fan. The person on the other end seemed embarrassed, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, Stephen, this has been a real inconvenience. Rest assured, the previously discussed collaboration project will still proceed. Before the person could finish, Stephen hung up the phone, taking a deep breath. The pilot, cautiously glancing back, asked softly, Sir, shall we return? Stephen gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words, return. He then violently removed the battery from the walkie-talkie. Chapter 17. The encounter with Tianchi. Huff, 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 I remarked. Could you possibly eat a bit slower? Sharona silently handed a glass of water to Kona, who promptly drained it in one go. Fully revitalized. Kona reclined contentedly on the restaurant sofa, patting her little belly. By the way, weren't you supposed to be searching for someone with chiffon? How did you end up lost? Who said I was lost? I was merely overly engrossed in my search and lost track of time, Kona retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly. Upon witnessing this, Chiffon couldn't suppress his laughter, instantly drawing Kona's ire. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? Nothing, I just feel that in certain aspects you two are quite similar. At this, both women paused, exchanging a disdainful glance. Who could possibly be like her? They both thought. Tianchi delicately lifted her half-full glass of peach juice, and Chiffon immediately understood her cue. Can't finish it? Have you eaten too many energy cubes? He took the juice from her, wiping her mouth, only to meet Kona's intense gaze. I was quite curious the first time we met today. What kind of Pokémon is that? Huh. I didn't know even the top students of the Pokémon Academy were unfamiliar with certain Pokémon. Sharona raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Stop being so sarcastic. Do you know it or not? Of course. Sharona replied with a smile, as she cradled Tianchi from Chiffon's lap. Right, Tianchi? However, Tianchi seemed reluctant to engage with anyone but Chiffon, waving her tiny hands at him with a pitiful expression. Her name is Tianchi. I encountered her in a valley during my trip to the Kanto region a year ago, Sharona said, observing her empty hands, her lips forming a slight pout as her expression turned wistful. The Kanto region? Kona paused, her expression skeptical. I was born and raised in Kanto. If such an adorable Pokémon existed there, I would have known about it. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? Do you think I'm a wealthy lady? What would I gain from deceiving you? Chiffon scoffed. He realized that girls in this world were generally wonderful, yet they often refused to believe the truth. Then tell me, in which valley did you find her? Once I finish my journey in Sinnoh, I'll go take a look. I don't quite remember the name of the valley, but it should be near H-Lon City, Chiffon said, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He recalled that the valley was home to many Pokémon he had never seen before, with Tianxia being the smallest among them. Due to long-term ostracism, she was malnourished and appeared quite despondent at that time. Moved by compassion, he chose to care for her. As time passed, she not only grew but also became quite beautiful, albeit a tad clingy. A fond smile graced Chiefon's face as he gently stroked Tianxia's head, lost in happy thoughts. It seems you truly cherish your Pokémon. Kona observed the warm scene, her gaze softening, choosing not to pry further. Yes, they bring me immense joy. They serve as one of my few motivations to strive forward, Chieffon chuckled lightly. Though there are a few that can be quite troublesome. I almost forgot. At that moment, Sharona suddenly exclaimed, pulling a Master Ball from her pocket. Dr. Yamanashi mentioned that he has conducted a comprehensive examination of the pineapple bond. It's the first time I've seen such perfect data for a Pokémon. After all, its greatest advantage may be its simple mind and strong physique. Chieffon replied with a wry smile, accepting the Master Ball. Please thank Dr. Yamanashi for me. Huh, sure. Sharona hesitated for a moment before nodding. In fact, Dr. Yamanashi had asked her to express gratitude as well. The groundbreaking advancements achieved through special evolution had stirred quite a sensation in the academic community. Wait a moment. Isn't that a Master Ball? Kona stared in astonishment at the item in Chieffon's hand. She had previously heard her master explain that the Master Ball's unique functionality could impact the maintenance of wild ecosystems. To prevent it from being exploited by those with ulterior motives, the first batch had been strictly prohibited by the League, rendering it a rarity. Moreover, if a region suddenly lost its dominant predator, it would inevitably lead to conflicts within local Pokémon populations. Thus, Master Balls were typically awarded only to trainers or scholars who had made significant contributions to the League. Many might spend their entire lives without ever witnessing one. Kona had only seen one in her master's living room. She never expected to encounter a Master Ball again in this inconspicuous town. Who exactly is this Chieffon? Kona pondered, curiosity swirling in her eyes. Chieffon, I'm sleepy, Tianxia murmured, her little face lifted, her eyes heavy with sleep. Chieffon nodded, slowly rising. He turned to the two women with a smile. Thank you for dinner. If you have time tomorrow, come to the Plateau Cabin. I would love to host you properly. Can we order what we want? Sharona's eyes lit up at this. Of course. Just come early so I can prepare, Chieffon replied. All right, it's a deal then. See you tomorrow. Sharona waved cheerfully as she bid farewell, then turned to Kona, asking, Kona, where will you sleep tonight? At the Pokémon Center. Would you like to come to my house? It's quite spacious. No, I still need to pick up Lapras and the others. What boyfriend? I told you. There's none. Tianxia interjected. Chapter 18. Professor Oak. I'm booking a flight. Immediately the Highland Cottage exuded tranquility in the 10:30 hour. Bathed in the starlight, the lawn shimmered with luminescence, gently swaying in the breeze. Suicune, Swellow. From afar, Chieffon spotted Suicune and Altaria awaiting him, waving and calling out with a smile. Chirp! With a joyful cry, Altaria swooped down from the eaves, landing gracefully before Chieffon and nuzzling him affectionately. Apologies, I was caught up a bit late, Chieffon said, stroking its feathers gently. Oh, right. Chieffon halted abruptly, producing the Master Ball and tossing it lightly into the air. Welcome home, Electivire. However, as a flash of white light subsided, a colossal Pokémon with stout arms lay sprawled on the floor. Two thunderbolt-like tails extended from its back, and a double-socket symbol adorned its back. Chieffon paused, observing as the creature slowly sat up, rubbing its eyes. Are you Electivire? Chieffon inquired hesitantly, his expression peculiar. Eru, Electivire, with drooping eyelids, gazed around before its eyes lit up. Finally, no more being pawed at by that eccentric old man. Although I didn't have to work there, and was waited on hand and foot, the food was absolutely revolting, simply inedible. Chieffon watched the large Pokémon alternate between weeping and giggling foolishly, raising an eyebrow. Yep, with that dramatic flair, it's definitely Electivire. Meanwhile, in the mountain laboratory in Sanjem Town, lights blazed. Professor Rowan, the head of the facility, had been awake for 2 days and nights. Professor, you have a call. Where from? It's Professor Oak from the Kanto region. Upon hearing this, Professor Rowan promptly ceased his work and hastened to the communicator. Oh, Professor Rowan, haven't you been resting for days? Those dark circles are even worse than mine, Professor Oak remarked, pausing with a cup of instant noodles in hand. Just 2 days. Never mind that. How are things progressing on your end? We've essentially confirmed the prerequisite for friendship. I contacted several trainers from Pallet Town and experimented with Scyther and Cedra, and they all evolved successfully. Professor Oak slurped his noodles and inquired curiously. This should have been the most basic factor, but often the simplest things are overlooked. How did you suddenly realize this? However, Professor Rowan sighed softly, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Yes, research. Sometimes the more eager we are to succeed, the more likely we are to stray from the answer. But I didn't discover this friendship condition. Oh, Professor Oak took a sip of the broth, raising an eyebrow in puzzlement. Are you saying one of your students suggested it? Students? Professor Rowan shook his head. They're far inferior. At this, Professor Oak's interest peaked instantly. Someone who could earn such high praise from you. Is it a prodigious researcher from another region? However, Professor Rowan shook his head again, further piquing Professor Oak's curiosity. I went to Celestic Town a few days ago to consult some materials with Professor Carolina, and I met her granddaughter, Cynthia. Professor Oak had a strong impression of the talented young woman. When she traveled to the Kanto region, she had paid him a special visit. So, this young lady proposed it? Well, not exactly. It was a young man named CF Fan, living on Mount Coronet. CF Fan? Professor Oak frowned slightly, searching his memory for the name, but he found no corresponding researcher. Don't bother, he's not a researcher. Professor Oak was taken aback, somewhat surprised. A trainer? No, I checked. He doesn't seem to be registered as a trainer. He's an orphan. Professor Rowan paused, continuing, he mainly gathers herbs and sells them to Pokémon centers and farms. I understand. So, this young man happened to give you the inspiration, correct? Happened? Professor Rowan smiled dismissively, then left the screen. Take a look at these data on Electabuzz evolving with the Electorizer I obtained from his home. Before and after comparison, electrical storage capacity, potential development. And the 6 individual stats have all reached the standard of pseudo-legendary final evolutions in various regions. No, I should say that Electivar's base stats are even higher than Dragonite and Garchomp in 1 or 2 aspects. How is that possible? Professor Oak's pupils dilated, and he stood up abruptly, leaning toward the screen. My initial reaction was similar to yours, but it is indeed the truth. Professor Rowan sighed. Anyway, I contacted other trainers and helped their Electabuzz evolve. However, no matter how many times we tried, their evolved data remained unchanged, at most reaching the level of starter final evolutions. This was why he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Wait. Professor Rowan nodded in acknowledgement. Now you should understand the significance, right? Hiss. Professor Oak couldn't help but gasp, feeling invigorated. If what you say is true, and he has no support from any organization, then his research talent is simply terrifying. After all, if the breakthrough in special evolution has propelled the development of Pokémon research history, then the breakthrough in individual values is like a miracle of mortals rivaling gods. At least in millennia, no civilization or scholar has been able to overcome this challenge. Is this young man still in Celestic Town? Professor Oak slammed the table excitedly, asking urgently. Yes, he's still there. I plan to invite him to the upcoming Crown City exhibition to discuss it further. I understand. Professor Oak nodded solemnly. I'm booking a flight immediately. Professor Rowan, Chapter 19. A grateful visit. Warm sunlight filtered through the layered treetops, casting mottled patterns along the forest path. 2 graceful figures approached from the valley below, ascending towards higher ground. It was Sharona and Kona, who had rested for a night in preparation for their appointment. Along the way, Sharona attentively listened to Kona recounting the events of the previous day, all the while vigilantly observing their surroundings. What are you so anxious about? Kona finally could not contain her frown, expressing her dissatisfaction. Don't speak. Sharona intently focused on the thicket ahead. After a moment, a mook appeared, fluttering out from within. Phew! Sharona let out a long sigh of relief. Well, the crisis is averted. She calmly turned her head to ask, by the way, what were you saying earlier? Kona felt that this was definitely not the Sharona she had once known. I mentioned that I saw the Water Lord yesterday. Oh, Kona thought she hadn't heard correctly, emphasizing, I said the embodiment of the North Wind, the Water Lord. The Water Lord. Sharona shot her a curious glance. My hearing is just fine. There's no need to repeat yourself. Then could you at least show some reaction? Sharona pondered for a moment before responding. What kind of reaction do you want? We'll see them soon enough. Can you not act as if you've never seen the world before? Soon? Kuno blinked. About to ask more when a piercing scream echoed from not far ahead. Sharona and Kona exchanged glances and immediately quickened their pace. Protect the princess. An elderly gentleman in a suit stood before them, nervously watching the suddenly emerging steel tyrant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bartis, the worried Salubia, cradled in Phlygia's arms, cried out, Don't worry about me. Your Highness, you and Phlygia should leave first. I'll handle this. The elder pulled out a pokeball, his gaze resolute. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Sharona and Kona dashed forward. Wait, steel tyrant. Who are you? Phlygia's face brightened, clearly recalling the trainer who had assisted them yesterday. Huh. The steel tyrant recognized Sharona, glanced at them, and slowly turned to leave the path. It's leaving? Just like that? Sharona, do you know that steel tyrant? Kona asked, equally perplexed. Well, I've seen it a couple of times. Sharona approached Salubia, asking with concern, Are you hurt? No. Thanks to you both arriving in time, Phlygia expressed her gratitude while holding Salubia. Not all. Sharona, intrigued, inquired, But how did you end up here? Because Brother Fan helped Salubia. She came to express her gratitude. Salubia replied earnestly, with Phlygia adding, That's right. Ah, I see. In that case, let us head up together, Sharona smiled. We're also going to find Siefan. That will be a huge help. Phlygia nodded appreciatively at Sharona. Only Salubia tilted her little head, lost in thought. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Received a mystery candy X1. More snacks. Siefan smirked, flipping his palm to reveal a pink candy. However, before he could finish, the sharp-eyed Tianci quickly reached out, snatching it and popping it into her mouth. Hey, haven't you been eating too many sweets lately? Siefan chuckled, gently tapping Tianci's forehead. Be careful not to get cavities. Tianci puffed her cheeks, showing she was unbothered. Naturally, she wanted to act first. EW. Childish. The electric shock beast, leaning against a tree, opened one eye and let out a soft grunt. Siefan. At that moment, Sharona and the others appeared from the hillside, waving their arms from a distance. Brother Fan, Salubia called out joyfully from Phlygia's embrace. What brings you all together? Siefan, slightly taken aback, rose from his reclining chair and smiled. I hope I have enough ingredients prepared. Pardon the interruption, Mr. Siefan. Phlygia greeted politely, promptly introducing herself. I am Phlygia, and this is Bartis, the butler. We are very grateful for your assistance yesterday in locating Princess Salubia. Siefan looked over the little girl. Today, she was quite different from yesterday, dressed in a light blue princess gown, adorned with a delicate silver crown. Her rosy cheeks radiated joy, and her large eyes sparkled with life, as if they could speak. Such beauty and grace were indeed unparalleled. It was merely a small act. There is no need for such formality. With a princess as adorable as Salubia, I believe no one could stand idly by, Siefan chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair. The elderly butler, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from commenting, given the purpose of their visit. However, you arrived at the perfect moment. If you're not in a hurry, would you care to join us for a meal before you leave? Siefan warmly invited. Yet Phlygia gently shook her head, smiling as she politely declined. The delegation's helicopter will land in Shenhui Town this afternoon to pick us up, so we appreciate your kindness. Moreover, dining in such a place does not align with the dining etiquette of Her Highness. The butler produced a gold card. Speaking in a calm tone, regarding your assistance to Princess Salubia, we have reported to His Majesty. This is a token of gratitude. Once you accept it, we will leave immediately. Bartis. Salubia glared disapprovingly. You cannot speak to Brother Fan like that. The butler's pupils dilated, and his body swayed slightly. He never expected that the princess he had watched grow up would reprimand him for a young man she had just met. In that instant, the elderly gentleman appeared to age a decade, his figure becoming pallid. Does this old man harbor a grudge against me? CF Fan mused inwardly. He gently shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. No need. I didn't save Salubia for any reward. Although I am not wealthy, I feel more at ease spending what I have earned. Upon hearing this, both Sharona and Kona regarded CF Fan with admiration and respect. The butler, too, was taken aback by the young man's maturity, raising his opinion of him. I apologize for my previous demeanor, sir, the butler said sincerely, bowing slightly. Rose Rado, Chapter 20. Sharona's imagination. Although CF Fan ultimately declined the monetary reward, Fuligia retained another item. It was a note inscribed with a series of numbers, advising CF Fan to call directly should he encounter difficulties, merely stating his name upon connection. For CF Fan, still unregistered in the system, this served as a form of security. As they parted ways, Shalabia gazed longingly at CF Fan, hesitating to speak. What is it? Is there something you wish to tell me? CF Fan inquired with a smile, leaning closer. After a moment's conflict, Shalabia seemed to resolve herself and asked, Is Brother Fan a prince? CF Fan was taken aback, clearly caught off guard. What a peculiar question. Was she to propose a dramatic sibling reunion? Yet, they bore no resemblance to one another. Nevertheless, Shalabia continued earnestly. Fuligia said that since I am a princess, I will eventually marry a prince. In an instant, piercing glares filled with disdain and hostility were directed at CF Fan, one from Bartis, the elderly steward, and the other from the two young ladies, Sharona and Kona. Pervert. Lilicon. CF Fan retorted, I haven't done anything wrong, you know. Haha, Your Highness, such questions should be reserved for when you're a bit older. He chuckled. All right. Be careful on your way back. Ah, it seems you are quite popular, commented Sharona and Kona, whispering to each other with a sardonic tone. Sighing, CF Fan said, Well, I suppose I should go prepare dinner. Do you think Brother Fan will call Shalabia? On their return journey, the little girl rested her chin on Fuligia's shoulder, wistfully gazing at the highland gradually concealed by trees. Rest assured, Your Highness, Mr. CF Fan is no ordinary individual. I believe that one day you shall meet again, Fuligia replied with a smile. In truth, prior to their arrival, she and Bartis had already investigated CF Fan's background, the legendary trainer of Sukan, the deity and the overlord of the Highlands. Even the much-talked-about research project of late bore his imprint. Such a person could never be mundane. He would undoubtedly someday grace the world stage and shine brilliantly. So, Brother Fan will come to find Shalabia in the future, right? The little girl asked excitedly. Indeed, Fuligia said, catching a glimpse of the steward's disapproving gaze. She quickly chuckled softly and changed the subject. However, we must prepare for the upcoming Black Gold exhibition. After all, only exceptional young ladies possess true allure. The last remark was uttered in a hushed tone. Understood, Shalabia responded eagerly. Meanwhile, at the Highland cottage, smoke curled gracefully into the air as they awaited the feast. Seizing the opportunity, Sharona released her Garchomp and commenced training. Garchomp, Dragon Meteor. With a resounding roar, an amber light flickered within Garchomp's body, ultimately converging in its mouth. With a loud bang, a spherical wave of energy surged upward, reaching its zenith before plummeting back down. Boom! Pure dragon energy erupted from the ground, sending dust swirling and revealing a deep crater. Sharona hung her head in despair, sighing, another failure. Seriously? Your Garchomp is practically champion level and still hasn't mastered Dragon Meteor? Kona quipped, reclining on the grass with her legs crossed, her chin resting on her hand, eyes twinkling with mockery. Oomph. And what of your Lapras and Shelter? They lost to us as well, Sharona shot back. Caught off guard, Kona murmured. You're really not cute at all. That's none of your concern, Sharona replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You're still as oblivious as ever. I just don't want to be compared to you, okay? Which is why you're more oblivious than I am. Haven't you noticed? Apart from the Highland cottage, have you seen any other buildings? Kona blinked, her expression shifting to astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her arm, pointing towards the mountain peak. You can't be saying that person is CF Fan, right? Why not? Sharona sighed. That's impossible. Kona leapt to her feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Did he not say he was merely a farmer? Sharona regarded her as if she were foolish. You seriously believe such nonsense? I may not know the extent of his prowess, but did you not see the sleeping electrode under the tree at the entrance? Even when it was still an Electabuzz, its strength rivaled that of my Garchomp. Now that it has evolved, it must be even stronger. NCFan's Noctowl gives me a sense of pressure greater than any Pokémon I encountered while challenging Mr. UNG in the Hoenn region. It's at least champion level. At this, a glimmer of fear crossed Sharona's eyes. No, it might even be stronger. Kona stood there dumbfounded. Rationality told her this was absurd. Yet, seeing Sharona's earnest demeanor, she couldn't dismiss it as a jest. But if he is so formidable, why? Kuna furovid bro. Sharona waved her finger mysteriously. You wouldn't understand. I suspect CFan has traveled through many regions, encountered a plateau in his journey, and thus chose to reside here for reflection and training. How do you know? Kona shot her a sidelong glance. Naturally, the things piled up in his storage must be treasures gathered during his adventures, Sharona declared, hands on her hips, as if she had unraveled the greatest mystery. And most importantly, CFan's cooking is simply divine. That's her main concern, isn't it? Kona quipped, her lips twitching. At that moment, a shout echoed from afar. Lapras, Chapter 21. Hosting Sharona and Kona CFan. What delightful dishes have you prepared today? Sharona eagerly inquired, having just washed her hands and leaning against the kitchen door, inhaling the rich aroma wafting from within. It smells divine. Kona followed closely behind, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Just some home-cooked meals, CFan replied with a smile, deftly tossing the ingredients in the pan. Please have a seat while I finish up the vegetables. Dinner will be ready shortly. Is there anything we can assist with? Sharona offered. Could you prepare some snacks for your Pokémon as well? After we eat, I would appreciate your feedback. Certainly, leave it to us. Sharona exclaimed, puffing out her chest as she took on the task, then pulled Kona into the living room. Sharona, what exactly are energy cubes? Kona asked curiously. They are a type of Pokémon food developed personally by CFan. Not only do they provide essential nutrients for growth, but they also enhance physical strength. After trying them a few days ago, my Garchomp has been raving about them ever since. Really? Kona gazed skeptically at the colorful energy cubes on the shelf. It's known that every trainer concocts special meals tailored to their Pokémon's preferences during their training. And as time passes, Pokémon can become increasingly finicky about their food. If these peculiar cubes indeed possess such effects, then CFan's abilities are truly remarkable. Wait. Sharona suddenly noticed an attribute on one of the energy cubes that she had never encountered before, her brow furrowing in confusion. Fairy type? What is this? Chirp. The cheerful Noctowl entered the room, its basket brimming with various herbs. How is the harvest? CFan set the table with bowls and chopsticks, wiping his hands on his apron before approaching Noctowl for a closer look. What are these? Sharona and Kona were drawn to the intriguing assortment. By the way, are you all satisfied with the food? CFan asked, standing up. Chirp. Noctowl nodded enthusiastically. Not just satisfied, we were on the verge of a scuffle without her. Kona exclaimed, spotting a familiar blue figure. Suicune, do you remember me? Suicune tilted its head, recognizing the clumsy trainer who had followed it yesterday and nearly fallen off a cliff. Do you know Big Blue? CFan interjected, slightly surprised. Yes. Suicune saved me yesterday. Kona nodded fervently, recounting the entire incident. I see, CFan said, squatting down to affectionately pat Suicune's head. Thank you for rescuing my friend. You've been a great help. Suicune replied nonchalantly. It was nothing. Fortunately, this human girl encountered him. Had it been another, they would have been in for a rough time. Meanwhile, Kona observed the camaraderie between CFan and Suicune, feeling a sense of awe, and recalling the words Sharona had shared with him. By the way, have the meals been distributed? Shall we begin? CFan inquired as he set the basket down. Yes, everything has been allocated, Sharona replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. But I'm unsure which type of energy cube Hibby eats. Let me handle that, CFan said, moving to the cupboard to select a few fairy and rock-type energy cubes in appropriate proportions. Kona knelt before Suicune, resting his chin in his hands, beaming with delight. Suicune, is it tasty? Suicune responded, rolling its eyes. What is it to you? If it's good, why would I share? You should stare at Big Blue like that. It might upset him. CF Fan chuckled, shaking his head, although Big Blue was not possessive. It was the quietest of all his Pokémon. Then, noticing Sharona's stillness, he asked, "Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Huh? She followed CF Fan to the dining table. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the high chair occupied by Tianshi. So, Hibby is a rock and fairy type? Indeed. It was Big Blue who educated me on that, CF Fan admitted. Before I met Big Blue, I was oblivious to many fundamental concepts. Now, whenever I encounter something I don't understand, I ask it. From the effects of various herbs to the habits of different Pokémon. I suspect Big Blue has lived for a considerable time, almost like a living encyclopedia of survival. Wow, this is delicious, Kona exclaimed, savoring a piece of braised pork with sheer delight. What is this flavor? It melts in my mouth, rich and fragrant. CF Fan, your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant, Kona declared, glancing at the feasting Lapras, who were notoriously picky eaters. They typically shunned all but the special Pokémon food she prepared, yet now they were devouring the meal with gusto. Feel free to indulge. There's plenty more after this, CF Fan encouraged, his satisfaction evident. Meanwhile, Sharona had already stuffed her cheeks full, engrossed in her meal. That piece of meat was mine first. Kona protested, her voice muffled. Ugh, you didn't write your name on it. First come, first served. CF Fan observed the lively scene with a smile. Occasionally, a bit of revelry seemed quite pleasant. Once everyone had their fill, Sharona remembered the matter at hand and produced an invitation from her pocket. CF Fan, this is an invitation from Professor Yamanashi. He wishes to invite you to the Black Gold exhibition in Black Gold City in a few days. The Black Gold exhibition? Mega Steelix. Chapter 22. Malicious Onslaught. It is said that the fossil resurrection machine, developed collaboratively by Fengyuan's Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited and several esteemed scholars, is on the verge of being unveiled. Consequently, an exhibition is planned in the Black Gold City to showcase their achievements. At this moment, Sharona suddenly turned her eyes with a glint of mischief and remarked, CF Fan, aren't you keen on promoting your energy cubes? There will be numerous enterprises and journalists present on that day, not to mention a dedicated booth area. Booth area? CF Fan's eyes brightened as he held the invitation. Clearly intrigued, his current objective is to secure a stable source of income to address his pension concerns. According to Sharona, this exhibition indeed merits a visit. After all, he still owes Dr. Yamanashi a favor, and declining would not be prudent. All right, please inform Dr. Yamanashi that I will attend as scheduled. Yay, it's settled. Sharona beamed, extending her hand towards CF Fan. I look forward to working closely with you. CF Fan raised his head in confusion, somewhat bewildered. Since Black Gold City has the Black Gold Gym, we are theoretically on the same route. Kona, who had produced a map at some point, revealed a hint of teasing in her gaze. But starting with the most challenging gym certainly reflects your style, Sharona. Why do you care? Sharona's expression shifted slightly, turning away. Since we aim for victory in the Sinnoh League, it is only fitting that we embrace greater challenges. Furthermore, the trainers at the Black Gold Gym are about to transition. If she doesn't seize this opportunity to challenge them, she would need to triumph at the Lily of the Valley Conference to face the new trainer. As Sharona explained, she secretly calculated how to utilize her time effectively while training with CF Fan at the Highland Cabin every day. She was certainly not motivated by the prospect of delightful meals. Absolutely not. It seems your intentions are not as straightforward as they appear, Kona remarked, propping her chin on her hand, a smirk playing on her lips. Humph. Don't act as though you know me well. My original plan was to start at the Black Gold Gym. If our paths do not align, we can simply part ways. Sharona's tone was somewhat stiff. How do you know my first gym isn't the Black Gold Gym? Kona raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. What a coincidence. We are indeed on the same route. That insufferable Kona. Sharona gritted her teeth, glaring at her. CF Fan mused. It's hard to tell whether these two are good friends or not. As he discussed the departure time and itinerary with the two women, a sinister aura quietly enveloped the vicinity. Lord J, we have a call from Team Galaxy. Deep within the Tianguan mountain range, a silver-haired girl in a black combat suit sat in an armored vehicle, receiving the call. Hello, She removed her sunglasses and spoke with a calm demeanor. What is it? My intelligence network has located the whereabouts of the Suicune, came a steady voice from the other end, imbued with an undeniable authority. Regarding the aircraft carrier construction, I will handle it, but this time I want to see Suicune. The silver-haired girl furrowed her brow, her irritation evident as she slammed her leg against the steering wheel. I believe you should first understand that I am not your subordinate. Furthermore, during our last collaboration, we were merely responsible for the handover. The issues arose from your personnel. After a moment of silence, the voice continued, 50 million Alliance coins. You know that Suicune is a legendary Pokémon with the power we possess. 80 million Alliance coins, she interjected. I understand. I will contact other mercenaries, but we are currently being pursued by Alliance inspectors, so please grant me some time to prepare. 100 million Alliance coins. We will provide the armored vehicle and helicopter. The silver-haired girl smirked, sitting up straight. Address, please. The next day, Siefan, having packed his belongings, gently caressed the feathers of a Xiqiao bird and murmured, I'll be relying on you to look after the house with Delon, little Qing. I prepared a week's worth of food for you, all stored in the cupboard. When the time comes, simply take out a portion to feed Delon and the pineapple bun. Chirp. The Xiqiao bird nestled close to Siefan, reluctant to part ways. After a moment, they separated, exchanging a tender smile. Don't worry, Fan. I will guard the house well. Pineapple Bun, you must behave at home. Don't wander down the mountain unnecessarily, understand? He called out to the hefty figure lounging in the chair. You've grown so large, attracting too much attention. Be cautious when going down the mountain to avoid being captured by the dog-catching squad. The electric beast waved dismissively, unfazed. Nonsense. The gods and the forest are just a street apart. Do you know who my father is? I am Scarface, fearless. This glutton. Siefan's lips twitched as he realized the creature had disregarded his words entirely. Chirp. The Xiqiao bird nodded with a smile, reassuring him. Bang. The electric beast suddenly slid off the chair, incredulous as it raised its head. Isn't there any law? Am I not a patient? Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember, if you encounter any difficulties that you cannot resolve, seek assistance from Miss Joy and her companions. At the foot of the mountain, Sharona and Kona appeared to have been waiting for some time. Upon spotting a figure, they eagerly waved their arms. You two arrived? So early? Siefan approached with a smile. And no, we just got here. Sharona exchanged a furtive glance with Kona. In truth, she had eagerly run to the Pokémon Center early in the morning to knock on Kona's door, ensuring that Siefan remained unaware. Kona merely rolled her eyes, choosing not to expose her. However, Siefan, believing they had indeed just arrived, chuckled lightly. Well, it seems I'm not late. By the way, what time is the bus? Bus. Sharona and Kona exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Who travels by bus for a trip? It's not a sightseeing tour. Chapter 23. The ambition of the yew tree at this moment. The exhibition hall was bustling with individuals who had arrived early to familiarize themselves with the venue in anticipation of the forthcoming event. Vital signs were normal, and physiological signals were intensely monitored, with an increase of 10 in the concentration of energetic molecular composition within the central venue's secure perimeter. A woman clad in a blue research uniform, with her brown hair elegantly swept into a bun, held a data pad and diligently recorded various pieces of information. Before her stood a colossal transparent protective shield enclosing a fossilized pterosaur, its beak sealed by a steel ring. The creature glared with its blood-red, fierce eyes, exuding an air of hostility. As a researcher of the yew tree, she understood that this fossilized pterosaur had just been revived and still retained its primal instincts. Despite the safety measures, the proximity was undeniably perilous, as a staff member anxiously advised. Yet, it is only at this distance that I can genuinely sense the essence of an era long past, is it not? The researcher softly extended her hand to caress the protective shield, closing her eyes as she whispered, "Welcome to this age." Suddenly, the fossilized pterosaur seemed provoked, crashing violently against the shield. It unfurled its inner purple wings and thrashed about wildly. "Calm it down, calm it down," the staff member exclaimed, alarmed. In the next moment, several syringes shot down from above, accurately piercing the creature's back. Its movements came to an abrupt halt, a look of defiance in its eyes as it slowly collapsed. That nearly frightened me to death. The staff member sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. However, he was soon struck by the realization that the U-Tree researcher had vanished from sight, and his heart sank once more. U-Tree researcher? He called out, scanning the area frantically. At last, he spotted her huddled in a corner of the hall, trembling with her head clutched in her arms. "P.S. terrifying," she whimpered. Just then a familiar voice called out, "What is all this noise about?" "I came to see you, as I heard from the German chairman that you were here." It was Dr. Yamazaki, who had arrived not long ago. Observing his student's distressed state, he frowned. "You are now an associate professor. You must learn to maintain your composure." "Yes." The U-Tree researcher immediately straightened her posture. "Come now, do not be so strict, Dr. Yamazaki," chuckled an elder standing beside him. "Young people require encouragement." "You are too much of an optimist." "Oki," Dr. Yamazaki retorted with a sidelong glance, shaking his head in resignation. "The talent pool in both regions has nearly dried up these past few years, and the Alliance has voiced their concerns regarding you." However, Dr. Oki dismissed these worries with a wave, holding firm to his beliefs. The transfer of eras should not be restrictive. Young people possess their own potential, and allowing them to explore will yield surprising results. He then turned to the U-Tree researcher, smiling. "ISNT, your contribution to the revival of fossil Pokémon a testament to that. Thank you for your recognition, Dr. Oki." The U-Tree researcher replied, elated. Dr. Yamazaki pondered for a moment. "Had this been before, I would have surely debated with you, but after meeting CF Fan, I believe you may be onto something." "Ha! It seems you truly hold that young man in high regard." Dr. Oki chuckled as he surveyed the surroundings. "By the way, has that CF Fan fellow arrived yet?" "He probably just departed from Shinha Town," Dr. Yamazaki speculated. "Teacher, who is CF Fan?" The U-Tree researcher inquired, puzzled. "Is he a new junior?" "Junior?" Dr. Yamazaki raised an eyebrow, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "I'm not sure I'm worthy of being his teacher." "Ah, ISNT, he just a young man?" The U-Tree researcher exclaimed in disbelief. "Ha, perhaps it's best you refrain from inquiring further, considering your teacher faced a setback at his hands," Dr. Oki teased, eliciting a resentful glare from Dr. Yamazaki. "Is this the recently revived fossilized pterosaur?" Dr. Oki remarked, noting the distinct aura of danger that radiated even in slumber. "It is said to be one of the highlights of the exhibition, and while the data suggests success, they struggle with modern diets. If this continues, they may easily spiral into frenzy." "What are you planning to do?" "Ah, I wish to find a switch and observe it closely." "Have you lost your mind? Do you think this is a modern, tame Pokémon?" "Oh, it's fine. It was just sedated, right?" Dr. Yamazaki's jaw twitched in exasperation. "I'm certain I will outlive you." Though he knew it was futile to reason with the reckless, he could not bear the thought of witnessing a headline about the individual before him. "Dr. Yamazaki, don't pull me away. I want to see more. I want to see more." CF Fan? The U-Tree researcher stood still, pondering, yet remained without a clear impression of this individual. "Umph. I shall see what remarkable qualities you possess to earn such esteem from my teacher." In that moment, a fierce sense of rivalry ignited within this talented researcher. The Fossilized Pterosaur. Chapter 24. The possessiveness of Tianshur, the torrential rain cascaded down the mountain path, rendering the trail treacherously muddy. "Over there, there's a cave. Let's take refuge from the rain," Chieffon called out, swiftly altering his course on the bicycle and leading Zaluna and Kona to safety. "Why did it suddenly rain so heavily?" Kona complained, wiping his glasses as his clothes became drenched. Zaluna echoed his sentiment, tugging at her soaked top with a frown. "If I don't change into dry clothes, I'll catch a cold." Just as she prepared to lift her shirt, a thought struck her, halting her movement abruptly. She shot a glare at Chieffon. "Chieffon, you mustn't peek." Chieffon feigned innocence. "What? You're being overly cautious. It's not like anyone is around, and wearing wet clothes is quite uncomfortable." Kona winked at Chieffon, suggesting, "Why don't we change together?" Chieffon chuckled. "Oh, really? You're the one proposing it. Yet you'll be the one to keep me from seeing the sunlight tomorrow." He was no fool. He wouldn't fall for such a cliché ploy. "What are you talking about?" "Kona, have you lost your mind?" Zaluna's face turned crimson, akin to a steaming kettle. surprised by Kona's boldness. Chieffon let his eyelids droop, sitting down slowly, facing away from the cave. Forget it. I prefer to maintain my integrity, lest I find myself restless tonight. Oh, is that so? Though Kona didn't fully grasp his point, she was nonetheless taken aback by Chieffon's decisiveness. After all, it was rare to encounter someone like him, who remained unfazed despite the constant attention she received from others. As Zeluna pushed Kona into the cave, the sound of rustling soon filled the air, accompanied by Zeluna's calls. Chieffon, you didn't turn around, did you? Yes, I turned around. I saw everything, Chieffon jested, only to be interrupted as something suddenly flew from behind and struck the back of his head with a thud. Chieffon mused that sensation. Could it be Pikachu? Swallowing nervously, he cautiously placed the object on the ground, feigning nonchalance as he cleared his throat. What did you throw at me? Moments later, a figure dashed out, hastily retrieving the item and hiding it behind her back, stammering, Did you see? Not all. Hearing this, Zeluna breathed a sigh of relief. Her face flushed as she stuffed the item into her backpack without even glancing. Much better. Kona emerged, towel drying her hair. Chieffon, it's your turn. Did you bring a change of clothes? If not, you can borrow mine. Thank you for your generosity, but I brought my own, Chieffon replied, shaking his head in resignation as he rose and made his way to the cave's entrance. This backpack is truly convenient, he mused, recalling how surprised he had been when departing. He had assumed that most areas of this world were still underdeveloped, lacking in technological advancements. Yet here he was, encountering space backpacks. Indeed, right? This is the birthplace of Devon Company. It would be quite miserly not to have such innovations. Kona sat at the cave's mouth, gazing at the rain-drenched forest, murmuring to herself, it seems this rain will not cease anytime soon. Well, since we've traveled for half the day, let us rest here for the night. I'll prepare dinner, Chieffon said, retrieving a small pot and various seasonings from his large backpack. What are we having for dinner? Zeluna perked up, approaching eagerly. Do you need help? No need. The ingredients are quite simple, Chieffon declined outright. With a small cooking setup, he preferred to work alone, as more people created more chaos. Tianshur, come sit with me for a while, Zeluna coaxed, still determined to win over the little one, producing candy from seemingly nowhere to entice the small creature. Not interested. However, Tianshur showed no hesitation, turning her head and trotting over to Chieffon's side, casting a disdainful glance at Zeluna. Unexpectedly, Zeluna froze, her pupils widening as she suddenly turned to Kona. Kona, did you hear that? Huh? Kona, polishing a clamshell, turned curiously. Hear what? Shishibao just spoke? Zeluna exclaimed incredulously. Spoke? Kona regarded Zeluna with skepticism before slowly glancing at the obedient little creature beside Chieffon, scoffing. How is that possible? Pokémon can't talk like humans. Are you imagining things? But Zeluna blinked, questioning her own hearing. No, that's soft. Adorable voice had definitely come from Shibao. Therefore, she stealthily approached Chieffon, squatting beside him to softly inquire. Shibao, was it you who just spoke to me? Tianshur, holding an energy cube, cast a glance and dismissed her with a thought. I have no desire to converse with you. In Tianshur's perspective, everyone trying to vie for Chieffon's attention, except for the sky from Yishe Min, was an adversary. Thus she naturally bore no good graces towards Zeluna and the others. Were it not for her fear of Chieffon's reprimand, she would have expressed her disdain much more openly. Chieffon, does Shibao really speak? Seeing Tianshur ignore her, Zeluna turned back to Chieffon, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Didn't you always know? Chieffon turned to her with a smile. But Delon mentioned this phenomenon is called telepathy, which is more fitting. Telepathy? Kona halted her actions, turning around in surprise. She had once heard her master speak of legendary Pokémon, or those who had surpassed their limits possessing such abilities. There were also some ancient Pokémon, particularly psychic types, who exhibited similar traits. Now, you're telling me that this seemingly harmless and adorable little creature is, in fact, a formidable entity? Chapter 25. The Angry Tianci. Who took my pudding? The rain pattered down continuously, yet the atmosphere remained harmonious. The Sharpedo and the Dragonite busily sorted the Pokémon's dinner, while the Porygon lay quietly at the cave's entrance, motionless, gazing up at the diminishing raindrops outside. Only CF Fan, patiently waiting for the broth to simmer, appeared somewhat exasperated, finally unable to restrain himself. What on earth are you two planning to do? We just want to hear Shibao's telepathy again. Exactly. After traveling for so long, I still haven't encountered it. Shibao, can you please speak? Just say a word. And this lollipop is yours. Yes, yes. When we reach Black Gold City, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Cynthia and Kona squatted beside Tianci, their faces brimming with anticipation, beginning yet another round of sweet persuasion. However, Tianci appeared utterly indifferent to their pleas, her small face puffed in irritation, on the verge of losing her patience. Sometimes I really want to call the police. These two are so noisy. All right, if you get angry again, they won't be able to coax you. Prepare yourselves. It's almost time for dinner. CF Fan sighed, gently lifting Tianci, adding, once she gets more familiar with you, she should be willing to talk. Seeing this, Cynthia and Kona displayed disappointed expressions, their heads drooping. Okay, we just like you a bit more. Don't be mad. Shibao. CF Fan comforted Tianci with a smile. In the coming days, we'll be traveling together, so let us try to get along well with everyone. Tianci silently turned her head away, inwardly thinking, not a chance. Had she known this would happen, she would have brought little Qing along. CF Fan chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Although Shibao could be incredibly sweet and understanding, her social skills were the complete opposite of those of the pineapple bun. The intention behind bringing her out alone was to help her make more friends. However, given the current situation, that goal seemed quite distant. All right, continue your meal. I'll stir the broth. After setting Tianci down, CF Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. For dessert, shall we have pudding? Yes, yes. Tianci's eyes sparkled instantly, nodding vigorously. You really are something else. CF Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Tianci's greedy demeanor. Perhaps the little one's current predicament was indeed linked to his own indulgence. But how could he resist the adorable and charming allure of Shibao? As the group enjoyed their dinner in bliss, a pair of gleaming red eyes quietly emerged from the shadows. Oh, right, I seem to have forgotten to sign in today. After dinner, Cynthia and Kona took charge of clearing the dishes, handing them over to Dragonite for washing. CF Fan, however, focused his thoughts, silently praying for something useful. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Received genetic breakthrough Nutrient X1. CF Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. It had been a while since he last signed in for this item. Though its name was quite lengthy, its effects were remarkably beneficial. Ever since Little Qing and the others consumed it, not only had their spirits improved, but they also rarely fell ill throughout the year, unlike the Pokémon neighbors in the forest, who seemed to visit every few days. Yet, why was it that he could never sign in for money? CF Fan sighed deeply. If he could only sign in for a mere 10,000 daily, what would be the point of earning a pension? He might as well give up. Suddenly, while lost in his thoughts, Tianci let out a startled cry. Turning to him with tearful eyes. What's wrong, Shibao? CF Fan asked, puzzled. Tianci slowly lifted her empty plate, her eyes dimming. Fan, my pudding is gone. My pink, sweet pudding, it just disappeared. It vanished. But I didn't eat it. CF Fan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you were so engrossed in eating that you forgot? Tianci vigorously shook her head, tears welling up as she pitifully replied. I really didn't eat it. I planned to enjoy it slowly after finishing the energy cube, but now it's gone, woohoo. Seeing Tianci's reaction, CF Fan immediately sensed that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Moreover, he knew that Tianci would never lie to him. What happened to Shibao? He inquired. At that moment, Cynthia and Kona were drawn over by the commotion. Upon seeing them, Tianci was instantly consumed by rage, her small hands flailing as she shouted. Who took my pudding? In Tianci's eyes, it was undoubtedly these two humans and their Pokémon who were responsible. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from Tianci, startling the previously satiated Sharpedo and causing them to stand alert. Calm down, Shibao. We can't accuse anyone without knowing the facts. CF Fan tightly embraced Tianci, soothing her. He then cast an apologetic glance towards Cynthia and Kona, explaining, sorry, Shibao's favorite pudding has gone missing, so she is quite upset. Pudding? Cynthia and Kona exchanged glances, both denying having seen it. However, from a distance, Sharpedo seemed to sense something, unfurling its fins and diving deeper into the cave. This is... Cynthia and Kona stood momentarily stunned, recognizing the Pokémon. Eevee, it's my pudding. Tianxi's focus shifted, and she quickly spotted the remnants clinging to the Pokémon's mouth. See, this is why you should stay calm in a situation, otherwise it can cloud your judgment. Xiafan gently stroked Tianxi's head. I understand. Tianxi glanced at Cynthia and Kona, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. But how did an Eevee end up here? Did it get separated from its group? Cynthia asked, puzzled. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be doing well. It has many injuries. Xiafan stepped forward to take a closer look, frowning immediately. This Pokémon was covered in mud. Its fur matted together, revealing various small scars underneath. Eevee. As they spoke, Eevee fixated on the energy cubes in the backpack, summoning an unexpected burst of strength to break free from Sharpedo's grasp and leap inside. Having been captured, it was determined to make a last-ditch effort to enjoy a meal before facing its fate. Chapter 26. The Shiny Eevee. Hey, you rude little creature, what are you doing? Tianxia exclaimed as she watched Eevee rummaging through Xiafan's backpack without so much as a greeting. Her irritation flared, and she contemplated intervening. However, Xiafan gently patted her and whispered, "It's all right, Shibao. This little one must be quite hungry. This must be a wild Eevee." Sharona remarked as she crouched to observe it closely. Just as Xiafan had said, the gaps in its fur revealed fresh scars, evoking a pang of sympathy. If I had a trainer, I would surely give that person a good thrashing, Kona declared, shaking his small fists in indignation. The foraging Eevee trembled slightly, but after a moment of hesitation, it buried its head back into the food. It only lifted its head once its previously flat stomach was round and full, sprawling contentedly on the ground. Feeling full is simply wonderful, it seemed to express with a satisfied look. Such a bold little creature. Having eaten its fill, but not making a move to escape, Xiafan mused with a smirk, intrigued by this little one. Eevee cracked open one eye, as if to mock itself. I could run away if I wanted to. Well, I'm full now, so if you want to catch me, go ahead, it seemed to imply. When did we ever say we would catch you? Xiafan chuckled, bemused. After pondering for a moment, he produced a bottle of nutritional supplement he had just acquired and offered. Here, drink this. It will be beneficial for your health. Eevee, you're not going to catch me? A flicker of surprise crossed its face before realization dawned. Wait, how can this human understand me? What is it you have, Xiafan? Sharona and Kona inquired, their curiosity piqued. It's a type of nutrient solution. It's very helpful for Pokémon, Xiafan replied, unable to explain the existence of the system. He casually added, it's a specialty from my hometown. As he squatted down and twisted off the cap of the nutrient bottle, he extended it towards Eevee, urging, come on, drink up. Eevee eyed Xiafan suspiciously, but soon shifted its gaze to the bottle. It clearly did not grasp Xiafan's intentions, but considering its current predicament, what was there to fear? I'll drink it. I'm full anyway. Even if it's poison, I wouldn't mind. Steeling itself, Eevee accepted the bottle and tilted its head back, gulping it down eagerly. In the next moment, thumping heartbeats resonated, and Eevee's eyes widened as its body froze, the bottle slipping from its grasp and falling to the ground. Indeed, this human harbors ill intentions. My life is forfeit, being chased, bullied, and scolded. Perhaps such an ending would be the happiest for itself. I'm so tired. I don't want to run anymore. Xiafan, what's happening to Eevee? Sharona observed, her concern for the little creature growing. However, an incredibly warm energy enveloped Eevee, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. Soon, the exposed scars began to fade at a visible pace until they appeared completely renewed. How is this possible? Kona gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. The wounds, they're healed? Sharona was momentarily stunned. No, it's not just healing. It's as if they've vanished entirely. As if those tiny scars never existed. Can a mere bottle of nutrient solution achieve this? It seemed the effects were indeed remarkable. Xiafan nodded in satisfaction, undeterred by the dirt on Eevee, gently lifting it into his arms. With another bottle of nutrients, it will be bouncing around in no time. Having just acquired this item, Encountering such a situation was serendipitous. Perhaps this little creature had a special connection with him. Evie must have been wandering for quite a while. After consuming the nutrient solution, it comfortably drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Tianxia clasped her hands and approached Sharona and Kona, hesitating to speak. "What's the matter, Shibao?" Sharona blinked, exchanging curious glances with Kona as they turned to Shifan. "She probably wishes to apologize for what happened earlier." Shifan smiled gently, encouraging Tianxia. "Go on, Shibao." "Oh, I see." Sharona and Kona exchanged smiles, with Sharona squatting down to comfort her. "It's all right. When not upset at all. If someone stole my snacks unexpectedly, I would react just like you." Seeing this, Tianxia timidly glanced at the two girls and finally summoned the courage to speak. I'm sorry." At that moment, both Sharona and Kona's eyes sparkled with delight as they heard Tianxia's voice. "Shibao's voice is so lovely. Can you talk to us more often?" Yes. We really like you, dear sister." Faced with their enthusiasm, Tianxia glanced at Shifan, and upon receiving an encouraging nod, she slowly replied, "Okay. Could you please take care of Shibao while I give his Evie a bath?" Shifan asked, turning to the Slowpoke at the entrance. "Slowpoke, could you come over and help me?" "Yeah, I do." Slowpoke turned its wise gaze and began to crawl toward Shifan. "I brought shampoo and body wash," Sharona said, retrieving cleaning supplies from her backpack and handing them to Shifan. "Thank you." Shifan nodded appreciatively, then sat on a low stool and squeezed some body wash onto Evie. With a gentle spray from Slowpoke washing away the mud, they finally revealed the little creature's original bright orange fur. "Wow!" Kona exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer with Tianxia. "This Evie's fur color. It looks like a shiny Eevee." Sharona exclaimed with delight. "It truly resembles a shiny Eevee." Chapter 27. I express my gratitude to someone. For even the most brutish among us would not harm a Pokémon. "A shiny Pokémon?" CF Fan slightly raised his head, a trace of confusion gracing his features. "What does shiny mean?" It refers to a congenital genetic mutation that results in a Pokémon's appearance or color differing from that of its ordinary counterparts. Moreover, such Pokémon are likely to undergo unexpected transformations. However, due to the rarity of shiny Pokémon, no scholar has yet dedicated themselves to researching this phenomenon. For the entry barriers in this field are exceedingly high. "I see." CF Fan nodded, glancing at the little creature in his hands, filled with sympathy. Being all alone must be quite distressing. Diancie fixed her gaze upon the EV in CF Fan's hands, feeling an unexpected resonance within her heart. She couldn't help but recall her life before encountering CF Fan. Wasn't she once in a similar predicament? Lacking kin, devoid of strength. Often bullied and ostracized by the Pokémon in the valley, she frequently went hungry. At times, the scarce food she managed to find would be snatched away by other Pokémon, leaving her powerless. In that instant, Diancie felt a surge of compassion for the dirty little creature. "Hey, Xiaobao, where are you going?" Kona noticed a lightness in her hands and saw Diancie escape from her embrace, racing towards CF Fan's backpack to retrieve a few candies from a small compartment. "Is something wrong, Xiaobao?" CF Fan watched as Diancie approached, holding something in her hands, initially assuming she was merely craving the pudding she had missed. Little did he expect, Diancie placed the candies in a corner of a low stool and pointed at the relatively clean EV. "Are you suggesting these are for it?" CF Fan was momentarily taken aback, astonished. After all, Diancie was usually quite possessive about these candies. Not to mention, she seldom shared even with the likes of Pineapple Bun and Big Blue. To be so generous to an unfamiliar Pokémon was rather surprising. CF Fan looked down at the little creature. Its orange fur was certainly eye-catching, and the white fluff around its neck, tinged with yellow, lent it an air of both cuteness and nobility. Yellow fur? CF Fan's mind wandered, and he instinctively grasped EV's short hind legs, gently moving them apart to inspect. Male or female? However, just at that moment, EV stirred awake and, noticing CF Fan's actions and gaze, let out a sharp cry, as if a modest girl had been violated. EV, with a swift kick to CF Fan's face, she seized the opportunity to escape, mortified and infuriated. So this human had rendered her unconscious merely to do such a thing. Truly, it was utterly perverse. "Hey, CF Fan was momentarily stunned, staring at Evie's indignant expression, scratching his head awkwardly. I merely wish to ascertain your gender, nothing more. Yet, his explanation only drew peculiar glances from both Cynthia and Kona. After a long pause, Cynthia hesitantly spoke. CF Fan, I believe as a human, one should not engage in such behavior, at least not in this manner. Moreover, Evie is not humanoid. If you wish to breed with a Pokémon, you ought to seek one like Shinado. Kona, deep in thought, added, No wonder you showed no reaction in front of me, and Cynthia, it appears you have a preference. Hey, I'm accusing you both of slander. CF Fan's expression darkened, fearing the situation would spiral further into absurdity. What nonsense about breeding is this? I assure you, I would never harm a Pokémon. Do you want some? Fortunately, Diancie timely intervened, approaching Evie with the candies, halting the conversation's progression. Evie, is that for me? Evie's attention was drawn to the item in Diancie's hand, revealing a glimmer of desire. She had seen this before, but had never tasted it. The humans and their trained Pokémon always wore radiant smiles while consuming it. It must be delicious, right? Here, it's for you. Diancie kindly unwrapped a candy, smiling as she offered it. Evie glanced at Diancie, then at CF Fan and the others, before cautiously stepping forward and taking a bite of the candy. So sweet. The delightful flavors danced upon her taste buds, invigorating her senses and causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. So this was the taste of this treat. It was far sweeter than any berry she had encountered. She adored it. It seemed they had begun to forge a friendship. Cynthia crouched down, cradling her chin in her hands as she observed this heartwarming scene. However, if this Evie were to remain in this area, she would likely encounter the same hardships she had faced before. Kona pointed out the pressing issue. After all, this is the Tian Crown mountain range. Though merely the outskirts, the Pokémon here are either of high level or travel in packs. Given Evie's current predicament, it would be quite challenging for her to survive in this environment. CF Fan observed the two little ones enjoying each other's company, contemplating for a moment before approaching them. Evie, startled, Evie took a few cautious steps back. There's no need to be alarmed. I truly mean you no harm. Evie, while my abilities are somewhat limited at present, my home is vast and can certainly provide you with shelter, without a doubt. Once you come with me, you can keep CF Bao company, and I can prepare more of those delightful treats for you. Of course, I will also protect you and ensure you are never bullied again. As CF Fan's words resonated in her ears, Evie stood frozen, unable to fathom why this human would treat her with such kindness. A home. It was what she had yearned for countless times during her tears. Evie. So what must I do? Evie glanced at the clean and beautiful Diancie, clearly intrigued. Gathering her courage, she raised her head, revealing her big, watery eyes. Evie, do you still want me to breed with you? CF Fan. I admit, my earlier curiosity got the better of me. Can we please refrain from discussing that further? Chapter 28, The Divine and the Forbidden. Mortal entry prohibited after 2 arduous days of riding around the Tian Crown mountain range. CF Fan and his companions finally reached the broad road leading to the bustling city of Heijin, where roads 207 and 208 converge. CF Fan, can you not wait for us? One of them exclaimed. Indeed, it's as if we were being chased by a swarm of hornets. Added the other. Did you not say that the Heijin exhibition is just 2 days away? Despite the delightful experiences he gained while traveling with Zyrona and her group, CF Fan's thoughts remained tethered to his home and the well-being of his companions. However, just as they neared the city, several armored vehicles stealthily entered the realm of the Divine Forest, advancing towards the Highland Cabin. Hello, have we reached the destination? The driver of the leading vehicle answered a call, a cold voice resonating from the other end. We have entered the designated area and will commence our search for the target immediately. Lord J. Excellent. Water Lord is indeed a legendary Pokémon. Even if we do not capture it once, we must not lose track of it. Do you understand? Yes. Yet in the next moment, a violent tremor surged from beneath the vehicle, followed by a series of thunderous crashes as numerous boulder-sized stones rained down from the forest ahead, pummeling the vehicle's exterior. The driver swiftly slammed on the brakes, shouting back, "Something's wrong." "What happened?" cried a silver-haired girl on the other end of the line, her brow furrowing in concern. Yet, Amidst the ensuing chaos, the line fell silent. What is going on? With a cacophony of screeching tires and grinding metal, the armored vehicles collided in a chaotic chain reaction. As dust swirled into the air, a dozen men clad in mercenary attire emerged, coughing as they exited their vehicles. What the hell is going on? Why did you suddenly stop? One of them exclaimed. How would I know? I saw the vehicle in front brake, so I followed suit. Another retorted. Enough, barked the leader, commanding silence. As the dust settled, a variety of silhouettes became visible, obstructing their path. Were those? Murmured the men in astonishment. Pokémon? Suddenly, a powerful wind tore through the air as the blades of an Ailu, Galade, emerged, its piercing gaze fixed upon them, issuing a warning. Ailu, Ailu, mortal entry prohibited in the realm of the divine. A young man with a striking red afro confidently sauntered along the roadside, hands in pockets. We're almost at Tion Crown Mountain. Let's take a break. After finding a large rock to sit upon, he pulled a bento from his backpack and tossed a Pokeball into the air. Come forth, Infernape, with a flash of white light. A long-armed monkey with a towering flame atop its head landed beside him. Its body was a vibrant reddish-brown, robustly built, with white fur adorning its cheeks, chest, and shins. Golden whirlpool scales adorned its shoulders, wrists, and knees, reminiscent of a majestic monkey king. Let's eat together, Infernape. Once we enter Tion Crown Mountain, our rigorous training will commence. The young man enthusiastically declared, yet Infernape responded with a lackluster grunt. As he patted Infernape's back, encouraging him, the young man mused about the formidable challenge posed by the Heijin Gym, which was overseen by the Elite Four. However, it is precisely because of this challenge that defeating such opponents will bring us unparalleled satisfaction. Don't you think? Infernape, captivated by his trainer's spirited demeanor, nodded with renewed determination. That's the spirit. Your flames are unparalleled. Even the most steadfast defenses shall crumble before us. The young man leaped atop the rock, radiating enthusiasm, proclaiming, Our fighting spirit will not be outshone by anyone. Infernape, re-energized, silently vowed to avenge the despicable riverside creature that had wronged him. Very well, once we finish our meal, we shall continue our journey. The young man patted Infernape's shoulder contentedly, only to notice that his companion was gazing intently into the forest. Do you see something, Infernape? Curious. He followed Infernape's gaze and spotted a Pokémon he had never seen before, frolicking in the dappled sunlight. It plucked a berry from a tree and placed it into a basket slung over its back. This Pokémon donned a dazzling gem-like crown atop its head, and its lower half was adorned with a skirt composed of crystal-like formations, exuding both cuteness and elegance. To the young man's delight, a shimmering EV trailed closely behind it. I can't believe my luck. I've always wanted a fire-type EV. Overjoyed, he quickly donned his backpack and sprinted towards them, calling out, Infernape, come on. Okay, CF fan. Are you ready? Almost there, just a moment. But I can hardly contain myself. All right, I'll hurry. Just hold on a little longer. With a spatula in hand, CF fan chuckled helplessly. The day spent together had revealed Zyrona's true nature as a food enthusiast. Whenever he began cooking, she buzzed around like a little bee, constantly checking the pots and inquiring how much longer until the meal was ready. From time to time, she would sneak a taste when he wasn't looking, often burning her tongue in the process, which was both amusing and exasperating. However, how long could Zyrona and the others take to gather the berries? CF pondered, lifting the pot lid with concern. I hope they haven't wandered too far. If they encounter danger, those two little ones lack any means of self-defense. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from a distance, followed by a towering wave of explosive energy that ascended into the air, sending dust swirling. Zyrona and Kona, startled, hurried to CF side, gazing into the distance. Bui! With a startled cry, a small EV dashed toward them in a panic from that direction. Ailu. Chapter 29. Passionate Youth. Day within the forest. The young man gazed in astonishment at the small hill formed by massive boulders, swallowing hard. The once lush grass had been uprooted, and the trees lay devastated by the violent impact, with broken branches and scattered leaves flung about in the underbrush. Before him hovered a Pokémon he had never encountered, radiating a cherry blossom hue, coldly surveying him from above. How could this Pokémon be so powerful? The young man took a deep breath. This overwhelming presence instinctively reminded him of the battle from 2 days prior. Thus, the creature before him must be at least of the elite level, perhaps even champion caliber. A forest overlord? The youth's excitement blossomed as he beheld the fearsome Pokémon. He thought to himself that this was precisely the kind of thrilling opponent he sought to face in battle. How peculiar, Tianxia remarked, her adorable brows knitting in impatience. It was said that one should steer clear of fools. Hey, wait a moment, the young man shouted urgently. Encountering strange humans chasing you? Boo-ee, she replied. Sister Shibao told me to run first. Wonderful, Xiefan sighed with relief, noticing Tianxia approaching, a basket on her back, accompanied by what appeared to be 2 monkeys. Wait, one of them looks like a human? Flame monkey, use flamethrower. With a fierce roar, a torrent of flames erupted from the flame monkey's mouth, surging forth like a fire dragon, scorching across the grass and heading directly for Tianxia. The blaze left a trail of scorched earth in its wake. Shibao, Xiefan exclaimed, his pupils contracting in alarm. Armor shell, use water gun. At that critical moment, Kona's cool voice rang out. Instantly, a powerful stream of water collided with the oncoming flames. The 2 elements fused, creating a hissing sound as a dense mist enveloped the area. Xiefan, he's bullying me. Tianxia whimpered, hiding in Xiefan's embrace, pointing accusingly behind her. All right, I understand. You're not hurt, are you? Xiefan gently reassured Tianxia before his expression hardened as he raised his gaze. What do you intend to do to my important family? The young man waved his arms, striving to disperse the fog. Finally discerning the hostile looks from Xiefan and his companions, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This Pokémon belongs to you? Isn't it obvious? Or do you think it's yours? Sharona interjected, hands on her hips. My apologies. I thought they were wild Pokémon. The youth scratched his head, offering an awkward smile to the flame monkey. If saying sorry suffices, then why bother with Miss Junsha? Sharona glared, chastising him for recklessly attacking another's Pokémon without understanding the situation. Hey, I've already apologized. What more do you want, you foul woman? The young man retorted, his temper flaring at Sharona's relentless attitude. Foul woman? Sharona blinked in surprise, her cheeks coloring. You're the only one foul here, along with your Pokémon. Puffed. You can insult me, but not my partner. He then glanced at Xiefan, Kona, and the other Pokémon, grinning widely. It seems you're trainers too? Perfect. I'm looking for formidable opponents to test my flame monkey. Is this fellow's mind truly unhinged? Xiefan mused, observing the young man's fervor. Anyone can boast. Don't cry when you lose, explosive head. Sharona scoffed. Explosive head? The young man paused, running his hand through his proud hairstyle, chuckling. Thanks. You think it looks cool too, right? At this, both Sharona and Kona fell silent. Is he feigning ignorance or is he genuinely foolish? Xiefan pondered, lowering his head to instruct Tianxia and Ev. Remember, keep your distance from this overzealous fool to avoid being dragged into strange affairs. Who are you calling an overzealous fool? The youth shouted in exasperation. I have the illustrious name Day. Xiefan glanced down again, muttering. Who names themselves Day? Tianxia and Ev nodded in agreement, casting disdainful glances at the young man. Indeed, a peculiar human. My name is Day. No, wait, it's Day, as in the leaf of a tree. Day vigorously tousled his wild hair, suddenly pointing at Xiefan. Regardless, you're the trainer of those 2 Pokémon, right? Since you're a trainer, let us have an all-out Pokémon battle. His flame monkey had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of that shimmering creature, indicating that the opposing trainer was undoubtedly skilled. He could not let such an opportunity slip by. However, before Xiefan could respond, Kona narrowed his eyes. You wish to challenge, Xiefan? I can teach you a lesson myself. Wait, Kona, that is my line. Sharona interjected hastily. How can you steal someone else's thunder? You too. Xiefan murmured, touched by their words. In his view, Sharona and Kona's remarks were clearly meant to preserve his dignity. Don't underestimate me. My flame monkey is formidable. They protested defiantly. Once I defeat you, I can battle this person, correct? So let us get on with it, swift and decisive. That is what you said, Kona smirked. The rules are one-on-one, until one side as Pokémon can no longer battle. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Bring on. They leap back, assuming a ready stance. Lapras. Use Surf. Kona initiated, seizing the first move without allowing Day a moment to react. A massive wave surged from beneath Lapras, instantly forming a colossal tide that crashed towards the Flame Monkey like the wings of a butterfly. Flame Monkey. Chapter 30. Let us set aside Sharona for a moment. It is indeed She-Fan who stands as the mightiest among us. Gods and forests, the borderlands. Beep, beep, beep. The persistent chime of the intercom finally connected after what felt like an eternity of waiting. What has transpired? A cool voice, tinged with confusion, inquired. A disheveled man struggled to lift himself from the ground, leaning against the overturned armored vehicle. An ambush? The silver-haired girl on the other end of the line furrowed her brow. Had they been discovered so swiftly? Was it Junsa or an investigator from the Alliance? No, it is not. The man gasped for breath, his eyes scanning the chaotic surroundings. All the armored vehicles lay overturned, their tires shredded. The individuals and Pokémon who had ventured forth were sprawled across the ground, lifeless, save for him, who had just regained consciousness. He inhaled deeply, attempting to gather his thoughts before stating, "It appears that wild Pokémon inhabiting this area ambushed us as we entered the forest, attacking us without provocation." Wild Pokémon? The silver-haired girl pondered for a moment. Yes, and in staggering numbers. They seem organized and disciplined, not only destroying our vehicles and equipment, but also expertly restraining our Pokémon and launching attacks upon us. Her brow knitted tighter, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Yet, upon recalling the identity of Suicune, she quickly found solace. I understand now. Those wild Pokémon must be protecting Suicune. A spark of insight flickered in her eyes as she smiled lightly. This situation only serves to affirm that Suicune remains in that region. Then we must roar. A torrent of flames surged forth like a dragon, roaring as it met the icy surface, generating a cloud of steam that enveloped the Dragonite's form. Day gritted his teeth, his expression fraught with urgency. Blaziken, once more. Unleash your flames. With determination, Blaziken gripped the tree trunk, its piercing gaze locking on a Dragonite, hot waves of fire swirling within its mouth. Use Protect. Konar maintained an unusual calmness, his lips slightly parted. In the next instant, a shimmering green barrier erupted from Dragonite's body, absorbing the searing flames entirely. Now's our chance. Blaziken. Flame Charge. Day clenched his fists, raising his rigid arm and sweeping it dramatically. Instantly, azure flames enveloped Blaziken, resembling a burning comet as they spread across its form. It surged through the air like an arrow, diving toward Dragonite with unstoppable force. Time is nearly up. Konar adjusted his glasses, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, showing no intention of allowing Dragonite to counter. Just as Blaziken was within striking distance of Dragonite, a burst of violet-black light suddenly illuminated the arena, unleashing a powerful shockwave from above that slammed into Blaziken's back. Boom! The ice shattered beneath them as Blaziken was relentlessly battered by a series of piercing sound waves, pressed firmly against the ground, struggling to raise its eyes. Blaziken. Day's pupils dilated in shock, recalling the initial move that Dragonite had executed, Song of Ruin. Konar is quite adept, Sharona remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. First, a feigned surf attack, cleverly setting the stage for the subsequent ice beam. Then, using Song of Ruin as a smokescreen, intentionally exposing a weakness to lure the opponent in. On the icy battlefield, Konar's Dragonite moved with remarkable speed. In contrast, Blaziken was forced to rely on the surrounding trees to find footing, stripping away its advantage in close combat. She appears even more formidable than during the Celestial Conference, Sharona mused, casting a sideways glance at She-Fan. To her surprise, he wore a serene expression, his gaze clear, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, such tactical maneuvers must be child's play for She-Fan. Perhaps he anticipated this development from the very beginning of Konar's strategy. Sharona's curiosity was piqued. She wondered how She-Fan would command the battle if he were to take the reins. However, Had Shifan been privy to Sharona's thoughts, he would have been left in disbelief. His mouth agape. Command? No. I'm utterly entranced by the display. To be frank, this was his first experience witnessing a genuine duel between trainers, and he had not expected such a grand spectacle. Waves towering 6 or 7 stories high could rise at will, and a sprawling lawn could freeze in an instant. Then there was that black sound wave and the shifting flames, which clearly exceeded the melting point. If such power were to strike a person, would they not be incinerated on the spot? Gulp. Shifan instinctively swallowed, gaining a deeper understanding of the perils of this world. Yet this experience also offered him insights. After all, they were all Pokémon. He did not expect Xiaoqing, Shibua, or the others to match the prowess of Sharona and Konar. But they must learn to defend themselves against bullying. And now, for the final blow. Dragonite, unleash Hydro Pump. As Shifan contemplated, the battle approached its climax. Faced with Konar's relentless assault, Day had lost his composure, shouting, "Quick, dodge, Blaziken!" Alas, due to the constraints of the battlefield, Blaziken could not muster its legs. As it rose, it was struck by Hydro Pump, sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently into a nearby tree. The immense force cleaved the tree, which could be embraced by 3 individuals, in half, leaving it a crooked neck. Blaziken hung its head, its eyes swirling in disorientation. How could this be? This marked his second defeat since leaving home, and he was shocked to find himself bested by a girl of similar age. This Blaziken possessed commendable strength. It had likely just entered the champion tier. Konar gently tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, then crouched down to tenderly stroke Dragonite's neck, speaking calmly, regrettably. As a trainer, you are wholly unworthy of your Pokémon. While enthusiasm is admirable, a trainer must align their perspective with that of their Pokémon, understanding their circumstances and emotions. Only in this way can one forge a path to victory hand in hand with their Pokémon. Konar rose slowly, smiling gently. So, do you still wish to continue your challenge? Let us set aside Sharona for a moment. It is indeed Shifan who stands as the mightiest among us. Shifan, huh? Little Snorlax. Chapter 31. Sharona. Shifan is destined to be the champion of the league. So you two were the champions of the last colorful Ghost Conference? Day exclaimed in surprise while sitting by the campfire. No wonder you're so formidable. Indeed, I am the champion, Sharona replied, casting a provocative glance, the meaning clear without words. How childish, Konar rolled his eyes. After the battle concluded, Day solemnly bowed to Shifan and his companions, profoundly realizing the existence of greater talents beyond his own. Reflecting on this, he glanced curiously at Shifan, who was tending to his Infernape and Dragonite. But what about Shifan? Is he truly stronger than both of you? Let me put it this way. The pressure I felt in front of Shifan was akin to the challenge I faced when battling Kona, Sharona responded. Is he that powerful? Day's excitement was palpable. However, Sharona doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of challenging him. At your current level, I estimate your chances of victory to be minimal. With that, she slowly extended 3 fingers. Day, puzzled, tilted his head. 3%? I believe Sharona's assessment is somewhat misguided. Kona interjected, instantly revitalizing Day's spirits. Exactly. How could it be that exaggerated? Kona's words carry more weight, Day asserted. I've realized that you truly underestimate my abilities. Well, the wounds are bandaged. You should be fine now, Shifan remarked as he approached, only to find Day gazing at him with a forlorn expression. What's wrong? Shifan inquired. Kona suggested, perhaps you should do some preliminary studying. Huh? Oh, Day stuttered, then nodded gravely. The trainers from the Black Gold Gym are indeed formidable, especially the Hippowdon. Its strength is quite outrageous. As he spoke, he turned to Kona, deep in thought. Right, just like during my battle with Dragonite, she used the Move Sand Tomb to manipulate the battlefield, putting my Infernape in a tough spot. The Elite Four? Shifan blinked, sitting down to listen. He had heard Sharona and the others educate him about gyms during their journey. But this Elite Four was a new concept to him. Yes, the ground-type Elite Four member, Ms. Kikino. She is the only female among the current Elite Four in the Sinnoh region, and also serves as the gym leader of the Black Gold Gym. This has led to her gym being rated the most challenging in Sinnoh by trainers in recent years, Sharona explained. However, as the number of participants in the Lily of the Valley Conference decreases each year, the league will soon have Ms. Kikuno step down as a gym leader. After all, the Elite Four symbolizes the strongest trainers of a region, and for most trainers, such an opponent is indeed daunting, Kona added. In response, CF nodded, somewhat understanding. It was akin to facing the final boss right after leaving the novice village. It was a wonder if one's mental state remained intact. Regardless, I must challenge Ms. Kikuno once more before she steps down, Day suddenly declared, his fighting spirit igniting as he pointed towards Kona and Sharona. And at the Lily of the Valley Conference, I will not lose to either of you. Let's see if you can defeat Kona first, Sharona smirked. I won't concede victory to anyone. Kona leaned on his chin, his eyes narrowing. CF Fan remarked, why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so tense? And you? Day grinned at CF Fan. Once I defeat Sharona and Kona, I will inevitably face you in the finals, CF Fan. Tianxi, who was munching away, cast him a sidelong glance. This person is just boasting. No, I think you may have misunderstood something. CF Fan scratched his cheek, chuckling awkwardly. Regarding the Lily of the Valley Conference, I don't plan to participate. He simply lacked the strength to do so. Huh? Day was taken aback, quickly realizing. So, you're saying you've outgrown the average champion? Of course. CF Fan is destined to become the next Elite Four member. No, the champion of the league. Sharona proclaimed with pride. CF Fan responded, this is becoming increasingly absurd. Champion of the league? What an ambitious goal. Yet, having witnessed Kona's strength, Day felt no sense of hesitation. Instead, he spoke with unwavering determination. Very well, in that case. I shall aim to become an Elite Four member and then challenge you. Enough. I'm tired, CF Fan thought to himself. Realizing Day was truly someone who did not comprehend the meaning of restraint. After a rather pleasant lunch, Day bid farewell to CF Fan and his companions before leading his Infernape into Tian Crown Mountain, embarking on his training journey. Meanwhile, CF Fan and his companions cycled into Black Gold City that evening. Finally, we have arrived. So this is Black Gold City? CF Fan surveyed the surrounding mines, noting the towering steel structures illuminated with lights. Over there in the south is the Black Gold Coal mine, currently under development. I heard the fossils displayed in the Black Gold exhibition were excavated from there. As Sharona walked along the sidewalk, she pointed to the tallest peak, explaining, by the way, we've now reached the local Pokémon Center. Upon pushing open the door, they encountered familiar faces. Oh, I was wondering when you would arrive. Two elderly gentlemen with white hair, clad in lab coats, were surrounded by a group of young people. One of them was Dr. Yamari, who had met CF Fan previously. Dr. Yamari, hello. Thank you for your assistance with a pineapple bun earlier, CF Fan smiled. No, it is I who should be grateful to you for solving my long-standing puzzle. Dr. Yamari replied with a warm smile as he approached with another elderly gentleman. Professor Oak, you're here too? Kona brightened up, recognizing the elder next to Dr. Yamari. Oh, it's Kona. I heard from your master that you came to Sinnoh. I didn't expect to meet you here. Professor Oak greeted with a beaming smile. Indeed, how you've blossomed. You become even more beautiful. With that, he turned his eager gaze towards CF Fan. You must be CF Fan, the one who commands the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 32. The grand opening of the Black Gold exhibition. CF Fan felt that he might be quite favored by the elderly gentleman. Whether it was Dr. Yamanashi or the old man named Dr. Okuki, they had pulled him in a conversation from dusk until dark. Although there were moments when he did not fully comprehend their discussions, he maintained a polite smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, it is settled. We shall meet tomorrow at the exhibition. Dr. Okuki and Dr. Yamanashi exchanged cheerful glances before gradually rising to leave. It was getting late, and they decided not to intrude upon a younger generation any longer. Wait, that sounds a bit strange. What was settled? CF Fan blinked, momentarily frozen in place. Had Dr. Yamanashi and the others already departed? Yes, they just left, he nodded, accepting the meal that Sharona had prepared for him and expressing his gratitude. Never mind, I'll deal with it tomorrow. By the way, Kina, when you plan to challenge the Black Gold Gym? Sharona tilted her head slightly and inquired. There's no rush. I intend to let my Dragonite rest for 2 days to reach its optimal condition. After all, my opponent is one of the Elite Four. and I believe it would be a stretch to rely on my Shelmet and Slowpoke for this battle. Kinna's confidence in her Pokémon was not lacking. After all, her mentor was one of the Elite Four of Kanto, leading her to a deeper understanding of the weight of those three words, Elite Four. These were not foes to be overcome merely by confidence or luck. Oh, I see. And when do you plan to challenge them? Me? Sharona hesitated, subconsciously glancing in Siefan's direction. Perhaps after the Black Gold exhibition concludes. But the exhibition is expected to last at least 3 days, right? Kinna pondered, resting her chin on her hand, a teasing glint in her eyes. What could possibly require you to wait that long? I choose to. Sharona lifted her chin defiantly, though the tips of her ears turned a faint shade of red. Kinna's eyes sparkled with amusement, choosing not to press the matter further. Your Aerodactyl really ought to eat something. You should encourage it to at least nibble a bit. Inside the exhibition hall, a worried Upine was perched outside the protective barrier, anxiously urging. However, Aerodactyl was entirely unresponsive. It shot a disdainful glance at the large bowl of Pokémon food before erupting into a fit of agitation. Bang! Crash! With a swift flick of its tail. It sent the bowl flying, smashing against the protective barrier and scattering the food everywhere. Upine was startled by this sudden turn of events, stumbling back and nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Daegu was quick to support her from behind. Is it still refusing to eat? Just then, Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Okuki, who had hurried from the Pokémon Center, entered the scene. Teacher, Upine called out listlessly, then turned back to the barrier with a resigned sigh. Despite having enlisted several top breeders to prepare suitable food for Flying-type and Rock-type Pokémon, it seemed Aerodactyl remained unsatisfied. If this continued, it would undoubtedly jeopardize Aerodactyl's health. Daegu, equally troubled, remarked, could it be that Aerodactyl is not a Rock-type and Flying-type Pokémon? The elemental attributes should not be mistaken. It only possesses energy from these two types. Upine gently shook her head and replied, moreover, we have tried other types of food, yet nothing has pleased Aerodactyl. Are the other fossil Pokémon the same? Dr. Okuki inquired. Upine hesitated before slowly nodding. Some smaller Pokémon might nibble a bit, but those like Aerodactyl are in a similar predicament. I truly do not know what to do anymore. After all, we have contacted the best Pokémon breeders. Yet the issue remains unresolved. It is said to be related to the dietary habits of ancient Pokémon. They likely cannot adapt to modern-made Pokémon food. Upon hearing this, Upine felt utterly speechless. Was this not obvious? What kind of expert was that? Very well, I understand. Dr. Yamanashi merely nodded and spoke slowly. You need not worry about this. Dr. Okuki and I have invited an exceptionally skilled breeder who will arrive on site tomorrow. We shall let him give a try. Does it require both you and Dr. Okuki to extend the invitation? Upine was slightly taken aback. Which breeder is it? Daegu appeared equally curious. After all, this event was organized by her father, and they should have already contacted all the top breeders available. You will find out when you meet tomorrow, Doctor. Yamanashi stroked his beard. How mysterious. Upine pouted, glancing at Dr. Okuki with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. If they would not divulge, she would later inquire with Dr. Okuki. Bang, bang, bang. On the day of the Black Gold exhibition, the city of Black Gold, once steeped in the atmosphere of heavy industry, was transformed into a scene of bustling festivities akin to the New Year. Colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky like vibrant flowers, and Siefan was awakened early in the morning by the raucous commotion. The streets leading from the Pokémon Center to the Black Gold exhibition venue were teeming with throngs of trainers, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the venue, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Sharona let out a tremendous yawn, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she prepared herself in the central hall. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered only Kinna seated at a window-side table, savoring her breakfast with deliberate enjoyment. Whereas Siefan, is he still asleep? He had to set up his stall, so he left quite early. Kinna pushed a cup of coffee and some bread toward Sharona, continuing, There's no need for us to rush. We can join him once we finish our meal. Oh, I see. Sharona hugged the little EV on the table, smiling. Good morning, EV. EV, the little creature called out anxiously, its short legs flailing in the air. It fixated on the half-eaten food, seemingly resistant to Sharona's actions. I haven't finished eating yet. You should put it down. Be careful not to make it angry. Kenna took a sip of coffee and spoke slowly. But this food isn't appetizing at all. Sharona glanced at the dry bread, her appetite vanishing before she even took a bite. She still longed for the breakfast that Siefan prepared. Yet, Evie was solely focused on filling its belly. It pushed off with its hind legs against Sharona's chest, swiftly leaping onto the table. Snatching the bread, it darted to the edge of the table. Really? Sharona placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Wow, is that your Evie? So beautiful. Just then, a woman dressed in a research uniform with chestnut hair approached, marveling at the Evie devouring its food. Chapter 33, Siefan. You seem more like a fool than anything else. Wait, where's the vendor area? Siefan had wandered around the venue for most of the morning, feeling his calves beginning to ache. He was now curious whether he had been misled by Sharona or if he simply hadn't arrived at the right place. North, south, east, and west. Including the central courtyard, there were a total of 5 exhibition areas. There were indeed many people, yet he had not spotted a single vendor. Continuing to meander like this was futile. He should find a staff member to inquire. Siefan adjusted his grip on Tianshur, shifting the strap of his backpack inward. He then surveyed his surroundings and spotted a man with a name tag hanging from his chest. Excuse me, Siefan approached quickly, speaking softly. The man, with silver-blue hair, turned around in confusion, only to be utterly captivated by the Tianshur in Siefan's arms, his eyes glazing over as his pupils dilated. What is this? Her eyes. They move? A Pokémon? Is this really a Pokémon? In the world of Pokémon, there is an ancient adage warning never to let Daigo see Tianshur, lest he become utterly infatuated. From Siefan's perspective, the man before him was suddenly gasping for breath. His eyes bulging and bloodshot, nostrils flaring as he exhaled heated breaths, his hands stiffly raised, trembling as he slowly approached them. The overwhelming excitement and aggression emanating from Daigo made Siefan's scalp tingle, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Damn it, I hope I'm not encountering a lunatic. However, Daigo was completely oblivious to his own inappropriate behavior, mouth agape, breath quickening with each heartbeat. Oh my goodness, a pink diamond, so full and resplendent, like a treasure from a dream. The crystal crown, an exquisite piece of art, leaves one in awe. Even the diamonds forming her skirt appear to be flawlessly natural and perfect. Daigo swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that the past decade of his research on Cuddy Dog had been in vain. It was a dream stone. In Daigo's understanding, each mineral possesses a unique charm, a masterpiece of nature devoid of distinctions between high or low value. All are priceless treasures. Yet today, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. No, it was outright ludicrous. Fan, I'm scared. Tianshur turned her head, burying it in Siefan's chest, her voice timid. Do not fear, Siefan whispered comfortingly, feeling as if his daughter were being eyed by a lecherous stranger. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to turn and seek another person for assistance. Yet Daigo instantaneously blocked their path, arms outstretched. Wait a moment. Siefan's gaze darkened, increasingly convinced that something was off about this man. He attempted to bypass Daigo once more, wishing to avoid further delays. No, I'm not a strange person, Daigo exclaimed, quickly following suit to explain. Whether you're strange or not, I cannot say, but you are certainly peculiar. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Daigo, and you should know who I am. Great, just another average guy. Oh, Siefan raised his eyes slightly. I do not recognize you. You don't know who I am? Daigo pointed himself, eyes wide. Despite his plans for retirement, his fame still lingered. After all, he was the current champion, easily recognizable wherever he went, which sometimes hindered his ability to enjoy leisurely adventures. The fact that this person claimed not to know him made Daigo question whether his notoriety had waned. Do you have business? If not, I have matters to attend to. Siefan spoke with a deadpan expression. Daigo was momentarily speechless, then glanced at Tianshur, his eyes filled with envy and longing. Is this your Pokémon? Tianshur is my beloved family member. Tianshur? No wonder she is so noble and beautiful. Even her name sounds lovely. Daigo's smile was as broad as a crescent moon, radiating sheer delight. May I ask where you found this Pokémon? I mean, Tian, sure. Please tell me. I'll comply with any conditions you set. Daigo added reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm not a dangerous person, just someone who loves all things related to minerals. CF Fan's expression darkened considerably. For heaven's sake, just listening to you is already highly suspicious. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Daigo quickly flashed a nervous smile. Right, you called out to me. Was there something you needed help with? Don't hesitate. I love making friends. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously wandered back to Tian. Sure. Of course, if you need a guide, I can fulfill that role too. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. CF Fan's lips twitched, clearly uninterested in further entanglement with this oddball. However, as more people began to notice them, CF Fan still couldn't find any other staff members. With a resigned sigh, he finally said, if it's not too much trouble, just tell me where the vendor area is. The vendor area? Oh, it's no trouble at all. I've never had it so easy. Daigo beamed, eagerly leading the way. This way, this way. By the way, would you like me to carry your bag? It looks rather heavy. I can lighten your load. No thank you. Then, how about I hold Tian for you? Get lost. She is allergic to blondes. Huh, but I'm silver-haired. CF Fan rolled his eyes. You look more like a fool. As they walked toward the exit, passers-by instinctively parted to make way, standing frozen in place. Hey, did you see that? Wasn't that Daigo, the champion from the Hoenn region? It seems so. What did we just witness? The champion master, acting like a doorman, smiling broadly while clearing the path for someone else. Are we dreaming? Or has the world gone mad? What a major scoop. Let's follow them. Sensing a sensational headline, reporters scrambled through the crowd, swiftly closing in. Chapter 34, Isn't he a researcher? How did he become a breeder? It's quite puzzling. Where exactly has Shifan set up his stall? With Evie cradled in her arms. Sharona wandered through the stall area outside the venue, but still found no trace of Shifan. Is there a stall area inside the venue as well? Kona, with his long, snow-white legs, glanced around. However, before he could finish his sentence, a girl with brown hair who was teasing Evie spoke up, explaining that the venue primarily showcased fossil Pokémon and recently revived fossil Pokémon, with no other themed areas established. You tilted her head and suggested, could it be that your friend is inside viewing the exhibition? That is certainly a possibility. After all, it's an exhibition of fossil Pokémon. There must be very few trainers who wouldn't be intrigued, Kona speculated. What a waste of time we spent here. Sharona pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just then, her Pokédex suddenly activated, and upon checking, she saw it was Professor Yamabuki inquiring about their whereabouts. Did Shifan make any arrangements with Professor Yamabuki yesterday? Sharona asked, looking up at Kona. Huh? Kona paused for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure. Wait, do Sharona and Kona also know the professor? US eyes lit up, and with a cheerful tone, she added, if you're looking for them, I can take you there. Professor? Sharona and Kona exchanged glances, a look of relief crossing their faces. They had wondered why this girl, who had approached them, was dressed in a researcher's attire. It turned out she was a student of Professor Yamabuki. All right, we'll trouble you then. With that, Sharona and the others followed you into the venue. However, just as they stepped inside, Shifan emerged from another door on the opposite side. So, the stall area is actually set up outside. Shifan sighed in resignation. Do you have any specific requirements for the stall? On their way, Daigo, who had kept his eyes fixed on Tianshur, suddenly inquired. Well, at this time, it seems there aren't too many spots left, Shifan remarked absently, observing the throngs of people, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Don't worry, leave this to me. Daigo confidently patted his chest. Raising an eyebrow, Shifan thought there were no better options available and decided to follow Daigo. 10 minutes later, Shifan stood in front of a luxurious stall occupying approximately 100 square meters, staring blankly as he turned his head slowly. This is the stall? How do you like it? Are you satisfied? Daigo beamed with enthusiasm. Satisfied. In fact, it was beyond satisfaction. Shifan felt it was almost excessively lavish. The main stall and 2 auxiliary stalls encircled a resting area, complete with sofas, coffee tables, and a refrigerator, more extravagant than his own living room. It seemed this person held a significant status, not merely eccentric. Perhaps we should opt for something smaller. I don't have much to display, so I don't need such a large stall, Shifan contemplated, feeling a sense of unease about accepting such lavishness. Not at all. It's just a stall. What matters most is that we can't let Hikari stay in a cramped space, Daigo declared with a gentlemanly gesture, his whole being radiating confidence. My esteemed Princess Hikari, is there anything else you require of me? Oomph. Tianchi showed no fondness for Daigo, puffing her cheeks and turning her head away. Shifan remarked, you seem unyielding, don't you? Actually, she has a name, Tianchi, and it appears she doesn't appreciate being called Hikari. As he unpacked his backpack and arranged the energy cubes, he corrected Daigo. Never mind. We should hasten to sell and collect client information. Then we can wrap things up. Have Sharona and the others really taken this long, just for breakfast? Inside the venue, the central hall was bustling with people, leading Sharona and Kona through the crowd. You waved to Professor Yamabuki, who was standing in the atrium, calling out, Professor. Oh, you've come. Professor Yamabuki turned upon hearing their voices, scanning the three girls with his gaze, his smile gradually fading. Where's Shifan? Did he not come with you? He arrived early this morning, but we searched for quite a while and couldn't find him, Sharona explained, perplexed. I don't know if he got lost, just like Kona. Kona, with his eyes half closed, shot Sharona a look of exasperation. I'm right here. What do you mean just like me? Is that so? Professor Yamabuki furrowed his brow thoughtfully. This could pose a bit of a problem. What has happened? Sharona inquired with concern. Well, the recently revived fossil Pokémon have been off their food and increasingly irritable, especially this fossil Aerodactyl. Professor Yamabuki gestured towards the enclosure, where the Aerodactyl, having just been sedated, opened its crimson eyes, howling and violently crashing against the barrier, causing the crowd to scream in alarm. With a flurry of needles flashing from the aperture above, the Aerodactyl was once again injected, collapsing in fury onto the ground. These despicable bipedal creatures. This isn't a sustainable solution. The frequency of this Aerodactyl-S rampages is increasing, Professor Okido said as he approached, concern etched on his face. Moreover, overusing tranquilizers poses a burden on the Pokémon-S body. We must find a more suitable emergency measure. Professor Okido, Sharona, and the others greeted him. Today's turnout is exceptionally large. If any unusual incidents occur, the situation could become perilous, Professor Yamabuki said, gazing at the barrier. For now, we must ask you to find Shifan and have him take a look. Huh? Sharona was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, smiling as she said, Ah, I see. Professor Yamabuki, you wish for Shifan to assist these Pokémon, correct? Indeed. I had asked him for help yesterday, along with Professor Okido. Professor Yamabuki paused. Didn't he mention it to you? Sharona shook her head. Kona, however, seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up, I understand now. Shifan must have arrived early to observe the condition of the fossil Pokémon in the venue and is currently contemplating a solution. Upon hearing this, expressions of realization spread across the faces of Professor Yamabuki, Professor Okido, and Sharona. Wait, so the friend you mentioned is actually Shifan? You exclaimed suddenly. I thought that name sounded familiar. But isn't he a researcher? How did he become a breeder? I'll go search for him again, Sharona said, cradling Eevee once more as she headed back outside the venue. Chapter 35. The Terrifying Deity and the Forest Alas. It is indeed a grand exhibition organized by the Devon Corporation. A man with dark skin strolled through the booth area, occasionally expressing his admiration. Indeed, the revival of fossil Pokémon holds epic-making significance for the League. After this exhibition, I believe the fame of the Devon Corporation will ascend to new heights across various regions. A man with short brown hair smiled and said, I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation from my teacher, which is why I have the opportunity to indulge my eyes here. I've heard that many breeders are troubled due to the dietary needs of the fossil Pokémon, so when I received my teacher's call, you immediately came to mind. Haha, rest assured, given our friendship, I will certainly assist you with this. The dark-skinned man confidently assured, no Pokémon can resist the nourishment produced by my Showa house. Those breeders are merely adjusting their recipes based on the tastes of modern Pokémon, which naturally cannot cater to the palates of fossil Pokémon. At this point, the man shifted the conversation, a smile crossing his face. However, My little Hal wishes to participate in Professor Oak's upcoming summer camp. Could you help me see if there's any chance for an insider spot? That is not a training camp. How could there be any insider spots? The brown-haired man replied helplessly. The summer camp organized by the teacher is for children who love Pokémon. Registration can be done online. Hee hee. But registering online incurs a fee, right? So, all this time, your insider spot refers to something free? The brown-haired man sighed, somewhat at a loss for words. Nevertheless, their children had been playmates since childhood, and the two families were relatively familiar with each other. All right, I will inquire with the teacher for you. If you can resolve the current dilemma, I believe you would agree. Ha! That is all I need to hear. The dark-skinned man laughed heartily. By the way, is your little Chun going as well? Instantly alert, the brown-haired man's lips twitched. For some reason, after you asked, I suddenly felt like withdrawing her. Come on. I was merely asking casually. Why are you so tense? Besides, your little Chun enjoys playing with little Hal, and it seems the two children lack other close friends. Attending the summer camp together would provide some companionship. Upon hearing this, the brown-haired man cast a sidelong glance and began to ponder seriously. Although the children were still young and playing together posed no issue, his little Chun was a girl. Shouldn't she meet a few more companions? I'll mention it to the teacher later. Perhaps I could observe during the summer camp. As the scene shifted to the skies above the edge of the deity and the forest, countless minuscule black dots surged forth from the clouds like a swarm of locusts, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing winds. Upon closer inspection, it was an exaggerated number of armored birds and self-destructing magnetic monsters, with 7 or 8 helicopters trailing behind. Hey! Leading the charge was a salamence, vigorously flapping its wings. A silver-haired girl stood firmly on its back, retrieving a walkie-talkie and calmly inquiring, "What is the current progress?" Report. Lady J. Group 1 has entered the forest area. All is normal. This is Group 2. Everything is normal. Group 3. All is well. As a series of voices emerged from the walkie-talkie, the girl relaxed her tense expression slightly and nodded. Very well. Proceed as planned. Starting from a forest's edge and conduct a thorough search towards the alpine cabin. Should you encounter Suicune, initiate capture immediately. Understood. After concluding the communication, the girl stowed away the walkie-talkie and gazed towards the approaching alpine cabin, her eyes narrowing slightly. Let us see how you escape this time, Suicune. However, no sooner had her words left her lips than the walkie-talkie erupted with frantic alerts. What happened? The silver-haired girl quickly answered, her voice laced with urgency. Just then, a shocked shout came from the other end. This is Group 1. We are surrounded. Lady J. What did you say? The girl's brow furrowed instantly. To ensure the successful capture of a legendary Pokémon, she had mobilized all available forces. Each of the 3 land-based units consisted of no fewer than 10 armored vehicles and dozens of personnel, with combat-ready Pokémon exceeding 100. Given this scale, how could they be surrounded? It's true, Lady J. The voice on the other end trembled as if witnessing something horrific. Sounds of chaos echoed in the background, accompanied by terrified screams. Moreover, the enemy's numbers and types remain unknown. We have no idea what we are facing. The man holding the walkie-talkie raised his head in despair, gazing at the eerie spectacle before him. The sky, clouds, trees, and grassland had lost their colors, shrouded in a purple-black mist. Grinning faces darted around the space, emitting chilling laughter. No matter how their Pokémon attacked, they could not lock onto a target. Those Pokémon, or mercenaries that were traversed by the grinning faces, collapsed instantaneously, their eyes rolling back as if their souls had been extracted. Ha! This must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion, the man muttered, his eyes devoid of color, managing a grotesque smile on his rugged face. Yeah, meow. Hey, what is happening? Hello, the silver-haired girl shouted, her tone tinged with anxiety and unease. Yet the screams from the other end abruptly ceased. The communication was cut off. The silver-haired girl clenched the walkie-talkie tightly, her teeth gritting in frustration. However, the grim news did not seem to end there. Just as she hung up, she received urgent reports from the other 2 units. Not good, Lady J. We are under attack, led by a terrifying Electrode. This is Group 3. We have spotted Suicune. Lady J. Requesting backup, requesting backup. The silver-haired girl took a deep breath, her voice steady. Hold on. I'm coming over right away. With that, she set the walkie-talkie down, prepared to change direction, only to be blocked by a twinkle bird that had appeared unbeknownst to her. The silver-haired girl frowned slightly. Salamence. Chapter 36. The wealthy dog owner De Wu. Meanwhile, at the Black Gold exhibition, is this Pokémon food you're selling? De Wu inquired curiously, gazing at the energy cubes arranged on the long table by CF Fan. It was his first encounter with such a style. Is this a Sinnoh specialty? Indeed, considering that I don't possess anything of significant value at home, I can only rely on some handicrafts to support my large family. CF Fan noted that perhaps the extravagant stall was the reason many passers-by merely observed from a distance, without anyone approaching to inquire. Perhaps I should have opted for a smaller booth? Casting a glance at De Wu, CF Fan suddenly had an idea and asked, "Would you like to try some?" Me? De Wu, taken aback, pointed at himself. Not you, but your Pokémon. In this world, even those who aren't trainers tend to keep 1 or 2 Pokémon. Since he hadn't made a sale yet, CF Fan had to resort to close-range promotion. Moreover, this seemingly wealthy individual resembled the Navi son of a landlord. I see. De Wu scratched the back of his head and chuckled, but my Pokémon are currently not with me. They're at the wellness center in the hotel. CF Fan replied, Indeed, the essence of a wealthy household. Let me tell you, true wellness comes from dietary therapy. Lavish wellness is merely superficial. Instead of wasting money on that, you might as well get 2 cans of energy cubes. Is that so? De Wu responded. Hey, would I deceive you? I'm telling you, if it weren't for the fact that I find you intriguing, I wouldn't even consider selling. While promoting, CF Fan brought over TNC, saying, Look at my dear Shibao. ISN-T she beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. De Wu nodded repeatedly. ISN-T the crystal on her body radiant as well. Perfectly flawless. Unparalleled in the world. Thus, truly exceptional products require no extensive introduction. Just a glance speaks volumes about their worth. Absolutely. De Wu, inspired, waved his hand decisively. All right. I'll take all these energy cubes. So extravagant? CF Fan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. How much for the entire package? Shall I pay by card or cash? Cash, I presume. After a brief hesitation, CF Fan tentatively extended a finger. Let us make a round number. How about $1 million? De Wu nodded to the gale. That seems quite reasonable. CF Fan's expression turned to one of disbelief. $1 million? Cheap. I was just aiming for 100,000. Could it be that this fellow truly comes from an oil-rich family? CF Fan's lips twitched, struggling to maintain his composure. Before setting the price, he had even consulted Sharona and Kona for advice, worried that a 10,000 price tag might be difficult to sell. Now he realized he had underestimated the market. He couldn't help but marvel at why pet stores in his previous life were so profitable. This was indeed a lucrative industry. In comparison, his herbal sales felt utterly lacking. However, unbeknownst to CF Fan, raising Pokémon is akin to raising children, requiring substantial resources, including food and care, all of which represent fixed expenses. Especially for top trainers like De Wu and Sharona, they would never skimp on their Pokémon. For instance, a champion team incurs annual expenses amounting to several 100 million Alliance coins. Of course, for ordinary individuals who are not chasing master dreams, the cost of raising Pokémon is significantly lower, akin to having additional mouths to feed at home. Wealthy gentlemen. My name is De Wu. All right, De Wu, may I ask how many Pokémon you have at home? Despite the allure of this substantial deal, CF Fan was also wary of the possibility of sudden change of heart. However, adhering to the principle of honest business, he felt it necessary to provide a reminder. After all, my energy cubes are tailored for specific attributes. Mixing them is fine, but I worry they might not suit some Pokémon's tastes. I understand, but it's all right. While I mainly cultivate Steel-type Pokémon, I have many other types at home as well, De Wu replied with a slight smile. And if there are any leftovers, I can always give them away. All right, if that is the case, CF Fan beamed brightly. I'll pack them up for you now. Wait, I didn't expect there would be Pokémon food for sale here. At that moment, a dark-skinned man approached, stroking his chin and gazing at the energy cubes on CF Fan's stall with intrigue. Mr. Xiao Quan, our teacher and the others are waiting for us. Don't rush. Sakuraji, I just want to take a look A little delay, one tea matter. Observing his companion's demeanor, the brown-haired man could only sigh helplessly and then offered CF Fan an apologetic smile. Apologies, sir, but all the energy cubes for sale have been sold out. If you're interested, you can leave your contact details, and I'll reach out to you later. CF Fan stepped forward and spoke softly. Oh, upon hearing this, the man named Xiao Quan lifted his head, raising an eyebrow. You're a breeder too? I suppose I barely qualify. These energy cubes are all made by me, and the Pokémon love them. So these are called energy cubes? The man picked one up and examined it, then chuckled awkwardly. This isn't how Pokémon food is made, young man. Are you trying to pick a fight? CF Fan's expression darkened, his smile vanishing instantly. Wait, what Pokémon is that? At that moment, the man was captivated by Tianxi sitting at the back table, his eyes widening slowly. What Pokémon is this? He had never seen anything like it before. The pink diamond crown and the luxurious, crystal-encrusted skirt were breathtaking. For the first time, he witnessed a convergence of cuteness, beauty, and nobility in a single Pokémon. Though he didn't know what this Pokémon was, its appearance alone was of immeasurable value. Kid, is this Pokémon for sale? The man struggled to contain his excitement, his voice tinged with eagerness. However, upon hearing this, CF Fan's expression darkened instantly. Such a Pokémon, if raised improperly, would lose its luster, which would be a great pity. Yet the man seemed oblivious to CF Fan's distress and continued. If you give me this Pokémon, I will teach you how to become an excellent breeder. What do you say? CF Fan's lips curled up, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he replied, I'd rather not. Thank you very much. Chapter 37. Engaging in the art of language with the Dragon Kingdom people. You've certainly stumbled upon a thorn. In a moment of bewilderment, Inuzuka Ikaru appeared not to comprehend what CF Fan had articulated. However, the doctor, Sakuragi, standing beside him, could no longer bear the sight. Mr. Inuzuka, let us depart. The Alliance has recently enacted new regulations that severely curtail transactions related to Pokémon. This includes certain breeding houses that, under the guise of self-production, covertly acquire rare Pokémon from the black market at low prices, only to resell them at exorbitant rates. Observing the demeanor of the other party, he could discern that young Inuzuka had developed an interest in this young man's Pokémon. Youth, have you heard of Shoya? This is an unparalleled opportunity for you. I hope you ponder it carefully. Yet, Inuzuka Ikaru was undeterred. As he spoke, his gaze incessantly scrutinized Diancie. For in his years of experience, he recognized that she would undoubtedly cater to the tastes of affluent ladies or collectors. At that moment, Daigo, standing further back, could hardly contain himself, his brow furrowed as he stepped forward, intent on intervening. However, he was abruptly halted by an outstretched arm. A teacher once said. CF Fan paused, tilting his head slightly. Please cover Shibao's ears. Huh? Oh. Shibao blinked, his large, adorable eyes wide open. A teacher once said that the phrase, I love you may not always be sincere. The beautiful faces you see may not be devoid of technology and cunning. However, CF Fan shifted his tone, casually addressing Inuzuka Ikaru. If you believe you have encountered a fool, doubt not yourself, for he truly is a fool. Are you insulting me? Inuzuka Ikaru exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do not question it. CF Fan smiled faintly. I am indeed insulting you. How often do we see fools cloaked in a veil of affection? Terms like dim-wit or blockhead sound more like playful endearments. Only fool retains its piercing edge, unmistakably derogatory. Even with a prefix, its harshness cannot be concealed. Rude. You, who lack respect for your seniors, are nothing but a disgrace to breeders. Inuzuka Ikaru's face flushed crimson as he erupted in a tirade of curses. Yet, CF Fan merely remarked, Miss, zero damage. Generally, he did not advocate for a lack of decorum, but when family was involved, he could forsake morality. Whether or not I am a disgrace to breeders is debatable, but you are certainly a disgrace to the Arcanine lineage. Please, he scoffed, engaging in the art of language with the Dragon Kingdom people. You've certainly stumbled upon a thorn. Arcanine? Inuzuka Ikaru paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, his fury igniting as he lunged towards CF Fan, intent on teaching this insolent youth a lesson. CF Fan, seeing this, Daigo swiftly released his hold on Diancie and rushed forward to assist. However, before he could issue a stern warning, the earthy energy began to coalesce above Inuzuka Ikaru's head. Suddenly, massive boulders materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon Inuzuka Ikaru, who let out a series of pained cries before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Rock slide? Daigo caught sight of a faint yellow aura dissipating from around Diancie. Did Shibao do this? He gasped, realizing that seasoned trainers are acutely sensitive to elemental energies, just as experts can appraise antiques at a glance. However, the energy he sensed moments ago seemed to be of champion level. It appears CF Fan is not as simple as I had imagined, Daigo mused, casting a surprised glance at the tall figure ahead, now shrouded in an air of mystery. No, surely he isn't attempting to pull a fast one, CF Fan realized, his lips twitching in a peculiar manner. Mr. Inuzuka, Dr. Sakuragi called out anxiously while laboriously clearing the stones. I believe I've seen you in the papers. You're Dr. Sakuragi from the Kanto region, correct? Daigo's tone turned serious. According to the new regulations released by the Alliance this year, any auction houses, breeding facilities, or ranches involved in the resale of Pokémon are prohibited. You're Daigo? Dr. Sakuragi's pupils dilated as he finally recognized him. The current champion of the Hoenn region and heir of the Devon family. I will liaise with the Kanto authorities regarding the Shoya mentioned by your friend based on what I have just witnessed. That is acceptable. I assent it? Certainly. My apologies for the trouble caused, Daigo replied. You seem to possess quite the extraordinary identity. Are you not some illustrious figure? CF Fan mused, glancing curiously at Daigo as he observed the departing duo. Likewise, I might say I am. I almost fell for your guys, Daigo retorted. Donotist. I was born in Rome, merely a humble farmer, an ordinary person, CF Fan replied. Indeed, I trust you as far as I can throw you. Meanwhile, above the divine and forested expanse, countless meteors streaked down like rain, relentlessly striking groups of self-destructing magnemites and armored birds. The silver-haired maiden clung tightly to the neck of her salamence, darting swiftly between explosions and flames. Her once calm visage was now etched with urgency, her piercing eyes fixated on a blue and white figure ahead, filled with disbelief and anxiety. The Forest Sovereign? Yet this power is beyond comprehension. Though she had previously captured Pokémon of the Forest Sovereign level, most possessed strengths merely ranging from the peak of Gym Leader to Elite Four. However, encountering a being akin to this shiny Rayquaza was unprecedented. Notably, while the Galactic team covered most of the expenses for this operation, she had already mobilized all available resources at her disposal. Among the hundreds of self-destructing magnemites and armored birds, many were of Gym Leader caliber. Yet, in a mere few exchanges, her aerial forces had been decimated by over half. Several helicopters were even rendered incapacitated by explosive shockwaves. Lord J, the winds in this area have become utterly chaotic. We request your guidance. The Tempest howled like a raging beast, whipping her silver hair into a frenzy. The maiden squinted against the wind, struggling to maintain her composure. Clenching her teeth, she finally resolved, activate the YS capture device. We must neutralize this shiny Rayquaza first. Originally intended as a secret weapon against Suicune, she had no better alternative. Understood. As her command resonated, the surrounding helicopters ascended to a higher altitude, encircling the shiny Rayquaza from above. Subsequently, iron umbrellas resembling lightning rods extended from the cabin's underside, unfurling and emitting amber rays of light. Wherever the beams passed, numerous self-destructing magnemites and armored birds found themselves unable to evade, instantly transforming into lifeless statues, plummeting toward the forest below. Screech! The shiny Rayquaza sensed impending danger, unleashing a shrill cry, evidently infuriated. The vibrant green light surged like a whirlpool, altering the very hue of the sky. Chapter 38. The fossil pterosaur enters a frenzy. You want to give me a tour? No thanks. I've already explored this morning. CF Fan politely declined Wu's kind offer. He was more concerned about another matter. By the way, when do you plan to settle the bill? 10 million Alliance coins could easily afford him a leisurely existence for a year or two. That is not important. I can withdraw it from the ATM inside the exhibition later, Dawu replied. Xiafan insisted, no, it is important to me. Although he had not found a suitable partner, his fundamental goal for attending this exhibition had been achieved. You really are peculiar. Those are ancient fossil Pokémon. Aside from the Black Gold exhibition, you won't find them anywhere else. Don't you have any interest at all? Dawu remarked, slightly astonished. To him, it seemed no trainer could resist the allure of Pokémon from millions of years ago. I'm not interested. What is so fascinating about them? Xiafan questioned, casting a curious glance. Are you referring to the Scyther and Lileep on display inside? If so, I've already seen them back in the Kanto region, and there were even more varieties there. No way. Dawu exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. I have no reason to deceive you. Xiafan shook his head. Didn't you just ask me where I encountered the Shiba? Uh-huh. Dawu nodded eagerly. That was in a valley in the Kanto region. The Shiba looked nothing like it does now. It resembled a dirty little rabbit back then. Apart from her, I didn't find any companions like her. However, the Pokémon exhibited in the hall were abundant and countless. Xiafan explained as he packed the energy cubes and then picked up the tiny Tianxia in his arms. Yet, the little one seemed displeased with Xiafan's earlier comments, puffing up its cheeks in indignation. Goodness, are you really getting upset about this? Xiafan chuckled, tapping Tianxia gently on the forehead. All right, my Shiba is the most beautiful and adorable. At his words, Tianxia's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Dawu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, contemplating the truthfulness of Xiafan's claims. If such a place truly existed, it would be nothing short of paradise. Xiafan, just as Dawu was about to inquire further about the specific location, Cynthia rushed over in a flurry. Oh, Cynthia, where have you two been? That's precisely what I wanted to ask you, she retorted, her eyes narrowing as she noticed Wu standing nearby. Champion of Hoenn, where's Kona? I haven't seen her. She's inside the exhibition, Xiafan replied, puzzled. Why are you looking for me? Huh? Cynthia paused, her expression slightly stunned. Dr. Yamazaki said you promised them yesterday that you would come to help check on those fossil Pokémon. Xiafan crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. He vaguely remembered discussing it yesterday and had subconsciously nodded in agreement while feeling drowsy. So, the breeders Dr. Yamazaki had summoned were actually Xiafan? A glimmer of curiosity sparked into Wu's eyes regarding Xiafan's background. All right, then please take me over to have a look. Though he was uncertain about many things, Xiafan had confidence in his ability to care for Pokémon. As long as it wasn't a complex issue like the pineapple bun incident, he could handle it. I'll go with you. Dawu gestured, quickly summoning staff members to help transport the energy cubes, entering the hall alongside Xiafan. Is that you, Mr. Inuzuka from Showa House? Dr. Okido observed the disheveled state of the student before him and the man he was assisting, his expression slightly perplexed. Since Xiafan hadn't arrived yet, he thought to let them give it a try. But how did you end up in this condition? A little mishap, teacher, Dr. Sakuragi chuckled awkwardly, giving Inuzuka a gentle shove. Cough, cough. Rest assured, Dr. Okido. The Pokémon food produced by Showa House comes from a unique recipe. I guarantee these fossil Pokémon will regain their spirits instantly after consuming it. Inuzuka declared confidently, his chest puffed out. These two individuals were renowned scholars who frequently appeared on television. If he could gain their favor through this endeavor, it would undeniably be a lucrative investment. Once he dealt with this situation, he would certainly make that little brat pay. All right, since the fossil pterosaur has just been administered a tranquilizer, let us take this opportunity to offer it the food, Dr. Yamazaki instructed, walking to the control panel and pressing a button to open a window-sized passage in the protective shield. Leave it to me. As Inuzuka prepared to feed the fossil pterosaur, a staff member hurried over to report to Dr. Yamazaki. Oh, has it arrived? Dr. Yamazaki's expression turned serious as he nodded. Understood. Please proceed with the original plan to organize the crowd. Yes, the staff member replied and left. Dr. Okido then inquired, is there any other arrangement, Dr. Yamazaki? Yes. Today, the Princess of the Columbia Kingdom will also be present to tour the exhibition and perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Black Gold exhibition. The Columbia Kingdom? Is it the kingdom from which the Sinnoh civilization originated? Dr. Okito remarked. To have the royal heir attend the event speaks volumes about Devon Corporation's influence. They truly are a big player. Teacher, it seems the fossil pterosaur is awakening. At that moment, the voice of you attracted everyone's attention. Inuzuka hurriedly scrambled out from the opening, tumbling to the ground. Inside the protective shield, the fossil pterosaur gradually raised its head, its piercing gaze scanning the area before finally settling on a metal bowl placed at the edge. That scared me to death, Inuzuka exclaimed as he clumsily fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the fossil pterosaur slowly lifted its head, its sharp eyes surveying the surroundings before focusing on the bowl. Let us see if it finds this to its liking. Dr. Yamazaki sealed the protective shield again, and everyone turned their attention back inside. The fossil pterosaur sniffed the air vigorously, surprisingly remaining calm instead of agitated like before, as it slowly approached the edge, leaning towards the bowl. It's eating. The fossil pterosaur is eating, you exclaimed excitedly, leaning over the protective shield. Oh, it seems this food is quite to its taste, Doctor. Okito and the others expressed their relief with beaming smiles. Thank you, Mr. Inuzuka. You've been a great help. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite. I've always said that as long as these Pokémon eat our Showa House food, they will surely regain their spirits instantly. Inuzuka stood tall, laughing proudly. However, his pride did not last long. The fossil pterosaur suddenly halted its eating, swatting the bowl away with a powerful strike before beginning to thrash its head violently, emitting a deafening roar. Roar, roar, roar. Its crimson eyes were filled with primal fury as the fossil pterosaur spread its wings, shimmering with a metallic sheen, and charged violently against the protective shield, causing a tremendous commotion. Cries of panic erupted from the crowd, instantly igniting chaos. Dr. Omuki and his colleagues looked up in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. On the other hand, Dr. Yamane acted decisively, shouting to the nearby staff, "Calm the patients." However, before the tranquilizer could be deployed, the aperture above was obliterated by a single attack from the fossil pterosaur. The ensuing explosion exacerbated the panic among the already frightened crowd, prompting them to flee wildly towards the exits. Had they truly descended into a state of frenzy? Dr. Yamane's expression grew gravely serious as he swiftly issued commands to the staff. Inform everyone to evacuate the venue immediately and ensure order is maintained. Simultaneously, contact Daigo and have him come to manage the situation. Yes, understood. The staff, trembling at the sight of the fossil pterosaur wreaking havoc within the protective barrier, hurriedly turned to assist the panicking throng. Chapter 39, Chaos. Dr. Sakuragi gazed anxiously at the dazed Inuhira, his face etched with worry. I didn't anticipate such a reaction, Inuhira stammered, his pallid complexion betraying his fright. Meanwhile, Kona, who had been observing quietly, furrowed her brow and sternly interrogated, "What did you add to it?" "I only added a small amount of a fruit from ancient times. I truly didn't expect this to happen." Inuhira trembled, horror evident in his expression. However, the situation had become critical. The enraged fossil pterosaur had completely lost its sanity, unleashing destructive beams of energy that pelted the protective barrier like a torrential downpour. Dark mist seeped through the cracks of the barrier, ominously hinting at its imminent collapse. Quickly, we must leave. The barrier is about to break, Dr. Yamane decisively called out, urging everyone to evacuate swiftly. Let us exit first, and then notify Miss Junsha to control the situation. Dr. Omuki hastily grabbed Sakuragi, and they both dashed towards the exit. Having come merely for a visit, neither she nor Sharona had brought their Pokémon, all of which were being cared for at the Pokémon Center. They would have to seek CF-Fan's assistance first. Okay. She hurriedly followed Kona's lead. Red Cedar was filled with guilt, realizing that although she had brought the fossil Pokémon into a new era, she had failed to provide them with a suitable living environment. Was her long-standing effort and dream truly meaningful? CF-Fan, how do you know Daigo? Sharona leaned in to ask quietly. That's a long story. CF-Fan glanced at Daigo ahead and shook his head. However, after a brief interaction, he had tentatively concluded that Daigo was not a malicious individual. Well, except for being a bit eccentric. Run. The fossil pterosaur has gone berserk. Don't crowd. Let me out first. At that moment, a surge of panicked people flooded from the exhibition hall, their faces marked by anxiety and fear. What is happening? Daigo asked, his brow furrowed as he swiftly grabbed a staff member, demanding an explanation. And Master Daigo, the staff member momentarily froze, then quickly relayed the situation inside. What? The fossil pterosaur is in a state of rage? Daigo's pupils constricted as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Quickly disperse the crowd. I'll handle this. I'm sorry, there's been an incident. You all should seek shelter outside, Sharona offered, clearly having overheard Daigo's conversation with the staff. Although she was unsure why the fossil pterosaur had gone out of control, she was determined not to stand idly by. Do you have Pokémon with you? Oh no, I left my Garchomp at the Pokémon Center. Sharona suddenly remembered, but quickly added, I'll retrieve my Pokeballs. It shouldn't take long. All right, then I'll leave the area outside to you, Daigo said before rushing back inside. The fossil pterosaur. Xiafan's gaze sharpened as he glanced down at Xiaobao. The little creature seemed to regard Daigo's departing figure with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, a sleek black limousine slowly pulled up beside the red carpet outside the exhibition center. As the door was opened by a suited doorman, a charming young girl with blue hair stepped out, her water blue princess dress brushing against the carpet. A man in a purple suit with silvery blue hair slightly bowed, respectfully proclaiming, We warmly welcome Her Royal Highness, Princess Shalubia of the Kingdom of Columbia. Thank you for arranging this event, President Zivki, she said with a smile as the door closed behind her. Not at all. It is an honor that you agreed to attend, President Zivki replied, bending slightly at the waist. Princess, I will guide you on a tour, and afterwards we shall proceed to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Does that sound agreeable? Shalubia nodded gracefully, her voice still retaining a youthful timbre. Thank you for your efforts. Haha, not at all. Please, follow me, he said, stepping aside to allow her to lead the way. However, before they had traversed halfway down the red carpet, a thunderous explosion erupted from the exhibition center ahead. The roof was blasted open, billowing smoke into the sky, and people could be seen fleeing in panic not far away. What? President Zivki's eyes widened in shock as he hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie, demanding an explanation. What on earth has happened at the exhibition center? President, the fossil pterosaur has breached the barrier and is in a state of rage, attacking indiscriminately within the center. What did you say? President Zivki stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The first thought that flashed through his mind was one of dread. He understood the significance of this event better than anyone else. It was intended to enhance the recognition of their region, and he had even invited the princess of the Origin Kingdom from Sinnoh. If anything were to go awry, their company would go from industry benchmark to a laughingstock in an instant. What about Daigo? Have you contacted him? Young Master has already headed to the scene, but his Pokémon are at the hotel. We are on our way to retrieve them, the staff member replied. Miss June Shah has been informed and said she will arrive at the scene shortly. Boom! Just then, an explosion echoed through the walkie-talkie, accompanied by the panicked shouts of staff. The line abruptly went dead. Chapter 40. An uncontrollable situation quickly. Everyone move to an open space. Daigo shouted, racing from the venue. No sooner had he spoken than a deep purple figure surged forth through the massive opening at the top of the exhibition hall, shrouded in smoke. Roar! At that moment, the fossilized Pteranodon's eyes were filled with bloodlust as it emitted a furious roar. Following this, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a blazing orange breath towards the fleeing crowd, launching it with a thunderous blast. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet. With a swift motion of her hand, the image of Sharpedo shot upwards with remarkable speed. Its fins shimmered with a dazzling white light, effortlessly cleaving through the destructive beam from the Pteranodon, causing it to explode into fragments on either side of the path. Do we catch up? Daigo exhaled deeply in relief. Just then, Cynthia jogged over to Shifan, her tone laced with concern. Shifan, are you all right? I'm fine, Shifan replied, gently shaking his head while holding Tiana and Evie. But I haven't seen Kona and the others. I suspect they evacuated through another exit with Dr. Yamanashi. Daigo approached quickly and said, as long as everyone is safe. That's what matters. Shifan looked up at the Pteranodon, now engaged in battle with Sharpedo, and remarked with a hint of trepidation, "It truly is a vicious creature, akin to Godzilla from the monster movies. Don't worry, leave the rest to me and Sharpedo." Cynthia smiled reassuringly. This Pteranodon is merely a champion-level threat, and stands no chance against Sharpedo. Suddenly, she noticed Tiana and Shifan's arms appeared unusually tense, which seemed off. "What is wrong with Tiana?" It's probably just startled," Shifan explained softly as he gently patted Tiana. Deep down, he understood the reason for her distress. Previously, in that valley, a Pteranodon had been the leader in bullying her. "What?" At that moment, Daigo, having received a phone call, exclaimed with a grave expression, "Understood. I'm on my way. What happened?" Shifan and Cynthia exchanged puzzled glances. Daigo rubbed his temples, explaining with a headache, "The exhibition hall has suffered damage from the Pteranodon, causing a short circuit in the electrical system. Many other fossil Pokémon have escaped from their protective barriers and are now out of control." He had merely wished to enjoy a leisurely day, yet the situation had turned out to be more exhausting than work. Taking a deep breath, Daigo turned to Shifan and asked, "Could you assist me with a favor? As a valued client, just say the word. If it's within my capabilities, I'll help. My father and Princess Shalubia are near the southwest gate. I fear the escaping fossil Pokémon may encounter them. I hope you can explain the current situation to them and lead them to safety." In essence, Daigo was concerned about causing a diplomatic incident at his family's event and wished for Shifan to ensure their safety. "Sure, no problem." Shifan readily agreed, thinking it was merely a matter of providing an update. Nothing too difficult. "Wait a moment. Princess of Columbia? Isn't that Shalubia?" Shifan replied. "Then I leave it to you. I need to grab some Pokeballs. Once this is all over, I'll be sure to thank you properly," Daigo said, hastily heading towards the hotel. Recognizing the familiarity, Shifan considered the situation, clutching Tiana and Evie. "Cynthia, could you keep an eye on Tiana and the others? I'll go ahead. It will be quicker." "Ah, sure, no problem." Cynthia, glancing sideways while observing the battle, took the two little ones. Shifan affectionately ruffled their heads and, under their concerned gazes, turned and departed. Roar. Meanwhile, the Pteranodon found itself at a disadvantage amidst the relentless clashes with Sharpedo. After a powerful strike, the Pteranodon felt its insides wrenching and let out a piercing scream. Its once wrathful eyes began to clear, revealing a deep-seated fear. Cynthia's lips curled into a smile as she called out. However, the now somewhat awakened Pteranodon, sensing a retreat, took advantage of Sharpedo's brief moment of rigidity after executing its move. It spread its wings wide and began to flap violently, conjuring a tempest. "Oh no!" Cynthia thought in alarm, quickly shielding Tiana and Evie tightly against her chest. Roar! The Pteranodon soared into the sky, racing away towards the very spot where Shifan had just departed. "This is bad, I was careless." Cynthia clenched her teeth, calling out, "Sharpedo, let us pursue." With a swift recovery, Sharpedo dove low, folding its fins and accelerating forward. Cynthia, hearing the commotion behind her, pushed off the ground forcefully, leaping onto Sharpedo's back as they sped after the Pteranodon. "Mr. Zivik, how is the situation?" At the southwest gate, Felicia stepped forward, inquiring softly. "For now, we have it under control." Mr. Zivik managed a strained smile, though he felt utterly lacking in confidence. According to the latest reports, besides the Pteranodon, many other fossil Pokémon had also escaped, and the scene was teetering on the brink of chaos, becoming increasingly difficult to manage. He could only hope his son would resolve the matter swiftly, minimizing the impact of this incident. Having witnessed the earlier explosion, Felicia knew it was impossible for Shalubia to remain there any longer. "All right, once I handle things on my end, I will reach out to you. I sincerely apologize." Mr. Zivik understood this was the best course of action, bowing apologetically to Felicia and Shalubia. Felicia gracefully approached Shalubia, speaking softly. However, the little princess gazed with wonder at the approaching figures in the distance, a smile of delight blooming on her face. "It's Brother Shifan." Chapter 41. How dare you? Dear Brother Fan. Shalubia, overjoyed, sprinted forward, exclaiming, "Splendid, they're unharmed." A smile graced Siafan's face as he decelerated his pace. However, a roar suddenly reverberated from the heavens, instantly draining the color from Salubia's face as she cried out to Siafan, "Brother Fan, be careful." "Princess." Furija's voice, laced with urgency, followed closely. She dashed forward frantically, only to be intercepted by a cascade of descending rocks. Rumble. Boulders shattered, scattering gravel in all directions, instantly engulfing the area in a thick cloud of dust. Siafan's pupils constricted as he accelerated, swiftly reaching Salubia and enveloping her in a protective embrace. He then rolled them both aside several times. Boom! The very spot they had just vacated was instantly obliterated by a beam of amber light. The force of the blast propelled Siafan outward, sending him crashing against a signpost. Bang! The impact left Siafan's back numb with pain, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Siafan, Hyrona, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene unfold. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her face contorted with rage as she gazed up at the figure looming in the sky. That wretched Aerodactyl, Diancie, however, remained blankly in Hyrona's arms, her eyes devoid of light, her expression vacant. Fan is hurt. Hurt. The words echoed in her mind. Who dare to harm him? Harm him. Diancie slowly raised her pallid face, tilting her head slightly. How dare you, Buzz? Hyrona, taken aback, turned her gaze to the small Pokémon in her arms. A surge of terrifying pink energy erupted from Diancie, coalescing into a tangible aura that surged upward like a raging torrent. I will obliterate you. The chilling words were uttered with an unsettling calm. In an instant, Diancie vanished from Hyrona's embrace, reappearing in the air some 70 feet above, hovering before the Aerodactyl. Roar? The Aerodactyl blinked, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Then, the space around it was violently assaulted by an immense energy, causing it to tremble and distort. Whoosh! A whirlwind of cherry-pink energy swirled with incredible speed, forming a colossal spherical domain that enveloped the Aerodactyl. You may bully me, but harming Fan is forbidden. Diancie's expression remained vacant as she muttered, "He's already injured. It must be excruciating." Trapped within the pink domain, the Aerodactyl's eyes widened in horror as it was battered and bombarded by countless streams of energy. It emitted a desperate cry, filled with terror and despair, pleading with Diancie outside the sphere. Pleading for mercy? Too late. Diancie uttered coldly. The pink energy then completely consumed the Aerodactyl, unleashing a lunar radiance that expanded across the heavens. Is that the moon? Daigo, who was directing his Metagross in suppressing the other fossil Pokémon, looked up in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. No, it's a Pokémon's ultimate technique. And standing there is Diancie. Daigo focused on the small figure, clicking his tongue in amazement. The sheer density of that energy rivals my Metagross in its most powerful state. What is that? Hyrona, on the ground, had a clearer view. She saw the pink energy rising from Diancie's body and converging above her head, forming a transparent, slate-like object. From it, she felt an unprecedented sense of foreboding. Cough, cough. Just then, Siafan, slowly regaining consciousness, coughed weakly and opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of Salubia's tear-streaked face. "Brother Fan, you're awake?" Salubia exclaimed with relief. Siafan. Hyrona rushed over, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Ouch. Siafan began to speak, but sharp pain shot through the back of his head, causing him to gasp. Furija, come quickly and help Brother Fan." Salubia cried out anxiously. "Fan!" Hearing the voice, Diancie paused momentarily, her expression regaining its vitality. She abruptly changed direction and descended. Thud! As Diancie ceased her attack, the energy maintaining the lunar power dissipated instantly. The Aerodactyl, its eyes rolled back, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the earth with a resounding boom. "I'm fine. I just need a moment." Siafan, supported by Hyrona, sat up slowly, gingerly touching the back of his head. It was swollen, but there seemed to be no bleeding. "By the way, what happened to that Aerodactyl?" Siafan asked, remembering the incident. The Aerodactyl? Hyrona glanced at the deep crater nearby, unsure how to explain. The rapid succession of events had been overwhelming. She had suspected that Diance's adorable appearance concealed something extraordinary, but she had never imagined this level of power. The sheer force of it had even frightened her. Fan, Diance arrived belatedly, throwing herself into Fan's arms and bursting into tears. I'm all right. I just bumped my head. Fan gently patted Diance's back to comfort her. It seemed the crisis had been averted. Hyrona must have been truly remarkable. He remembered only a brief moment of disorientation. Fan, Hyrona. Soon after, Kona arrived with Daigo. Daigo paused at the edge of the deep crater, glancing at the Aerodactyl lying within. Quite a tragic sight. Its eyes were rolled back, foam dripped from its mouth, and its body twitched intermittently. Daigo, how is the situation at the exhibition hall? President Zuvuki inquired eagerly, approaching his son. Thanks to Ms. Kona's assistance, we subdued most of the fossil Pokémon and handed over the remaining tasks to Officer Jenny and her team. Hearing this, President Zuvuki felt a wave of relief. But father, what happened here? If it weren't for that young man, Fan, I don't know how the situation might have escalated. President Zuvuki sighed. He was, of course, referring to Salubia's safety. However, Daigo interpreted his words differently. So I was right. It was Diance who suppressed the Aerodactyl. Daigo's gaze narrowed. This meant that Fan, like himself, was a champion-level trainer. But the aura of that energy, it doesn't seem to belong to any type I'm familiar with. Chapter 42. The Fat Eggplant and the Gung Ghost Bang. 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 The incessant attacks rained down upon the Chishi bluebird, enveloping the sky in a thick shroud of smoke. Yet, with a sudden burst of emerald light, the haze was dispelled. The Chishi bluebird flapped its wings, hovering within the realm of its ultimate technique. It cast a glance at the chaotic vegetable patch below, slowly raising its fiery gaze. That was the home of Fan and her companions, now ravaged by these intruders. Such an affront could never be forgiven. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens. Surrounding the Chishi bluebird, a surge of azure energy blazed fiercely. In mere moments, this energy swelled like a volcanic eruption, rising to a height of several meters, ultimately coalescing into the phantom of a divine bird. What on earth was this phenomenon? Jake stood atop the back of the violent salamander, raising her arm to shield against the howling winds, utterly astonished. She was certain that this was no technique the Chishi bluebird could wield. She had never before encountered such a formidable Pokémon, capable of not only resisting the petrifying beams of the YS capture device, but also single-handedly decimating her aerial forces. Roaring, the violent salamander flapped its crimson wings and emitted a low growl, its eyes filled with palpable fear. From the presence of the Chishi bluebird, it sensed an overwhelming primal bloodline suppression, an insurmountable dimensional disparity that extinguished any spark of rebellion within it. Were it not for its trainer on its back, the salamander would have fled long ago. Yet, no matter how powerful one may be, exhaustion is an inevitable fate. Jay's expression hardened as she swiftly grasped the walkie-talkie, commanding in a sharp tone, adjust the power to maximum. Aim again and fire the YS capture device. The mercenaries piloting the helicopter sprang into action, gripping the controls tightly as they raced towards the Chishi bluebird like an arrow loosed from a bow. The iron umbrella unfurled, flickering with dazzling electric light, while the amber, petrifying beam hurtled through the air like a venomous serpent, homing in on the Chishi bluebird. The Chishi bluebird's patience had worn thin. The azure flames roared like a tempest, continually clashing with the incoming beams of light. Within the colossal phantom of the divine bird, a slab of radiant light suddenly erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward from the Chishi bluebird. Bang! 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 The last 20 or so self-destructing magnemites and armored birds were struck down, emitting cries of despair as they plummeted to the ground. Boom! The helicopters were not spared either. The mercenaries barely had time to parachute before they were engulfed in a cloud of explosive smoke, their screams echoing in the chaos. Violent salamander, unleash your flames. Jay gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the distant Chishi bluebird that thwarted her plans. Despite the bitterness swelling within her heart, She understood that there was no point in continuing this mission. As she felt her body lose weight, Jay's pupils constricted, and she began to fall towards the forest below. Meanwhile, on the other side, the electrode was orchestrating the Pokémon in the forest to methodically clear away the debris. Hey Mook, hurry across. You're in charge of transporting these humans to the police station at the foot of the mountain, it instructed. Iron Tread, take care of the scrap metal and move it down as well. If the Cacnea want to eat, they can keep some. Cacnea expressed its dismay, indicating that it had no interest in the impure refuse, fearing that consuming it could lead to an upset stomach. Is it resolved? At that moment, Suicune emerged slowly from the underbrush, approaching the electrode. Insufficient, the electrode shrugged. Shouldn't Ti-Ching's side be finished as well? Suicune inquired, nodding gently. However, there is an unfamiliar presence over there. I can't discern if it's friend or foe, it added. Yet, the electrode crossed its arms, a smirk creeping onto its lips. Suicune raised an eyebrow in confusion, momentarily taken aback. On the grassy clearing, all the mercenaries and their Pokémon lay in torment, as if trapped in a nightmare. The large purple blob emerged slowly from the shadows, grinning wickedly. Its round body, with stubby limbs and short legs, surveyed its surroundings with crimson eyes, seemingly pleased with its handiwork, chuckling softly. Just then, a clear chirp resonated from the sky. The vigilant Chishi bluebird descended to inspect the scene. Upon spotting the purple blob, its eyes gleamed with surprise. Eggplant, is it you? The gung ghost turned its rotund body, raising its tiny arms in greeting. Ching Ching, I am terribly sorry. In the exhibition center of the Black Gold exhibition, the situation was now entirely under control. With Miss Junsh's assistance, the crowd had been orderly managed. Meanwhile, the staff was busy reaccommodating the fossil Pokémon. Among them, Miss Joy was attending to a fossil pterodactyl, administering treatment and bandaging. Dr. Yamazaki and others stood nearby, observing the progress. Having witnessed the incident from start to finish, the young Shiba Inu was consumed by dread, fearing he would bear the blame. His head nearly bowed to the ground in trembling submission. He had not anticipated that the ancient fruit tree he sought would have such stimulant effects, nearly leading to a lethal dose for the fossil pterodactyl. Fortunately, no injuries had occurred this time. It was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. After all, it was a friend of his students who had come to assist. Dr. Okido sighed, shaking his head. However, while he refrained from laying blame, it did not mean others were without criticism. As a Pokémon caretaker, how could one provide food to Pokémon without concrete practical data? I truly question your professionalism. At that moment, Sharona approached, supporting the now examined CF-Fan, flanked by Kona and Shalabia. Chapter 43. The bet, how are you? Is your injury all right? Doctor, Yamanashi inquired with concern as he glanced at CF-Fan. It's fine. Nothing serious, CF-Fan replied, shaking his head. Is this really CF-Fan? The nearby yew tree blinked in surprise, taken aback by how much younger he appeared than her. Yet, what affliction were these Pokémon suffering from? CF-Fan's gaze settled on the fossilized pterodactyl as he asked. Dr. Yamanashi then explained the situation regarding the fossil Pokémon's revival and their subsequent aversion to food. I see, CF-Fan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly raised his head and said, All right, let me give it a try. However, as soon as he spoke, the young dog trainer recognized him as the mischievous brat who had embarrassed him at the stall area. He leapt forward, pointing at CF-Fan, and exclaimed, Wait a moment. To my knowledge, this kid isn't even a breeder. How could he possibly solve the issues concerning the fossil Pokémon? Don't be deceived by him. If he uses that dubious Pokémon food, who knows what adverse reactions the fossil pterodactyls might have after consuming it. Upon hearing this, both Dr. Yamanashi and Professor Oak furrowed their brows. Yew Tree was the first to speak, disdainfully retorting, I find it hard to believe that such words come from the instigator of the incident. Moreover, whether CF-Fan is qualified or not is not for you to judge, as his prowess in Pokémon breeding is well recognized by both me and Sharona. Kona echoed this sentiment without reservation. Sharona nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, the meals and food CF-Fan prepares are truly delectable. What do you know? Pokémon food isn't merely about taste. This kid has never even seen a fossil Pokémon. How could he possibly concoct food that suits their palate? Young dog trainer scoffed dismissively. I believe you're all being fooled by this brat. It's obvious he intends to exploit this pathetic gimmick for personal gain. That's nonsense. Brother Fan is not that kind of person. Shalubia exclaimed fiercely, baring her small teeth in protest. Sief Fan. Winky face? How much? The expressions of Professor Oak and the others shifted to one of admiration upon hearing her words. Only young dog trainer's face grew grim. He hadn't anticipated that this brat was acquainted with the princess of the kingdom. Well, I'm merely reminding you from a breeder's perspective. After all, fossil Pokémon have just emerged, and food is inherently a challenge. I've heard many breeders have already come to try their hand at it. Haven't they? Just think, how can someone who has never even seen a fossil Pokémon, an ISNTA breeder, produce food that is more reliable than what we professional breeders can create? Faced with young dog trainer's unreasonable assertions, Dr. Yamanashi and Professor Oak exchanged glances. While they did not particularly like young dog trainer, his words compelled them to ponder. Yet, CF Fan surveyed the room and, breaking the silence, calmly interjected. Who says this is my first encounter with these so-called fossil Pokémon? Ha ha ha. Look, the kid has revealed his slip in a moment of panic. Young dog trainer burst into laughter, then quickly composed himself, sneering. It's clear that youth cannot contain their excitement. Fossil Pokémon are mere remnants from ancient times, revived through the fossil revival machine manufactured by Devon Corporation. You claim to have seen them? Did you somehow create a revival machine before Devon Corporation did? Or have you discovered Pokémon that survived from ancient times? CF Fan gently scratched his ear, responding nonchalantly, I'm not sure about the ancient part. I doubt they could survive that long. However, if you're referring to the Pokémon exhibited in the exhibition center, there are indeed many in the Kanto region. Or their names again. Fossilised Armored Pokémon, Sitclau Pokémon, Ammonite Pokémon, Kadlili. Ancient Armor CF Fan recited the names of various fossil Pokémon in rapid succession, including some that existed only in literature. At this, both Dr. Yamanashi and Professor Oak's gazes shifted, as did Daigo's, now imbued with a different understanding. Utri's expression was one of astonishment. After all, the history of the League's development is relatively short, and many research outcomes have only emerged in recent years. The topic of Pokémon origins has always been shrouded in various unproven mysteries. Without scholars studying the field, even literary records would remain inaccessible. The Pokémon types CF Fan mentioned were precisely those cataloged only in the last couple of years. Do you have an interest in archaeology? Sharona quietly approached CF Fan, inquiring softly. It's purely coincidental, CF Fan replied, touching his nose with a faint smile. Even if you can name them, it doesn't prove what you say is true. Young dog trainer gritted his teeth. Mr. Dog, Professor Sakuragi interjected, his expression darkening, unable to hold back. Brat, since you are so confident, would you care to place a bet with me? Young dog trainer ignored him, fixing a cold smile at CF Fan. Let us see. If you can resolve the food issue for the fossil pterodactyl, you may choose any Pokémon egg from my Showa house. But if you cannot, young dog trainer's gaze landed on the Pokémon beside CF Fan, revealing his true intent. Then I shall take your Pokémon for breeding. Upon hearing this, not only did CF Fan slightly furrow his brow, but the expressions of everyone present turned to one of disdain toward young dog trainer. Chapter 44. The Hook Indeed. It is quite normal in life to encounter fools. CF Fan spoke calmly, suddenly feeling a sense of gratitude towards the inventor of the term. He had lost interest in conversing with such individuals and leisurely approached the fossil pterosaur, crouching down and gently extending his hand. This is for you, he murmured, pouting slightly. He then slowly closed his eyes, and a luminous green glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the fossil pterosaur. Witnessing this scene, Dawu and others gasped in surprise, their pupils contracting. The power of the evergreen, Dr. Oki murmured to himself, clearly recognizing the ability that CF Fan was exhibiting. This was a rare blessing from nature that occurred once every decade in the evergreen forest. According to his recollection, among the new and old generation of trainers within the Alliance, there were hardly more than a handful who possessed such a unique ability. Each of them was an exceptionally gifted trainer, as the power of the evergreen not only facilitated a connection with Pokémon, but also had the capacity to heal them. Furthermore, it temporarily enhanced the power of Pokémon, ensuring that each trainer blessed with this ability was destined for greatness. It seems that child, Qinglu, has gained another rival, Dr. Oki thought with a smile. Meanwhile, under the healing effects of Xiafan's power of the evergreen, the myriad small scars on the fossil pterosaur began to fade, revealing a vibrant sheen. Before long, its eyelids twitched, and it gradually opened its eyes. In ancient times, the climate exhibited greater fluctuations between day and night, and the habitats of rock-type Pokémon were typically much colder. Therefore, in addition to deriving energy from food, they often sought spicy berries or herbs to ward off the cold and awaken their taste buds. As he spoke, Xiafan retrieved a can of energy cubes from his backpack, pouring them onto the ground while sprinkling a few red granules atop. So that's how it is. Hong Doshan's eyes flickered with realization as the logic suddenly clicked into place. The climate? Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oki sighed softly, lamenting how such a simple factor had been overlooked. Brother Fan is so impressive, Shalabia exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, it did not hinder her from cheering for her brother Fan. The fossil pterosaur, upon seeing so many people, instinctively attempted to rise and attack, but was suddenly locked in place by a piercing gaze, causing it to tremble. Tianshi, led by Sharona, had her pink gem-like eyes glimmering ominously, seemingly warning it against any rash actions. Memories of the moments before its fainting surged back, and the fossil pterosaur shrank back in fear as it heard Xiafan's voice. "All right, eat up." The fossil pterosaur cautiously glanced at Xiafan before lowering its head to sniff the energy cubes on the ground, its eyes instantly lighting up as it began to devour them eagerly. "It's eating," Hong Doshan exclaimed joyfully. Dr. Yamanashi gestured for silence, and she covered her mouth, continuing to observe quietly with the others. In no time at all, the entire can of energy cubes was consumed by the fossil pterosaur, which then gazed up at Xiafan with longing, clearly wanting more. "Impossible." Inagami Ikaru swayed in disbelief, his face ashen. "Now you have nothing more to say, do you?" Sharona cast a cold glance his way. "You're Mr. Inugami from Showa House, right? I will inform someone to handle our wager." Kona adjusted her glasses, a glint of determination in her eyes. She had long found this individual displeasing, and even if it weren't for Xiafan, she would relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. As for Dawu, he remained entirely focused on Xiafan. If he had previously harbored some doubts regarding Xiafan's claims about the valley, he was now nearly convinced. "Sakuragi, your friend has questionable character. It would be wise to limit your interactions in the future," Dr. Oki advised the student as they prepared to part ways. Dr. Sakuragi sighed and nodded gently. "I understand. Professor." "Xiafan, you have once again rendered me a great service. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude," Dawu said, approaching Xiafan, who was chatting amiably with several women. "Help you?" Xiafan paused, taken aback. "Did you not know? The Devon Corporation, the organizers of this black gold exhibition, belongs to their family," Kona explained. Xiafan exclaimed, "What? So it's the malevolent capitalists?" He recalled that during the chaos earlier, there had been staff referring to him as young master. "By the way, regarding the valley matter, could you perhaps share more details with me in a suitable location?" Dawu asked directly, cutting to the chase. At that moment, Dr. Oki and the others approached, smiling. "Could we sit in on a conversation as well?" Xiafan chuckled helplessly while holding Tianshi. "If you're interested, I have no objections. However, after a long day, I would like to take Tianshi and the others out for a meal first." "Oh dear, I apologize for my impatience and lack of hospitality. I shall call the hotel to arrange for us to go together right away," Dawu said, scratching his head as he pulled out his phone and walked aside. "Brother Fan, will you be coming again tomorrow?" Shalabia, unable to join the others, raised her hopeful eyes to Xiafan. Xiafan crouched down, gently ruffling the little girl's hair as he smiled. "I promise, if the opportunity arises, I will come to visit you. All right? Really? Will Brother Fan truly come to find Shalabia?" Upon hearing this, the little girl Fan's previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Yes, let's make a pact. Fan extended his pinky finger with a smile. A pact? The little girl blinked curiously, then mimicked Fan, extending her fair little finger to hook with his. With a slight smile, Fan began to chant a playful rhyme. Golden hook, silver hook, little darling makes a pact. Extend your pinky. Hook and hook, steadfast we remain intact. Whoever changes is a little dog. The little girl beamed with delight, exclaiming, yes, whoever changes is a little dog. Frilika and Dr. Yamanashi exchanged amused glances, while only Sharona and Tianshur puffed their cheeks in discontent. Ammonite. Chapter 45. Collaboration. Pokédex on the way to the hotel. Cynthia appeared somewhat despondent, occasionally casting furtive glances at Fan. It has been quite a few days since she left home, and she couldn't shake off the worry for Xiao Qing and the others. Fan placed Tianchi beside Evie and smiled as Dato approached. Moreover, I encountered a substantial buyer for the energy cubes, and they have all been sold out. I have no reason to linger here any longer. Upon hearing this, Cynthia lowered her head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In truth, the Black Gold exhibition was secondary. She had originally intended to invite Fan to watch her gym battle after assisting him with the energy cubes. I've already mentioned it. You can just call me Dato. Dato shook his head helplessly and sat down across from Fan. I've already ordered the dishes, and the kitchen is expediting the process. While we wait, shall we have a chat? As soon as he spoke, Professors Okido and Yamari, along with Hinoki, turned their attention toward them. Well, I have mentioned the location of the valley before. It lies within a mountain range near Honglian City, where the vegetation is rather sparse, situated roughly in the southeast direction. Fan gently ruffled Tianchi's head and continued, if you proceed straight through the cave entrance to its deepest point, you will find a sheer cliff. And within lies an expansive space with a lake, fruit trees, and many fossil Pokémon that appeared in the Black Gold exhibition. However, I was not entirely sure of their origins at that time. As Fan elaborated, the others fell into deep thought. After a moment, Professor Yamari turned to Professor Okido. Okido, are you familiar with that location? Based on Fan's description, there should only be one place, Professor Okido replied. Being a native of Kanto, he quickly identified the location. If he was not mistaken, it must be a desolate area known as Dasha Valley, which had suffered a devastating forest fire over a decade ago, resulting in the loss of much vegetation. Nowadays, it is seldom traversed. According to Fan, the fossil Pokémon he observed were likely remnants from ancient times, having survived numerous natural disasters by retreating into the valley. If this is indeed the case, it would be a groundbreaking discovery for the League, Professor Yamari exhaled slowly, clearly impressed. After all, compared to fossil Pokémon resurrected from machines, those that have evolved from ancient times hold far greater research value. The potential for understanding their evolution or changes over the ages is beyond calculation. It seems that traveling truly imbues greater meaning for trainers. Dato's emotions became somewhat complex as he began to reflect on his own motivations for embarking on this journey. Has becoming a Pokémon master truly become his ultimate goal? He glanced at Fan, who, despite being younger than him, displayed a strength that was on par with his own. Yet prior to this, he had never even heard of Fan's name. Achievement does not equate to dreams. Dato suddenly saw this sentiment embodied in Fan. This was the life he genuinely aspired to. If this holds true, we wouldn't know how to express our gratitude for your contribution, Professor Okido said, regarding Fan with admiration. I haven't done much. I merely provided a location, Fan replied modestly. Suddenly, a mischievous gleam appeared in his eyes as he jested. But if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I wonder if you have any friends in the factory business who could introduce me? Factory? Professors Okido and Yamari exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, I came to the Black Gold exhibition mainly to promote energy cubes, hoping to encounter discerning suppliers for collaboration. With more mouths to feed at home, the pressure is mounting. Fan explained. I see. That's no trouble at all. You can simply collaborate with our Devon company, Dato suggested with a grin. My father and I were just pondering how to express our gratitude for your assistance today, and the quality of the energy cubes you've produced is evident to all. Once launched, they will certainly find their market. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Shifan raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. As for quality, there's no need to worry. I have specialized formulas that outline the ingredient ratios for all types of Pokémon. I'll just make a copy for you. Great. With the formula, we only need to develop machines for automatic production, and we should be all set. Dato nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Do you have the blueprints for the Energy Cube production machine? Shifan inquired. I have those prepared as well. The last page of the recipe contains them. However, due to financial constraints, I had previously opted for a manual production method. You've even designed the blueprints? Dato was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled at this point. I'm beginning to wonder if there's anything you can't do. Giving birth, Shifan replied with a playful smirk. But I didn't bring those things with me. So you might need to give me an address, and I'll send them to you. That's not an issue. I can come to collect them. Dato shook his head. Moreover, once I discuss this with my father, I can bring the contract along for you. After contemplating for a moment, Shifan smiled and extended his hand. Then, here's to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration, Dato replied, shaking his hand, thus marking the preliminary agreement of their partnership. Wonderful. Cynthia felt a genuine sense of joy for Shifan at that moment. She had initially planned to contact her grandmother to discuss collaboration with Shifan if he was unable to find anyone. After all, their clan was involved in various industries, though they remained novice in the realm of Pokémon breeding. Just then, Kona approached, prompting Cynthia to inquire, "Where have you been?" I asked Kona to fetch a few things. Professor Okido replied with a smile. Those were prepared for Shifan at the behest of Professor Yamari. For me? Shifan pointed to himself, bewildered. Yes, regarding the Pokédex, currently only Okido's side can input the most comprehensive version, so I asked him to assist before coming over. Professor Yamari explained, stroking his beard with a smile. Take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Fossil Armor. Chapter 46. A glimpse of the fairies. Shifan gazed at the elderly man with graying hair before him, a warm current flowing gently through his heart. During his stay at the shrine and the small cottage, he frequently visited the Pokémon Center and was well aware of what this Pokédex represented. Thank you, Dr. Yamazaki. Shifan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. And what about me? Kina pouted slightly. All right. Thank you as well for your hard work in running this errand. Shifan replied with a smile. Only then did Kina beam with joy and hand over a deep crimson Pokédex. Also, Dr. Okido, I truly appreciate your assistance. Shifan offered a slight nod to Dr. Okido. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. It was but a small gesture, Dr. Okido replied with a hearty laugh. However, there is one matter I wish to consult you about. Please go ahead. I am not worthy of your inquiries. Shifan quickly waved his hand, a wry smile adorning his face. Dr. Okido glanced at Dr. Yamazaki before slowly speaking. I would like to ask about the fairy type. This was information he had gathered from his conversations with Dr. Yamazaki since arriving in Sinnoh, inscribed in the recipe of the energy block. Since there was even a recipe, it was clear that this attribute was not merely a fanciful tale. Especially after meeting Shifan, Dr. Okido's curiosity intensified. Fairy type? Shifan blinked, his gaze inadvertently landing on Tiana, who was frolicking with an EV. Well, I know that Shibao possesses this attribute within her. It was told to me by Dallin. Dallin? Dr. Okido looked perplexed. That's Suakun, Dr. Yamazaki clarified. Only then did Dr. Okido come to a realization. Dr. Yamazaki had mentioned it to him before, and he had found it hard to believe that the legendary beasts of Kanto would appear in Sinnoh. However, if the fairy attribute was spoken of by Suakun, it undoubtedly added to its credibility. After all, their current knowledge was accumulated through countless practices gleaned from Pokémon and nature alike. With Suakun being the embodiment of the North Wind and dubbed the ambassador of harmony between Pokémon and humans, Dr. Okido's breathing grew more rapid, and his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Could you elaborate further? Dr. Okido inquired with palpable urgency. Simultaneously, Sharona, Kina, Daku, and Hondo also cast curious glances, evidently intrigued by this unfamiliar attribute. Auhikt. Shifan felt the peculiar stares directed at him, but upon reflection, he found it entirely understandable. After all, Dallin had informed him that the fairy type was the rarest among all attributes. Currently, Many Pokémon possessing this attribute had relatively thin energy within them. Therefore, he could comprehend the reactions of scholars like Dr. Okido and Sharona. I don't know much about this, so I'm uncertain of its reference value. CFan pondered briefly before continuing at a leisurely pace. The energy of the fairy type is predominantly a soft pink, and while it is vulnerable to steel and poison types, it counters fighting and dark types effectively, given that he often foraged for herbs to support his household. CFan retained a clear grasp of this knowledge. Is there more? Dr. Okido and the others gazed at him with expectant eyes, sensing that there was more to uncover. Each attribute possesses its uniqueness, and clearly, what CFan had shared thus far was insufficient to pave the way for experimentation. CFan furrowed his brow, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him as he dropped a bombshell. Oh, right, it seems that it can completely immunize against all dragon-type attacks. Completely immune? Doctor. Okido slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet in excitement. Dr. Yamazaki and the others were equally astonished, unable to remain seated. Yes. CFan nodded hesitantly, startled by their reaction. My goodness, a paradigm shift is upon us. Dr. Okido gasped, already envisioning the monumental impact this attribute would have once confirmed. Oh, the fairy type? Hina adjusted her glasses, raising an eyebrow. After glancing at the astonished Sharona, she curiously inquired of CFan. Can water and ice-type Pokémon also possess this attribute? CFan replied, How would I know? I wonder what that fellow, Dallin, would think upon hearing this news? Daku suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Wait a moment. Can complete immunity truly be achieved? Hondo pressed on, for in the realm of type advantages, dragon types have consistently dominated others with overwhelming force, with ice being their sole weakness. The sudden emergence of a fairy type that could completely immunize against dragon types, akin to how ground types counter electric types, would undoubtedly challenge the reign of dragon-type Pokémon. Phew, Dr. Yamazaki exhaled deeply, his profound gaze fixed on the young man before him, who continued to astonish him. You just mentioned that Tiana possesses the fairy type, correct? Yes. Have you discovered any other Pokémon that possess this attribute? Dr. Yamazaki, well aware of CFN's affection for his Pokémon, refrained from requesting to borrow Tiana. However, he understood that if the fairy type truly existed, it could not be exclusive to just one or two Pokémon. Let me think. CFN fell into contemplation. As events unfolded, he realized that everyone's understanding of the fairy type seemed far more limited than he had anticipated, as if they had never heard of it before. When I resided in the Shrine Forest, I often aided the Pokémon there, and over time I became acquainted with many Pokémon. In the process of healing them, I had to tailor my remedies accordingly. Suddenly, CFan slapped his forehead and turned to Kina. Oh, right, the water-type Maruri family possesses fairy-type energy within them. Maruri? Kina's eyes lit up, her expression instantly transforming into one of exuberance. She silently committed this information to memory, determined to find a suitable opportunity to capture an exceptionally talented Maruri and nurture it diligently. Little did she know, her current ambition inadvertently dashed the hopes of a certain flying-type champion who aspired to ascend to the Kanto throne. Chapter 47. Your Salt, My Vinegar Late Nights. Aside from the Marl family, there was also Hubao. As for other Pokémon with fairy attributes, I am not well informed. After CFan shared all the information he had, the hotel staff began to serve an array of luxurious dishes at the table. However, throughout the meal, everyone appeared distracted, digesting the impact of CFan's revelations. As dinner concluded, Dr. Yamanashi gazed at their retreating figures and quietly remarked, Oki, what is your perspective? Indeed, he is an exceptionally talented young man. Professor, do you believe that fairy type is genuine? Hongdo Shan, still processing the information, inquired. The authenticity will be revealed after experimentation, Dr. Yamanashi replied, shaking his head. Moreover, I don't think CFan would jest about such matters. He has no reason to do so. Dr. Oki nodded slightly in agreement, for he was aware that CFan had assisted Dr. Yamanashi in completing research on communication evolution. Through their interactions that day, he sensed an air of grace and restraint in the young man named CFan, who not only lacked ostentation, but also skillfully concealed his abilities, rendering him quite enigmatic. He even speculated that Suicune might merely be a Fa Ade, and that this discovery of the fairy type could very well be the result of CFAN's own research and exploration. Regardless, the emergence of this research will undoubtedly be one of the most significant topics in recent decades. It is time to commence our endeavors. Dr. Yamanashi rose slowly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Allow me to assist. There happens to be a Marill on the verge of breaking through to the elite level among the green Pokémon. I can also reach out to the Dragon Clan for collaboration on the remaining Dragon-type Pokémon. Dr. Oki said with a warm smile. Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? Haha. It matters not. They are unaware of the research project, and the primary investigator is you, Dr. Yamanashi. So what relation does it have to my Oki Research Institute? Hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi chided playfully. In the end, you want me to be the villain, don't you? Professor, I also wish to help. May I? Hongdo-shan suddenly interjected with hopeful eyes. Since becoming a researcher, her primary focus had been on the origins of Pokémon. The emergence of a new attribute was far more captivating than studying fossil Pokémon. As long as you can manage the affairs on the Unova side, it is acceptable. Dr. Yamanashi did not refuse. Such a pivotal research project could not rely solely on his efforts. He had no intention of claiming all the credit for the research results, considering that the individual who truly discovered this attribute was Xiefan. Alu, Sister Qing, who is this? Jijio. The Shiji Qingyao's eyes curved in delight, appearing to be in high spirits. This is Eggplant. He was my companion during childhood. Koi. Gung-Gue grinned widely, waddling forward with his chubby little legs and waving his paw amicably. You sprinkle salt, I sprinkle vinegar, late nights. The Electivire blinked in confusion, glancing at Shiji Qingyao. Alu, what is this fellow saying? Why does it seem even more abstract than him? Jijio. Shiji Qingyao chuckled helplessly and explained, he is greeting you. It seems Xie taught him. Breeder? Electivire immediately regarded Gung-Gue with curiosity. Jijio. Koi. Gung-Gue tilted his large head, grinning like a fool, and began to explain. A year ago, he had stumbled upon a large hole in the forest where two creatures, one blue and one black, were engaged in a brawl. Fearing they might escape, he dove in to mediate and subsequently got lost. He had only recently found the exit and completed the repairs. Shiji Qingyao listened, bewildered, but did not delve any deeper. Jijio. Onef. Gung-Gue. Shiji Qingyao smiled and then recalled the pressing matter, turning her gaze toward Electivire and the others. Jijio. Have those individuals been dealt with? Alu. Rest assured, I have arranged everything. Electivire patted his chest confidently. At that moment, the street entrance to the Shinhe Town police station was obstructed by the wreckage of armored vehicles and helicopters. Miss June Xia and her companions stared in astonishment at the mountain of mercenaries and Pokémon. It seemed this incident would yield a decade's worth of accomplishments. Hela! At that moment, several Heracross were transporting a Salamence and a silver-haired girl, soaring toward the plateau cottage and landing steadily. Sister Leader, your package. Jijio. All right. Thank you for your hard work. After bidding farewell to the Heracross, Shiji Qingyao's smile faded, her gaze narrowing as she approached the silver-haired girl who had fainted. Next, we must discuss how to handle these culprits. Brother, Grandpa is calling. Within the Oki Research Institute in Masera Town, a young boy's clear voice echoed. What is it? Shortly after, a brown-haired young man, tousling his split bangs, approached slowly. Grandpa didn't say. Upon seeing his eldest grandson, Dr. Oki's expression turned anxious. Huh? Hey, Oki, hurry up. The helicopter has arrived. At this moment, Dr. Yamanashi and Hongdo-shan hurried past Dr. Oki, dragging their suitcases. There's no time. I'll explain in detail when I reach Yamanashi Research Institute. By the way, please lend me your Marill for a moment. Dr. Oki spoke rapidly before disconnecting the call. Kingolv opened his mouth, gazing at the now black screen, feeling utterly disheartened. Marill, Chapter 48. Is Little Guang really in such a hurry to leave? On the following morning, Shalona and Kona accompanied Xiefan to the bus station, bidding a reluctant farewell. Let us not make it sound like a parting of life and death. Once your journey concludes, you're always welcome to visit me at the Highland Lodge, Xiefan chuckled. Besides, Didn't we exchange emails via the Pokédex last night? If anything comes up, we can easily communicate through email. Kona smirked, glancing at Shalona. Perhaps someone is merely yearning for the delicious meals? Shalona's cheeks instantly flushed a shade of pink as she retorted, "Don't make it sound like I'm a glutton. Did I specify anyone?" Kona flashed a mischievous smile. Impudent Kona. Shalona clenched her fists, her teeth gritting in annoyance. Just then, the bus arrived, honking as it approached. Siefan turned to wave goodbye to the two girls, saying, "All right, the bus is here. I must take my leave. Best of luck with your gym challenge." Got it. It was only after Siefan boarded the bus and it rolled away from the town that Kona teased, "Well, he is out of sight now. Just how long do you plan to keep watching?" "Mind your own business," Shalona huffed, quickening her pace. However, as she turned the corner, she collided with someone. Ouch! An elderly lady with silver hair fell to the ground, frowning as she rubbed her lower back. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Shalona steadied herself and hurried to help the woman up. The old lady sighed and shook her head. Young people these days are truly reckless. Shalona's face turned slightly red as she replied, "I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital?" "No need. I'm not at the point where a simple fall sends me to the hospital." The lady waved her hand dismissively, then looked at the two girls. "But you, this is a busy intersection. Rushing like that is quite dangerous." "Yes," Shalona nodded apologetically. "I was eager to challenge the gym, so I will be more careful in the future." "Oh, you are preparing to challenge the Black Old Gym?" The old lady's brow raised slightly. "Yes, that's right. Interesting. I didn't expect anyone to have the courage to challenge it." "Well done," the lady said with a glint of admiration in her eyes. "The trainers at the Black Old Gym are quite formidable. Have you done your homework?" "Huh?" Shalona blinked, her gaze falling on the elderly woman, feeling an uncanny familiarity. "You are." The old lady made a shushing gesture and, with her hands clasped behind her back, began to walk forward. "I'm headed to the Black Old Gym. It's on my way. Follow me." Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Obtain Mystery Candy X1. For several consecutive days, it had been this item. Siefan sat at the back of the bus by the window, quietly grumbling to himself. He casually handed the candy to Tianshi, then gazed out at the scenery passing by. Tianshi glanced at the candy in her hand, opting not to eat it herself, but instead sharing it with the EV seated beside her. "Pudding, you can have it." "Boo?" The EV's eyes instantly lit up, and it opened its small mouth to take a gentle bite of the candy. The sweet flavor spread across its taste buds, eliciting a look of sheer bliss from the little creature. "Thank you, sister." Tianshi puffed her chest with pride, her eyes sparkling as she seemed to relish the role of an older sister. "Your relationship has grown quite close, hasn't it?" Siefan turned his head to smile at them. "Of course, as the big sister, I must take good care of Pudding," she replied. "It seems that Tianshi has matured as well. That's wonderful." Siefan affectionately ruffled Tianshi's hair, praising her. She had always been the one receiving care, and this might be her first time feeling a sense of accomplishment from caring for someone else. As for the name Pudding, it was Tianshi who had named the EV. "Mom, look, these two Pokémon are so adorable." At that moment, a blue-haired little girl who had just boarded the bus seemed to have discovered a treasure, excitedly running towards the back seat. The woman following her hurried after, scolding, "Xiaowang, you mustn't disturb others suddenly. That is quite rude. And you shouldn't run so fast on the bus. But they're really cute." "Shalabia?" Siefan stared in astonishment at the familiar little girl before him. "Didn't I say you shouldn't disturb others?" The woman swiftly picked up the little girl and turned to Siefan, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry. My daughter is causing you trouble." No, it's all right, really." "Xiaowang, you should apologize to the big brother." The little girl pouted slightly before reluctantly mumbling, "Sorry. It's truly no problem. When I grow up, I want to be a top coordinator like Mom." The little girl beamed proudly, her face full of youthful exuberance. "Oh, that's a wonderful goal." Though Siefan was unfamiliar with what a coordinator was, he smiled encouragingly upon seeing the little girl's excited demeanor. "By the way, do you want to hold them?" "Can I?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well, Evie is more sociable, so you can hold it first." Siefan chuckled. "Yay, I apologize. My child is quite lively, the woman said with a wry smile as she slowly sat down, introducing herself. My name is Kaizi, and this is my daughter, Xiaowang. Xiaowang, you say? CF Fan smiled gently at the little girl who was enamored with the fluffy EV. She truly lives up to her name, full of vibrancy and energy. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he became even more certain that this little sister was not Shalabia. Although the two girls bore a striking resemblance, their personalities and temperaments were entirely different. The former was elegant and composed, exuding an air of nobility even in casual attire. The latter, however, resembled the neighborhood little sister who would chase after you, brimming with innocence and liveliness. One couldn't help but wonder if there was any special connection between them, as they appear to be crafted from the same mold. Xiao Wang from Shy Kindergarten. Chapter 49. The Black Old Gym. Sharona's trial. Here lies the Black Old Gym. Kona and Sharona followed the footsteps of the elderly lady and, after traversing several streets, finally arrived at their destination. In contrast to the Nibi Gym in the Kanto region, the architectural style of the Black Gold Gym presents a more striking visual impact. The entire Rocky Mountain has been ingeniously hollowed out, with the grand entrance of the Black Gold Gym situated at its forefront. Merely standing there, one could feel the magnificent aura radiating from the structure. All right, we have arrived, the elderly lady remarked, raising her head to gaze at the camera at the entrance. After a brief pause, the gym doors slid open automatically, revealing a brightly lit corridor. Excuse me, you must be Ms. Kikuno, one of the Elite Four? Sharona inquired, her tone already imbued with certainty. Having seen the legendary Sinnoh trainer on television in the past, it seems you have done your homework, as I haven't granted an interview in many years, Ms. Kikuno responded with a smile while leading them inside. But aside from my title as an Elite Four member, I am simply an ordinary woman preparing for retirement. The future is something that should be carried by passionate young individuals like yourselves. As they conversed, they arrived at the battle arena. I told you to keep your voice down. You might frighten the challengers, Ms. Kikuno sighed. Is the arena ready? Is fully prepared to withstand any level of attack. Master, a man replied with a grin, giving a thumbs up. Ms. Kikuno nodded slightly and turned to introduce her companions. This is my disciple, Toka. He will officiate the upcoming battle. Which of you two will initiate the gym challenge? Of course, it will be me. Sharona stepped forward with earnest determination. From the moment she entered the Black Gold Gym, her excitement had been bubbling just beneath the surface. Kona remained silent, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he made his way to the spectator seats. Such discerning eyes, Ms. Kikuno thought, recognizing Sharona as a rising star from Sinnoh. In this era brimming with brilliance, she felt compelled to refine this uncut gem. The rules of the Black Gold Gym dictated one-on-one battles, continuing until one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Thank you for your kind offer. Oh, is that so? Toka reiterated the battle rules as the two challengers exchanged glances and simultaneously threw their Pokeballs into the arena. Ascend into the sky, Garchomp. Go, Hippowdon. As the two Pokémon landed in the arena, their roars echoed through the air. A wave of tremendous pressure surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Champion level, Kona, seated in the audience, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glinting. No, the aura is similar to Garchomp, but more robust. Truly, the Season Elite Four is no less formidable than Mr. Genji's Talonflame. Sharona glanced at Garchomp, whose power was escalating to its peak, a smile gracing her lips. You two find satisfaction in this opponent, do you? In the next moment, Sharona's focus sharpened as she swiftly raised her arm. Then let us go, Garchomp. No matter the challenge we face, we shall not be defeated again. So forth, use Dragon Dive. With a piercing roar, Garchomp unleashed a torrent of draconic energy, colliding with the air and creating sparks of electricity. Impressive. Ms. Kikuno's pupils dilated, followed by a pleased smile. Very well, let us indulge the youthful fervor a bit. Hippowdon used Body Slam. Ah, so Mr. Shifan is a breeder? On the bus, Psycho sat beside the exuberant Xiao Guang, who was engrossed in play with her EV, engaging in conversation with Shifan. Strictly speaking, not entirely. I merely interact frequently with Pokémon near my home, which has accumulated some experience. You are far too modest. Psycho smiled gently. Being able to assist fossil Pokémon with issues that perplex other breeders and independently developing new Pokémon food is no small feat achieved by mere experience. Though she had retired, she was once among the top coordinators in Sinnoh, possessing an eye for talent. She immediately recognized that the two Pokémon she fan was nurturing were exceptionally well-bred. Setting aside the beautiful Pokémon she had never seen before, she noted that the shiny EV in her daughter's arms exhibited perfect vitality and luster. Psycho mused, if she-fan were to enter the grand festival with these two Pokémon, their mere presence would be enough to leave spectators in awe. Big brother, can I play with Tiana? At that moment, Xiao Guang's gaze was captivated by the sparkling gems adorning Tiana, her eyes shimmering with desire. Respecting Tiana's wishes, she-fan softly inquired, Tiana, would you like to play? All right, I suppose I shall look after her, Tiana sighed, her expression somewhat resigned, as Eevee had already cast several pleading glances throughout. Xiao Guang, when playing with Pokémon, please don't go overboard. Otherwise, they might become unhappy, Psycho gently reminded, having noticed Eevee's emotions. Not a problem at all, Xiao Guang exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. The three little beings huddled closely together, creating an extraordinarily endearing scene. Tiana, Eevee, adorable indeed. By the way, we are already good friends, so I'll share snacks with you. Eevee, snacks? If there are snacks, then perhaps sharing isn't so bad. All right, I'll embrace you. Tiana, I want to be swayed by mere snacks. Oh, what is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Watching the three little ones bond so quickly brought smiles to both she-fan and Psycho. This journey seems quite delightful, she-fan thought to himself, his gaze landing on the cheerful and laughing Xiao Guang, unable to resist asking, by the way, Xiao Guang, do you have any sisters or siblings your age? Huh? Xiao Guang tilted her head in confusion. Nope, big brother. I see. Could it be merely a coincidence in appearance? She-fan shook his head, deciding against further inquiries out of politeness. He then retrieved his backpack and shifted the topic. Since we have plenty of time before our next stop, would you care to try the pudding I made? Princess and Light Palace. Chapter 50, Response. The dawn of super evolution as the bus gradually entered the bustling city of Yuan. The vibrant streets outside dazzled the senses. Big brother, we made a promise. When you have time, you must come visit me in Shuanya Town. Xiao Guang exclaimed loudly, holding hands with Kai Zi as they stood on the platform, gazing out the window. All right, Shuanya Town, I will remember, CF-fan replied with a smile, leaning out to add, when you arrive at Shinha Town, you can ask your mother to bring you to Shinha Cottage to find me. I have many adorable Pokémon at my home. Hearing this, the little girl's face brightened with a smile. Yes, I will remember. She chirped, tiptoeing and waving her hands, she bowed, putting goodbye. You must remember to think of me too. Bui bui. Tianshi quietly perched on CF-fan's lap, casting a glance sideways. Meanwhile, the ever-calm Sharona and her fierce Gyarados were embroiled in a fierce battle against the Black Gold Gym. Despite several exchanges with the composed Kikuya and the remarkably defensive Hippowdon, Sharona found herself at a disadvantage. Break the mold. In a bid to seize the initiative, Sharona seized a close-range opportunity and issued her command decisively. Roar. Gyarados unleashed an enthusiastic roar, surging forward, with a fierce light erupting from its interlocking fins. The air crackled with sharp friction, heralding the tremendous destructive force of the impending attack. However, neither Kikuya nor Hippowdon appeared phased, showing no signs of reaction whatsoever. Boom! The powerful attack struck the top of Hippowdon's head with a resounding force, shattering the ground beneath and creating a massive pit, dust swirling around. Had she succeeded? Sharona's gaze intensified as she focused on the battlefield, her heart racing. While such a relentless onslaught could easily ignite passion, an exceptional trainer must remember to not only monitor their Pokémon's condition, but also to keep a watchful eye on their opponent. Kikuya slowly opened his eyes, releasing an aura as heavy as a mountain, and commanded in a low voice, Hippowdon, Sand Tomb. A deep, thunderous roar erupted like a hurricane, dispersing the swirling dust. From the depths of the pit, Hippowdon used its massive head to withstand Gyarados' assault, its eyes gleaming with defiance. How is this possible? Sharona's pupils constricted. Gyarados was known for its unparalleled offensive power, and never had any Pokémon endured its attack unscathed since she became a trainer. Suddenly, she noticed a faint metallic glimmer on Hippowdon's forehead, and an understanding dawned upon her. It was the Ire head move. Just then, the already shattered ground around the pit began to stir, with sand rolling and expanding, creating towering waves that surged towards Gyarados from all angles, attempting to ensnare it. Gyarados, use Sandstorm. Sharona had devised a strategy in advance for this very moment. The Sand Tomb was indeed a troublesome move. Once a Pokémon was trapped, the trainer would lose control. However, for Gyarados, possessing both flying abilities and ground attributes, countering this move was not a challenge. Was a previous attack merely a ruse to draw Gyarados in? A slight smile curved on Sharona's lips as her demeanor became composed, though her eyes sparkled with determination. Roar! The encroaching sandstorm rapidly changed direction, creating a tornado of sand within the pit. With overwhelming power, Gyarados shattered the relentless attack, astonishing even Kikuya, who anticipated such explosive force. Yet Kikuya swiftly raised his head, shouting now, Hippowdon, Ice Fong. Although taken aback by Gyarados' strength, Kikuya remained undeterred. As Hippowdon's roar resonated from the depths, a shadow emerged from the swirling sandstorm, accompanied by a chilling white light. Not good. Sharona gasped, her voice laced with urgency. Gyarados, watch out below. However, amidst the chaos of the sandstorm, Gyarados couldn't hear her warning in time. By the time it realized, Hippowdon, resembling a colossal beast, charged through the rising sands, opening its cavernous mouth wide to clamp down on Gyarados' midsection. Roar! With a pained cry, Gyarados was released from Sandstorm. Hippowdon clamped down fiercely, crashing to the ground. A wave of cold emanated from its sealed jaws, the ice crystals creeping up Gyarados' exposed midsection. Gyarados! Panic surged within Sharona. Despite her efforts to enhance Gyarados' cold resistance, it could not negate the significant effects of an Ice-type move against a Dragon Ground hybrid. More importantly, they were facing one of the Elite Four. Was this the end? Onlookers, including Kinna, wore grave expressions, aware that Gyarados had evidently lost its ability to act. If Kikuya did not provide an opportunity, defeat was only a matter of time. Yet, a defiant light ignited in Gyarados' eyes, a surge of dragon energy radiating like waves, embodying its unwavering determination not to yield. Sharona was momentarily taken aback, sensing its spirit, and inhaled deeply. I understand now. Gyarados, you refuse to concede, just as I do. I too feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Since their failure at the Hoenn League, they had witnessed the prowess of Siafan as Pokémon, such as the dazzling 7 Stars and Suicune. Even the explosive performance of Shibao at the Black Gold exhibition had left them feeling insignificant. This realization weighed heavily on both Gyarados and Sharona, revealing that their previously inflated sense of strength paled before others. They yearned to grow stronger, to become even more formidable. With newfound resolve, Sharona clenched her fists, lifting her gaze, and shouted, "Break free, Gyarados!" As her voice reached Gyarados' ears, the heartbeat of trainer and Pokémon synchronized in that very moment. In an instant, a torrent of dragon energy surged through Gyarados, radiating like a brilliant moon in the dark night. Simultaneously, a beam of light erupted from the pocket of Sharona's jacket as 2 amber stones, one large and one small, floated into view. Evolution Gyarados. Chapter 51. The Overbearing Dragon King. Kona's pride, the sudden turn of events, left everyone present in a state of shock. This is the stone that Siafan bestowed upon me. A roar erupted from the arena as the fierce Gyarados unleashed its might, radiating a dazzling light from its form. What on earth is happening? Even the referee, Dongwaran, was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. No, wait. Kikuno suddenly spoke up. This light seems to be produced during evolution. Evolution? Kona leapt up from the audience, her glasses nearly slipping off her nose. Gyarados can evolve? How could this be? Gyarados. However, Sharona gazed at the resplendent figure within the luminous glow, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Gyarados sensed the transformation within itself, the powerful energy surging forth, prompting an ecstatic roar. The Azure Dragon energy shifted to a deep purple in an explosive display. Gyarados' already robust physique grew even more formidable. Its fin-like arms morphed into blood-red sides, emanating an intimidating aura. Numerous spikes sprouted from its abdomen and knees, creating a terrifying presence. With the recent surge of energy from its evolution, Gyarados successfully broke free from the clutches of Hippowdon. Its fighting spirit intensified beyond measure. My heavens, this is astonishing. Kikuno, a seasoned Elite Four member, could only gape at a loss for words in response to the unfolding spectacle. In all her years, she had never heard of Gyarados being capable of further evolution. This aura, she could not be mistaken. At that moment, Gyarados had shattered its limitations, ascending to the championship level. The youth of today truly surpasses all expectations, Kikuno chuckled. Meanwhile, Sharona hurried to Gyarados' side, her concern evident. How are you feeling? Gyarados. It should be said that it has never felt better. Overjoyed, Sharona affectionately stroked its blade-like arms and turned to Kikuno. I apologize, Ms. Kikuno, for interrupting such an important match. However, it seems Gyarados is in perfect condition. Let us continue the battle. Very well. Kikuno nodded slightly, and both sides resumed their positions, ready for the impending clash. 3 minutes later, Kikuno surveyed the ravaged arena and the incapacitated Hippowdon lying on the ground, taking a deep breath. What kind of battle was this? They had been completely dominated, without any opportunity to retaliate. It seems I have indeed grown old, Kikuno lamented, shaking her head as her gaze fell upon Sharona, who was celebrating with Gyarados. A smile broke across her face. This era belongs to the youth. Hippowdon has lost its fighting capability, and Gyarados emerges victorious, thus declaring the winner to be Sharona from the God in Town. The referee, Dongwaran, belatedly announced the result with a loud voice. He could hardly believe that this girl, seemingly no older than his own son, had managed to defeat the legendary Hippowdon known for its unparalleled defense. You did wonderfully, Gyarados. You truly are the best, Sharona exclaimed, lovingly embracing Gyarados' neck. I now suspect I might be dreaming, Kona mused, rubbing her temples as she approached the arena, her expression filled with bewilderment. What kind of opportunity have you encountered? Gyarados evolves and de-evolves at will. Those two stones seem rather extraordinary. Kikuno, hands clasped behind her back, shared in the curiosity. Well, they were a gift from a friend of mine, Sharona explained, gently placing the Mega Evolution Stone into her pocket. However, I was unaware of their significance at the time. Sigh, I feel increasingly indebted to CF Fan. Is that so? Kikuno raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems your friend is not an ordinary person. His character is quite unassuming, Sharona replied with a wry smile. Kona gently stroked her chin, deep in thought. No need to speculate, judging by Sharona's reaction. Those stones that enable Gyarados' evolution must surely have been gifted by CF Fan. Humph, how inconsiderate of him to keep it a secret from me, Kona pouted, contemplating that she must inquire about the origins of those miraculous stones the next time she encountered CF Fan, and perhaps seek them for herself. After all, no trainer could resist the allure of what they had just witnessed. Now, it's your turn to face the challenge, Kona. At this moment, Kikuno shifted her attention to Kona, inquiring if she needed to exchange Pokémon or anything of the sort. Sharona held her pride, and Kona held her own convictions. Otherwise, when they eventually faced off at the Lily of the Valley Conference, she would already be at a psychological disadvantage before the battle even commenced. Very well. I respect your choice. Kikuno's gaze shifted between the two young women, smiling. Tomorrow, I shall be here, awaiting your arrival. Thank you, Kona replied with a slight bow. Teacher, who exactly are these two young ladies? After Sharona and the others departed, Dongwaran approached Kikuno, seeking clarification. The champions of the last colorful fantasy conference. One a disciple of the Frozen Throne, the other a rising star in the Sinnoh region in recent years, Kikuno remarked, casting a disapproving glance. You should not spend all your time trailing after the excavation team. Pay more attention to the unfolding situation. After all, you're soon to be the successor as a gym leader. Dongwaran scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. I can't help it. I find rocks far more intriguing than battling. However, Kikuno narrowed her eyes, contemplatively gazing in the direction where Sharona had left, her mind lingering on Gyarados' S-Mega evolution. Who exactly is the friend who gifted those 2 stones to Sharona? All right, I'll find a way to make it up to you later. Chapter 52, Homecoming, Surprise. Young girl got in town. At long last, they had arrived. After a prolonged journey of 3 days and 2 nights on the bus, Siafan felt a considerable ache in his back. He stretched his body and twisted his neck. Having been away for so long, he wondered if the vegetable garden had become overgrown. However, with Xiaoqing around, he was certain the pineapple bun would not be neglectful. A mucur flapped its wings, and upon hearing the rustle of the treetops at the forest's entrance, it chirped cheerfully towards Siafan. Along the way, Siafan encountered numerous Pokémon in the forest. Greeting each one in turn, Eevee, with its curious wide eyes, observed everything intently. This forest seemed markedly different from the one it had previously inhabited, with every Pokémon appearing to be exceptionally warm and friendly. Do not worry. These are our neighbors, and they are quite amiable, Siafan reassured as he noticed a subtle shift in Eevee's mood upon disembarking. Eevee nodded, a smile brightening its face. With a smooth passage, Siafan swiftly guided the 2 little companions through the forest and onto the meadow of the plateau. In the distance, the quaint cabin came into view, its chimney gently puffing smoke. Everything seemed unchanged. However, just as Siafan was about to arrive, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed in confusion upon a busy figure in the vegetable garden at the entrance. Who could this be? He blinked, and his eyes met the cool, lifted gaze of a young girl. With a joyful chirp, the Shiji Qingtian bird, sensing Siafan's presence, fluttered down from the roof, always the first to welcome him. Meanwhile, the water deity, lounging beneath the great tree at the entrance, lazily opened one eye before closing it again, continuing its serene repose. As Siafan gently patted the head of the Shiji Qingtian bird, he inquired with a smile, "How is everything?" "Chirp, chirp. All is well. Everything is normal." The Shiji Qingtian bird shook its head, beaming. "Not quite normal, but everything has been resolved. By the way, where's the pineapple bun?" Siafan asked, glancing towards the vegetable garden. "And why are there more people here?" Just then, a familiar wet sensation brushed against his neck, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Fan!" Upon noticing this, Tianxi's eyes sharpened, and a soft pink energy enveloped her as she turned sharply towards the suddenly appearing purple figure behind them. Eevee! Leaping from Siafan's arms, Eevee bared its tiny teeth, bracing for a confrontation. "Chirp, chirp." She bowed. "Do not worry. It is one of us." The Shiji Qingtian bird quickly flew between them, offering an explanation. "Chirp. You spill salt. I spill vinegar." The round-bodied Gungue clapped its plump form, though it was uncertain if it was patting its chest or belly, greeting them in its unique manner. "Who are you?" Siafan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening with surprise. "Eggplant." "Chirp. Late sleeper." Gungue grinned widely, its eyes crinkling with joy. Siafan, overwhelmed with excitement, scooped it up, his face radiating with the joy of reunion. "Fan, who is this?" Tianxi and Eevee exchanged puzzled glances before looking up in inquiry. "Ah, right. This is your first meeting. Only Xiaoqing knows it here." Siafan chuckled as he set Gungue down, introducing it. "This is Eggplant. It used to live here too, but one day it vanished for reasons unknown, and I could never find it. To be precise, Gungue is the original owner of this little cabin. When I first arrived in this world, the plateau cabin had been abandoned for years. The items I found were neither edible nor usable, so I had to temporarily reside there. Initially, I thought I had stumbled into a supernatural realm, terrified by its presence. However, once the misunderstanding was cleared, we began to share our lives together. Gungue would lead him into the forest to search for edible fruits, while Siafan would prepare delightful meals from the food they gathered. Their solitary existence was disrupted when they encountered Xiaoqing, who had become separated during a storm. Siafan wore a broad smile as he began facilitating introductions among them. Meanwhile, Tianxi took the initiative to greet Eevee and the others, increasingly embodying an elder sister's demeanor. Electrode beast. What do you mean? I'm a good Pokémon. The electrode beast then proceeded to provide a rather light-hearted explanation to CF Fan. The gist was that this girl had inadvertently damaged the vegetable garden while passing through on her salamence. After a round of friendly communication from the Shiji Qingtian bird, the girl quickly recognized her mistake. She insisted on staying behind to help restore the garden before departing, out of a sense of responsibility. I see, CF Fan murmured thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Although he sensed something amiss, he trusted Xiao Qing's judgment. Besides, they had no valuables. A few vegetable patches hardly warranted such remorse. It seemed this girl, despite her seemingly unapproachable exterior, was indeed a principled and kind-hearted individual. CF Fan nodded, concluding his thoughts. Meanwhile, in Black Gold City, after spending a day resting at the Pokémon Center, the two girls faced their moment of parting. If you're heading to Challenge City next, simply follow Route 208. Sharona advised, tossing a map to Kona, who caught it deftly. Until we meet again, perhaps at the Bellflower Conference. Let us both do our best in the challenge at Baidai City. Kona replied with a slight smirk, teasing. Just don't spend all your time thinking about someone special and neglect your training. I'll want to go easy on you then. None of your business. Kona chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, instead walking in the opposite direction. Back to back, the two girls, illuminated by the sun, instinctively raised their arms and waved gently, as if bidding farewell while simultaneously encouraging one another. Chapter 53. Macaulay, 3 days and 3 days have passed, and I am on the verge of becoming a true champion of Feng Yuan. In the Highland cabin, CF Fan approached the silver-haired girl, who was diligently tending to the fields, and softly spoke, "You've done an impressive job with this field." However, he was momentarily taken aback, pondering if his concern was misplaced. This type of interaction was clearly not his forte, so he decided to shift the subject. My name is CF Fan. What's yours?" The silver-haired girl glanced at him with the corner of her eye, but remained silent, raising her hoe high and plunging it into the soil. Feeling a bit foolish, CF Fan awkwardly tapped his cheek and shrugged in resignation. Perhaps it was best to prepare dinner instead. Meanwhile, far away in Black Gold City, Dahu had finally wrapped up the aftermath of the Black Gold exhibition, along with a series of public relations tasks. Exhausted, he reclined on the sofa in the conference room and received a call from the Feng Yuan region. "ISNT the Black Gold exhibition over?" He chuckled, flipping over. On the other end of the line, a youth with azure hair sighed. 3 days, and yet another 3 days, I am almost a true champion of Feng Yuan. That is not impossible. Dahu's eye sparkled. You've previously challenged the Feng Yuan Alliance, and you only didn't finish when you faced me. The gym leaders are already being managed by Mr. Adam. You're a top coordinator in the Grand Festival, and you're still so young. Don't you want to aim for a higher position? Macaulay replied. I have this feeling you're trying to trick me. What are you saying? We are close friends. How could I possibly deceive you? Dahu exclaimed. Haven't you always promoted the Grand Festival to more distant regions? Merely being a gym trainer or a top coordinator isn't sufficient, but the influence of a champion is unparalleled. All right, I'll think about it, Macaulay conceded. Though still curious, he asked, by the way, what are your plans for these 3 days? I'm going to meet someone interesting. Dahu raised an eyebrow. You're referring to CF Fan, whom you mentioned earlier? Macaulay smiled. The Diamond Princess, as radiant as the stars. I truly wish to meet her. Indeed, Shibao is the most beautiful Pokémon I've ever encountered, without exception. Dahu swooned. The beauty is beyond words, a divine creation. I dreamt about it last night. So even before the Black Gold exhibition has concluded, I've had contracts drafted, eager to meet my diligent princess in Shenhua Town. At that moment, a staff member gently knocked twice on the open door, causing Dahu to spring from the sofa in surprise. I must go now. I'll coordinate with the Alliance. Do consider the champion matter thoroughly. Hurry to Shenhua Town. Shibao, please pass me the plate. CF Fan called from the stove, shaking the pot. Here you go. Tianshi handed over the plate, which CF Fan placed on the table, filling it with sweet and sour pork, releasing an enticing aroma. Eevee wagged its tail, standing beside Electrike, salivating profusely. If you keep drooling, you'll have to mop the floor. CF Fan chuckled helplessly as he handed the plate to Gungwei. He approached the oven, retrieved the energy cube, and walked to the dining table. Glancing outside, he noticed the girl still quietly plowing the field, while Blastoise used its mouth to grasp a long ladle, occasionally scooping water from the bucket to sprinkle onto the sown earth. You can take a break. Dinner is ready, CF Fan called out to them. Blastoise cautiously glanced at the girl, and seeing no reaction, continued its work. Do they always work like this? CF Fan inquired out of curiosity to Chi-Chi Qingniao and the others. Elu, they might be a bit shy. The work is endless. I think we should call it a day, CF Fan suggested, stepping forward. The silver-haired girl cast a glance but remained silent, continuing her repetitive motion. Chirp, chirp. Let me communicate with her. Chi-Chi Qingniao approached. All right, do it quickly. The food will get cold, CF Fan replied. Before long, Chi-Chi Qingniao led the girl and Blastoise inside, both of whom bore expressions of frustration and stubbornness, leaving CF Fan uncertain about how they communicated. Elu, here we are, brother. Let us eat. Electrike pushed a portion of the energy cube towards Blastoise, patting its back cheerfully. Blastoise responded, Are you blind? Forget it. In the presence of such a formidable Chi-Chi Qingniao, one must bow their head. CF Fan prepared a set of chopsticks for the girl and inquired, Where have you been sleeping these past 3 days? The silver-haired girl lifted her gaze, coolly replying, In the warehouse. Warehouse. CF Fan blinked, then turned to Chi-Chi Qingniao. ISNT their guest room in the house. How can we let a guest rest in a storeroom? How can one sleep like that? A storeroom? The corners of the silver-haired girl's mouth twitched in irritation. She had indeed been unable to sleep. More accurately, she and T closed her eyes for 2 days and nights. After all, the warehouse was filled with invaluable items, and the mere thought of them made it impossible to calm her mind. Had it not been for the presence of those terrifying Pokémon, she would have long since cleared everything out. Do you consider those items mere clutter? What am I then? A jester? I think the field is well managed. You should rest in the guest room tonight. CF Fan offered her a steaming bowl of meat soup, smiling, Give it a try. It should taste delightful. The silver-haired girl glanced down, unimpressed. This kind of thing? She gently scooped a spoonful and placed it in her mouth, her eyes suddenly widening in surprise. So fragrant. Mine is Macaulay Chapter 54. Dawu arrives after dinner. CF Fan sat on a chair, accepting the tea that Gung Gue had prepared for him, and inquired of the girl across from him. But how did you end up here? Are you traveling? The girl discreetly glanced toward Shui Jun before candidly responding. To earn money. To earn money? She nodded slightly at Gung Gue, took a cup of tea, and continued. After all, becoming wealthy overnight is a privilege reserved for the very few. Is there a logic to resource allocation and social stratification? I am well acquainted with that. CF Fan raised an eyebrow. In the society he had previously inhabited, these were established truths. The foundational logic was as such. CF Fan nodded, noting that this was particularly applicable to the world he had traversed from. The girl was taken aback, surprised that CF Fan did not refute her perspective. Inwardly, she acknowledged that she could hardly consider herself a good person. Most would have already begun a righteous tirade, clutching at principles and lecturing her. Do you agree with my viewpoint? She asked, her brow furrowing. There is no agreement or disagreement, for perspectives are not inherently right or wrong. It merely depends on the individual's interpretation of actions. I do not concern myself with it. CF Fan shrugged. You mentioned vision earlier, which implies that something supports your endeavors. That is your choice. Why is he so composed? Is it confidence? The girl took a deep breath, gazing at the man before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. To her, CF Fan seemed to be fully aware of the purpose of her visit. Yet he appeared disinclined to hold her accountable, remaining unfazed and calm throughout. It was as if he were a mature adult, looking down at a mischievous child. At that moment, the wall clock chimed and a wooden figure popped out, signaling the passing of time. All right, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. CF Fan yawned. Exhausted from travel, he longed for a good rest. He then picked up Tianxi and Yi-Bu and ascended the stairs. The silver-haired girl pondered over CF Fan's retreating figure until Gung Gue turned off the lights, at which point she combined 2 stools and lay down. The whirring of a helicopter shattered the morning tranquility as it descended onto the rooftop of a building. Young Master, a call for the Fengyuan region, the pilot announced, picking up the intercom left on the passenger seat. Disconnect the battery. He first visited the Pokémon Center to inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Joy and the little house, then released his Metagross and ventured into the forest. He was on the verge of meeting Shibao and wondered if his hair was in disarray. Dawu looked down at the reflective body of Metagross, satisfied with its appearance. Not bad, still handsome. I shall not be impolite. Suddenly, Metagross halted, its gaze sharp, as if sensing a threat. What is it, Metagross? Dawu queried, lifting his head to see the path ahead blocked by a flock of Murkrow and Honchkrow. What is going on? Dawu commanded Metagross to stop, furrowing his brow. The Murkrow species was typically gentle, a primary reason why many novice trainers in the Sinnoh region sought to capture and train them. Why then? Did they seem filled with hostility? Murkrow, dare to approach? Brothers, attack him. The leader of the Murkrow issued a command, and a flurry of whirlwinds erupted. Which fool dared to venture here? Several trainers, upon hearing the commotion, exchanged sympathetic glances and chose to take an alternate route. Daily sign-in successful, received a trait pill X1. After freshening up, Siefan took advantage of the quiet morning hours before anyone else awoke, lounging on the sofa and completing his sign-in. The item he received was a novelty to him. A pill? Siefan mused, curiously examining it without noticing anything particularly special. He was uncertain if it was medicinal or akin to a vitamin. This blind box is becoming increasingly dull. He sighed and walked over to the cabinet, placing it in the first aid kit. After all, it was a medicinal item that needed to be preserved properly. Otherwise, it could easily be mistaken for candy by some greedy soul. Returning to the sofa, Siefan retrieved the Pokédex he had received from Professor Yamanashi and began to explore information about Pokémon. Of course, this was not due to newfound ambition. Rather, he had previously lacked the option, and now that he possessed it, he considered it a new form of entertainment to pass the time. With the impending collaboration with Dawu and the prospect of stable income, if the energy cubes sold well, he would also need to explore improvements for new products to ensure his financial stability. Thus, acquiring foundational knowledge about Pokémon seemed a worthwhile endeavor to fill fragmented time. Let me see, Swablu, a dragon and flying-type Pokémon that sings with a melodious voice. It can soar high into the sky using its cotton-like wings and the rising currents. Siefan thought for a moment. Indeed, before evolution, that was accurate. However, after evolving, he had not observed Swablu singing again. Little did he know, it possessed a move called Charming Voice. With the current strength of his Altaria, it could easily incite chaos throughout an entire forest. What about Ghastly, a ghost and poison-type Pokémon that lurks in the shadows of houses? When you suddenly feel a chill, it means Ghastly is near. Perhaps it has already cast a curse upon you, quietly seeking the opportunity to claim your life. Siefan's lips twitched. Such claims were utterly ludicrous and overly generalized. He was still alive and well, yet they spread such slander about his Ghastly. It seemed the information in this Pokédex could only serve as a reference. Gungue? Gungue peered out from the shadows beneath the table, tilting its head in confusion. It seemed to have heard someone call its name just now. Eggplant. You add salt, I add vinegar, staying up late. Chapter 55, Siefan. There all my family. The call of the muck-muck bird echoed from outside, landing anxiously at the door. What is it, muck-muck? Siefan slowly rose from the sofa, questioning with a hint of confusion. Muck-muck, good morning, Mr. Sieh. I am looking for the eldest sister. Upon seeing Siefan at home, the muck-muck bird politely greeted him before flapping its wings and landing on the living room carpet. The Chishi bluebird, awakened by the commotion, flickered its eyes upon hearing Muck-Muck's quiet report. Chirp, Fan. Muck Eagle hurt its back while working last night. I'm going to check on it. The Chishi bluebird gradually stood up, unfurled its wings, and flew out alongside Muck-Muck. Just as Siefan called out, Gungue hurriedly followed suit with its short legs. Chirp, take me with you, Ching-Ching. The silver-haired girl slowly descended from the second floor, pausing briefly to gaze in the direction where the Chishi bluebird and the others had departed, seemingly lost in thought. She then composedly walked to the door, picked up a hoe, and began the final touches on the vegetable garden. According to the agreement with the Chishi bluebird and the others, once these tasks were completed, she would attain her freedom. Fan, what shall we have for breakfast today? Soon after, other Pokémon gradually awakened. Tianchi rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood at the staircase with Evie. Let us have energy cubes, and each of us should have a bottle of milk. Ignoring the others for now, Shibao and Evie were at a critical growth stage, and nutrition must not be compromised. Moreover, with the 1 million obtained from selling energy cubes to the affluent, they must indulge in food and drink. After all, life is fleeting, and one must learn to savor the moment without depriving oneself. By the way, it seems we are running low on the ingredients and seasonings bought last time. After finishing up today, I need to find time to go down the mountain for some shopping. CF Fan pondered for a moment before beginning to prepare breakfast. He was uncertain when the affluent would come, and the blueprints needed to be ready ahead of time. Boom! What on earth is happening with these Pokémon? At this moment, Dawu squatted in shock on the back of Metagross, emerging rapidly from the clouds of dust. Witta! Metagross suddenly roared, its strong, pillar-like arm sweeping through the air like a comet, colliding fiercely with the incoming Shadow Ball. The tremendous impact forced Metagross to pull aside, preventing Dawu from falling off its back. Chirp! Did we block it? Gunge, perched on the back of Chishi Bluebird, peered out with a puzzled expression. Dawu's pupils constricted as he stared at the Pokémon appearing in the sky, wondering how such a high-level Pokémon could be found in the wild. Chirp! Ching Ching! How should we handle this person? Gungue propped itself up, questioning. Should I take him to the Nai group? It seemed that only one person had intruded this time. Considering the visits from Sharona and Shalabia previously, she could not determine whether the person before her knew CF Fan. Apologies if my Metagross and I inadvertently trespassed into your territory. I seek someone and harbor no ill intentions. Fortunately, Dawu had keen observational skills. Noticing the wariness on the faces of the flying-type Pokémon surrounding him, he hurriedly explained. After a moment of contemplation, the Chishi Bluebird scrutinized Dawu from head to toe and nodded slightly. Chirp! With a light call, the flock of birds dispersed. Did it understand? Dawu was momentarily stunned, hesitating before following closely behind Metagross. Fan, you should drink too. Tianchi raised a half-full bottle of milk, but CF Fan saw through her intentions. Upon hearing this, Tianchi pouted, expressing her displeasure, but it's not sweet at all. Swish! Eevee quickly extended its tiny tongue, licking a large bowl of milk clean, raising its big, watery eyes with a hint of longing. Eevee, you little glutton, you truly possess an insatiable appetite. CF Fan understood its meaning, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Clearly, Eevee was still hungry and wanted more. Pudding, you can have mine. Tianchi's eyes lit up. No way. CF Fan crossed his arms, asserting that he would drink his own milk. With that, he squatted down, gently picking up Eevee's bowl, saying, I'll get a new one for Pudding. Seeing this, Tianchi slumped despondently on the table, gazing hopelessly at the milk bottle. All right, we'll finish the pure milk today, and next time we shop, let us buy large cans of fresh milk. It's delicious and rich. That should suffice, right? CF Fan chuckled as he ruffled Tianchi's hair. Just the other day, he remarked how she had grown and resembled an older sister, but he never expected her to revert so swiftly. Really, Tianchi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her little face. She had tasted that flavor while accompanying CF Fan down the mountain, and it was indeed delightful. However, it was too expensive, so even though she adored it, Tianchi had hurriedly dragged CF Fan to buy candies instead. Unbeknownst to her, those subtle expressions did not escape CF Fan's notice, leaving him feeling touched yet somewhat guilty. Fortunately, life was looking brighter, and he need not impose any hardships upon them anymore. At that moment, the Chishi Bluebird gently flapped its wings, landing at the doorstep. Following closely behind was Dawu, his expression filled with delight. Hey, CF Fan, this person is the silver-haired girl, engaged in sowing seeds, froze in place, her eyes narrowing. Champion Phone Yuan. Oh, the affluent have arrived. CF Fan, noticing the door was wide open during the day, lifted his gaze to see the visitor. After placing a large bowl of milk in front of Eevee, he stepped forward to greet them. It's indeed not easy to visit your home, Dawu remarked, his gaze shifting to the Chishi Bluebird and Gungue. Are those your Pokémon? The Chishi Bluebird and Gungue exchanged knowing smiles. Guardian of the Forest, Shalebi. Chapter 56. Absolutely must not let Shibao be alone with this guy Shibao. Do you like this doll? Da Wu asked, presenting a delicately crafted toy. And this? A cherished mineral I've preserved for a long time, also a gift for you. I believe it perfectly embodies your essence. Xie Fan propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing Da Wu, who was fawning over Tianqi. He shook his head helplessly. None of these gifts resonated with Shibao. You might as well have bought some candies or snacks. Is it not suitable then? Da Wu turned, disbelief etched on his face. What else could it be? Xie Fan sighed, raising his eyes. I suppose you must not have ever been in a relationship, right? Da Wu, typically the epitome of confidence, faltered. It was indeed perplexing. Despite his considerable wealth and status as a super-rich heir, how had he not attracted any romantic interest? Bang! The scene faded to a monochrome haze. How could this happen? Da Wu thought, realizing that his plan to grow closer to Shibao and forge a friendship had not even begun before it had utterly failed. Fan, I'm done. At that moment, Tianqi bounded over, clutching an empty bottle, her face beaming with anticipation for praise. What is the matter? You must be the happiest man in the world, right? Xie Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Perhaps. Tianqi leaned in closer, reveling in the moment. Da Wu lamented, not Shibao. Snowflakes drifted gently, the wind whispering. Old thief, I shall not tolerate you. What has happened to Qingqing? Chirp. The Qixi Qingniao, entertaining an EV, glanced over with a waning smile. I don't know. Perhaps she has become a bit strange. Vida, stationed at the entrance, covered his face with his arm, feeling utterly embarrassed. I wish to change trainers. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Xie Fan suddenly inquired. No, I lack an appetite, Da Wu replied, slowly rising from the ground, his demeanor despondent. Just then, the silver-haired girl concluded her tasks and entered the room. Are you finished? Xie Fan asked, glancing at her. The silver-haired girl surveyed Da Wu's weary figure and nodded. May I leave now? Your words suggest someone is restraining your freedom, Xie Fan chuckled. Let us have breakfast first. You've worked hard these past few days, she insisted. As Xie Fan unceremoniously set out bowls and chopsticks for both her and Da Wu, despite still not knowing her name. At the very least, she had not fled after causing a mess in the garden. Instead, she diligently cleaned up and even expanded the area. For this reason, he could not let her depart on an empty stomach. Yet, the silver-haired girl felt both reluctant and resistant at the thought of dining with the champion, akin to a criminal sharing dumplings with Junsha while watching the Spring Festival Gala. However, she suppressed her feelings, resolving to finish the meal swiftly and then escape. By the way, I brought the contract for the energy cubes. Take a look. Da Wu did not forget his original purpose, retrieving 2 copies of the contract along with a seal from his backpack. All right. Xie Fan glanced over the document and raised an eyebrow. Although he wasn't particularly versed in such matters, he found nothing amiss in the contract, even feeling pleasantly surprised. Patent fees and naming rights calculated separately, with profits split 50-50? Xie Fan inquired, uncertain. He was merely providing the formula and blueprints, essentially a zero-capital technical investment. Yes, upon signing the contract, we will handle the construction of the factory and production workshop, with dedicated departments for marketing and promotion, Da Wu explained, placing a bank card on the table. Patent fees and champion fees essentially equate to exclusive usage rights, calculated quarterly and deposited into this card. As for the subsequent profit shares, I will email you the accounts, settled biannually. The password is XB1314520. You may change it whenever you wish. Xie Fan's lips twitched at the mention of the password. Rest assured, I will modify it. Moreover, he vowed never to allow Shibao to be alone with this fellow again. Indeed, far too perilous. Xinjia Town, Yamari Research Institute. Bright sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the table indoors, where Hongdo Shan groggily lifted her head, yawning. She rubbed her tear-streaked eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The floor-to-ceiling windows facing the courtyard were ajar, revealing a machine glowing with red light and 2 figures seated nearby. Professor, Dr. Oki, are you both all right? Hongdo Shan approached. Noticing the duo sporting panda-like dark circles under their eyes, their pallor evident. Have you not slept again? I'm fine, Dr. Oki replied, staring ahead, his eyes bloodshot. Meanwhile, Dr. Yamari appeared too exhausted to speak. Realizing her attempts to persuade them would be futile, Hongdo Shan shifted her gaze forward and asked, have there been any developments? Before her, mechanical tentacles extended from the machine, connecting to the Morelioli in the courtyard, while the surrounding lawn lay drenched, puddles forming everywhere. Sighing, Dr. Yamari finally spoke, his energy depleted. As CF Fan mentioned, there is indeed an unknown force deep within Morelioli, but is far too weak for it to harness. This minimal energy holds no experimental value. Dr. Oki added, shaking his head. We also had Morelioli attempt every conceivable move, yet we still could not draw forth that power. Simply put, we have hit a bottleneck. Should we consult CF Fan? Hongdo Shan suggested, concerned that the two elder scholars might not withstand the strain of continued research. I remember him mentioning that the Pokémon called Tianxi also possesses fairy attributes. If he can tap into such attributes, it stands to reason that the energy within Tianxi is abundant. Even if we do not borrow the Pokémon for assistance, seeking his counsel might yield new insights. Far better than our current waste of time. Exchanging glances, Dr. Oki and Dr. Yamari pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seemed this was their only option. All right, let us prepare. We shall head to Shinkong Town now. Hongdo Shan remarked. Could you both not take a brief rest first? The Seven-Colored Deer, Xerneas. Chapter 57, CF Fan. Take your blueprints and formulas and leave my house, all right? At the edge of the forest, an armored vehicle lay concealed among the dense underbrush. Seemingly waiting for a considerable time, a silver-haired girl stood atop a raging salamander, gracefully descending amidst the howling winds. Rin, it's so good to see you safe, exclaimed a black-haired girl leaning against the armored vehicle, her face alight with joy. I told you not to get involved. The silver-haired girl replied with a hint of a helpless smile, then inquired, how did you know I was here? Huiyin? Actually, when I contacted you, I was already in Sinnoh. The girl named Huiyin chuckled. Based on the location you provided, I thought I'd wait for you in Chinatown. A few days ago, I noticed a commotion at the police station with countless Pokémon and mercenaries strewn across the street, and a few abandoned armored vehicles at the forest's entrance. Since I had seen your subordinates before, I deduced something must have happened. During the transport of the prisoners by Miss June Shaw and her team, they rescued some, and then I found this place through the address they provided. However, those rescued individuals repeatedly emphasized not to enter the forested area, so I've only dared to wait near the edge these past few days. I see. The silver-haired girl nodded slightly, grasping the situation. Regardless of the mercenaries and equipment summoned from Team Galaxy, this operation had already drained her significantly. Rin, what exactly did you encounter in this forest? Huiyin could not help but ask. In her memory, Rin was always decisive and rarely suffered losses. Though others might perceive her as a villain, to Huiyin, she was eternally her capable older sister, a hero she had admired since childhood. However, the silver-haired girl gently shook her head. The information provided by those scoundrels from Team Galaxy was erroneous. I will personally settle accounts with them later. She then raised her hand and placed on the girl's head, smiling. Let us not discuss that anymore. Have you enjoyed your travels? Really? That is quite impressive. The silver-haired girl praised. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional trainer in the future. Actually, I wanted to discuss something with you, Rin. What is it? Huiyin suddenly raised her serious gaze and said, I don't want to continue as a trainer. I wish to end my journey and help you instead. The silver-haired girl's smile gradually faded, her expression turning icy. Do you understand what you are saying? Huiyin froze, her innate reverence from childhood rendering her momentarily speechless. Sigh. The silver-haired girl noticed her reaction, softened her demeanor, and sighed. You need not worry about my affairs. I have endured much hardship. No matter how challenging the current situation, I will not be defeated. At most, I will continue for a few more years before stepping back. Her tone was earnest, yet carried an undeniable authority. If you are around me, I cannot maintain my composure and clarity of thought at all times. Do you understand? I understand, Rin. So, let's keep things as they are. By the way, where are those fools you rescued now? They are currently at the forest entrance. Good. Are the others all right? Wait until I handle the aftermath of this matter. Among those captured, there are many of my people, and I suspect my wanted notice will be issued soon, bringing me into the League spotlight. At this juncture, I cannot afford to be reckless and risk giving them leverage against me. All right, I will inform everyone then. In fact, before coming here, she had already contacted the Fire Rock team in the Fengyuan region as a backup. Why are you still standing there? Quickly get in the car. I'll take you to the resort at Liu Lake later for a warm welcome. Okay, Pokémon World Championship inside the Highland Lodge. After bidding farewell to the silver-haired girl, CF fans suddenly began discussing the league's significant movements with Dawu. Indeed, the veteran Elite Four and champions from various regions have been gradually retiring in recent years. To maintain balance and security across the regions, the league urgently requires fresh talent. Dawu sipped his tea leisurely. The recent glamorous competitions and the promotion of gym trainers are all groundwork laid for this tournament. In other words, they are ready to cast their nets. During their post-meal conversation, they discussed the situation, a unique romanticism inherent in every Dragon Kingdom man's bloodline, reminiscent of the tales from the village's grandmothers. Thus, CF Fan listened intently, occasionally voicing his insights. Coming from you, that sounds rather strange. Dawu rolled his eyes. Yet he conceded, not bothering to refute. What about you? Are you participating? CF Fan, now aware of Dawu's prominent status, inquired. Me? Dawu shrugged. I have no such plans. In my 20s, it's a fine age to retire. I've submitted my application and am preparing to head to the Kanto region to lead a team into the Great Fool Valley in search of ancient Pokémon. As he spoke, he casually suggested, let us put Macaulay in the position of champion. Clever as always. Quite perfect. Macaulay, I'm up for the early shift. What about you? Interested? I heard the rewards for this tournament are unprecedentedly generous. Dawu raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. CF Fan scoffed. Having him lead a bunch of babies to challenge the World Cup is no different from letting the Dragon Kingdom's men's soccer team win the championship. Never mind. If I were to participate, it would be a no-brainer. So let the opportunities remain for the younger generation. CF Fan shrugged, teasingly. However, Dawu nodded in agreement. That's true. All right. So maintain good relations with Shibao. You've started to be shameless, huh? You agree with this? Fine, let us leave it at that. I'll email you when I get there, and I'll visit when I have a chance. Dawu noticed the time and slowly rose. Walking over to Tianchi with a smile, Shibao, I'm leaving. If you like anything, let CF Fan send it to me, and I'll bring it for you next time, okay? CF Fan, with deadpan eyes, replied, Don't bother coming. Just send the money. Ha. No need to be so polite. Aren't we good friends now? Dawu said, his gaze fixed on Tianchi, since we're good friends. I actually have a small favor to ask. CF Fan, take your blueprints and formulas and leave my house, okay? Ninetales is so adorable. So cute. I want to kiss it. Chapter 58. The encounter of Sharona. At this moment, Sharona, targeting Baidai City, found herself near a power plant in a valley, engaged in rigorous training with her Garchomp. Garchomp, Dragon Meteor. Sharona raised her arm, issuing the command. Amber light emanated from within Garchomp, gathering in its mouth before it was unleashed violently into the sky. However, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. The meteor wavered in the air before plummeting into the nearby forest, erupting into a towering mushroom cloud. Another failure. Where did it go wrong? Sharona sighed despondently. Disappointment etched across her face. Garchomp, too, seemed disheartened, lowering its head. It's all right. You've done exceptionally well. Garchomp, Sharona hastily comforted her partner, gently stroking its fin. Her smile reassuring. You've grown stronger. Haven to you? It's just one move. We will surely succeed. Garchomp nodded, a renewed spirit igniting within. Sharona was right. Since their last battle against a Hippowdon at the Black Gold Gym, Garchomp had already brushed against the threshold of the championship level. With just a few more formidable opponents, it could fully master the power awakened from its recent evolution. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the forest, shaking the ground beneath them. An enraged Tyranitar, covered in dirt, charged towards them. Tyranitar? Sharona exclaimed in surprise. Could have been accidentally injured by Garchomp's Dragon Meteor? With the sound of thunder, an off-road vehicle sped in pursuit of the Tyranitar. Hey, watch out! Shouted a portly man wearing sunglasses, his face etched with concern as he leaned out of the window. Just as he finished speaking, Tyranitar let out a furious roar, opening its massive jaws to unleash a powerful beam of destruction towards Sharona and her Pokémon, tearing through the ground and leaving a long charred scar in its wake. Sharona's eyes sharpened, her composure unwavering as she quickly commanded, "Garchomp, use Dragon Claw." With a fierce cry, Garchomp dove towards the attack, its claws enveloped in radiant purple light, swelling with pulsating energy. With astonishing speed, it crossed its claws to slice through the destructive beam. In the ensuing clash, Garchomp collided fiercely with Tyranitar S-Horn, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. A terrifying pressure erupted from the point of impact, sending cascading waves of force surging outward. Garchomp and Tyranitar locked eyes, both exuding an intense aura of determination and battle spirit. "Stop, Tyranitar!" At that moment, the off-road vehicle skidded to a halt nearby, and a man clad in a green trench coat with tousled blonde hair leapt out. Another man, the portly one with sunglasses, was momentarily taken aback by the scene, then hurried to follow. Sharona called out, causing both Pokémon to slowly retreat, yet their gazes remained fixed on one another, each refusing to back down. "I hope you're unhurt, young lady," the blonde man approached, his tone laced with concern. "To have subdued a Tyranitar, your Garchomp seems quite formidable." The man in the blue floral t-shirt and beach shorts chimed in with a grin. "It looks like you must be a skilled trainer. Your Garchomp has been raised exceptionally well." "Thank you. It is my most important partner," Sharona replied, gently patting Garchomp, a soft smile gracing her lips. Tyranitar emitted a dismissive snort, seemingly unimpressed. Garchomp narrowed its eyes, sensing the tension. The blonde man chuckled ruefully, while the portly man's eyes lit up. "How about a friendly match between the two trainers? The best communication between Pokémon is through battle, right?" "Well," Sharona glanced at Garchomp, inquiring, "what do you think?" Garchomp stepped forward, affirming its readiness. Tyranitar, too, stepped up defiantly. It seemed a battle was inevitable. The blonde man smiled at Sharona. "In that case, we shall accept this challenge." Sharona's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with resolve. She had been eager to test Garchomp's evolved state, and this Tyranitar appeared to be a worthy opponent. The portly man beamed, as if everything was unfolding according to his design. "Then I shall leave the judging to you, Ashida. Rest assured, I will handle it." Meanwhile, at the Highland Lodge, CF Fan, after finishing lunch, convened a long-awaited family meeting. "Ahem. Well then, based on our recent situation, we need to discuss the expansion of our courtyard and the upgrade of security measures." The Pokémon exchanged puzzled glances, their large heads filled with questions. Electivire, softly, "Is the security not sufficient?" Jengar, quietly, "The courtyard should be quite spacious. ISNT, the entire forest our home?" The supervisor, Ariolu, flapped its wings, adjusting their heads. "Quiet, listen to Fan. Eggplant, hand over the power for love." Chapter 59. The family meeting at the Highland Cottage. CF Fan produced a notebook from somewhere and began to speak slowly. "In order to create more space for future activities and to establish public facilities for retirement, we need to prioritize the expansion of the cottage. Now that we have some funds, we should expect a stable income moving forward." CF Fan felt that this matter was pressing. Bulo Bao, he continued, "Tomorrow, could you venture into the forest and seek assistance from Heracross and the others? I plan to plow several more plots of land for planting new varieties of fruit trees and herbs. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have always displayed an enthusiasm for agriculture, particularly in grafting techniques and high-yield cultivation methods. I've long wished to experiment with these practices. Any surplus can be taken down the mountain to sell, providing us with additional income. Of course, the vegetable garden remains fundamental. Once we've saved enough, we can build another house beside the cottage, offering each of you your own room for your whims." Upon hearing this, the electric shock beast's previous gloom dissipated, and it straightened its back, eyes sparkling. "Elulu, I promise to complete the task." CF Fan, Tinsy expressed an unusual aversion to the idea of her own room. "I don't want to sleep alone." Boo E and EV also raised their big, watery eyes, looking quite aggrieved. "All right, let us tentatively set aside your rooms for now." CF Fan replied with a chuckle. "Whenever you feel like having them, just let me know." In truth, he had initially shared a bed with Eggplant, although he often startled awake in the middle of the night. However, since adopting little Ching, Eggplant had moved elsewhere. After encountering Shiba, CFan had considered the quality of everyone as sleep, leading to this suggestion. After all, Delon's dog bed was conveniently placed by the fireplace. Currently, little Ching and Bolo Bao were sharing a sleeping arrangement, one on the carpet and the other on the sofa. During summer, it was manageable, but in winter, he had to cover them with an extra layer of blankets. As for that master ball capable of containing Pokémon, no Pokémon in the house preferred to stay inside it. It had only been used for convenience during travels to evade fair collectors. Well then, let us settle on the expansion for now. During the day, everyone should lend a hand, CFan continued. Next, we need to address security upgrades. As you all know, while our neighbors around the cottage are quite friendly, the surroundings are not entirely peaceful, with incidents like earthquakes or the recent Pokémon poaching event. Fortunately, when Cynthia visited, she handled those intruders. Otherwise, if that group had passed by the Highland Cottage and spotted Alon or Shiba, it would have been a cause for concern. Thus, for our future safety, appropriate training is essential. Having been in this world for 2 years now, CFan realized he had rarely observed others using their skills, except when it was necessary to water plants or generate electricity. Nevertheless, considering they were all Pokémon, he believed a bit of practice would surely enhance their combat capabilities. If all else failed, they could rely on sheer numbers, and when he had enough money, he could raise a couple of guard Pokémon. Well, Delon's kind isn't suitable for guarding. It lacks claws and fangs, making it more of a pet. However, after CFan finished speaking, all the Pokémon wore peculiar expressions. Only Eevee seemed bewildered, its eyes reflecting a naive innocence. Lulu. Eventually, the electric shock beast could not contain itself and tentatively inquired, Trainer, are you not going to explain? Is it time to reveal everything? CFan frowned, feeling perplexed. What are you talking about, Bolo Bao? Gigio. Fan, don't mind him, continue speaking. What was I saying? Everyone need not be overly anxious. Be it expansion or training, neither is an urgent matter. We can take our time and proceed step by step. Moreover, I have no experience in training, and I might need to email Cynthia for advice. I wonder if there are any 9-year compulsory textbooks available down the mountain. If not, I might have to study the Pokédex and figure things out gradually. Lulu, what do you think the trainer means? After the meeting concluded, the Pokémon took advantage of CFan's absence while he went upstairs for a nap to hold a small meeting of their own. The electric shock beast appeared utterly confused, wondering if they were not strong enough and needed further training. How shameless, Tianzi remarked sharply, casting a quick glance. Who was it last time it got tied up like a dumpling? That was my oversight. I didn't dodge. The electric shock beast protested, bouncing up in defense. A mere handful of humans. I completely disregard them. All right. Fan surely has his reasons. The Chishi Qingyao felt that now was not the time for bickering and turned to Eggplant. What is your take? However, before Gungue could respond, the Suicune, lying quietly on the carpet, spoke up. I believe CFan thinks we are too reliant on the strength he provides us. If this continues, we may lose our sense of self and face significant setbacks. As soon as the words fell, all the Pokémon's gazes converged on the electric shock beast. Electric shock beast, why are you all looking at me? Speak up. Does this mean that Fan wishes for us to strengthen ourselves fundamentally, thereby solidifying our power? Ching is quite astute. I feel the same way. So that's what it is. A look of realization washed over the faces of the Pokémon, and they regarded CFan with newfound respect. Truly, he was their trainer, considering everything comprehensively. Only the perpetually clueless Eevee glanced around, utterly bewildered. Suicune slowly opened its profound eyes, sensing that CFan's actions might harbor deeper, unspoken intentions. Eevee. Chapter 60, Eevee, I'm not stopping you either. At Liu Lake, a resort, I finally managed to get in touch with you, Pokémon Hunter J. A man from faraway Weimu City spoke in a deep voice. I have received news from the Divine and Town regions. I never expected you to fail as well. What on earth happened? The silver-haired girl, clad in a black swimsuit, reclined on a beach chair, a cold smile gracing her lips. To be honest, I have no idea if your galactic team's intelligence department is even competent. Before you question me, perhaps you should thoroughly investigate your own ranks. Cheery. What do you mean? Cheery furrowed his brows. Literally, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have accepted your offer of 100 million alliance coins at all. Cheery's eyes glimmered with a sharp light. You wish to increase the payment before completing the task? That hardly adheres to the rules. Pokémon Hunter J. I believe you may have misunderstood. The silver-haired girl abruptly sat up, enunciating each word. Regardless of how much you offer for this task, I will not take it on again. Moreover, regarding this operation, your galactic team must bear full responsibility. It will be best to clarify the situation and provide me with an explanation. Are you threatening me? Beep, beep, beep. Cheery stared incredulously at the phone in his hand. Did she hang up? TCH. Does she truly think I have no temper? She initially believed it would be a simple task to capture a wounded Suicune, but under extensive search efforts, it turned out to be a futile endeavor. Not only was the target unscathed, but a group of monsters resided in the Highland cabin. Now, even the sight of a Swablu instills in her a sense of dread. Whoever wants to pursue this matter can do so. It is far from over. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The silver-haired girl gritted her teeth and hurled the walkie-talkie she had just placed down into the pool. Splash! Walkie-talkie, you are so impressive, so aloof. Boom! Ah! The towering body of the Iron Tyrant suddenly burst forth from the smoke, colliding directly with the rigid Sharpedo. Sharpedo! Cynthia's gaze instantly froze, and she called out anxiously, Shark! As Sharpedo was sent flying at incredible speed, it let out an earth-shattering roar. It quickly spread its fins, exerting all its strength to stabilize itself. This little girl is surprisingly powerful. As the referee, Akira was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. He had grown up alongside Quan, and no one understood the terrifying strength of the Iron Tyrant better than he did. The Sinnoh League had extended multiple olive branches to Quan, wishing to support him as the new Elite Four member. However, for the sake of their shared dream, Quan repeatedly declined, resolutely embarking on a journey to seek and challenge powerful trainers worldwide, determined to establish their own battling organization. Throughout this journey, Akira had encountered numerous exceptionally skilled trainers. Yet this was the first time he witnessed someone who could rival both Quan and the Iron Tyrant. A potential champion level. Quan's heart was equally filled with shock. He understood that if they could not determine a victor in the next move, they would surely be defeated. However, wasn't this the very sensation for which they traveled and challenged endlessly? Quan's lips curled into a smile as he tightly clenched his fist, shouting, Iron Tyrant, use Rock Cannon. The Iron Tyrant's powerful arm muscles suddenly contracted before extending in an instant. Red-hot boulders surged forth from the holes in its palms, coalescing into an enormous rock cannon, exuding an impressive aura. Sharpedo was ignited with fighting spirit and turned its head to shout at Cynthia. I understand, Sharpedo. Cynthia narrowed her eyes and pulled out a large and small Mega Evolution Stone from her pocket. Now's the time. Sharpedo, evolve. Use Dragon Dive. Roar. With a deep and resonant roar, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted, illuminating the astonished faces of Quan and Akira. In the next moment, a dragon crackling with red electricity soared into the sky, emanating a formidable aura that reverberated and solidified, ultimately breaking through a certain limit. Baya! Come, Pineapple Bun! Aim there and use Thunderbolt. Meanwhile, in the Highland cabin that afternoon, Shivan led a group of Pokémon in the courtyard, testing everyone's skills and special moves. Such a small stone pedestal. Are you serious? Who can hit this? If my little brothers found out, they'd think I'm struggling to survive. A mountain for each person. What's wrong? Shivan looked up in confusion, blinking. Is it too difficult? Tianchi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The other Pokémon also had flushed faces, desperately covering their mouths. Electro Beast! What the heck? Ziz! Golden electricity gathered from the fur of the Electro Beast, ultimately shooting forth and instantly obliterating the stone pedestal. Bang! Oh wow! Not bad, Pineapple Bun! Shivan's eyes lit up. I must say, you're looking quite impressive. It seems I might consider building another doghouse at the entrance. All right, next, let me see. Eggplant. Koji. Not, is this really training? Roar. You're still too young. Little brother. Suicune slightly raised its eyes and said earnestly, "Normally releasing special moves indeed possesses great power, but in doing so, the essence of training is lost. Shivan aimed to enhance everyone's control over energy through the compression of power release. This is the most crucial foundation." The Electro Beast nodded in understanding. "You're older. I'll listen to you." "Umph." Tianchi rolled her eyes and mocked. "A fool is indeed a fool. Isn't it obvious? Shivan is so intelligent. He certainly doesn't want a clumsy oaf to destroy the important courtyard. If you can't comprehend such a simple principle, what else could you be but a fool?" Don't stop me. I want to challenge her." The Electro Beast shouted angrily at the bewildered EV. "EV, I'm not stopping you either." Chapter 61, Dr. Yamanashi. How remarkable it is that you, an authority in your field, could defeat the formidable opponent. Following the conclusion of the battle, Ashida extended an invitation to Sharona, offering her a ride to Baidai City. Sitting in the passenger seat, Guolang's curiosity was piqued as he inquired about the astonishing force he had just witnessed, still grappling with the aftereffects of the encounter. Meanwhile, Sharona delicately cradled the Mega Evolution Stones, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "The reason my Garchomp is able to evolve is due to a gift from a friend." "Oh." Both Guolang and Ashida exchanged intrigued glances, their interest intensifying. "Is your friend also a trainer?" "Yes, indeed." "Ha! How wonderful it is to be young," Ashida exclaimed, firmly gripping the steering wheel as he turned on a Route 206. He then posed a question. "By the way, Sharona, you are participating in the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference, correct?" "Yes, that's right." "What are your plans following the competition?" "Well," Sharona mused, resting her finger on her chin, "I currently have no specific plans. However, if I were to emerge victorious, I would likely challenge the Champion League of Sinnoh." The Champion League. What an ambitious goal," Ashida remarked with a glint in his sunglasses. "Given your prowess, it would be challenging to find a trainer in the younger generation of Sinnoh who rivals your excellence. While I appreciate your kind words, I cannot accept such praise." Sharona replied, shaking her head. "From what I know, there are at least 2 competitors in this Lily of the Valley Conference who are equally as formidable. Moreover," she added with a slight smile, "I am certainly not the most exceptional among Sinnoh's trainers. It is indeed a rare occurrence for someone of Sharona's caliber to so readily and naturally acknowledge the superiority of others." "Could it be one of the Elite Four Masters you refer to?" "Not at all. It is someone around my age," Sharona clarified. "My Garchomp stands no chance against his Swablu. Even against his other Pokémon, I cannot be entirely confident of victory." "Goodness!" Ashida gasped, while Guolang, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you talking about your Garchomp?" "Yes. The one that just battled my Tyranitar?" "Indeed," Sharona nodded. Guolang slumped back in his seat, seemingly devoid of energy. The thought of Sharona's champion-level Garchomp being bested was unfathomable. Is there truly a trainer of such caliber? Ashida pondered aloud, swallowing hard. If what Sharona asserts is accurate, then this trainer must be at least of champion level. It is baffling that such a figure exists in Sinnoh, and I am only now learning of him. However, he is not only an exceptional trainer, but also an outstanding breeder, well-versed in Pokémon research. The item used for my Garchomp's evolution was a gift from him. For reasons unknown, she felt an instinctual urge to defend this person against skepticism. Not wanting to press further, Ashida and Guolang exchanged glances. Yet, if all of this were true, they would go to any lengths to recruit him. Ashida suppressed his excitement, contemplating how the inclusion of such a trainer in their upcoming battle facility would undoubtedly elevate their prominence and facilitate effective promotion. They must ensure that no one else in the league beats them to it. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Center, Professors Oak and Yamanashi arrived in their research van. "Have you decided how to approach that young fellow, Shifan?" Ha. Do not worry," Professor Oak replied with a raised eyebrow. "Did we not already present him with the Pokédex in Black Gold City?" "Yes, but what does that have to do with anything?" Professor Yamanashi inquired, puzzled. "Oh, since we have given him the Pokédex, have you perhaps forgotten something? Are you suggesting?" Professor Yamanashi's eyes lit up. "The new Pokémon?" "Precisely." Professor Oak nodded with a smile. "While I initially handed over the Pokédex at your behest, circumstances have changed. The emergence of fairy types and his recent intervention during the Black Gold exhibition, where he prevented a catastrophe involving a fossil Aerodactyl, are significant contributions that cannot be overlooked. So, you intend to use the pretext of giving him a new Pokémon to conveniently enlist his assistance in our research, correct? Professor Yamanashi regarded his colleague with a bemused expression. Do not give me that look. This is all for the advancement of civilization. Besides, we do have the authority to do so, even if Shifan ultimately declines. This is something he rightfully deserves. I must admit, I appreciate that last part. Professor Yamanashi stroked his beard, casting a sidelong glance. In that case, I believe Dratini would be an excellent choice. Dratini? Is that considered one of the starter Pokémon? Why not just give him a Dragonite instead? That is also a possibility. Are you reading my mind? Professor Oak mused, wondering if Professor Yamanashi shared some hidden connection with Shifan, conspiring against him. What? 100,000 Alliance coins. At that moment, an exaggerated shout echoed from down the street, drawing the attention of the two elderly gentlemen. What do you mean, boss? It's just a bag of seeds. What's with the gold trim? Shifan stood before a flower shop, his eyes wide in disbelief. Young man, these seeds are a high-yield new variety. Their cost price is around 50 to 60,000. We know each other well enough that I would not attempt to cheat you. The bald shopkeeper, wearing an apron, explained with a look of resignation. Alas, but that is still exorbitant. Shifan sighed, contemplating the small bag that cost more than 2 years' worth of his seed purchases combined. Very well, I'll settle for some ordinary vegetable seeds then. Please fetch me some seeds for radishes and cabbages, and 6 saplings of sweet peach trees. We have a penchant for sweets at home, and once they bear fruit, I can prepare a variety of desserts. Certainly, 5 bags of radish and cabbage seeds come to 6,800, and 6 sweet peach saplings total 72,000. That makes it a total of 78,000. All right, thank you, boss. Shifan reluctantly handed over the cash, feeling the pinch as he realized his 20,000 had already dwindled significantly. He had initially intended to purchase some books as well, but now, burdened with saplings, he turned to Gungue, contemplating the need to forego those purchases. Is there any book you require at home? Just let us 2 old men know. Shifan turned at the sound of the voice, momentarily taken aback. Professor Yamanashi, Professor Oak. Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Chapter 62. Upon the Highland Cabin, you call me Pineapple Bun. I do not mind your remarks. Yet, descending from his plateau, has the fairy type encountered a bottleneck? CF Fan, while engaging in casual conversation with the 2 elderly gentlemen, made his way towards the cabin. Upon learning that the borrowed Marilioli could not elicit the fairy type energy within, he found himself perplexed. After all, in the forest, the Marilioli family occasionally frolicked with Shibao, and that delicate pink energy could be effortlessly released even by little Lulali. At that moment, he had perceived the scene as both heartwarming and adorable. Indeed, we have detected the energy you mentioned from Marilioli, but it is exceedingly faint. Even Marilioli cannot harness it. On the journey to Kamahama Town, Dr. Yamabuki and Dr. Okamoto had previously deliberated over this matter. They conjectured that it was likely the Pokémon had been entirely unaware of this attribute since birth, and even trainers cultivated them based on conventional knowledge. Individuals like CF Fan, who possess keen observation skills and are daring enough to challenge norms, are indeed rare. CF Fan pondered momentarily before casually suggesting, have you considered allowing Lulali or Marilioli to give a try? Lulali? With Marilioli? Dr. Okamoto and Dr. Yamabuki exchanged puzzled glances, only to hear CF Fan continue. Well, as you both mentioned, the one you borrowed is a highly developed Marilioli. Yet, in my view, habit can be a formidable constraint. Changing is invariably far more challenging than learning, at least initially. CF Fan lightly scratched his cheek, smiling somewhat sheepishly. I merely offer my humble opinion. After all, I am not a researcher. I simply believe that whether for humans or Pokémon, the most rapid learning occurs when one is akin to a blank slate. Suddenly, the eyes of Dr. Yamabuki and Dr. Okamoto brightened, as if an epiphany had struck them. Clearly, they found CF Fan's observations profoundly insightful, illuminating a fresh and viable direction for their experiments. The youth indeed possesses a nimbleness of thought that surpasses our own. Admiration graced the faces of Dr. Okamoto and Dr. Yamabuki, who then turned to CF and expressed, "Frankly, I am tempted to invite you to assist at my research institute." Dr. Yamabuki felt a pang of unease at this. Ahem, Okamoto, there's a matter of precedence here. How vexing. I was the one who met him first. This old man lacks decorum. Oh, Dr. Okamoto, please spare me the jest. I had intended to purchase some foundational literature on Pokémon today. A place as specialized as your institute is beyond my capacity to assist, CF said with a bemused smile. However, the elders interpreted his words differently. They believed CF simply wished to avoid the rigors of daily academic engagements, thus employing such a gentle refusal. Ha, we respect your sentiments. It feels like a waste of talent, Dr. Okamoto boomed. If you truly need it, come visit my home in Kanto anytime. I possess an abundance of books for your selection. I have quite a few as well, Dr. Yamabuki chimed in, emphasizing their proximity. CF found their behavior today rather peculiar, raising an eyebrow. Nevertheless, he did not reject the elder's goodwill, smiling as he replied, "Certainly, if I find the time. I shall visit you in Kanto. After all, knowledge is something to grasp if possible. If not, then so be it. You wish for me to spend money? Do not even entertain such thoughts. The simplicity of farming life is far more appealing. Jinsaka Town is not far from Kamahama Town. Ah, very well. I will also pay you a visit, Dr. Yamabuki," CF said with a wry smile, managing to elicit a contented smile from the elderly man. As they conversed, the trio arrived near the Highland Cabin, where the first sight that met their eyes was a bustling construction site filled with Pokémon. "Ross," a Heracross inquired of the Electabuzz, "the fence has been dismantled. Shall we commence work along the route drawn by Mr. CF?" Electabuzz surveyed the area and nodded slightly. "The previous stakes were too low. Let us ensure this time they are taller." Ross, Heracross acknowledged this, and with a call, soared off with a few companions towards the forest. "Thank you for your hard work, Heracross," CF greeted them with a smile. Ross, "Good afternoon, Mr. CF." Several Heracross called out as they flew by. "Not bad. Pineapple Bun. You're doing quite well," CF remarked, observing the orderly assembly of the courtyard gate by Mac Hoke and the lumber being handled by Tianshur and others, who seemed to be engaged in some activity. Please address us by our titles. It is work time now." Electabuzz proudly lifted its head, signifying the seriousness of the task at hand. After all, among CF's Pokémon, Electabuzz was the first to organize forest security, boasting the largest number of subordinates among both the forest and Kamahama Town. At the Highland Cabin, you call me Pineapple Bun, and I pay no heed to your comments. Yet, once off this plateau, who would not call out Scarface upon seeing him? You, who claim I am plump, are now out of breath, CF teased, but refrained from further interrupting, leading the two doctors toward the cabin. CF, are all these Pokémon from the forest? Dr. Okamoto asked, marveling at the industrious Pokémon. Having lived harmoniously within nature and witnessed Pokémon assisting in construction, he had never encountered anyone like CF who could renovate a courtyard and orchestrate such diverse Pokémon in collaborative efforts. Indeed, he even observed a small Snorlax aiding in the transportation of stakes. Their neighbors, it's customary to assist one another. No need for concern, Dr. Okamoto and Dr. Yamabuki remarked. How can one simply disregard such a sight? Just as Dr. Okamoto stepped over the threshold, his body froze, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost as he gazed toward the vegetable garden. Had he just witnessed something astounding? Suicune stood in the field, watering alongside a group of Morilioli and Lilili. What troubles you, Okamoto? Dr. Yamabuki inquired from within. Is it truly Suicune? Dr. Okamoto asked, astonished. Did I not inform you? No need for dramatics. Maintain your composure. Chapter 63. Receiving a new Pokémon? Although there aren't any fine teas at home, the juice is freshly squeezed from fruits gathered in the forest. Please indulge yourselves. CF entered the room, carrying 2 cups brimming with mixed fruit juice, placing them before the 2 elderly gentlemen before taking a seat on a nearby chair. Professor Oak took a sip, and the sweet and tangy flavors burst forth in his mouth. Oh, this taste is truly unique. It must be a blend of several fruits, mixed in just the right proportions, he exclaimed. Professor Yamashiro nodded in agreement, evidently pleased. I'm glad you enjoy it, CF Fan smiled and then inquired. But your visit to Shinhua Town is primarily to discuss fairy-type Pokémon with me, isn't it? Well, not entirely, Professor Yamashiro replied, understanding that such matters require a gradual approach. He turned his gaze to Professor Oak, who was savoring his juice. Ahem. All right. The reason we came to see you is primarily to observe Shibao, and there's also something concerning you. Something concerning me? CF Fan blinked, slightly puzzled. Yes, indeed. Professor Oak exchanged a glance with Professor Yamashiro and proceeded to relay the carefully prepared words they had discussed on their way. Receiving a new Pokémon? CF Fan was taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. After all, during his previous descent from the mountain, he had gleaned some related information in casual conversation with Miss Joy. The Pokédex and a new Pokémon symbolize a trainer status. It is a rite of passage, as families contribute to this from the moment a child is born, continuing for 12 years, culminating in the child receiving their own Pokédex and new Pokémon upon turning 12. He had been delighted merely to obtain the Pokédex and had never considered that there might be a Pokémon to claim as well. However, was it appropriate? It would be disingenuous to say he was not intrigued. Miss Joy had once mentioned that the initial Pokémon for new trainers are meticulously cared for from the egg stage by specialized breeding institutions within the league. The initial abilities and growth potential of these Pokémon far surpass those of most wild counterparts. Previously, CF Fan might have felt overwhelmed by the prospect of another mouth to feed, necessitating careful deliberation. But now this opportunity was most timely. He urgently required a powerful Pokémon to take over the guardianship of his home. With just a bit of training, the security of his abode could be assured. Suitable. Suitable. Professor Oak noted the glimmer of hope in CF Fan's eyes. He had initially feared CF Fan might be uninterested, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Whether it was during the Black Gold exhibition or in the excavation of fairy types, your contributions have been invaluable. Based on these merits alone, I can assure you that both I and Professor Yamashiro can assist you in requesting not just one, but even 3 Pokémon from the league. Black Gold exhibition? CF Fan tilted his head. Wasn't that resolved by Cynthia? What does that have to do with me? Just consider whether you have any specific requirements for the initial Pokémon. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Professor Oak pressed on. Do you have any dogs? CF Fan pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. Dogs? Professor Oak blinked, while Professor Yamashiro quickly understood. Are you referring to the herdier? That might be somewhat complicated, as the league's breeding of herdier is directly managed by the Junsha family, and they do not fall under the category of starter Pokémon. Ah, in that case, it's no problem. Any of the Pokémon would suffice. I'm not picky. It's all a matter of seizing opportunities. If there are no dogs, perhaps I could choose a grass type instead. It could assist with tending to crops while also serving as a guard. That would be quite perfect. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Professor Yamashiro added. All right, I will prepare my home today and then come and find you in town tomorrow. A couple of days away should pose no issues. Just as CF Fan was contemplating this, Professor Oak suddenly interjected, by the way, if possible, could you bring Shibao along? It would be beneficial for her to guide Mariliali on site. Guide? CF Fan chuckled wryly. However, he wasn't too comfortable leaving Shibao and Eevee alone at home, so he would likely take them along as well. Ha, that would be splendid. Since we have achieved our objective, Professor Oak laughed heartily, glancing at Professor Yamashiro, who nodded slightly. We shall not intrude any longer. Let us meet at the Pokémon Center tomorrow. Very well. I'll see you both out. Fan, look. Tianshur exclaimed, bouncing joyfully beneath the large tree at the door. Wow, it's a swing. You all did a fantastic job. CF Fan approached with a smile, admiring the little one's handiwork. Well done, everyone. Eevee proudly lifted its little head. Now, it's time to wash your faces and hands. I need to start preparing dinner. CF Fan instructed. Okay. Tianshur nodded obediently and led Eevee and the forest Pokémon towards the water source. Let us call it a day for now, Pineapple Bun. You can tell everyone to take a break. Dinner will be a lively affair. The energy cubes seem to be quite popular, so that will be the main dish. I'll whip up some pancakes and a large pot of stew. With so many Pokémon, I doubt I'll have time for anything else. As CF Fan surveyed the available ingredients, he was just about to begin when Gung Gue rushed in with small, hurried steps. Report. There's a situation. Information? CF Fan took the Pokédex, With the two professors just leaving, it seemed the message could only be from either Kinna or Cynthia. As for that DeWoo fellow, he had been sending numerous messages throughout the day, either asking if Shi Bao liked the gifts or requesting photos, and had since been muted. DeWoo no. Herdier. Chapter 64. Is she really a wealthy lady? Indeed, it is Cynthia. She has swiftly arrived at Baidai City and completed her challenge at the Baidai Gym. CF Fan perused the images Cynthia had sent him, along with delightful tales from her travels. The photograph showcased a young girl radiating a smile as brilliant as the hue of her hair, standing alongside her Garchomp and Lucario. With the grand edifice of the Baidai Gym's entrance in the background, travel appears to be quite enjoyable. CF Fan felt the joy and sense of accomplishment woven through her words, and a faint smile graced his lips. He then leisurely approached the window and captured a photograph of the Pokémon frolicking under the setting sun, accompanying it with a message to convey that all was well. Is something wrong, Garchomp? At the Pokémon Center in Baidai City, in the dormitory, Cynthia, wrapped in a white towel, was drying her damp golden locks, revealing her elegantly proportioned legs. Like a sprite, she emerged from the bathroom enveloped in mist. Garchomp pointed a claw at the Pokédex resting on the bed, indicating something. Cynthia's eyes sparkled with realization as she tossed aside the towel and approached her email. Shun and Xiao Dongjia. They're all doing well. The courtyard of the little house is being renovated. We look forward to your next visit. Cynthia glanced at the accompanying image, typed a few words, deleted them, and read it before sending. Ice cream lover. You said it. Next time I'll bring my Pokémon along to mooch a meal. You won't mind, will you? Shun and Xiao Dongjia. Rest assured, there will be plenty. Just bring your own ingredients. Cynthia's lips curled into a smile, though she feigned annoyance. Ice cream lover, you've changed. You didn't say that before. CF Fan, what did I say before? Shun and Xiao Dongjia, what can I say? You see, with such a large family to support, daily expenses require meticulous budgeting. Why don't you, the wealthy lady, lend me a hand? Ice cream lover, card number. Shun and Xiao Dongjia. CF Fan paused, momentarily bewildered. I was joking. Can't you tell? Ice cream lover, card number. Noticing the silence from her end, Cynthia pressed for a response. Shun and Xiao Dongjia. All right, forget it. I was just saying that. Besides, our household is not lacking anything at the moment. Ice cream lover. Lacking. Yet, Cynthia did not share that sentiment. Ice cream lover. Home communication devices are becoming quite common now. I think having one in your living room would be very suitable. Ding. As an image arrived, CF Fan's lips twitched. Shun and Xiao Dongjia. Heroine, don't you think the zeros in the back are a bit excessive? Shun and Xiao Dongjia. Wait, Asian, are you serious? Cynthia furrowed her brow in response. Ice cream lover. Who's Asian? Shun and Xiao Dongjia. Typo, it should be Nana. Cynthia's face flushed as she stared at the screen, her breath quickening. Nana, Nana. Garchomp, munching on an energy cube, wrinkled its snout, suddenly catching a whiff of something sour. Ice cream lover. Oh, hurry and pick. I think that cherry blossom model looks quite nice. CF Fan. All pink? Are you serious? No. I am a motivated youth of the 21st century. I cannot rely on others. However, before he could contemplate how to refuse, 3 messages arrived from her. Ice cream lover. All right, I placed the order. It will be sent to the Pokémon Center in Chinatown. In a few days, I will send you the tracking number so you can collect it from Nurse Joy. Seemingly recalling something, she emphasized again. Ice cream lover, this is a gift from me to you. You cannot share this with others. At least make sure to call me first. Ice cream lover, all right. Garchomp seems to have a stomachache. I will check on it. We'll talk next time, bye. As she flipped the Pokédex onto the blanket, Cynthia felt drained. Lying back to stare at the ceiling, her heart racing. Primarily, she owed CF Fan too many favors. There was no ulterior motive, no other intentions. Repeating this to herself, as if to bolster her resolve, Cynthia sat up, firmly slapped her cheeks, just as she met Garchomp's peculiar gaze. Garchomp glanced at the energy cube in its paw. Did you put something in it? Is she truly a wealthy lady? In the kitchen, CF Fan stood in place, baffled by Cynthia's actions. Do all trainers possess such wealth? A myriad of thoughts culminated in a sigh. He would have to inquire further when they met again. Chirp. Fan. Is dinner ready? Pineapple Bun is starving. CF Fan. No. My oven. The opening ceremony of the little house concluded amidst laughter and playful banter. It was not until the silver frost blanketed the highlands that the Pokémon in the forest bid farewell to CF Fan and his companions. Ding! Daily check-in successful. Acquired unknown collar X1. The following morning, before setting off, CF Fan gazed curiously at the newly acquired item from his check-in. It was entirely silver-white, exuding a minimalist technological essence, yet the size was somewhat small for a collar. A little genius phone watch? The greatest flaw of this check-in system was that most items lacked user manuals, often leaving him puzzled about their purpose. Fan, putting an eye already. At this moment, Tianshi, carrying a petite bag, excitedly clung to CF Fan's leg, looking up at him expectantly. The little bag was a gift he had given her the previous day, and she was quite fond of it. Therefore, when CF Fan mentioned going out for 2 or 3 days last night, she couldn't contain her eagerness. As for the expansion of the courtyard, CF Fan entrusted the oversight to Xiaoqing and Pineapple Bun, with Eggplant and Dallin assisting. Bui, EV still drowsy, stumbled down the stairs and naturally leaped into CF Fan's embrace. All right, let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting too long, CF Fan said, referring to Professor Oak and the others. Fan, what is this? Tianshi inquired, staring at the small object in CF Fan's hand. Ichizatoi. CF Fan casually placed it on her, nodding in approval. It looked quite nice. Xiaoqing, please keep an eye on the house. CF Fan waved to the gradually bustling construction site outside. Chirp. Okay, safe travels. Mega Rayquaza. Chapter 65. Secret Techniques? Enter Demi, Water, Yugo, June, and San. To my surprise, such a place exists in the Sinnoh region. As CF Fan breathed in the fresh air wafting through the open window, he admired the lakes, ponds, and gentle hills along the way. Soon, they arrived at a tranquil town nestled in a flat area. This was Shuangya Town, and the road ahead, Route 219, would lead them to Jinsha Town. Dr. Yamanashi slowed the vehicle, explained to CF Fan, if it weren't for the ongoing construction on Route 202, we would have already reached the Research Institute by now. That's all right. I truly enjoy this scenery, CF Fan replied with a smile. Compared to the environments of Shun and the Highlands, this area evidently seemed more suitable for farming and retirement. The lush, fertile land was indeed a treasure that should not be left untapped. However, after such a long journey, both EV and Tiankai appeared somewhat fatigued, lacking the exuberance they had displayed upon descending the mountain. Hang in there, just a little longer. We will arrive shortly, CF Fan encouraged, placing the 2 little companions on his lap to let them feel the breeze. Dr. Okido, seated beside him, observed this warm scene with a broad smile. CF Fan, you really care for your Pokémon, he remarked. Yes, life can be tough at times, but every time I see their smiles, I feel a sense of beauty and happiness. That's what life should be like, CF Fan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Since arriving in this world and meeting Eggplant, Xiaoqing, Dablu, Pineapple Bun, Shibao, and now Pudding, his life had suddenly transformed into something vibrant. With their companionship, even mundane tasks like cooking and farming felt profoundly fulfilling. Dr. Yamanashi glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression one of contentment. Just then, a speeding bicycle appeared ahead. Hurry, Mama. We're going to be late, cried a little girl in the back seat, tightly hugging her mother's waist, her face contorted with urgency. This is your fault for insisting on changing outfits. I knew something would go awry when you said it would be fine. The mother sighed, her blue hair blowing wildly in the wind, revealing a face of exasperation. Since it's the sports meet these days, you should be aware that the assembly time is different from usual. Okay, I know. Please stop scolding me. The little girl pouted, looking pitiful. At that moment, a van sped past them, allowing the little girl to catch a glimpse of a familiar face in the window. It's Big Brother, she exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. What? Due to the noise, her mother, Psycho, could barely hear, tilting her head in confusion. It's Big Brother. Mama, it's him. The little girl seemed ecstatic, gripping her mother's shoulder and leaning forward to get a better look. What do you mean, Big Brother? That's dangerous, Xiaowang. But Big Brother really came to find me. The little girl insisted, her eyes glued to the van in the distance, her face glowing with excitement. All right, brothers and sisters, we'll stop here for today. will continue tomorrow. At the Highland Cabin, the Electrode Pokémon, acting as the foreman, called upon the Forest Pokémon to collect their wages for the day, energy cubes. Thank you for your hard work, Scarface. Goodbye, big sister. As the Pokémon departed from the Highlands, the once bustling courtyard fell silent. Eggplant has prepared the food. Let us take a break. Eat well, drink well, and travel safely. That one is as abstract as ever, always spouting peculiar phrases, the Electrode Pokémon remarked, prompting a bemused smile from the Chi-Chi-Ching-Yao. Before we arrived, Fan had been inseparable from Eggplant, so he had taught him many catchphrases to pass the time. The Electrode Pokémon propped its chin on its hand, suddenly captivated by a notebook on the table. Is that the caretaker's? Peeking at someone else's notes is rather inappropriate, Suicune interjected, causing the startled Electrode Pokémon to jump. Could you all not walk so quietly? You might scare the Pokémon to death. The Electrode Pokémon rolled its eyes and glanced at the notebook, suddenly pausing. Wait, the contents of this notebook seem to pertain to us. Upon hearing this, both Chi-Chi-Ching-Yao and Gengue ceased their activities and leaned closer. Bonds. Friendship. Qingjia. Could you translate this? Eggplant seems to be reciting the words above. Suicune took a glance, and unable to resist, shifted position to eavesdrop. Ha-meh-ha-meh. 8 gates of Duinjia. Eternal electromagnetic cannon? The Electrode Pokémon stared at the scribbled notes, utterly baffled. What is all of this? If you say it's a special move, I've never heard of it. If you say it's a short essay, it looks rather odd. After the name, there are slogans, and some even included explanations of principles. Chi-Chi-Ching-Yao tilted its head in confusion, while Gengue appeared engrossed in the reading. At that moment, Suicune casually remarked, I understand now. This must be the training content that CF Fan wishes to implement for us. He intentionally left this notebook behind before departing to prompt our awareness, serving as a form of examination. But there are many aspects missing from the training process. The Electrode Pokémon responded incredulously. How are we supposed to practice? Chi-Chi-Ching-Yao and Gengue exchanged curious glances. Suicune sighed, shaking its head sagely. This is the essence of the test. CF Fan does not intend to limit our growth through conventional frameworks. Rather, he seeks to maximize our inherent strengths and characteristics through this method. Look at the special moves outlined above. They encompass everything from offensive tactics to supportive strategies and area control. It's remarkably comprehensive. CF Fan wants us to combine and select based on our own ideas. This is the first step of the examination. With that, Suicune gently pointed its paw at one line of text. Pokémon. Chapter 66. Electivire. The caretaker does love me after all. Furthermore, observe that not all special moves lack a training regimen. Techniques such as Iron Sand, Domain Electromagnetic Force almost explicitly delineate the training methodology. Manipulate electromagnetic force to gather iron sand from the surrounding soil within the domain, utilizing magnetic force to move and reshape the iron sand according to one's will. He continued, this is the second step of the trial. Evidently, compared to those special moves merely described, these techniques with defined training methods seem more straightforward and easier to master. As he spoke, Suicune gazed at Electivire, his eyes profound, musing that with its capabilities, mastering iron sand and electromagnetic force shouldn't be too challenging for Pineapple Bun, should it? Oh well. Electivire nodded hesitantly. While these supposedly simple techniques still appeared somewhat complex, it could attempt them if it were determined. CF Fan's expectations for you seem quite high, Suicune remarked suddenly, startling the 3 Pokémon. Whether it was the special moves mentioned earlier or techniques like Inch Punch and Body Arts, they were clearly more suited to Pineapple Bun's intrinsic abilities. Thus, it was evident that CF Fan's plans revolved primarily around Pineapple Bun. Upon hearing this, Electivire was deeply moved, realizing that its caretaker did indeed care for it. You wretched rock, what can you possibly compete with me now? So, Fan actually wants us to build a solid foundation through the training outlined above, and then independently comprehend our own unique special moves? Altaria inquired perceptively. That seems to be the case, Suicune affirmed slowly. After all, CF Fan was no ordinary individual, and there was undoubtedly profound intent behind his instructions. Had CF Fan been present, he would have been mortified. His intentions were far from profound. The contents of that notebook were merely products of his imagination, written in a moment of exuberance. Achoo! CF Fan, just entering the research institute, sneezed abruptly, rubbing his nose in dismay. Too much wind exposure? Are you feeling unwell? Professor Oak inquired with concern, turning his head. CF Fan shook his head. I'm fine, just a sudden itch in my nose. A man in a lab coat greeted Professor Sycamore. The others in the lab also looked over, though their expressions suggested weariness. How's the data collection progressing? Professor Sycamore asked. The group exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating unfavorable progress. Anticipating this, Professor Sycamore surveyed the room. Where's Professor Juniper? Professor Juniper is in the yard. With Maril, came a reply. Very well, everyone, set aside your work for a moment and take a break, Professor Sycamore instructed, leading Professors Oak and CF toward the yard. The researchers, curious, huddled together, exchanging whispers. It must be him. I just didn't expect him to be so young. Wow. Did you see the EV and that Pokémon I've never seen before with him? They're so adorable. I want to hold them and cuddle them, exclaimed a female researcher, her eyes gleaming. The others responded with knowing glances. Maril, is it still not working? Professor Juniper sighed, resting her chin in her hands as she squatted on the lawn. The cherry-pink energy remaining in Maril's palm dissipated completely, and it lowered its head despondently. It's all right. I'm not blaming you. You made great progress, haven't you? Let's rest, and then try again, shall we? Professor Juniper quickly reassured. Indeed, timely adjustment of a Pokémon's condition and mental well-being is crucial for both trainers and researchers. Professor Sycamore affirmed approvingly as he approached. Hello, Professor Juniper. It's good to see you again, CF said with a smile. He had met her at the Blackthorn exhibition and found her to be quite amicable with Cynthia and her companions. At that moment, Professor Oak approached Maril, observing its condition. Its stamina and mental energy are severely depleted. Maril needs time to recover and is not fit to continue assisting. May I take a look? CF offered. Grateful for the professor's assistance in obtaining his starter Pokémon, CF wanted to contribute in any way he could. Under Maril's curious gaze, he extended his palm, which emitted a verdant glow. Immediately, a refreshing energy enveloped Maril's body like a spring breeze. Maril's eyes widened as it felt the fatigue receding, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality. That's the power of nature, isn't it? Professor Juniper inquired, leaning closer with curiosity, her hands clasped behind her back. It always feels so magical. Indeed, the gifts of nature, like Pokémon, are always full of surprises, which is why there's a constant drive to explore their mysteries. Professor Oak responded with a smile. Diancie, share some energy cubes with Maril to replenish its stamina, CF said softly. Diancie nodded obediently, retrieved pink energy cubes from its small pouch, and handed them to Maril. Here, eat this. Fan made it. It's delicious. Maril tilted its head, examined the cubes carefully, then took them with its small hand, uttering gentle sounds of gratitude to CF and the others. Professor, excuse me for interrupting, but the Pokeballs from the Unova region have arrived, a researcher reported. You requested the Unova starters? Professor Oak asked, surprised, turning to Professor Sycamore. The latter nodded. Yes, since the Sinnoh starters had already been claimed by new trainers and the new batch hasn't arrived yet, I contacted that fellow Nori. Professor Sycamore smiled at CF Let's go see which one you prefer. All right, EV, roulette. Chapter 67. Distinctive little creatures in the town of Shinha. At the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy greeted Mr. Kwong with a warm smile as she pushed the retrieval box containing the Pokeball towards him. Your Steelix has fully recovered, she announced cheerfully. Thank you, Miss Joy, Kwong replied, cradling the Pokeball in his arms. At that moment, a plump gentleman beside him glanced around and inquired, Miss Joy, is there a trainer named Xia Fan in Ishina Town? Xia Fan? Miss Joy paused momentarily, her expression becoming peculiar. Are you here to challenge him as well? Oh, Yashida and Kwong exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It appeared that many had come to seek a challenge against this renowned trainer. Hey, old man, if you're planning to take on a big boss, I suggest you reconsider, a group of youths shouted from a distance. Indeed, there have been strange occurrences in the Shinha forest lately, with flashes of fire and thunder. It feels quite unusual. Just yesterday, a trainer from the neighboring town attempted to ascend the Highland Cabin, but was sent flying before he could even see his opponent, another added. Everyone's eager to meet Suicune. But given the difficulty of conquering Shina Forest, it seems only a master of Elite Four caliber would have a chance, one of them remarked. Upon hearing this, Yashida's eyes brightened with newfound interest. Wait, did you just say Suicune? The legendary Pokémon from the Chengdu region? Yes. The boy looked at them incredulously. You're here to challenge the big boss, and you don't even know that? Suicune, the very Pokémon they had heard of. With the confirmation of this astounding fact, Yashida gasped, muttering to himself in disbelief. To think such a figure could even tame a legendary Pokémon like Suicune. His chubby face quivered with excitement, as if he had glimpsed a shortcut to his dreams. He could hardly fathom the influence a trainer with a legendary Pokémon would wield. I must find a way to persuade him to join us, regardless of the cost. Yashida resolved, lifting his head with determination. Hey, where's Kwong? At the Yamanashi Research Institute. Seeing Mariliali happily devouring energy cubes alongside Tenchi, you smiled gently. Mariliali, are they delicious? Mariliali swallowed her bite and beamed up at him, but soon her gaze fell, revealing her disappointment. Noticing her distress, you comforted her. It's all right. The professor has said you should rest well. We'll work on developing your fairy abilities together in due time. Suddenly, Tianchi halted her movements and approached Mariliali. Do you wish for strength? Mariliali? I can teach you. Mariliali? Really? Yes. Under normal circumstances, Tianchi would not meddle in others' affairs. However, since those two elderly gentlemen had assisted CFan, she felt compelled to return the favor. As you watched in disbelief, a gentle whirlwind unexpectedly swept through the courtyard, gathering petals of energy akin to cherry blossoms, culminating in a stone tablet hovering above Tianchi's head. What is this? A wave of anxiety washed over you as he swallowed hard. Bathed in the radiant pink light, Mariliali glowed with an intensity that grew ever stronger. Evie, with its curious dark eyes, leaned forward, seemingly resonating with the energy around them. In the Unova region, the three starters were the fire-type Tepig, the water-type Oshawott, and the grass-type Snivy. Dr. Yamanashi brought CFan to a spacious research room, introducing him to the trio of young Pokémon feasting on their Pokémon food. Feeling the attention, Oshawott trembled slightly, displaying a timid expression, clearly a shy child. Tepig, seizing the opportunity, mischievously nudged its head into Oshawott's bowl. Tepig, you can't do that. You haven't finished your own food yet. How can you steal Oshawott's? The nearby researchers quickly scooped Tepig up to prevent the tearful Oshawott from bursting into tears. Is the food in others' bowls tastier? CF Fan chuckled helplessly, observing the two little creatures. Oshawott wailed in fright, while Tepig exhaled a burst of hot air towards the researchers, wriggling free to dash outside. Just then, a piece of Pokémon food was launched, striking Tepig's path and making a sharp sound that halted its advance. Tepig glared back at Snivy, who sat calmly on the table, looking down at it with indifference, expressing its displeasure. Do you want to fight? Tepig growled, its bravado quickly fading as it realized it would not stand a chance. These little creatures possess such vivid personalities, CF Fan thought with a wry smile. One is a crybaby, another a little troublemaker, and the last a cool and aloof one. For an exceptional trainer, the ability to connect with Pokémon of diverse temperaments and earn their trust is indeed a testament to one's skill. Dr. Yamanashi chuckled softly, but for you, it should pose no challenge. CF Fan replied, you hold me in too high esteem. First, he decided to set aside the mischievous one. Over time, it would surely incite jealousy among the other Pokémon, disrupting the harmony of their household. Although the situation had improved significantly since his previous favoritism had caused some issues, it did not mean that everyone would easily accept it. Thus, after much contemplation, CF Fan's gaze settled on the quiet little creature that was steadily enjoying its meal. Are you considering Snivy? Dr. Yamanashi asked. CF Fan nodded slightly. Yes, I actually decided beforehand that I wanted a grass type. Snivy lifted its amber eyes, regarding him with a hint of scrutiny. CF Fan blinked in confusion. Unfazed, Snivy resumed its meal, thinking to itself that all rookie trainers were the same, claiming they would never abandon their Pokémon and would strive to become masters together. Yet, upon encountering obstacles, they would whine and wallow in self-pity, proving to be utterly unreliable. It would not be fooled again. Chapter 68. The Ethereal Evolution of Pudding. Do you not like it? Fan inquired, retrieving an energy cube, intending to foster a bond with the aloof creature before him, only to find that the Pokémon remained indifferent. This particular fending snake appeared to be rather unique. At that moment, Dr. Yamanashi and his research team approached, providing an explanation. Unique? Fan echoed, intrigued. Indeed, according to the doctor responsible for novice Pokémon in the United Federation, this fending snake has abandoned 3 trainers consecutively. Dr. Yamanashi's expression revealed a hint of helplessness, though the reasons for this behavior remained unspoken. The fending snake is known for its independence and pride. It tends to assess the competence of its trainers before deciding to stay or leave. Professor Okido interjected, however, it is quite rare for a Pokémon to be dissatisfied with 3 trainers in succession. Does this mean this child is a problem child? Fan scrutinized the aloof creature before him. Do you wish to exchange her for another? Professor Okido suggested with a smile. Although the Kanto region lacks fending snakes, there are delightful grass-type alternatives like Bulbasaur and Chikorita. Fan glanced down at the indifferent fending snake, a resolute smile gracing his lips. No, I have chosen her, and I shall take responsibility for her. He then bent slightly, bringing his gaze level with that of the fending snake. Though I may not be an exceptional trainer, I hold a fondness for you, fending snake. If you truly do not wish to be with me, I shall not impose. In essence, Fan was granting her the autonomy to choose and respecting her feelings. In his eyes, Pokémon were never mere pets, but family, and their relationship should embody equality and mutual respect. It was evident that both Dr. Yamanashi and the fending snake sensed this sentiment. However, the brief flicker of light in the fending snake's eyes quickly dimmed once more. Oh dear, I nearly fell for it again. This manipulative human. Teacher, Hong Do-shan burst into the room, her expression fraught with urgency, drawing everyone's attention. Alas, as a researcher, one must maintain composure. How many times must I remind you? Dr. Yamanashi chastised, exasperated. Look at Professor Okido and me. Do we appear as you do? Now is not the time for this discussion. Teacher, Hong Do-shan insisted, tugging at Dr. Yamanashi as she headed toward the courtyard. Evie, something seems amiss with Evie. What has happened to Pudding? Fan could no longer remain seated, hastily following behind Professor Okido. Wanju gazed longingly at the aromatic energy cube on the table, inching closer until a vine abruptly blocked her path. That is mine. Dr. Yamanashi was dragged into the courtyard by Hong Do-shan, his mouth agape in astonishment. Goodness! Professor Okido gasped, halting to observe the scene. The courtyard was enveloped in a swirling vortex of thick energy, bathed in a soft pink glow. At its center, eyes closed, stood a small Eevee, absorbing the energy and shimmering with pink light. Pudding. Fan breathed anxiously, rushing to Tianchu's side. Shibao, what has transpired? Tianchu turned her head, looking like a child caught in mischief, appearing somewhat lost. She too was unsure how things had escalated to such a point. She had merely intended to alleviate Fan's stress by helping the Mareep awaken its fairy-type energy, but instead, it resulted in Pudding's peculiar reaction. At that moment, Dr. Yamanashi and the others learned the background from Hong Do-shan's account. However, just as they leaned in closer, they overheard Fan murmuring to himself. Could it be that Pudding is about to evolve, just like Shibao did before? Evolve? Dr. Yamanashi and Professor Okido's eyes widened in disbelief as they turned toward Eevee. Indeed, Fan confirmed. This appearance resembles that of an evolution, does it not? But the resplendent golden eyes of the newly transformed Pokémon sparkled like 2 radiant gems. Silken antennae emerged from its ears and the bow on its chest, swaying gracefully in the breeze, exuding elegance and charm. The little creature seemed enchanted by its own transformation, spinning joyfully in place before darting towards Fan, affectionately nuzzling him with its head. It truly has evolved. The expressions of Dr. Yamanashi and the others faltered in disbelief. What a form! Is there such an evolution for Eevee? Indeed, you now resemble your sister in beauty. CF Fan chuckled softly, gently stroking its soft fur. Meanwhile, Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see her friend was unharmed. Xiefeng. Hong Doshan stammered as she approached, her gaze flickering toward the creature in his arms. Eevee has. Yes, it has evolved. Thankfully no harm has come to it. Is that not a significant matter? Dushan retorted. By the way, Dr. Yamanashi, what is the name of this evolved form of pudding? CFan examined his Pokédex, but found no relevant information regarding this new form, prompting him to inquire further. Dr. Yamanashi replied, we were hoping you could enlighten us. Ahem, CFan. As far as I know, there is currently no recognized evolution for Eevee that resembles this form, Professor Okido explained, clearing his throat. No such evolution? CFan was taken aback. Indeed, the evolutionary forms of Eevee are among the most enigmatic of all Pokémon. Through various methods and conditions, it can transform into different types, each with a distinct appearance, Dr. Yamanashi elaborated gravely. Thus far, the known forms include Flareon, evolved via a Firestone, Vaporeon, via a Waterstone, and Jolteon, via a Thunderstone. Additionally, in the Johto region, we have discovered Espeon and Umbreon, as well as Leafeon and Glaceon in the Sinnoh region, which are still under research regarding their evolution conditions and methods, hence not yet disclosed. With the completion of their studies on the evolution of Electivire and Tyranitar, Dr. Yamanashi and Professor Okido had already formulated a direction for their research. They speculated that this might also be linked to the bond between Pokémon and trainer, recently sharing this information with fellow researchers for long-term observation and data collection. However, the appearance of this newly evolved form of Eevee had taken them both by surprise, completely beyond their expectations, for they had never even encountered such an evolution. Chapter 69. The Three-Headed Dragon. Family, please speak for me. CFan was somewhat bewildered at this moment. What does it mean? Are we to understand that pudding has blazed a new trail on its own? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the little creature with its head tilted and big, expressive eyes, and he could not help but break into a healing smile. Never mind, these details are trivial. Regardless of how the Pokémon evolves, it does not alter the bond they share. What truly matters is that everyone grows up safe and healthy. Dr. Yamane appeared contemplative, evidently keen on the fact that upon arriving at the scene, CFan immediately discerned that Eevee was in the process of evolving. He speculated that CFan must know something but was reluctant to voice it. So, what do you intend to name this new evolved form of Eevee? Dr. Yamane inquired. CFan was momentarily taken aback. Naming? After all, it was you and Pudding who initiated this journey, and it is only fitting that you, as the trainer, bestow a name upon this evolution. Professor Okido chuckled, bending down curiously to scrutinize the little creature. This must be the fairy type, right? Fairy spirit? Suddenly, a thought struck him. How about calling it Fairy Sprite? CFan cleared his throat and suggested with a smile. It has an ethereal quality, Fairy Sprite. The name seemed quite apartment. The eyes of Dr. Yamane and the others brightened in agreement. Meow. The Fairy Sprite seemed to delight in this new nickname, joyfully wrapping its satin-like tendrils around CFan's arm. Boom! At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed from the research room, accompanied by cries of alarm as the researchers rushed out. Dr. Yamane furrowed his brow and urgently asked, "What happened?" "Not good, doctor." A sudden pink whirlwind swept in from who knows where, and upon contact with the three-headed dragon, it appears to have become extraordinarily agitated. The researchers reported as the terrifying shockwaves shattered glass panels, scattering debris across the lawn. A pink whirlwind? CFan instinctively glanced at the fairy sprite, surmising it must be related to Pudding's recent evolution. What about the new Pokémon? Dr. Yamane's primary concern remained with the personnel. "We managed to carry out Warm Pig and Water Otter, but the Vine Snake," a female researcher began, only for her words to be interrupted by another explosion from within the laboratory. "Shibao, keep an eye on the backpack. I will check out," CFan exclaimed, handing the backpack to Tianxia before darting towards the interior. "Fan!" Tianxia gasped, clutching the backpack and hurriedly following. Seeing this, Dr. Yamane and the others issued instructions to the remaining staff, preparing their Pokeballs to address the situation. Bang! The research room was in disarray. A small creature, radiating a luminous green aura, leaped up, swirling a torrent of leaves around it, which quickly coalesced into a powerful tornado directed at the source of the chaos. Roar! Amidst the smoke, a figure with 3 heads emerged, bearing its sharp-toothed maw, flames flickering within. It ferociously attacked the leaf-formed tornado, appearing utterly enraged. However, all of this was in vain. The diminutive body was swept away by the overwhelming winds. Thud! Instead of the anticipated pain, she found herself landing softly in someone's embrace. "Are you all right?" CF Fan inquired with concern. Startled, the vine snake gazed up, surprised to see this human. Roar! Meanwhile, the 3-headed dragon flapped its 3 pairs of dark-haired wings, unleashing a deafening roar as it dove toward them, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy from its mouth. "Machow!" CF Fan cursed, not daring to linger, and sprinted toward the exit along the wall. The dragon breath behind him struck the wall like cannon fire, sweeping across in a rapid arc as the 3-headed dragon swung its heads. "Do not worry, Vine Snake. I will get you out." Though adrenaline surged through CF Fan, causing him to tremble, he still remembered to comfort the Vine Snake. The Vine Snake gazed up at his slightly pale face, lost in thought. Bang! Just as CF Fan was about to escape the laboratory, 2 massive creatures collided around the corner. 6 snarling heads suddenly blocked their path. "Are you kidding me, Moore?" CF Fan felt a rush of dread and quickly skidded to a stop, frantically searching for an alternative route. His heart sank as he realized they were cornered. Roar! The pursuing 3-headed dragon's eyes glinted a fierce red, unleashing another 3 dragon breaths that wove together with destructive force, heading straight for CF Fan and the others. The Vine Snake's eyes sharpened. It was determined to break free from CF Fan's hold and confront this grotesque beast. At that moment, a pink whirlwind surged from the entrance, colliding head-on with the dragon breath. Meow! The fairy sprite surged with powerful fairy energy, forming a circular cyclone that continuously countered the impact of the dragon breath. "Pudding!" CF Fan called out anxiously, fearing for the little creature's safety. Oh no, they all managed to escape. Dr. Yamane and the others rushed in, just in time to witness the dragon-type Pokémon blocking the entrance, including 2 3-headed dragons, a Salamence, and a Garchomp. "Could you hold this for me?" Tiancher lowered her head, obscuring her expression as she handed her backpack to the bewildered Mariliali before slowly ascending. For some inexplicable reason, Mariliali shuddered as she gazed at Tiancher's ominous silhouette. CF Fan looked up at the fearsome 3-headed dragon, gritting his teeth. He set the Vine Snake down, urging it to flee quickly, then charged forward. Roar! The 3-headed dragon focused on the fairy sprite, its agitation intensifying, as red glows flickered across its 3 heads before they dove in for the attack. Threefold assault. From a distance, Hongdo exclaimed in alarm, wanting to warn them. But Professors Okido and Yamane swiftly released their Dragonite and Tyranitar, instructing everyone to retreat. "What do you intend to do to my pudding?" CF Fan snatched an object from the nearest table and hurled it at the 3-headed dragon. Bang! The glass jar smashed against the 3-headed dragon's face, shattering and erupting into flames and smoke, engulfing half of its body and eliciting a haunting howl. Meow! Seizing the opportunity, the fairy sprite leaped high, standing poised in midair, unleashing successive pink whirlwinds from beneath, striking the 3-headed dragon like crescent blades. Bang, bang, bang. Only after the 3-headed dragon was pinned against the wall and endured multiple rounds of bombardment did its 3 heads tilt and fall silent. Pudding! CF Fan caught the descending fairy sprite, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Meow! The fairy sprite shook its head, a weary smile gracing its small face, reassuring CF Fan that it was unscathed. Chapter 70, Acknowledgement. A new member joins the Tangle Snake stood dazedly in place, gazing at the 3 fearsome dragons embedded in the wall, then casting a glance at the fairy spirit cradled in CF Fan's arms. How formidable. It seems the crisis has been averted. CF Fan approached, first lowering his head to smile at the Tangle Snake, Then, turning his attention to the dragon-type, Pokémon sprawled helplessly at the entrance. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, Dr. Yamazaki and Dr. Oki. Beside the two elders stood a colossal creature, exuding a powerful aura. Indeed, the older they are, the fiercer they fight. CF Fan couldn't help but nod, lamenting how he wished he could train the Pineapple Bun and the others to such a level. Primarily, they had done nothing at all. They had not even made a move, yet those dragon-type Pokémon had been swiftly defeated by this little creature. Shibao is amazing. The yew tree was still absorbed in the earlier scene, covering her mouth and whispering in awe. Meanwhile, the Marilioli beside her sparkled with admiration. You weren't frightened, were you, Shibao? CF Fan gently set the fairy spirit down, then squatted to ruffle Tianxi's little head. The fallen dragon-type Pokémon seemed to wonder if they should listen to what was being said. It's nothing, just a little bit, as long as Fan is fine. Tianxi replied with a sweet smile, shaking her head while clutching her backpack. Dr. Yamazaki and the others exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, the trainer's demeanor reflected the nature of their Pokémon, who was truly frightening whom. Meanwhile, in the forest, a man clad in a green trench coat dashed frantically along the path. Quanlang, wait for me. Wait for me. Yashida's ample figure shook violently with each step, gasping for breath. Buzzing echoed behind them, a swarm of Beedrill closing in with an ominous hum. Why didn't you drive here? I'm running ahead. You cover me. Do you want to get me killed? I'll stake my life on it. 5 minutes later, both men, drenched in sweat, finally took refuge behind a large tree. Panting heavily. What else with this forest? How many waves have we faced already? Yashida's face turned pale as he trembled, questioning. Who knows? It seems they don't want us to approach. Quanlang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. You mean these Pokémon are being controlled in some way? Deliberately intercepting us? Yashida's eyes widened in disbelief. Not sure, but given the current situation, I can't think of any other possibilities. Quanlang took a deep breath, realizing this Highland cabin was more mysterious than they had anticipated. Yashida opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a Murkrow alighted on a nearby branch, letting out a melodious call. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves filled the air as numerous Murkrow flocked towards this direction. Nearby Heracross and Roserade were also instantly captivated. Not again. Yashida wanted to cry. He simply could not run anymore. Retreat, Quanlang shouted, identifying a breakthrough point, and charged forward. At that moment, a small Snorlax suddenly sprang out in front of Yashida, startling him into a scream before he turned and ran frantically. Snorlax, brothers, those two humans are here. With the little Snorlax's shout, Roserade and Heracross sped past it in perfect unison, pursuing the humans. The small Snorlax, with its little legs, dashed a few steps before suddenly squatting down, rubbing dirt on its face, then puffing out its chest, slowing its pace. Snorlax, never slack off. How about that? Meanwhile, CF Fan and the others sat in the courtyard, soothing the frightened Pokémon. The damage in the inner courtyard was negligible for now, but the instruments in the research hall had been mostly rendered useless. I was asking about that. Huh? The surveillance is functioning normally. No issues there. Dr. Yamazaki nodded. Good then. Please contact someone to come in and refurbish the equipment. Write up a reimbursement request for the instruments. I will submit it to the Alliance later. As for the battle, just now, both the fairy spirits and Tianxi's performances should be recorded. This is crucial research data. Understood? Yes. The staff member responded, but hesitated for a moment. By the way, Doctor, there's another matter. Dragon and Dark type? During the conversation, CF Fan acquired information about that strange creature. No wonder Pudding could withstand its attacks. It seems what Dallin said was true. Fairy types can achieve complete immunity against dragon types. The recent battle truly opened our eyes. Fairy types are indeed a remarkable attribute. Dr. Oki chuckled, attempting to reach out to Tianxi, who promptly burrowed into CF Fan's embrace, turning to show her teeth. The yew tree, curious about this enigmatic man, couldn't help but inquire. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I feel ill-suited for the roles of trainer or researcher. However, I've been contemplating a shift toward becoming a breeder. After all, a professional endorsement would be beneficial for the upcoming Energy Cube business. Sighing, the yew tree glanced sideways, thinking that sometimes excessive modesty can be quite irksome. In her view, a person like CF Fan should contribute to society instead of staying hidden away, as it would truly be a waste of talent. Initially, she had harbored a degree of hostility and scrutiny towards this peer whom she admired. Yet, after genuine interaction, she had to concede that he surpassed her in every respect. His excellence was such that, apart from admiration and respect, it was difficult to feel any jealousy. At that moment, the Tangle Snake suddenly approached Xie Fan, gazing up earnestly. Xie Fan blinked, asking, "What is it, Tangle Snake?" "It seems she acknowledges you as her trainer," Dr. Yamazaki explained as he approached slowly. "Is that so?" Xie Fan's eyes brightened as he looked at the little one joyfully. He had been contemplating what to do if the Tangle Snake refused to follow him, possibly opting for another Pokémon instead. The Tangle Snake's mouth curved into a smile, clearly expressing her intent. Through the recent events, she recognized Xie Fan's sense of responsibility and his bravery in protecting her and the fairy spirit in the face of danger. Truly admirable. Tianxi observed the interaction between the Tangle Snake and Xie Fan, her cheeks puffing slightly. "That look, it's a rival." Chapter 71. Are you testing our friendship with this? Which man can resist? After the unforeseen events at the Research Institute, Xie Fan successfully earned the recognition of his Pokémon, Tung Snake, welcoming a new member to the Highland Cabin. In gratitude for Xie Fan's contributions to the research progress, Dr. Yamane invited everyone to a ramen shop in Masago Town for lunch. "By the way, Xie Fan, I have a favor to ask of you, Doctor." Yamane suddenly spoke as they awaited their meals. Xie Fan, who was advising Tianxi and the others to get along harmoniously, turned his gaze towards the doctor. "What is it, Doctor?" "It's like this," Dr. Yamane continued originally. "Our research institute promised the kindergarten in Shuangya Town that we would bring new Pokémon to show the children after their sports day tomorrow. However, the previous batch of Sinnoh starters has already been taken, and besides you, there happens to be another new trainer visiting Sinnoh today who will also come to collect a Pokémon from us." Dr. Yamane paused, then with a wry smile, added, "So we would like to ask you to join that new trainer for tomorrow's kindergarten visit. After all, it seems the children have been looking forward to it for quite some time. That is quite an important matter for you to have forgotten, Dr. Yamane." "It's unlike you," Professor Okito remarked with surprise. "There's no helping it. I've been busy with various research projects lately and inadvertently overlooked this matter, Doctor." Yamane replied with a sheepish smile. "I see. Then saw it if we leave a bit later," Xie Fan smiled, expressing his gratitude for the doctor's care during this visit. "If the children are disappointed, they might be unhappy for a long time." "Wonderful. You've been a great help, and on behalf of the kindergarten children, I thank you," Dr. Yamane said, visibly relieved and smiling. "Now, we just need to see if that new trainer is in a hurry to leave. Let me see, this must be the Yamane Research Institute, right?" At that moment, a girl on a bicycle, holding a postcard, stopped at the entrance of the institute. With her blue eyes scanning the sign to ensure she had not come to the wrong place, she pedaled up the path. Beneath her white, powdery cap, her brown, fluffy ponytail swayed in the wind as if dancing with the breeze. Ding ding. Upon arriving, the girl rang the doorbell several times but received no response. "Is no one here?" She frowned and looked around, then decided to walk around the outer courtyard of the institute. As Red Bean Spruce chased after Warm Pig while calling out with a Pokeball in hand, it suddenly collided with the girl's leg, rolling backward several times before sitting dazedly on the lawn. "Now is my chance." Red Bean Spruce's eyes lit up as it quickly threw the Pokeball, striking Warm Pig's back. The latter transformed into a beam of red light and was instantly captured. "Oof, what do you think you're running?" Red Bean Spruce gleefully picked up the Pokeball from the ground and turned to the girl at the corner. "Thank you for your help in catching this mischievous one. May I ask what brings you here?" Hello, I'm Toko from Lizico Town. I'm here to find the doctor at the Research Institute." "Lizico Town?" Red Bean Spruce was momentarily taken aback, then brightened with a smile. "Ah, you must be the new trainer the teacher mentioned, right? I'm Red Bean Spruce, also from the Unova region." "Really?" Toko said, surprised to encounter a fellow townsman here. Observing the other's appearance, she suspected that Red Bean Spruce was also a researcher. "Come with me. There are only 2 new Pokémon left, and you can observe their health check and choose your preferred partner." "Okay, thank you." Toko nodded. Following Red Bean Spruce, She looked curiously at the dilapidated glass doors and interiors along the way. Did an earthquake just occur here? Well then, goodbye, Dr. Yamane and Professor Okido. After finishing their meal, CF Fan was escorted to the Pokémon Center in Masago Town, waving farewell to the two professors. It's no trouble. I memorized a route when I came here today. I'm not directionally challenged like Kona. It's just a main road, so I want to get lost. CF Fan reassured them. CF Fan, I've already contacted the Junsha family regarding the Katy dog. I'll email you if there is any news. Professor Okido said with a smile, causing Dr. Yamane to glance over. It seemed this old fellow was still intent on bringing CF Fan into their fold. However, I've already received Tunting's snake. So as for the Katy dog, CF Fan scratched the back of his head, but was interrupted by Professor Okido waving his hand. No need to be polite. Just consider it part of your research reward. If you really feel bad about it, you can visit Kanto sometime, and I will treat you well. Seeing this, Dr. Yamane tugged at Professor Okido, leading him away, leaving CF Fan chuckling as he waved goodbye. Ding ding. Just then, the pod decks emitted a notification sound, causing CF Fan to blink in confusion. Wait, didn't the professors just leave? How could they be so efficient? Upon checking, he realized he was mistaken. The message was from a certain wealthy lady. Ice cream lover. The communicator has arrived in Shinjo Town. Remember to sign for it. Is she serious? CF Fan chuckled wryly. Am I being pampered? He shook his head. Having come this far, he expressed his gratitude and then asked, how is your journey going? Where are you now? To be honest, when he was alone, it wasn't too bad, but after meeting Sharona, the sounds in his life began to enrich gradually. It's been a while. I still miss you a bit. The pot decks vibrated again. CF Fan looked down and his eyes widened in surprise. Ice cream lover. Image. JPG. His fingers trembled slightly as he focused and clicked. The upper half of the photo showed a view facing the beach and ocean, a picturesque panorama of sea and sky, evidently taken at a seaside location. The lower half displayed a half-covered sarong-style swimsuit, revealing a pair of fair, rounded feet with some sand clinging to the toes. All right, so this is a test of our friendship, is it? Which man can resist? CF Fan hesitated for 0.00001 seconds before quietly pressing save. It was primarily for appreciation, just a casual act. Immediately after, ice cream lover. Image. JPG, another one came in. Warm pig. I know you're not interested in me. Can you make do with this? Chapter 72. Before leaving the novice village, confronting the final boss, CF Fan took a deep breath. The perspective above was utterly shocking. Golden hair, cascading down his back from his shoulders, could not conceal its form. The delicate, pale pink heels were elegantly raised, a sight that compelled CF Fan to straighten his back in a show of respect. God and little master, your heels seem to be a bit scraped. Are your shoes uncomfortable? This straightforward man. Sharona cradled the pock decks in her hands, her initial anxiety and shyness evaporating, her cheeks puffed out in determination. Ice cream lover, MHM. The fierce land shark, currently indulging in a sand bath courtesy of the ice spirit and sea bunny, cast a glance at it, sighing in resignation. Maru spicy, completely ensnared. God and little master. If you're traveling, I still suggest you avoid wearing those little leather shoes. A pair of sneakers or flats will be much better. God and little master. For the scrapes, you should visit a pharmacy or Pokémon Center to ask for some bitter grass. It works wonders for healing wounds. Crush it and apply it for 10 minutes. And by the next day, you'll be fine. Ice cream lover, all right. Why does it feel like she is angry? CF Fan scratched his head. My lady, I believe you need to take this seriously. Otherwise, those beautiful legs of yours are going to suffer. Sharona's lips curled into a slight smile. Ice cream lover, if you can't take care of it, could you help me? God and little master, I'm being serious. Ice cream lover, so am I. God and little master, damn it, am I being teased? All right, Sharona, so you're that kind of person. God and little master, send it over. Ice cream lover, you become a slave to desire, CF Fan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. God and little master, so you're trying to trap me, huh? Let us be straightforward. What do you want me to do? After sending her message, Sharona focused her gaze, her attention fixed on the screen. God and little master, good. Instantly, Sharona's brows arched in delight, a hint of allure gracing her features. Upon learning that Pudding had evolved into a fairy-type Pokémon, her astonishment was palpable. So, here is the Pokédex and the Pokeballs. If you have any questions during your journey, feel free to contact me anytime. Inside the Research Institute, you handed over the items prepared for the new trainers to Tuco, completing the transfer. All right, I will certainly strive alongside Warm Pig towards becoming a master of fire-type Pokémon, Tuco declared with sparkling eyes. Have the new trainers already arrived? Teacher, have you finished your discussion? You turn to see two elderly figures strolling in from the courtyard. Yes, CFan has already agreed. He will come by tomorrow and meet you at the Twin Leaf Kindergarten. Dr. Yamanashi stated, his gaze landing on the youthful, vibrant maiden. Have we informed her about the matter? Not yet. I was just about to mention it. You smiled awkwardly, looking at the puzzled Tuco. Actually, we have a favor to ask of you, Tuco. A favor for me? Tuco blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. After hearing U.S. explanation, she brightened, smiling as she patted her burgeoning chest. Oh, I see. No problem. Leave it to me. That's wonderful. Thank you for your help, you replied with a smile. Seeing the matter resolved perfectly, Dr. Yamanashi felt a weight lifted from his heart and turned to Professor Oak, inquiring about his plans moving forward. What about you, Dr. Yamanashi? I want to take any action for now. The reconstruction of the Institute also requires oversight. Dr. Yamanashi shook his head. Although I cannot conduct research at the moment, I can reach out to my students and gather information on EVS evolutionary forms, determining the evolution conditions for each type as soon as possible and disseminating the findings. Shall we divide the tasks? That seems quite reasonable. Professor Oak nodded. All right, let us decide on that. We will communicate any developments at any time. MHM. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Dr. Yamanashi turned his attention back to Tuco. You are Tuco from Deer Town, correct? I appreciate your assistance tomorrow. I'm still considering which region to start my journey from, so it's absolutely no trouble at all. Tuco shook her head and then asked, but tomorrow at the kindergarten, will it just be me and miss you? No. There's another trainer who just received their Pokémon today. They will join you as well. Dr. Yamanashi paused, suddenly recalling something. By the way, after the visit, the kindergarten may invite you both to participate in a performance match. He had forgotten to mention this to CFan. I'm getting older. My memory is indeed failing. Regarding this, teacher, you hesitated, contemplating how to proceed. I think it would be best to call the principal and cancel that. Why? Tuco, eager for a battle, was taken aback, filled with confusion, because that trainer is somewhat different. You explained earnestly. For a debut match for a new trainer, the difficulty might be too high. Before you could finish her words, Tuco frowned and interjected. But he, like me, is also a trainer who just received his Pokémon today, right? That is true. But, you sighed, casting a pleading glance at Dr. Yamanashi. The latter pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. I will inform the kindergarten to proceed with the normal arrangements. Teacher, you was taken aback. Teaching trainers to avoid difficulties would undermine their confidence to face challenges. And that is a dereliction of duty. Do you understand? You retorted, but what is the difference between that and confronting the final boss before even leaving the novice village? Observing the reactions of the two, Tuco felt a surge of competitive spirit rising within her. She had been underestimated. Since they were all new trainers, she had no reason to back down. She absolutely would not lose. See Bunny. Chapter 73. Shuanya Kindergarten? Is that the big brother you mentioned earlier? A little girl with short, reddish-brown hair exclaimed in astonishment amidst a row of children at Shuanya Kindergarten. I saw him yesterday, right on the way to kindergarten with Mama. The blue-haired girl, hugging her knees, nodded eagerly, her joy palpable. We made a promise. The big brother must have come to Shuanya Town to play with me. Let me tell you, the big brothers Hiba and Ibu are incredibly adorable. I've never seen such beautiful Pokémon before. The little girl grew more animated as she spoke, drawing the disdain of a red-haired boy nearby. What big brother? You're just spouting nonsense. There's no way a Pokémon covered in gems could exist. But it really does exist. Mama and I saw it with our own eyes. To emphasize her point, the little girl raised her voice, standing up defiantly. And stop calling me too light. You mean Ikenwu? The red-haired boy turned away with a scoff, dismissively rolling his eyes. All you do is talk about that big brother. It's so annoying. What is wrong with calling you too light? I saw that shiny little thing too. Everyone did. Lighty, lighty, lighty. The little girl's lips quivered, instinctively covering her hair with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. You can't bully Lighty, Kinwoo. Seeing this, the reddish-brown-haired girl sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, radiating a fierce determination. Lighty would never lie. If you keep bullying her, I'll tell the teacher. For children, that threat held considerable weight. Upon hearing it, Kinwoo's bravado faltered, and he sulked. You girls are so annoying, always running to tell on others. Not cute at all. The ones who only bully girls are the real ones who aren't cute. The little girl retorted, baring her teeth. Everyone please quiet down. A female teacher at the front called out, drawn by the commotion. It's all right, Lighty. I believe what you say is true, the little girl said, gently pulling the little one back to her seat and offering comfort. Thank you, Tang Hong, Lighty sniffled, managing a smile. No problem. We're good friends, right? The girl replied with a giggle. Now don't cry. Soon trainers will bring their Pokémon for a visit. Don't you want to become a top coordinator like Aunt Kaisi? This is a rare opportunity to observe. Can someone who cries as much as Lighty really become a remarkable top coordinator? Kinwoo teased, eliciting glares from both girls. All right, class. The sports day is coming to an end. A gentleman in a yellow suit announced as he stepped onto the stage, smiling. Next, I will announce the overall rankings of each class and recognize some outstanding students from today's events. Those whose names are called should come up to receive their certificates. Meanwhile, a black van slowly pulled up at the kindergarten entrance. Welcome to Shuangye Kindergarten, greeted two reception teachers with smiles and bows. Just then, Hongdo and Tuzi stepped out of the vehicle. Sorry, are we late? No, the principal is just wrapping up. You both arrived at the perfect time. One of the female teachers reassured them with a smile. That's great. Tuzi sighed in relief, having struggled to sleep the night before while contemplating today's battle. By the way, has anyone else arrived besides us? Hongdo scanned the area, inquiring. The two teachers exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. We haven't seen anyone else. Is that so? Hongdo frowned, glancing at her watch with concern. She regretted not stopping by the Pokémon Center beforehand. Is anyone else still coming? He might have been delayed by something. He's a boy about my age, she added, realizing there was nothing more to be done. She decided to enter with Tuzi and let the teachers wait. All right, we'll keep an eye out. On a country path, Fan hurried along with Tianxi and Xinzi, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Oh no, we lost track of time while chatting. They had woken up early, but when they passed by a flourishing field that resembled leeks, Fan had struck up a conversation with the elderly farmer about where to buy the seeds. Are you all right, Hiba? Do you need to rest in the Pokeball? Fan asked while running alongside the floating Tianxi. I'm fine, not tired at all, she replied cheerfully. All right then, let us pick up the pace. Fan grinned and quickened his steps. They dashed along the country road, soon entering the bounds of Shuangye town. After checking the location with his Pokédex, Fan finally located a building adorned with cartoon Pokémon murals. Looks like this is it, he thought, circling the building until he reached the entrance, where he spotted the two teachers waiting expectantly. Hello, are you a trainer here for the event? One of the teachers inquired, her eyes lighting up as she approached. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just... Fan scratched the back of his head, wanting to explain, but was abruptly interrupted as she grabbed his arm and hurried him inside. Wonderful. The event is about to start. Please follow me. Okay. Miss Hongdo, is he here yet? Tuzi asked, glancing at the anxious Hongdo standing below the podium. Such an unpunctual person. I absolutely cannot lose to someone like that. Following her gaze, Tuzi first noticed a young man with a refreshing appearance. However, her attention was soon captured by the two Pokémon behind him. What stunning Pokémon! She exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. It's the big brother. The little girl in the crowd sparkled with excitement, jumping up and down as she waved her hands. Big brother. I almost forgot. This little girl mentioned she lived in Shuangye town. What a coincidence. Lighty, is this the big brother you talked about? Tang Hong stared at Fan, noticing how handsome he was, which explained why Lighty spoke of him so often. Yes. Look, the big brother is with Hiba. Aren't they super cute? Is this the person? Kinwoo frowned, his face displaying a hint of hostility. Chapter 74, Battle Invitation, Additional Payment. Well, dear children, Now let us welcome Teacher Yu from the Yamanashi Research Institute, along with two esteemed trainers. Let's give them a warm round of applause. After a brief yet encouraging summary, the director smiled down at the eager children, who instantly erupted into excited applause. After all, in this world, children are introduced to and educated about Pokémon from their early days in kindergarten. Hence, for most children, this is a time filled with admiration for trainers. Public speaking is not my forte, and I can see that the children have been waiting eagerly. Do you all wish to meet the Pokémon? If so, please maintain order and take your time. With a playful wink, Teacher Yu tossed out a Pokeball, calling, "Come forth, Oshawott." The little one appeared with a thud. Still as timid as ever, CF chuckled at the sight and calmly retrieved his single Pokeball, gently tapping it against his ear. "Come out, little seven." According to the customs of the Highlands, this name had been deliberated over for quite some time between CF and his Snivy. Originally named Little Green, the name was met with disdain by the little creature, who ultimately settled for a name based on its ranking instead, perhaps due to growing up in a nurturing environment. Snivy is the only Pokémon among CF's companions that has adapted well and willingly stays inside its Pokeball. With a pop, Snivy emerged, instantly causing a wave of astonished cheers among the children. "All right, I too," said Tuko, determined not to be outdone, as she energetically threw her Pokeball into the air. "Come forth, Tepig." With a resounding thud, Tepig released a fiery breath, startling the children in the front row. These are new Pokémon from the Unova region. When you all grow up, you will be able to receive starters just like them from the Sinnoh region, Teacher Yu explained. Just as she finished, several children could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward, triggering a chain reaction. "Wow, these are Pokémon I've never seen before. That Snivy is so cute. I want one too." "You silly. You should pick a stronger Pokémon. If it were me, I'd choose the Fire-type Tepig. Did you see that fiery breath? It looks very strong. A 3-year-old is making choices. I'm 6 and I want them all. Oshawott, hello. Can I play with you?" In no time, the playground descended into chaos, with the 3 Pokémon surrounded by a throng of eager children, their eyes spinning in delight. However, many more children gravitated towards CF, each starry-eyed as they admired Tiana and Sylveon. Stop, everyone line up, one at a time." CF hurriedly shielded the 2 little ones behind him, calling out urgently, All right, you mustn't disturb the older brothers and sisters and their Pokémon. If you do not line up properly, you will lose your little red flower today." A slightly older female teacher interjected, hands on her hips. Her words underscored the significance of the little red flower in the hearts of the kindergarten children, causing them to lower their heads and quiet down considerably. "I'm so sorry. Everyone has been looking forward to this day for so long. Please do not take offense," the director said, wiping sweat from his brow as he approached to explain. "It's fine, we understand." CF sighed with relief as the situation was brought under control. Under the teacher's guidance, the children gradually formed a line and began their interactions with the Pokémon. "Big brother." Xiao Guang tugged at Tang Hongxing, rushing forward with a wave. "Xiao Guang, long time no see. Is this your friend?" CF smiled warmly. Yes. Tang Hong is my best friend. Hello. Indeed, having daughters seems to be the way to win hearts." "Big brother." Xiao Guang tugged at CF pants. "Where's Pudding?" "Is Pudding not here?" "Pudding?" CF chuckled, glancing at Sylveon beside him. "Isn't she right in front of you?" "Meow." Sylveon smiled with crescent eyes, affectionately calling out, Is this Pudding?" Xiao Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, something happened yesterday, and Pudding has evolved," CF explained, crouching down to gently stroke Sylveon. Xiao Guang's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she joyfully hugged Sylveon. "Wow, Pudding has become so beautiful. I've never seen these 2 Pokémon before. Are they unique to the Sinnoh region?" At that moment, Tuko couldn't help but approach, also crouching down to inquire. Though her aspiration is to become a Fire-type Pokémon master, no girl can resist the dual charm of Tiana and Sylveon, especially Sylveon, which perfectly fulfills every girl's fantasy of beauty. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Kanto region, a silver-haired individual sneezed loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Master Daigo, are you catching a cold?" No, Daigo replied listlessly, rubbing his nose with a sigh. Catching a cold was of little concern to him. What mattered was the severe lack of Sylvian energy. Of course, Daigo was referring to someone who had not even sent him a single photo. Are you a very skilled trainer? Just as Siefan was explaining to Tuko, a serious-looking little boy approached him. Big brother is definitely a very skilled trainer. Without waiting for Siefan to respond, Xiao Guang, holding Tiana and Sylvian, exclaimed loudly. What do you want, Jianwu? Tang Hong interjected, hands on her hips, questioning the boy. She sensed something was off with him today. He seemed intent on bullying Xiao Guang. I didn't ask you, the boy replied, crossing his arms and turning his head away. I think that Tepig looks quite strong. What's the use of a Pokémon being pretty? In truth, he admired Tiana and Sylvian's beauty, but the words that came out were quite the opposite. Nonsense. Sylvian and Tiana are very strong. Tepig is strong. Sylvian and Tiana are strong. You two, how can you argue? At that moment, Teacher Yu and the others rushed over to intervene. All right, since we're at this point, let us have a Pokémon battle. Tuko suddenly stood up, full of enthusiasm, breaking the previously tense atmosphere. A battle? He instinctively glanced at Teacher Yu, who was clasping her hands together in an apologetic gesture. The teacher forgot to mention it. It's an exhibition match. Just use Snivy. Siefan thought to himself. Thankfully, he had familiarized himself with Little Seven's moves yesterday. Otherwise, such a sudden request would be troublesome. Additional payment required. Chapter 75. Siefan. What an exhilarating battle it has been. Go, big brother. Go, big sister. On the sidelines, a group of enthusiastic children divided into two factions, bouncing and cheering. The rules stipulated a one-on-one match, concluded when one side's Pokémon could no longer battle. Hongdoshan briefly explained the rules. Xiaoqi, are you alright? Siefan gently inquired, glancing at the vine snake before him. Dana, the vine snake raised its chin, dismissing the opponent's prowess. So confident, are we? Tuzi narrowed her eyes, rallying support for her warm pig. We can't let them look down on us. Warm pig. Fire type has the advantage over grass type. Nah. Warm pig nodded vigorously, its gaze fixed intently on the green figure. Although it had previously lost face by stealing the opponent's food, today was different. It sought to settle old scores along with the new ones. Now, let the battle begin. With a wave of his arm, Hongdoshan initiated the match. Tuzi seized the moment, shouting, Warm pig, use work up. Nah. Warm pig roared, a radiant glow enveloping its body, capturing the children's awe as they craned their necks. Work up was a skill that augmented both attack and special attack, a development that even caught Hongdoshan off guard. Clearly, Tuzi had not only taken Siefan seriously, but had also prepared thoroughly. After all, Warm pig, lacking the agility of the vine snake, aimed to maximize its state before seizing the opportunity. Shout, Chi, Magical Leaf. Warm pig, use Flame Charge. Siefan and Tuzi issued their commands in succession. However, Magical Leaf was an infallible move. Even as Warm pig charged through the smoke, flames erupting from its body, it was struck repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Warm pig, Tuzi exclaimed in concern, hastily stacking buffs. Don't give up, Warm pig. I believe in you. Charge forward. Nah. Warm pig grit its teeth, enduring the barrage of Magical Leaf before suddenly lifting its head and accelerating. It seemed the theory of type advantage held true. Grass-type moves truly struggled to suppress Fire-type Pokémon. As Siefan pondered this, he watched Warm pig charge into the vine snake's evasion range. A glint in his eye. Now, Xiaoqi jump and use charm. Unfortunately, in the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's people, theories were destined to be shattered. Dana, the vine snake, facing the fiery onslaught, displayed no fear, executing a graceful backflip that allowed it to evade effortlessly. Wow, the vine snake is so cool, Xiao Guang exclaimed, hugging her fairy Pokémon in excitement, prompting an eye roll from the latter. Such a fickle girl. Just a moment ago, she had declared them the best of friends. Meanwhile, Diancie sat quietly beside, attentively observing the battle. Initially miffed that Siefan hadn't let her participate, she now found the little snake quite impressive. It hasn't embarrassed Fan. Nah. The vine snake winked at Warm pig midair. Love took flight, directly striking its heart. Warm pig's eyes transformed into hearts. its spirit akin to someone intoxicated, swaying in bliss. Warm pig. Oh, so it is a male? CF Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. He had suspected the move was extraordinary when familiarizing himself with Shao Qi's techniques yesterday. However, he had merely approached it with a sense of curiosity, as he hadn't inspected warm pig's hindquarters. But it appeared that the gamble had paid off. Shao Qi, you seed bomb. Dana. A green seed was flung from the vine snake's tail, extending numerous slender vines to entrap warm pig. Mega Drain. CF Fan was uncertain how long the charm would last, but he understood one principle. When in a position of advantage, one must never grant the opponent a moment's respite. After all, those who perish due to excessive chatter are not always villains, but they are invariably loquacious. Warm pig. Under the relentless barrage of this smooth combination, Tuzi could only watch in despair as warm pig's head tilted in intoxication, losing its ability to battle. Done. CF Fan exhaled, a smile appearing on his face. To be honest, it was his first formal match, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, the outcome was far less complex than he had imagined. What an exhilarating battle it has been. CF Fan nodded slightly, remembering to commend the little one. You did wonderfully, Shao Qi. Dana. The vine snake, however, did not share in the joy of victory, as she had previously dealt with this short-legged pig in the same manner. Simultaneously, she felt immensely satisfied with how CF Fan's commands aligned with her own. Could this be what they call a meeting of minds? With that thought, a blush crept across the vine snake's face as she stole a glance at CF Fan. Bang! What happened, Shiba? Xiao Guang, lost in the joy of CF Fan's victory, suddenly heard a loud crash beside her. She turned to see Diancie with her head lowered, her expression obscured, while the aluminum can in her hand was utterly deformed, her fingers having punctured through it due to excessive force. Mia, the fairy Pokémon nudged Xiao Guang aside, aware that this was a sign of Shiba's anger. That sneaky little snake. Diancie lifted her sullen face, gritting her teeth in frustration. We lost. Tuzi sat on her knees, her legs splayed outward, staring blankly at warm pig. The strategy she had pondered over all night had not even had the chance to unfold before being abruptly concluded. More importantly, her warm pig had barely laid a finger on CF Fan's vine snake during their encounter. The young girl was clearly disheartened. Sigh. Hong Doshan approached her slowly, offering comfort. You did remarkably well for a novice trainer, Tuzi. It's just that your opponent was slightly stronger. But isn't he also a novice trainer? Tuzi recalled Hong Doshan saying something similar the day before. With her eyes slightly reddened, a hint of stubbornness and deep-seated unwillingness flickered within. CF Fan's situation was rather unique. While theoretically accurate, it was only due to his newly acquired Pokédex and starter Pokémon. This did not reflect his true capabilities as a novice trainer. What does that mean? Tuzi was perplexed. Hong Doshan chuckled ruefully. You could interpret it as your recent battle being against an opponent on par with the Elite Four. Tuzi jumped up, pointing incredulously at CF Fan, who was surrounded by children. He is one of the Elite Four. Hong Doshan stroked his cheek, pondering aloud. Or perhaps the champion. That's how the teachers evaluated him. Champion. Tuzi's shoulders drooped as she fell into a daze. My goodness. Couldn't you have informed me of this sooner? Oh, Chapter 76. Toko's gratitude. Did the can suddenly explode? Are you hurt anywhere? CF Fan inquired with concern, while helping Tian. She cleaned the cola off her body. No, not at all, Tian, she replied, turning her head away awkwardly. She would never admit that she was upset because she was jealous of that little snake. This quality is unacceptable. I must file a complaint with the vendor, CF Fan said, picking up the battered can with a frown. What a so-called premium Pokémon drink. It is clearly a substandard product. Excuse me, Mr. CF Fan. At that moment, the female teacher approached, looking somewhat embarrassed, accompanied by Jianwu. What's the matter? CF Fan turned with curiosity. All right, Jianwu, go ahead, the teacher encouraged, giving him a gentle push. After a moment of hesitation and some mental preparation, Jianwu took a deep breath and bowed deeply to CF Fan, saying, I'm sorry. Huh? CF Fan seemed taken aback. The battle earlier moved him, and he wanted to apologize for his impolite behavior towards you. The teacher explained with a smile. Oh, I see. CF Fan said, understanding and smiling back. It's perfectly fine, little brother. I truly didn't take it to heart. Moreover, since he had taken the initiative to apologize, there was no reason to make things difficult for a child. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the hallmark of a good child, Jian Wu. Tang Hong added with a satisfied nod, then turned serious. But you must also apologize to Xiao Guang. All right, Jian Wu said, glancing around shyly. I forgive you. Xiao Guang responded generously. Can I play with the fairy Pokémon too? Jian Wu asked enviously. That might not be possible, little one, came the reply. Big brother. Are you leaving? Xiao Guang looked up at CF Fan with reluctance. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. I will come to visit again when I have the time, all right? CF Fan said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Then it's settled. Xiao Guang beamed with joy. Yes, it's a promise, CF Fan replied with a smile. Then, amidst the cheerful farewells from Xiao Guang and her friends, CF Fan and his companions left the kindergarten. However, just as they exited the gate, Toko mustered her courage to step in front of CF Fan, bowing earnestly. Thank you for your guidance today, Master CF Fan. Huh, Master? CF Fan was bewildered. You were trying to tell me through the vine snake, weren't you? The superiority of attributes does not solely determine the outcome of a battle. It depends on how trainers and Pokémon work together to overcome obstacles. Toko exclaimed, her small fists clenched in excitement. Whether it's grass against fire or fire against water, there are endless possibilities waiting for us to explore. I will glean the lessons from today's battle and strive together with my warm pig towards becoming a master of fire-type Pokémon. CF Fan thought to himself. What's she talking about? With a bright smile, Toko declared, when we become stronger and more mature, we will challenge you again. Having said that, she waved goodbye to the two and set off on her journey with enthusiasm. CF Fan scratched his cheek and awkwardly glanced at the nearby you. What were you two talking about just now? We didn't talk about much, you replied. I believe you. Not all, CF Fan said skeptically. What? Champion? Deep within the secluded valley of the Tian Crown mountain range, a stern-faced man with blue hair glared at the documents laid out on the table. Indeed, I was equally astonished when I gathered this information. It's no wonder that Hunter J reacted that way, the woman with a wine-red ponytail said, her eyes lowered and slowly closing. This is a failure on the part of our intelligence department, Lord Cheery. Cheery reclined in his chair, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Forget it. The promised remuneration should be settled as usual. Ensure that the subsequent matters are handled properly. We must not allow the alliance to trace back to us. Yes, Lord Cheery, Suishing replied respectfully, bowing before stepping back and leaving. A figure of such stature, visited by titans of the research community, the champion of Feng Yuan, and even the princess of the Kingdom of Columbia, was clearly not someone they could approach, at least, not at this moment. I understand, Father. From a corner, a young man draped in a dark red cloak rose slowly, his wavy hair mirroring Cheery's hue. Rest assured, we have already grasped clues about the dark ray that roams the Tian Crown mountain range, and it seems that someone near Crescent Island has spotted Latios. I believe we will soon be able to assemble a foundation of elite trainers for you, Cheery said, casting a sidelong glance with an undeniable tone. Do not let me down, Dactywo. Yes, I will fulfill the task of infiltrating the alliance and will not disappoint you, Father. The two exhibited no warmth typical of a father-son relationship. Rather, they resembled a strict hierarchy, filled with distance. Now, you may leave. I need to contemplate the forthcoming plans and actions, Cheery concluded, prompting Dactywo to rise and exit. A god and a great demon king? How could such a figure suddenly emerge? Cheery felt a headache coming on and rubbed his brow, suddenly opening his piercing eyes. It seemed necessary to meet this individual in person when the time came. As long as they did not interfere with his plans, he could proceed as originally intended. If they posed a threat to their endeavors, CF Fan gently closed the car door and waved cheerfully at you in the driver's seat. Okay, you gestured back with a smile towards Tian Shi and the others. She bowed, putting, I'm off now, don't miss me too much. Mia, all right. A few days prior, while chatting with Sharona, it was mentioned that the delivery had arrived, though it remained uncertain whether it was heavy. If it was too cumbersome, put in my need a shout for Pineapple Bun to come down and assist. CF Fan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. However, Upon their arrival at the Pokémon Center, two disheveled men, one stout and the other thin, hurried past him with anxious expressions. "Miss Joy, could you please heal my Tyranitar again?" "And my Dairy-Ree," whimpered the stout man, clutching his privacy with a tearful expression. To cry. Chapter 77. Joy-Chun. My apologies, Mr. Ahita, but the Pokémon Center does not have dedicated wards for trainers, Miss Joy said with a rather awkward smile. However, we do have hemostatic and analgesic ointments available, suitable for both Pokémon and humans. You may well ask Mr. Guolang for assistance. Guolang Ahita immediately turned to his good friend for help. "I understand," Guolang sighed, and then took out the remaining Pokeballs. "I entrust my Dragonite and Milotic to you as well, Miss Joy." "Is your Dragonite and Milotic injured too?" Miss Joy asked, slightly taken aback. "Yes," Guolang admitted, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. He had faced an unexpected defeat. He had been certain of his victory this time, only to be thwarted by a sudden Jengar, whose terrifying Dream Eater had incapacitated all his main fighters. Guolang grimaced, thinking that had he not fled swiftly, he too would have ended up like Ahita, thoroughly perforated. "Well, I see. That truly is an unfortunate calamity," Miss Joy said, unsure of how to offer comfort. After a slight nod, she entered the medical room with the Pokeballs and the Chansey. Beedrill? CF Fan, who had been walking over, happened to catch the tail end of their conversation and tilted his head in confusion. He recalled that the Beedrill swarm in the forest was generally quite gentle and timid, often stuttering upon encountering him. In fact, he had once borrowed honey from them, and they had generously provided several jars. These two must be up to something, CF Fan thought, feeling compelled to defend his good neighbors. Pokémon in the forest typically do not react so strongly unless disturbed. "What is your purpose for entering the sacred forest?" Guolang turned curiously, while Ahita, clutching his backside, retorted, "What purpose could we possibly have? We merely wish to find someone at the Highland Cabin." Who would have known those Pokémon would be so irritable, attacking without provocation? Absolutely ferocious. Ahita lamented, "Oh, my poor posterior. To undergo such a traumatic procedure at such a young age. How will I manage my bathroom visits in the coming days?" "The Highland Cabin?" CF Fan raised an eyebrow. "Who are you seeking there?" He did not recognize either of them. We were hoping to discuss some business," Guolang said, his gaze drifting. Despite his seemingly casual demeanor, Guolang was a well-regarded trainer in the Sinnoh region. While he was not as famous as the Elite Four or the champion among seasoned trainers, he was a well-known figure, the Crown King Guolang. If word of his recent misadventure spread, he would have no face left to show the elders of Twinleaf Town. "We heard there is a young man named CF Fan at the Highland Cabin, a remarkably skilled trainer and breeder, and we wanted to pay him a visit," Guolang explained further. "Oh, I see," CF Fan nodded, considering thoughtfully. It was highly likely that the promotion of energy cubes had piqued the interest of his peers. These two were likely seeking information about the formula. "Let's not linger, Guolang. Shall we head to the restroom together?" Ahita whispered to Guolang, fidgeting. Guolang, who had been secretly observing Tiana and the fairy-type Pokémon, thought to himself how fortunate it was that he hadn't eaten yet. He almost kicked someone out of frustration. "I'm in a hurry. I can't hold it much longer." Such strange individuals, CF Fan mused. Watching the two of them leave, supporting each other. I wonder if they are a couple? He shuddered at the thought. "Hey, Shiba Pudding, remember to steer clear of such peculiar uncles in the future." "Yes, I'll remember," Fan, Shiba replied. "Me too," chirped the fairy-type Pokémon. After completing her examination of the steel dragon, Miss Joy emerged, her eyes lighting up. "I came to pick up a package, Chun." CF Fan smiled, greeting her warmly. Chun was the name of the Joy in Sheena Town, her full name being Joy Chun. Having interacted with Miss Joy the most over the past 2 years, they shared a close relationship. "It's a communication device. ISNT it?" I was quite surprised when the tech company delivered it. "What made you think of purchasing such an expensive item?" Miss Joy inquired, her hand resting on her cheek, concern etched on her face. "Don't worry, Chun. I didn't buy it. It was a gift from a friend," CF Fan explained generously, understanding her concerns. "A gift for you?" Miss Joy blinked in surprise. What kind of family sends a communication device? Such items are not only pricey, but also cost more than an average person has salary for several years. Generally, Only affluent families or institutions like Pokémon centers and gyms would possess such devices. Yes, and I currently have a business related to Pokémon food. Having a communication device will help with future communications and factory inspections, CF Fan continued with a smile. Of course, I will repay the kindness in due time. Ah, I see. Well, I trust your judgment, as you're always meticulous in your work, Miss Joy said with a smile, changing the subject. How you plan to transport it? It's quite a distance from Sheena Town to the Highland Cabin. Should I have Chansey help you with a truck once it's free? No need. That would be too much trouble for you. CF Fan declined politely, shaking his head. Why be so polite? Chansey drives quite fast. It won't take long at all, Miss Joy said, hands on her hips, her tone slightly reproachful. But the Pokémon Center has its own tasks to manage. It would be too dangerous to drive through the forest at night, CF Fan said, surveying the surroundings with a smile before adding, I think I'll have called down some Pokémon to assist. That would be more convenient. All right then. In that case, let me take you to see the package first, so you can figure out how to move it, Miss Joy said. Sure. From the images, the communication device appeared quite large. Just the pineapple bun alone seemed cumbersome. Meow. The fairy-type Pokémon nuzzled CF Fan's palm affectionately before bounding gracefully towards the door. Chapter 78, A Delivery That Almost Sparked a Bloodbath, Part 1. I truly appreciate your help, Chansey, for going out of your way to assist us with the delivery to the entrance. As they walked along the street leading to the forest, passers-by cast curious glances in their direction. Chansey, with a beaming smile, effortlessly perched a delivery box thrice her size atop her head. Her steps light as she accompanied CF Fan and Tian Shi. No need for thanks, Xiao Fan. Purely a pleasure, Chansey replied, turning her head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, CF Fan scratched the back of his head while holding Tian Shi's hand. To be honest, he had always regarded Miss Joy's Chansey as the quintessential caretaker, a dream companion. Not only was she skilled in a myriad of life tasks, but her emotional stability made her the ideal choice for companionship in old age. Regrettably, he had learned that Chansey, much like Arcanine, was a Pokémon exclusively bred by the Joy family, making wild encounters exceedingly rare. Over time, he had let go of that notion. Let us stop here, Chansey. As they spoke, they had already exited the small town and beheld the forest ahead. Chansey glanced at the small bag before raising her smiling face, gratefully accepting it. All right, let us sit and wait for a bit, she bowed. After watching Chansey retreat, CF Fan embraced Tian Shi and found a wooden stump to sit upon, gazing toward the tranquil forest. Wonder if Pudding is doing well, Tian Shi said, casting a hesitant glance at CF Fan, but ultimately remaining silent. In truth, she could easily have carried the modestly weighted box herself, without any need for assistance. However, she understood that even if she voiced this, CF Fan would not permit her to undertake such a heavy task. Moreover, it would inevitably lead to a lengthy lecture about dangers and potential injuries. Tian Shi frowned at the communicator, her thoughts spiraling. This small box was something she could lift with a single finger, far surpassing Chansey's capabilities. With a swish, the fairy Pokémon dashed along the forest path, resembling a pink whirlwind, agile and graceful. Just as she was nearing the foot of the plateau, several Murkrow descended from the sky, obstructing her path. The winds have been quite boisterous these past few days. A cold voice rang out as Electivire sat upon a nearby rock, observing the flickering electricity at his fingertips. Stranger, reveal your purpose for being here. Otherwise, as you ascend higher, you shall be met not with kind words, but with the judgment of thunder. But I reside up there. The fairy Pokémon awkwardly scratched the ground with her paw, cheerfully addressing, Bag Brother? Electivire's expression froze in confusion. Pudding? Yes, the fairy Pokémon chuckled nervously, nodding. Electivire's face flushed bright red as he cleared his throat, scratching his head in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. You've evolved. Yes, indeed. You've grown more beautiful. I recognized you immediately. The earlier remarks were merely a form of welcome. The fairy Pokémon exchanged a knowing glance with the Murkrow, both parties sharing a moment of silence. By the way, we're the trainers, Electivire inquired, leaping off the rock and swiftly changing the subject while peering behind the fairy Pokémon. Xiao Fan is in trouble. I came to call for help. The fairy Pokémon recalled the urgency, adding, he mentioned it would be best to gather more people. At this revelation, it was not just Electivire who was stunned. Even a Murkrow were caught off guard, frozen mid-air. Goodness, causing trouble for Mr. CF Fan in this area? Have you lost your mind? Electivire roared, his fur bristling with electrifying energy, standing rigid like steel needles. Call everyone. Immediately, the Murkrow, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time, darting in all directions like arrows while emitting sharp cries. Wait, bag brother, the fairy Pokémon exclaimed, astonished, eager to explain. However, Electivire shot past her like a cannonball, creating a violent gust of wind. Did I just cause a disaster? The fairy Pokémon blinked in bewilderment, quickly redirecting herself to pursue him. Meanwhile, the Murkrow spread the news carried by the fairy Pokémon like ripples across the forest, reaching every corner. What? Mr. CF Fan has been bullied. What? He has been kidnapped. They're demanding a ransom. Oh no, Mr. CF Fan is in danger. He may not make it. In an instant, all the Pokémon were stirred into a fervor, converging furiously toward the foot of the mountain. Why must you insist on going up today? Near the forest entrance, Aida hobbled behind Guanglong, wearing a woeful expression. Weren't you the one who was so eager to meet him? Guanglong glanced sideways. Aida's mouth twitched. Couldn't you wait until I was fully recovered before setting off? After applying the ointment, the numbing sensation faded, replaced by sharp pain, making each step he took a testament to his resilience. Didn't you just apply the ointment? Guanglong remarked, holding a red cross-marked identification while looking around. Miss Joy said that with this secret weapon, as long as we show it to any Pokémon we encounter in the forest, we can reach the summit smoothly. She was concerned for them, witnessing their relentless determination and frequent injuries, so she compassionately lent them her work badge. Ugh, Aida sighed, suddenly spotting a figure ahead, furrowing his brow in confusion. Oh, isn't that the young man we met at the Pokémon Center earlier? Could he be like them, also heading toward the deity and the great demon? Hey there, young man, Guanglong called out, having noticed the individual as well, approaching to greet him. Isn't this the Iron Man and his old baby from the Pokémon Center? Blue Plane and Latios were also present. Chapter 79, A Near Tragedy Caused by a Delivery, Part 2. Young man, are you also preparing to ascend a mountain? Wang Lang curiously scrutinized Xie Fan and Tian Shi, then cast a glance at the delivery box. What purpose does this box serve? It's a delivery. A delivery? However, Wang Lang exchanged a peculiar look with Yaxida. It takes quite a bit of courage to deliver something into this forest. Needless to say, it must surely be a parcel from that notorious overlord of the plateau cabin. Yaxida whispered as he leaned closer to Wang Lang. Well, I wonder if this young man's company has provided him with insurance. Wang Lang furrowed his brow. Even he, the so-called unofficial king, had narrowly escaped death multiple times. One could only imagine what fate would befall an ordinary person. Ordinary person, don't worry, we'll be tossed out as soon as we enter. Yaxida said, Youth, this forest is exceedingly perilous. I suggest you accompany us. Yaxida offered kindly, rubbing his backside. After all, he had never seen the Pokémon next to the young man. Perhaps it belonged to a trainer. In case of danger, it would be prudent to have mutual support, especially since Wang Lang was notoriously swift and indifferent to his well-being. Perilous? Xie Fan appeared somewhat displeased. Are these two unwell? Is spreading rumors without cost a common practice? Not necessary, Xie Fan replied, adjusting his hold on Tian Shi and casually stating, this forest is not dangerous at all. Yaxida and Wang Lang exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Youth will always be youth. They simply lack experience. How about this, Yaxida? You stay here with the young man while I scout ahead, Wang Lang proposed. Sure, Yaxida readily agreed, eager to seize the opportunity. If this delivery truly belonged to the overlord of the plateau, he might soon encounter the individual himself, sparing him from further discomfort. Nodding, Wang Lang, under Xie Fan's curious gaze, tossed out 3 Pokeballs. Come forth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 brilliant flashes of white light descended, revealing a western dragon with orange skin and 2 majestic eagles. Let us go, Charizard Beedrill. Wang Lang mounted Charizard's back, and with a command, the 3 splendid Pokémon flapped their wings and soared swiftly into the sky. That's quite impressive. CF Fan couldn't help but marvel. The mere appearance of these three Pokémon exuded strength, likely comparable to trainers like Cynthia. Ha ha! Wang Lang is a figure renowned alongside the Elite Four of the Sinnoh region. He is our flagship trainer in the battle frontier. Yaxida raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. However, as he instinctively attempted to sit beside CF Fan, a jolt of pain surged through him like electric currents, leaving his face pale and gasping for breath. Did it crack? CF Fan inquired. Cough, cough. Are you also a trainer, young man? Yaxida awkwardly rubbed his waist, attempting to shift the focus of their conversation. Sort of, but my primary goal is to care for my Pokémon and lead a leisurely life in retirement. The pursuit of being a trainer does not particularly interest me. You wish to retire at such a young age? Yaxida exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Surely you desire to travel, experience adventures, encounter unseen Pokémon, and aspire to become a Pokémon master? Why should I? CF Fan glanced sideways. Because isn't that what everyone aspires to, especially young individuals like yourself? When curiosity and competitiveness are at their peak. Yaxida chuckled awkwardly. People with your perspective are quite rare. CF Fan sighed slightly and raised an eyebrow. Is being a trainer financially rewarding? Financially rewarding? Yaxida blinked, taken aback. Indeed, caring for Pokémon entails significant expenses and traveling daily. What sort of family can afford that? So, if being a trainer could earn you money, would you be interested? Yaxida's lips twitched. CF Fan appeared speechless. If it doesn't pay, why would I pursue such a thing? Honestly, after being a trainer's consultant for so long, this is the first time I've encountered such a pragmatic rationale, Yaxida mused. Most trainers he had met harbored grand dreams and ambitions, even if they settled for becoming top Pokémon breeders or elite coordinators. For CF Fan, his few excursions have been dictated by external circumstances. The notion of enduring hardships alongside his Pokémon in pursuit of a Pokémon master title seemed impractical compared to foraging for herbs. He held no disdain for the trainer profession. Rather, he felt indifferent and believed he could not pursue it. With no money, why would he complicate his life? Yaxida scratched his plump face, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well delve into a discussion about the profitability of being a trainer. That would be quite degrading. Yaxida sighed. At that moment, Wang Lang, mounted on Charizard and commanding Beedrill, had already flown into the airspace of the Garden Forest. As he approached the core area, a mass of dark spots loomed ahead. What is that? Wang Lang gasped, staring in shock at the flight of Pokémon resembling a mass migration, coupled with billowing dust in the forest. The ground trembled, and the sky roared. Countless Pokémon surged toward him with astonishing momentum, akin to an army on the march. What transpired? Who had incited the wrath of these creatures? Wang Lang took a deep breath, urgently halting Charizard and Beedrill, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Arrow. Zzz. A tempest of golden-blue electric currents erupted below, forming a terrifying whirlwind. Before Wang Lang could react, an electrifying beast, its fur bristling with energy, burst forth from the storm, delivering a crushing blow to Charizard's head. Bang! Charizard's eyes widened in shock, rolling back as it emitted a pitiful cry before its rigid body slumped lifelessly. Charizard! Wang Lang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. It was one-hit KO. His Charizard was a champion-level Pokémon. Electivire. Beedrill spread its wings, gathering powerful energy waves that shimmered with brilliance. Arrow. Electivire's gaze sharpened, its body roaring with fury as it slowly raised its arm. Tiny iron grains coiled around its fingertips like serpents, swiftly condensing into a small iron sphere. Then it unleashed a laser-like wave, shooting forth with astonishing speed. The dreadful force intensified, leaving trails in the air as it rapidly approached. The ensuing shockwave whipped up a tempest, slicing through the destructive energy beam that struck Beedrill. Boom! Beedrill, BGM up. Chapter 80, A Near Catastrophe Caused by Delivery, Part 3. Oh no, if this group of rampaging Pokémon continues forward, it will spell disaster for God in town. I must quickly notify Ahita and have him instruct Miss Junsha to evacuate the crowd. Quolang clenched his teeth, his temples already dampened by sweat. Oh, Her name is Tianshi. Ahita, perched upon a large rock, couldn't help but marvel. The Pokémon grew increasingly adorable with each glance. Are those jewels truly real? Fan, you should have some too. Tianshi completely ignored the chubby one and instead offered a piece of biscuit to CF Fan. Once this bag is finished, there's no more until dinner. After all, these were all from Shibao, and even if he were impoverished, the value of the items was not a concern. However, Tianshi suddenly puffed up her cheeks, clearly displeased by the phrase, "not so light." You two seem to share a strong bond. Thank you. Has she not arrived yet? Ahita wondered aloud. I wonder if Pudding has managed to gather additional manpower. If it's just pineapple bun. DLL need a supplementary meal tonight. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a rush of wind, and they saw Beats Out diving down with Quolang in tow. Young man, Ahita. Hurry, go inform Miss Junsha of God in town. Quolang exclaimed urgently upon seeing the two. What? CF Fan blinked in surprise, rising to his feet just as a cry of agony echoed from behind. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ahita grasped his rear and rolled a few times, hitting the wound again, launching himself upright. Is that identification not effective? He exclaimed in disbelief. I need a chance to present it. Quolang, exasperated, leapt down from Beatsao, insisting, this is not the time to discuss that. We must move quickly, the Pokémon in the forest. Before he could finish, the ground trembled, accompanied by a cacophony of thundering footsteps, as Pokémon surged forth from the path and the underbrush. Mr. CF Fan is here. Before either Ahita or Quolang could react, even CF Fan himself stood frozen in place. In mere moments, they found themselves surrounded, encased in layers of Pokémon, with flocks of birds blotting out the sun above. Hey there, trainer. I've come to rescue you. Electrode burst through the ranks of armored dragons, striding forward, closely followed by fairy Pokémon. Maya, the fairy Pokémon, leapt onto the head of Snorlax, blocking their path. Brother Bag, wait. Let me explain. Hey, don't stop me. I feel like I can take on 10 at once. Electrode scanned the scene, his gaze narrowing upon the duo beside CF Fan, the blonde and the rotund one. So it's these two rascals? No, what on earth is happening? Ahita trembled, taking a couple of steps back, suddenly feeling a familiar chill envelop him. Swish, swish. Several Beedrills brandished their gleaming stingers, poised for action. I have no idea, Quolang replied, backing against CF Fan, his nerves taut as a bowstring, his mind racing. He contemplated how to communicate with these Pokémon while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. It seems they are targeting us. I'm not blind, Ahita lamented, tears of regret welling up. Had he known, he wouldn't have listened to Quolang's words, now feeling exposed and vulnerable, unable to flee. Wait, in this situation, flying 1T help either. Pineapple Bun, what on earth are you doing? Just delivering a package, yet it's turned into such a spectacle? CF Fan inquired curiously, glancing at the fairy Pokémon, exasperated. Pudding, how did you convey the message? Hey, delivery? Electrode's demeanor deflated, standing there in shock. Maya, the fairy Pokémon, lowered her head bashfully before glancing at Electrode. Maya, Brother Bag thought you were in danger, so, I see, CF Fan sighed softly. All right, I understand now. I'm fine. It's just that the delivery is rather large and cumbersome to move, hence I wanted to summon some assistance. After all, everyone had good intentions, so he refrained from blaming anyone. However, he surveyed the array of Pokémon, all equally dumbfounded, and his shoulders sagged. To owe so many favors at once is quite troublesome. Perhaps he could treat everyone to a meal once the energy cube payments arrived? Quolang, we seem to have survived, right? As Electrode began organizing the Pokémon, Ahita, clutching Quolang's leg, trembled as he felt beneath him. Thankfully, he was still dry. He had truly been petrified moments ago. I'm not blind. Quolang exhaled deeply, still feeling a tingle of fear. Being surrounded by such a furious assembly of Pokémon was indeed a challenge to maintain composure. Yes, about that box. The contents are quite valuable, so please handle it with care. I'll ensure you receive a supplementary meal tonight. Having cautioned Electrode, CF Fan slowly approached the two survivors and inquired, would you like to take a seat? He had learned from Electrode that these two seemed to be no strangers to seeking him out, though CF Fan had not originally intended to host them, given their tenacity. He felt it prudent to clarify a few matters. Take a seat? Ahita was still a bit dazed, his mind in a state of overload. Right? Weren't you here to find me? CF Fan smiled, cradling Tianshi as he followed Electrode, while Quoling and Ahita stood there, wide-eyed in shock. Is he the great demon king of the Highlands? Charizard. Chapter 81. Azita's 3 visits to the cottage, inviting Mr. CF Fan to re-emerge. Wow. Fan, look. Tianshi exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise as she pointed towards the familiar highland. Oh, suddenly it feels like we've become a wealthy family, CF Fan remarked, his eyes brightening with astonishment. The small cottage, which had once appeared somewhat incongruous on the plateau, was now encircled by a vibrant array of flowers, creating a spacious area around it. From a distance, the partially visible 2-story cottage nestled among the blossoms appeared ethereal, complemented by a wooden bungalow that was approximately 3 to 4 times its size, resembling an exquisite villa. CF Fan was genuinely taken aback. In merely a few days, not only had they completed the work, but they had also prepared such a magnificent surprise for him. The fairy-like Mia seemed to be equally enchanted by the transformation of the cottage, joyfully racing through the gates of the courtyard. Is this the Highland Cottage? Hua Lang and Azita followed closely behind, their faces regaining color, clearly having adjusted to the situation. The Chishi bird, basking in the sunlight atop the new roof, was as lively as ever, being the first to fly out to greet them. Thank you for keeping watch, little Chishi, CF Fan said affectionately, wrapping his arms around the bird and gently stroking her soft feathers. Upon entering the courtyard, their eyes were immediately drawn to a vast vegetable garden sprouting tender shoots and a swing nestled beneath a large tree. A refreshing breeze swept over them as Gungue, sporting a goofy smile, slowly emerged from the shadow of the tree. It's that Gungue. Hua Lang shuddered slightly, immediately recognizing the creature that had thwarted their ascent on 2 previous occasions. Hua Lang, look at that. Azita tugged at Hua Lang's arm, her gaze fixed on a sky-blue figure at the warehouse entrance. Shui Jun. Hua Lang's pupils dilated in shock. Although they had heard about it from Zyrona before, witnessing it firsthand was an undeniable visual shock. After all, Shui Jun, according to the legends of Pokémon, was depicted in an array of stunning colors. Its graceful visage and enigmatic presence had garnered it a vast following among trainers, with its fame surpassing that of typical legendary Pokémon. Gentlemen, shall we discuss matters indoors? After reminiscing with the Pokémon, CF Fan called out to everyone to play in the courtyard before leading them inside. All right, just place the delivery box beside the stall, pineapple bun. After I finish discussing, I'll prepare a grand feast for you. The expression on the electric beast's face morphed into one of discontent, as if to say, am I not a worthy beast? Once the electric beast departed, Azita's gaze fell upon CF Fan, inquiring, so, you're the formidable CF Fan, the Demon King of the Highlands, correct? The Demon King? CF Fan frowned slightly, pondering the absurdity of such an epithet. He poured them a cup of hot tea, took a delicate sip from his own cup, and replied slowly, if you're searching for CF Fan, then that is indeed me. In truth, I'm already aware of your purpose for visiting. You know? Azita and Hua Lang exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Zyrona must have tipped them off. Regarding your request, I may not be able to fulfill it. Had you come a bit earlier, we might have negotiated, but now. CF Fan set down his cup and continued. I've already signed a contract with Mr. De Wu from the Devon Corporation, and thus must adhere to the spirit of the agreement. The Devon Corporation? Azita blinked in surprise, suddenly slapping the table in excitement. Are you referring to Mr. De Wu, the champion of the Fengyuan region? CF Fan, taken aback, looked at her curiously and nodded slightly. It appeared that the title of a prominent figure held considerable weight, as her reaction suggested. I would like to inquire, did Mr. De Wu ascend the mountain himself? Hua Lang asked with newfound curiosity. Are you implying that only champions may reach the summit? Hua Lang's expression grew serious. Indeed, gold shines wherever it goes. Despite the rush, it seemed they had been preempted. Azita sighed inwardly, realizing from CF Fan's narrative that he had undoubtedly struck a deal with the Fengyuan Alliance. Given this young man's strength and potential, it was plausible that they sought to cultivate him as the next champion. However, Mr. CF Fan, I recall you mentioning during our earlier conversation that you preferred a carefree life. If you're involved with Mr. De Wu, It seems unlikely that you would be able to maintain such a lifestyle. Azita persisted, unwilling to give up. Although it felt somewhat unethical, she considered that such talent warranted any means necessary to coax him into coming forth. Not at all. I find the terms quite favorable and relaxing, Siefan replied, blinking in confusion. Not only is the remuneration quarterly, but there are no work obligations throughout, which makes me feel somewhat guilty. Azita's jaw dropped in disbelief. Receiving money without any work? How is that different from being pampered like an ancestor? Is the Feng-Yuan alliance truly this expansive? She realized there must be some involvement from the Devon Corporation. The Feng-Yuan champion was not what the rumors suggested, but rather a shrewd individual. Azita inhaled sharply, envisioning the mocking expression of Dou in her mind. Nevertheless, the fact that the Feng-Yuan champion was willing to invest significantly in collaboration underscored the boundless potential of the young man before her. Noticing the silence that had fallen over the two, Siefan assumed they were reconsidering their approach and spoke up. So this is the situation. I hope, wait. Just a moment. Azita interrupted, grasping the edge of the table. Could you grant me a few more minutes? Just a few minutes. Once you hear our genuine intentions, it wouldn't be too late to decide. Siefan paused in surprise, hesitating before nodding slowly. All right, go ahead. Chapter 82. Meeting new and old members at this moment. In the rejuvenated courtyard, the joyous laughter of Pokémon echoed throughout. Jengar was seen joyfully pushing the swing with the fairy-type Pokémon and Diancie, engaging in playful antics. The Xerneas glanced at the Electivire emerging from the house and inquired, "How's it going?" The caretaker was conversing with the two bipedal creatures, allowing me to help the new members acclimate to their surroundings. Electivire scrutinized the Pokeball in its hand, curiosity bubbling within. I wonder what kind of being it is. Rest assured, the selection must have been flawless. The Xerneas replied with a light chuckle, her tone imbued with trust. Subsequently, she summoned Jengar, along with Suicune, and explained the situation. Yay! Jengar expressed his excitement, waving his short arms, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new member. Suicune and Xerneas remained composed, their lips curling into faint smiles. Although Diancie feigned disinterest in the little serpent, she would not impose on Siefan, thus standing quietly beside the fairy-type Pokémon. Hey! Electivire nodded and, in the next moment, lightly tossed the Pokeball into the air, sending it soaring several meters high. Chirp! You might break her like that, Xerneas scolded, swiftly taking flight and using her soft wings to glide over the rapidly descending Pokeball. With a gentle touch, she neutralized its momentum, allowing it to land softly on the lawn. With a flash of white light, the aloof Snivy materialized among the Pokémon. However, as soon as she appeared, she was enveloped by a formidable presence, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Hey, she looks rather cute, even cuter than Flab B. Is she male or female? Electivire's face lit up with delight, clearly pleased with the new addition. Yet his comment immediately elicited an exasperated eye roll from Diancie. You obnoxious pineapple bun, just wait. Jengar leaned in with curiosity, his scarlet eyes wide as saucers, scrutinizing Snivy from head to toe. Chirp. Well, it seems you frightened her. Huh? Electivire scratched his head, pondering, could it be that she's overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing us? Snivy stood stiffly, as if gripped by the overwhelming pressure surrounding her. It was not that she was too moved. Rather, she was paralyzed with fear. In her view, the aura emitted by Electivire, Xerneas, and the others resembled colossal mountains of varying hues, swaying with terrifying elemental energy. They were several tiers stronger than the final evolutionary forms of the dragon types at the Yali Research Institute. It's just an overwhelming presence. You all should tone it down. Suicune sighed, pinpointing the issue. During Siefan's absence, they had been practicing the ultimate moves from their secret manual, leaving residual elemental energy that had yet to dissipate. Chirp! So that's how it is. Xerneas and the others realized, quickly retracting their auras, allowing them to approach Snivy with gentle smiles. Chirp! The heavy pressure lifted, yet Snivy lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. This was not shyness, but rather embarrassment. For one with such a strong sense of pride, her earlier reaction was utterly mortifying. Hey, nevertheless, Electivire found the new arrival utterly adorable and laughed heartily as he patted her back. Don't be shy. Just call me Big Brother, and I'll teach you some skills. Oomph. Diancie turned her head away, huffing in disdain. Even fools can teach. Electivire wore an inscrutable expression, glancing sideways. I won't hold it against you. After all, in the caretaker's eyes, I clearly hold more weight than you. What did you say? Diancie shot him a venomous glare. Well, though I know the truth can be painful, it remains a fact. Electivire shrugged, wearing a cheeky grin. In the training plans devised by the caretaker for each member, yours is notably lacking, even less than that of Pudding. However, Electivire thumped his chest proudly, nostrils flaring, elevating his chin as someone who stands at the top of the caretaker's heart. I have 3 whole pages dedicated to me. Does that not speak volumes? Xerneas and Suicune exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Could it be because, never mind, it's best not to say it. Such truths can hurt one's pride. I refuse to believe it. Diancie, evidently incensed, protested, extending her small hand in defiance. Clearly, I am the beloved treasure of CF I demand a duel with you. Chirp. Xerneas promptly called out, urging Jengar to intervene. After all, Diancie was not one to take her anger lightly. Snivy observed the lively scene, feeling quite at a loss. Suicune gently approached her, whispering, you'll get used to it. As you spend more time here, there will be plenty more to adapt to. CF rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Throughout the exchange, he had not paid full attention, but he gathered that these two harbored a lifelong entrepreneurial dream, now striving to fulfill that promise together. They now sought him out, wishing to recruit him as their technical director, perhaps something along those lines. How about this? I will discuss it with Mr. Daigo. After all, this involves all 3 parties, and I must communicate with him first. All right then, we shall remain in Shinto Town for a few days, awaiting your news. Yashida sighed lightly, aware that such matters could not be rushed. He and Palms then bid farewell to CF and prepared to descend the mountain toward the Pokémon Center. CF stretched lazily and strolled to the door, glancing at the Pokémon frolicking and chasing one another, a smile gracing his face at the heartwarming sight. All right, let us prepare dinner. After we eat, I'll reach out to the big shots. Chapter 83. CF the last dish is served. CF struck the iron pot, producing a crisp sound. Under the dim night sky, the aroma wafted through the small highland cabin, flickering with the warmth of the firelight. Gung-Gue approached the dining table, balancing a plate larger than his own face, and placed it before the fairy spirit. CF dish appeared much more reasonable in size, with steaming flatbreads piled high, exuding a somewhat unique fragrance. The electric beast wrinkled its nose in indifference. Why does Pudding's dish look different from ours? It inquired, casting a glance at the fairy spirit, who was relishing her meal, clearly enjoying a deluxe version of their dishes. Isn't hers a chive house? One of them remarked, and CF raised an eyebrow, chuckling. There's no choice. Pudding has a good digestion. Do you think you could finish a similar version? How condescending, the electric beast muttered, conceding that it was better not to seek unnecessary suffering. What is this? The Chishi bluebird asked, peering down at a dish resembling potato pancakes. Oh, that's Colonel Chicken Nuggets. I thought she'd bow and the others would enjoy it, so I made a few. CF glanced towards the fairy spirit. Noting that Pudding's version should be dubbed Colonel Chicken Co-op Gung-Gue burst into laughter, evidently struck by something amusing. Meanwhile, the vine snake fixated on the energy cubes, recalling the rich taste that CF had introduced to her in the research facility. Lifting his juice, CF declared, "May our highland cabin flourish and our lives improve." The Pokémon exchanged knowing glances and erupted in laughter. Pudding, share some of your Colonel Chicken Coop. One called out, "Don't snatch Pudding-s food. You stinky pineapple bun." Another retorted, "Xiao-Chi, come, don't just eat the energy cubes. Try the delicious dishes Xia made." "Thank you, Xiao-Qingjia," came a cheerful reply. "I want salt and vinegar." Someone chimed in. "Your taste is quite peculiar," another commented. The formal welcome ceremony for Pudding and Xiao-Chi concluded amidst the lively atmosphere. While Gung-Gue, the electric beast, and the water lord washed the dishes, CF settled into the living room and pulled out the Pokédex to check. "I am Tianqi's dog. Information 99, CF fan, God and the little boss. Beep, God and the little boss. No, big household, that name of yours. CF fan's lips twitched in exasperation. I am Tianchi's dog. It seems you have received the first installment of funds. God and the little boss, what funds? ISN T the profit share, settled biannually? He recalled that the exclusive naming fee was also settled quarterly. I am Tianchi's dog. It was changed to an annual settlement for the exclusive naming fee. I've already had my father transfer this year's amount to you. God and the little boss. I am Tianchi's dog. Oh, so you didn't TC it? Then why did you come to me? Dawu sat perplexed on a stone stool in the cave, thinking that CF fan must have seen the transfer record and was finally going to send him the photos of Shi Bao. Subsequently, CF fan recounted his visit with Yaxida and the gist of their conversation to Dawu. Yaxida? Dawu tilted his head slightly, quickly recalling this figure. The family had contributed significantly to the establishment of the alliance and had served as agents for several elite 4 members and champions in the past. However, with the rise of regional alliance tournaments and various related activities, the profession of agent had gradually become obsolete in attracting powerful trainers. He had heard that Yaxida was currently involved in some development zone, having reached some form of collaboration with the alliance. I'm Tianchi's dog, so have you finally come to a realization? God and the little boss. Realization about what? CF fan was thoroughly confused. I am Tianchi's dog. Didn't he come to discuss cooperation with you? To Dawu, it seemed that since CF fan had sought his counsel, he must have had such intentions. God and the little boss. No, why do you act as if nothing is wrong? I just couldn't gauge the situation, which is why I sought your opinion. CF fan truly could not comprehend this. Was there no such thing as business competition in this world? Was the industry so harmonious and friendly? My opinion? Dawu blinked, his mind filled with questions. After a brief moment of contemplation, enlightenment struck him. It was clear now. It seemed CF fan genuinely considered him a good friend, hence his request for advice. I am Tianchi's dog. Ultimately, the decision lies in your hands. As long as you find it acceptable, I will wholeheartedly support you. I am Tianchi's dog. I have some understanding of the situation with Yaxida. To be honest, considering your conditions, the treatment will undoubtedly be favorable. You should give it a try. CF fan, really, so generous of you. I am Tianchi's dog. Besides, there's one very important matter. CF fan thought. As expected, there was more to come. You speak. I am Tianchi's dog. Next time I visit, I would like to bring a photography team along to document your beautiful life. CF fan's lips twitched. And to make a copy for yourself, right? Goodness, the abacus beads are almost bursting in my face. Was he being too eager? I will not give up. Mr. Dawu, there's an urgent situation. At that moment, a miner rushed in, calling out urgently. As soon as the words left his lips, Dawu dashed past him in a whirlwind of excitement. Have you found the Pokémon? Is it Tianchi? Tianchi? The miner stood bewildered, having only intended to inform that they could not proceed due to the hard stone wall ahead. Chapter 84, Red and Green, Newtown. The Oak Research Institute. Green and Professor Oak sat in the living room, their attention riveted to the screen, displaying the scene of a fairy Pokémon bravely enduring the assaults of 3 fearsome dragons. Beside them sat a young man adorned with a cap bearing the Pokeball emblem, clad in a red and white short-sleeve jacket. Another new evolution of EV has been discovered, the young man exclaimed in genuine admiration. The capabilities of this fairy Pokémon, which can withstand the might of legendary dragon attacks, seem to rival your solar Pokémon, Red. Green raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, previously, I enlisted your help to capture all Pokémon merely to update the Pokédex. But it appears that the world of Pokémon still beckons for your generation to explore. Professor Oak chuckled suddenly. Setting aside this fairy Pokémon, which is a testament to Eevee's boundless potential, the Pokémon known as Diancie is one I have never even heard of during my travels. Red furrowed his brow. For based on the video, Diancie's displayed prowess seemed at least on par with the Mutwo he had encountered earlier. After all, Professor Oak had already stated that the ultimate evolutionary forms of Dragon-type Pokémon were of Gym Leader and Champion level. In the video, Diancie radiated a vibrant pink energy, its speed akin to lightning, leaving only afterimages in its wake. It darted through the ranks of Dragon-type Pokémon, swiftly incapacitating them in the blink of an eye. Reflecting upon this, Red realized that under similar circumstances, neither his Pikachu nor Charizard could conclude a battle with such swiftness. "Grandpa, who exactly is this Siefan?" Green inquired, casting a curious glance, clearly intrigued. Red, too, was filled with curiosity, for according to Professor Oak, this individual not only possessed Suicune, but also a cadre of Pokémon with champion-level strength. Such a person surely could not remain obscure for long. It seemed that Siefan harbored little interest in being a trainer, residing instead on the plateau behind Sinnoh Town. Professor Oak scratched his head, recalling that it was through Dr. Yamanashi that he had become acquainted with Siefan, leading to their eventual connection. Green and Red exchanged puzzled glances. Training a group of Pokémon to champion level. Yet you tell me he has no interest in being a trainer? It feels rather ostentatious, Green remarked. In other words, he believes no one can rival him, rendering the title of trainer inconsequential, right? Crossing his arms, Green's gaze sharpened. He truly is an arrogant fellow. It appears that prior to my journey to the Kalos region, I must meet this intriguing individual in Sinnoh. A smile graced Red's lips, his eyes glimmering with determination. No trainer would ever decline the challenge of unknown Pokémon and formidable opponents. If it weren't for my impending challenge at the Kanto League, I would gladly accompany you. Green lamented, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Isn't the fourth round approaching? Red raised an eyebrow, directing his question at Green. Green's voice dipped slightly, for he was to contend with a powerhouse from his grandfather's era. I must ensure that Blastoise and the others are in peak condition for this battle. Then, I shall defeat her and take the lead in becoming a Pokémon master. In truth, he and Green had long possessed the qualifications to challenge the leagues of various regions. However, he had been perpetually traveling and often embroiled in conflicts with Team Rocket. Thus, he planned to face Green only after completing the final regional Pokédex collection. Before that, I will need your assistance, Professor Oak said, tapping away at the data on his notebook. Is it related to the research on fairy-type attributes? Green queried, a hint of confusion in his gaze. But I already lent you Maro, Grandpa. Professor Oak paused his work, looking up. At the Yamanashi Research Institute, Maro struggled to fully harness that power until it learned from Diancie how to master fairy-type energy. Therefore, I believe we need to entrust other Pokémon that have not been fully nurtured to Maro for guidance, to see which Pokémon possess this energy within them. I see. As for me, I must await my challenger, so that works too, Green replied. Ha ha, splendid. I appreciate your willingness to assist. Professor Oak nodded in satisfaction at their prompt agreement. Meanwhile, at the Sinnoh Town Pokémon Center, are you serious? Asita exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, startling nearby trainers who cast displeased glances in his direction. Calm down, Asita, Kaluang urged, pulling him back down. Yes, Daigo confirmed there are no issues, Siefan nodded. However, I will need some time to provide you with the blueprints. That's perfectly fine. Those are minor details. We'll handle the engineering aspect as per your specifications, Asita beamed, mistakenly believing Siefan referred to the construction of battle facilities. For Siefan, as long as he wasn't working, everything was agreeable. What about the contracts? Asita inquired eagerly. I brought them. He quickly retrieved 2 contracts from his briefcase, adding, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, we can amend it now. All right. Siefan glanced over the documents, finding them far simpler than Daigo's version. Aside from a clause regarding his responsibilities, the rest were obligations for the other party. Such was the privilege of the wealthy in this world. Contracts were often skewed in their favor. By the way, how much is the payment? Siefan asked, his expression shifting. Chapter 85. Luzamin and Cynthia ha ha ha. Hereas to a pleasant collaboration, Mr. Siefan. After the contract was signed, a radiant smile adorned Ahita's face, which did not fade. We have exchanged contact information. I will bring a team to review the blueprints in 3 days. Shall we proceed with the project? Yes, certainly. Siefan, gazing at the golden card in his hand, nodded in a daze. It was only after Ahita and the palm tree departed that he emerged from his stupor, feeling as though awakening from a dream. Goodness, Siefan grimaced, rubbing his cheeks, realizing it was not a figment of his imagination. This fellow seems even more extravagant than a wealthy patron. My friends, who understands? 10 minor goals. No, it's 10 minor goals for the entire year. Clutching the golden card, he pressed his palms together, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, his face flushed with humility. One formula, one blueprint, and just like that, he had transcended social classes. Truly, it is a divine signing-in system. Splendid. Today I shall not haggle for groceries. CF Fan inhaled deeply, contemplating earnestly. A cacophony of explosions erupted as jets darted between rugged cliffs, relentlessly launching rockets. Their target was a black Pokémon swiftly approaching the forest. Its shadowy form glided like a specter among the rocks, cascading white hair obscuring much of its face, revealing only a pair of luminous blue eyes. Curse those humans! A deep voice seethed with fury as the Pokémon halted midair, extending its clawed arms before its chest, with a jagged red collar on its neck swirling wildly. A sinister purple-black energy began to coalesce in its palms, compressing. Be cautious, it's Darkray's malevolent wave. A youth with blue horn-like hair exclaimed, his pupils constricting as he spoke in a grave tone. With a piercing sound, the wave of malice surged forth in an instant. However, the pilots, already prepared, swiftly scattered, effectively evading the onslaught. Boom! The cliff above, unfortunately, was struck by the malevolent wave, collapsing instantly as stones rained down like a torrential downpour, forcing the jets to maneuver desperately. Those who reacted too slowly found their wings struck, plummeting directly into the valley below. Could it be that they intentionally lured us here? The blue-haired youth gritted his teeth, swiftly crossing over to push the pilot aside, taking control of the jet himself. Oomph! Darkray snorted, emanating a swirling black vortex. It then grasped the air with its claws, conjuring a shadow ball, which it hurled accurately, foreseeing the jet's trajectory. With a thunderous boom, black smoke and dust intertwined, exploding into a vast cloud. After a prolonged moment, the blue-haired youth clutched the base of a Zubat's wings, ascending slowly while suppressing a cough. Cunning creature, he muttered, his gaze hardening as Darkray vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, CF Fan hummed cheerfully, bustling around the kitchen. He appeared quite content. Tianxia leaned against the doorway, slightly raising her head to speak to the orderly heads above. Though CF Fan treated them kindly, it was rare to see him so exuberant. It seemed his descent had gone exceedingly well. In the midst of this, the Qingxi Qingyao remarked. Just then, the fatigued voice of the Electivire drifted in from the entrance. Heracross and the Talonflames had piled bags upon bags of Pokémon food into a small mountain in the courtyard. So much food. The fairy Pokémon's eyes sparkled as she dashed outside. How did you purchase so much? Sua-kun marveled. It's as if you cleared out an entire store. The caretaker mentioned wanting to express gratitude to the Pokémon in the forest for assisting with our new home's completion, so it seems a banquet is in order. Electivire flexed her slightly sore arm. Xiao, Qi, Eggplant, Shibao, could you please come over and sort the energy cubes? CF Fan called out, retrieving the first batch from the oven. With a large number of neighbors, he intended to use the purchased Pokémon food along with energy cubes as the main course, planning to prepare ample dishes. Gung-Gue, who adored bustling atmospheres, was the first to dash into the kitchen. However, Tianxia sighed quietly, feeling a pang of sympathy. CF Fan works so hard for money. How much must he have spent on all this? Meanwhile, having concluded her challenge in Waterpole City and arrived at Crescent Island, Cynthia encountered a girl from the Alola region. The girl, having witnessed her Mega Evolution training with Garchomp, had persistently pursued her. Could you sell that to me? The girl, with waist-length beige hair and emerald green eyes, gazed fervently at a pair of Mega Evolution stones on the table. Sell? Cynthia paused, her brows knitting together as she quickly tucked the Mega Stones away, her tone resolute. I'm sorry, but these are a gift from a very dear friend. I could never part with them for any reason. How unfortunate. Noticing the growing wariness in Cynthia's eyes, the girl narrowed her gaze and smiled. I wonder if your friend has any similar items. I could pay a visit. She had seen everything, the mysterious energy that facilitated Garchomp's evolution. Perhaps it was linked to the existence she had long pursued. Apologies, my friend prefers solitude. Cynthia assessed the girl, her gaze shifting. Are you a trainer as well? Sort of, the girl replied with a smile, slowly rising and extending her hand. I'm Luzamin, formerly a trainer, now a Pokémon researcher from the Alola region. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Cynthia hesitantly shook her hand. Cynthia. So you're a researcher. That explains your behavior. Yet Cynthia couldn't shake the feeling that this girl, appearing to be of a similar age, was far from ordinary. Chapter 86. The banquet and the unexpected turn in these past 2 years. I'm deeply grateful for everyone's kindness towards us. I shall refrain from elaborating on pleasantries. With the completion of our new home, I hope you all enjoy the feast today. As evening descended upon the Highland cottage, the bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the courtyard filled with Pokémon from the forest. Mr. CF Fan is too modest. It is we who have been well cared for, chuckled Roserade. Before CF Fan's arrival at the Highland cottage, the area was a desolate land, often besieged by fierce wild Pokémon due to its proximity to the treacherous Tianguan mountain range. Many, like Roserade and Galade, had migrated down from the mountains. However, since CF Fan and his companions settled here, the place transformed into a sanctuary. No matter how ferocious the Pokémon that approached, they were met with stern lessons from the Xerneas and Electivire. Over time, no Pokémon from Tianguan Mountain dared venture here again. They also welcomed many injured Pokémon to reside in the forest, bringing them to CF Fan for healing. Pokémon like Tyranitar and Heracross had also received such kindness. Thus, it appeared that the Pokémon of the forest were fiercely protecting the Highland cottage, but in truth, it stemmed from genuine gratitude towards CF Fan and his companions. Galade wiped his moist eyes with his arm, feeling overwhelmed. Don't cry, little brother. It's all in the past. Look forward. Electivire patted his back reassuringly. At that moment, Jengar approached, cradling a large wooden barrel that resembled his own form. What is this? Tiana sniffed with her petite nose, detecting the aroma of fermented fruit. With a smile, CF Fan gently ruffled her little head and said, Everyone is joyful today, so let Eggplant bring it out for everyone to taste. But this isn't juice, so you and Pudding must not drink it. All right. Tiana nodded obediently, glancing instinctively at the fairy-type Pokémon, who was already eyeing the treat with gleaming eyes. Alcohol? Electivire took the large wooden cup handed to him by Jengar, inspecting the amber liquid within. It smelled quite delightful. With a gulp, he savored the sweet and rich flavor, instantly opening a new door of taste, falling in love with the sensation. This seems rather splendid. I wonder if it can be sold? CF Fan himself took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the fruits in this world were organic and purely natural, resulting in a fruit wine that surpassed any he had tasted in his past life with its fragrant and robust flavor. Here, little Seven, drink this, the Xerneas. As the elder sister of the Highland cottage kindly offered a bottle of nutrient liquid to the Spritzy before her. What is it? Spritzy curiously lifted her head. This is beneficial for your health. It's a specialty of our Highland cottage, the Xerneas replied. If you drink this, you will become stronger. Electivire and Jengar chimed in, each holding a cup of wine, swaying as they approached. Stronger? Spritzy's eyes lit up, immediately focusing on the bottle of nutrient liquid. Have you two had too much to drink? It's not too much. I feel exceptionally well right now. Ha. Electivire laughed heartily. Hey, how come you split into two? The Xerneas shook her head in exasperation, deciding to lead Spritzy away from the two intoxicated Pokémon. Such days are filled with hope, CF Fan thought as he sat on the grass, draining the fruit wine from his cup, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now that the pension issue was resolved, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, he too had indulged a bit too much, yet his spirits remained high. Tiana, she gently nudged CF Fan's shoulder, her small face filled with concern. CF seems to have drunk too much. Wait a moment. I'll take the pineapple buns inside. The Xerneas unfurled her wings, lifting the drunken Electivire and flying indoors. Jengar leaned against Sukun, his half-closed eyes drooping as he raised a hand. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. In the vast courtyard, apart from Xerneas and Tiana, the rest lay scattered, inebriated. The sleepy Spritzy was tightly embraced by the fairy Pokémon, dozing peacefully. However, the faint blush on the fairy Pokémon's face revealed that she too had succumbed to temptation and secretly sipped the wine. Oh dear, she sighed. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from her wrist, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were midday. Is this the bracelet Sia gave me? Tiana's face reflected a hint of astonishment. Before she could react, the intense white light swirled around them like a tempest, forming a pillar that shot skyward. Whoosh! Sia! A terrifying force enveloped Tiana, compelling her to instinctively cling to Sia Fan. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. What? They're gone. Jengar sprang up, shaking his head vigorously, his eyes wide with disbelief. Eggplant, what just happened? The startled Xerneas rushed out from the house, her voice filled with urgency. Where are Sia and Tiana? Jengar, bewildered, opened his mouth but had no answers. They just vanished in a flash, as if something had absorbed them. Absorbed? Could it be that entity? Jengar, filled with anger, floated into the air, racing towards the forest. Eggplant. The Xerneas called, intending to follow, but she quickly regained her composure upon seeing the other Pokémon on the lawn. First, I must ensure everyone is settled indoors. Then I will investigate. With Tiana around, Sia should be safe for now. A terrifying aura emanated from the Xerneas, flickering like roaring flames, her gaze fixed firmly in the direction Jengar had departed, her eyes shining with determination. Whoever you are, you better not harm Sia. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Chapter 87. Sia Fan. Who the hell are you? As Gung Gue stormed into the forest, he swiftly navigated the rugged, winding paths until he reached the boundary where the sacred forest met the Tian Crown Mountains. His crimson eyes flickered with an eerie light, resembling two blood moons. Amidst a heap of discarded stones, dark mist surged forth, erupting violently to reveal a cave shrouded in fog. Without hesitation, Gung Gue plunged into the depths, racing through the labyrinthine tunnels. In this reversed world, floating islands were scattered about, with stones and decaying wood flowing backward. He gently flapped his 6 ghostly wings and raised his golden, half-ringed neck. That's strange. Rotund figure has returned. A vortex twisted in the void, accompanied by Gung Gue's furious roar as he emerged from the cave. Purple fatty, this is your second intrusion into my realm. Do you truly believe I lack temper? As the sovereign of this inverted domain, Giratina issued a stern warning. The entire space trembled under the weight of his presence. However, Gung Gue stood unfazed before the legendary Pokémon, extending his short, plump hands to confront him. Enough chatter. Big Bug, I know you're behind this, so hand over my master. Giratina paused for a moment, taken aback. Wait, this fellow has a master? Who could it be? Arceus? Though he harbored no fondness for this rotund creature, anyone who could meddle in his battles with Dialga and cause them both to falter was undeniably unique in his millennia of existence. Not speaking is an acknowledgement. You despicable creature. Instantly, Gung Gue assessed the situation, spreading his hands as shadow balls erupted forth like a Gatling gun. Giratina, enraged, could not tolerate repeated provocations. A blue ethereal glow blazed around him, forming swirling flames as he retaliated against Gung Gue. In an instant, explosions erupted in the space between the two Pokémon, quickly filling the area with obscuring smoke. The terrifying ghostly energy surged like a tide, parting the battlefield's haze. Giratina's pupils constricted, revealing a purple-black slate above him, with Gung Gue's energy surging geometrically. Arceus, familiar with the pressure emanating from one of the Sinnoh trio, intricately linked to the creator, Giratina braced himself. Susanoo. Gung Gue raised his head, arms outstretched, as dense, ghostly energy coalesced into a towering figure of himself, exuding corrosive miasma. Yet, Giratina unleashed a dragon's roar, intent on striking first. In this inverted world, he was the master. Even if this rotund creature possessed Arceus's power, he would never bow to anyone. Giratina flapped his wings and vanished into the fabric of space, leaving Gung Gue without a target. Aware of the formidable foe he faced, Gung Gue shifted from his usual clumsy demeanor, fully alert. As Giratina silently appeared above him to attack, Gung Gue's heaven and earth was activated, delivering a fist the size of a mountain, exuding chilling energy that struck Giratina in retaliation. However, Giratina's attack merely broke through Gung Gue's outer energy, while Gung Gue's blow struck at the core of his opponent. A quadruple weakness to Ice-type moves, under conditions of uneven power, might not yield significant results. Yet Gung Gue held nothing back. This ice punch forced the sovereign of the inverted world to emit a pained dragon's cry as he was sent reeling. "Return my master and Shibao. You've gone too far, Bud Dragon, you rotund fool." In an instant, the inverted world was engulfed in a wave of intense energy collision, drawing the attention of two other realms dragons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Diancie stirred atop Sief Fan's chest, letting out a soft groan as she slowly opened her large, puzzled eyes. They had arrived in a unique void, a space reminiscent of an altar, suspended several square kilometers above the ground, surrounded by layers of thick white clouds. "Sief, please wake up." Diancie anxiously scanned their surroundings, still worried about any unusual changes in Sief Fan. After all, this place was bright, indicating it was no ordinary location. Sief Fan exhaled a breath of stale air, finally lifting his eyelids and slowly sitting up. His head swayed slightly, clearly still under the influence of alcohol. "Shibao, is it dawn?" He leisurely surveyed his surroundings, tilting his head, pondering if he was in paradise or a dream. "I must have drunk too much." The distillation was quite potent. Just then, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the sky. In the next moment, a pitch-black dragon emerged from the clouds, its long body swaying gracefully as it coiled around the massive stone pillars of the altar. Its body was adorned with fin-like appendages at the edges and the tips of its tail, while its upper body boasted 2 limbs with 3 sharp claws extended. Golden and red circular patterns covered its scales, exuding a fierce aura. It stared down with its black-yellow eyes, slowly parting its flat mouth to speak in a deep, authoritative tone. "Intruders, you carry an odious scent." Diancie sensed the hostility radiating from the creature, her expression turning unfriendly as she quickly positioned herself in front of Sief Fan. "What do you want summoning us here, you mudfish? You are the ones who intruded." The black dragon's eyes glinted with a violent light, sensing the intensifying energy emanating from Diancie. An unsettling feeling of humiliation washed over him. "Dragon?" A sudden voice briefly shattered the tense atmosphere. Sief Fan, wobbling, stood up, his bleary gaze meeting the black dragon's hostile eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 88. Loaches? Bugs? The dual dragons of unfathomable darkness in a realm of chaotic nothingness. A white Pokémon, resembling a fusion of a horse and a Qilin, lay dormant within a vibrant sphere of energy. Suddenly, it opened its green eyes, momentarily flashing with red before gradually dimming again. At that moment, in the celestial pillar space, Diancie hovered gracefully in midair, surrounded by the ethereal pink mist of fairy energy that enveloped the clouds. The celestial pillar's master, Rayquaza, seethed with rage, its mouth agape, channeling a wave of deep blue dragon energy that surged towards Diancie with ferocious intent. "Go, Diancie! Defeat it!" shouted Sief Fan from below the altar, gesticulating enthusiastically to encourage Diancie, his drunken state leading him to believe this was merely a dream, fueling his excitement. A surge of potent fairy energy rose from Diancie's form, coalescing into a pink fairy plate above her head, exuding an aura of authority that instantaneously subdued the advancing dragon wave. Before it could reach Diancie, the wave dissipated, sending ripples through the air. How is this possible? Rayquaza's dragon eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Diancie had no intention of granting it respite. Waves of lunar power surged forth from all directions, creating a pincer attack against Rayquaza. Boom! The violent aftershock of the explosion knocked Sief Fan to the ground, instinctively raising his arms to shield his face. "Fan!" Diancie cast a worried glance below before baring her teeth in anger. "You insolent creature! You seek your own demise." Rayquaza, filled with indignation, roared in frustration. "You brought this upon yourself." It was baffled that its own attack had felled the human. Emerging from the black mist of the explosion, Rayquaza trembled with fury but was internally shaken. It realized that this stone creature possessed a unique power that countered its own, as the damage from the aftermath had easily bypassed its formidable defenses, sending sharp pain coursing through its nerves. Roaring in rage, The mighty celestial pillar summoned forth swirling vortexes in the sky, radiating fierce energy. It unleashed its signature move, Airlock. Diancie, determined to conclude the battle swiftly, wore a fierce expression. Rayquaza, soaring through the sky with its serpentine form, bellowed, "You brought this upon yourselves." At that moment, the Xerneas, having secured the Electivire, followed Jengar's presence to the foot of a mountain, discovering a mysterious cave. What an overwhelming energy! Xerneas squinted, sensing the tremors emanating from within. With a resolute flap of its wings, it dove into the cave. A wave of discomfort washed over Xerneas, its vision blurred. However, as it unleashed its pure dragon energy, the barriers before it shattered, granting passage. "Fatso, I've told you, I know nothing of any master or Xiaobao. Do not push your luck." Giratina gasped, panting heavily as it glared at the plump figure atop the floating island, its teeth grinding in irritation. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Jengar's state was not much better, but it remained defiant, insisting that the matter would not end until it received an explanation. "Very well, since that's the case, you shall remain here to keep me company," Giratina retorted, anger transforming into amusement as dark energy enveloped it, causing the floating island to shift and swirl. Jengar, standing atop the island, was pulled towards Giratina, swiftly leaping to transform into a massive, ghostly visage, charging forward. "No one can save you today. Mark my words." Giratina growled in fury, its form cloaked in black energy, morphing into a shadowy dragon as it vanished into the obscurity. Jengar's attack missed, prompting it to quickly recalibrate its senses. However, Giratina's signature move, Shadow Sneak, was infallible, capable of bypassing all defenses. Jengar was caught off guard, sustaining a severe blow from Giratina that sent it plummeting towards the floating island. Giratina, seizing the opportunity, roared triumphantly as it unleashed a colossal celestial dragon meteor that streaked across the sky of the distortion world, heading straight for the floating island. Jengar, undeterred, locked eyes with Giratina, its expression resolute as it maneuvered through the dense barrage of dragon meteors, swiftly launching an ice punch. Boom! With a powerful strike, Giratina's tail crashed down upon Jengar's head, sending it spiraling downwards. Jengar, battered by the impact, plummeted, its eyes half open in defiance. What a troublesome opponent! Giratina's black mist dissipated, revealing its form as it noticed the toxic aura enveloping its tail. It shook it vigorously, declaring, "This ends now, Fatso." Just as Giratina prepared to land a decisive blow against Jengar, a swirling vortex appeared above it, heralding the arrival of Xerneas, who unleashed a furious ice beam. "Chirp! Is it you?" Giratina, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Do I know you?" "Cluck! Xerneas, teach it a lesson. It's been bullying me." Jengar leapt onto a floating stone, reporting the situation with righteous indignation. Giratina, feeling a chill run down its spine, grumbled, "Who is truly bullying whom?" The spatial tremors resonating from the distortion world caught the attention of Dialga and Palkia, who raised their heads and opened their eyes, focused on the unfolding chaos. Chapter 89. Riding Giratina. "Lawyer, I need to find a lawyer." "Rayquaza, I need one too." Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Receive a Master Ball X1. The battle in the sky raged fiercely, while on the ground, Fan was disheveled from the aftershocks, burping and grimacing. Shouldn't signing in during a dream grant wishes? Why was he met with such a predicament? Roar. In the midst of a dazzling storm of gemstones, Rayquaza's roar turned increasingly mournful as it wildly swayed, attempting to break free. Pain. The agony was unbearable. It realized that the stone creature before it was no ordinary foe, seemingly born to counter its very essence. If things continued this way, the outcome was uncertain, but one thing was clear: it would be thoroughly tortured. Achoo! At that moment, Fan suddenly sneezed, instantly capturing Rayquaza's attention. Its gaze shifted, bracing against Diancie's attack. It dove down, intent on capturing this human to compel Diancie to cease her onslaught. Diancie was taken aback, a flicker of urgency washing over her cherubic face. She hastily summoned the energy of the fairy type to its zenith, balancing a pink stone atop her head as she pursued, exclaiming, "You're courting death, you filthy mudfish. Ha ha, this human truly is your Achilles heel." Yet, Rayquaza was filled with doubt. Before it could ponder further, CF Fan, in an instant as it drew near, raised the purple sphere in his hand and hurled it with force. Rayquaza? Boom! A crimson light illuminated Rayquaza's astonished expression. The next moment, it was engulfed by the Master Ball, thrashing violently within. Ah! Diance's eyes sparkled with delight as she hovered above the Master Ball, her body radiating pink light, exerting pressure around the ball to keep it contained. The tumultuous shaking persisted for a while before gradually diminishing until it ceased altogether, as if resigned to its fate. Hee, filthy mudfish, cleverness has led to your own folly. Diance picked up the Master Ball, proudly lifting her chin in mockery. She then approached CF Fan, and just as she steadied him, the bracelet around her wrist began to crack. With a blinding flash of white light transforming into a beam, the bracelet shattered. Awake? CF Fan felt the sensation of weightlessness coursing through his body and slowly closed his eyes. Now, how should this be handled? Ching Ching. Back in the courtyard of the Highland cabin, Jengar gazed at the frozen Giratina before him, ensnared in contemplation. Xieching, I actually don't know what to do either. I may have been a bit too forceful in my actions. In any case, let's thaw it out first and wake it up to ask. After much deliberation, Xieching could think of no better approach. Just as she was about to act, Jengar suddenly extended his small hand. Ching Ching, wait a moment. Once it emerges, we can contain it in this, and it won't resist. Jengar raised the extra item in his hand, grinning widely. You're so thoughtful. Xieching chuckled softly, then prepared to strike the shimmering light directly upon Giratina. As the ice shattered and crumbled, Jengar tossed the Master Ball into the fray. Giratina? Just as Giratina awakened, it opened one eye, only to be bewilderingly captured by Jengar. Buzz! In the next moment, a dazzling light descended from the heavens as Princess Diance descended onto the lawn, cradling CF Fan. Fan, CF baby. Xieching and Jengar were momentarily stunned, then joyously rushed over. Where have you been? After the banquet, I intended to take Fan to rest, but the bracelet suddenly erupted with a white light, transporting us to a dark place. Diance briefly explained the situation. After examining the slumbering CF Fan and confirming he was unharmed, Xieching and Jengar both sighed in relief. Next, Jengar picked up the Master Ball, grinning rest assured. The true culprit has been. Diance mirrored his actions, hesitating mid-sentence. The two Pokémon exchanged glances, each regarding the item in the other's hand. Giratina, lawyer. I need to find a lawyer. Rayquaza, I need one too. Ultra Beasts. After touring the 3 islands, Cynthia partnered with Luzamin and began their journey to the next gym, heading towards the cruise ship in Shaller City. Along the way, they discussed a topic that piqued Cynthia's interest. Indeed, in the Alola region, there exist entities known as Ultra Beasts, said to possess formidable powers that threaten both humans and Pokémon. As Luzamin squatted before a gnawing Sharptooth, she elaborated. My earliest aspiration as a trainer was to travel to various regions, uncovering legends and traces of them. Luzamin slowly rose and settled into a nearby lounge chair beside Cynthia, her expression tinged with regret as she continued. Unfortunately, it seems that apart from the Alola region, there are no relevant records in other areas. So, in pursuit of deeper research into the existence of these Ultra Beasts, you sought to become a researcher? Cynthia observed with a sidelong glance. Luzamin turned to her with a smile. Raising her index finger, bingo, you got it right. I plan to gather like-minded individuals to establish a foundation dedicated to the research of Ultra Beasts. Do you believe the evolution of Sharptooth is related to the Ultra Beasts? Cynthia inquired further. That, I'm not quite sure. Luzamin gently shook her head. The Ultra Beasts themselves remain a mystery, and the information I possess is limited and incomplete. However, the fact that Sharptooth can evolve genuinely intrigues me. What connections may exist between them is uncertain. Cynthia nodded, I see. So when will you introduce me to your friend? Luzamin's enchanting eyes sparkled as her lips curled into a smile. Actually, I find myself even more intrigued by him. Perhaps he might hold the clues and answers I seek. Well, let's discuss that later. Cynthia's gaze flickered, her thoughts veiled. Hey, It seems like he has quite a remarkable figure, so mysterious. Luzmin teased, narrowing her eyes, though she chose not to press further. After all, there would be ample time ahead. She intended to delay the establishment of the Foundation and accompany Cynthia for a closer investigation into the matter of Ultra Beasts. Chapter 90. Is Siefan Arceus? As the morning sun gently ascended through the window, it cast a warm glow upon Siefan's face. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he gradually sat up, rubbing his eyes. A dull ache lingered in his back and waist, a testament to the potent fruit wine he had indulged in. Moderation would be prudent henceforth. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Siefan surveyed his surroundings. It seemed rather late. He wondered how Sheba and the others were faring. After a leisurely wash-up, Siefan tidied his bedding and descended the stairs. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the sight of a gathering of Pokémon huddled around the dining table, engaged in a hushed discussion. "What is the matter with you all?" Siefan inquired suddenly, startling them. Gung scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, uttering a series of noises. "We're deliberating on how to handle these two individuals, caretaker." Upon hearing about the thrilling events of the previous night, the Thunder Beast turned around, speaking freely. Siefan was perplexed, but his attention was drawn to the table where two Master Balls lay, occasionally quivering. "What has transpired?" he asked. The situation was somewhat complex, leaving Diancie and Gung uncertain about who should elucidate. Ultimately, Suicune sighed and suggested, "Let us just release them for Siefan C." Indeed, when it first learned of the news, it too was taken aback. "Yes, it's rather unfortunate, yet there is a hint of amusement," it mused. Diancie nudged Siefan, prompting him to step outside into the courtyard. He took the two Master Balls from Diancie's hands, blinking in curiosity. "Is there anything within?" he pondered, deciding to release their contents. "Go forth, you magnificent spheres," Siefan exclaimed, tossing one in each hand. With a dazzling flash of light, two colossal beings emerged, roaring fiercely into the sky. "Whoa!" Siefan's pupils constricted as he instinctively scooped up Diancie and the vine snake, retreating a few steps. "What on earth are these creatures?" "Wait, that dragon-like one. Didn't I dream about it last night? What's going on? Did my sign-in reward bring my dreams to life?" Meanwhile, Diancie, Cici Qingyao, Suicune, and Gung exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with various hues of ethereal light. For distinct energies surged towards the two dragons, momentarily stunning them. "Are there experts among them?" Gung warned, glaring at the newcomers. He sensed their formidable strength, on par with that of Qing Jie and her companions. The two dragons, Giratina and Rayquaza, felt a weight settle in their hearts, realizing that should a conflict arise, they would likely be outmatched. Giratina and Rayquaza exchanged a brief look. "Brother, you too?" Giratina inquired. "Brother? No need for words. My heart is heavy," Rayquaza replied. "Excuse me," Siefan interjected, sensing their sudden calmness indicated they could communicate. He curiously sought their attention. A human?" Giratina finally noticed Siefan, while Rayquaza, initially angered, bared its teeth but quickly closed its mouth upon meeting Diancie's gentle smile. Siefan rubbed his temples, questioning if he had awoken too abruptly. "Ah, ha. Gung suddenly bounded forth, standing beside Giratina and awkwardly patting its rear. This is my friend, here for an interview." "A friend? You a Squirtle. Dare to call me a friend?" Giratina retorted. "An interview?" Siefan blinked in confusion. Cici Qingyao, sensing the awkwardness, quickly came to Gung aid. "Siefan, they're here to apply as bodyguards. After all, misdirecting their aggression would be quite embarrassing." And Cici Qingyao wanted to maintain her image as the most sensible and obedient in Siefan's eyes. "Oh, bodyguards." Siefan's eyes lit up with excitement. If these two titans were around, Big Blue could take a break. Just their presence would command respect. Giratina interjected, "Bodyguards? I am a master of the distortion world. Does that make sense?" Rayquaza added, "Can I decline?" After a glance, it became evident negotiation was futile. Since they are here for an interview, let us not leave them chatting idly. "Pineapple Bun, could you fetch some energy cubes from the kitchen?" "Sheba, do we have any juice left from yesterday?" "I'll check." Cici Qingniao responded, narrowing her eyes at Giratina as if warning it to mind its manners. Giratina perceived that Xie Fan was indeed the one they were searching for. Yet, how could an ordinary human possess such remarkable abilities? You both seem to bear quite a few wounds, Xie Fan remarked suddenly, observing the two dragons closely. Dianci and Gung Gui's expressions tightened, their heads adorned with fairy and ghost-type plates, as if ready to retaliate at any provocation from Giratina. Allow me to assist you in healing, Xie Fan offered, raising his arms to reveal a gentle glow of healing energy. A surge of life force enveloped them, causing the dragon's pupils to constrict. Giratina scrutinized Xie Fan, deep in thought. Such extraordinary abilities, multi-type plates, and an entourage of powerful Pokémon. Could it be that this human was a manifestation of Arceus himself? A chill ran down Giratina's spine as it began to fathom the gravity of this revelation. The more it pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, it had witnessed the plates firsthand. Aside from Arceus, it could conceive of no other capable of wielding them so effortlessly. Thus, the sudden intrusion of that Squirtle and the bird into its domain was not a mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by this human who had ties to Arceus. Chapter 91. The Great Worm, the second worm brother. Shall we find an opportunity to escape? After recovering from his injuries, Rayquaza felt invigorated and whispered to Giratina. Escape? Giratina cast a glance at the approaching She-Fan, carrying a glass of juice. I fear we might not be able to flee. If the identity of their adversary was indeed as he suspected, then fleeing was clearly futile. Rayquaza responded, Come, let's taste this delicacy. She-Fan brought over 2 large bowls, dividing the juice into 2 portions, and mixed in the energy cubes brought by Electivire. With his newfound income, nurturing a couple of bodyguards like this was hardly a burden. Rayquaza eyed the food with curiosity, curling his lip. Such trivial fare. Do they think to bribe me with this? But upon taking a bite, he paused, savoring the flavors, his eyes sparkling with delight. This taste. Delicious. What is this? Why is it so good? Ha! Giratina scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. It was evident that Rayquaza, a dragon who had seldom experienced the finer things in life, was easily impressed. Unlike Giratina, who had dined on the most exquisite treats. Suddenly, Giratina widened his eyes, and with a solemn expression, hastened his eating. Seems this energy suits your palate. So, how do you find the cuisine? She-Fan inquired with a smile. Roar, roar. So, if I become your bodyguard, will you serve me this delicacy daily? Rayquaza raised his head in disbelief. After all, he had spent most of his time in the Sky Pillar, consuming whatever drifted through the dimensional rifts. In truth, he had never enjoyed a proper meal. Suddenly, he felt that being brought here and receiving such treatment may not be so bad. After all, he could not defeat that stone creature. It mattered little where he lingered. Giratina, on the other hand, appeared more courteous, nodding slightly towards She-Fan after finishing his meal. So, you all agree then? She-Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling a rush of excitement. Giratina thought, keep pretending. Everything has been calculated. Rayquaza chimed in. If I can't defeat you, I might as well enjoy your hospitality. He stepped forward, extending a friendly hand. Welcome to the Plateau Cabin. I look forward to your guidance. She-Fan paused, and then asked, by the way, do you both have names? Ahem, Rayquaza and Jirta. Suicune explained helplessly. However, this Rayquaza appeared somewhat different, being dark green. Perhaps the ultraviolet rays of the ozone layer had tanned him? She-Fan furrowed his brow, finding the names a bit convoluted. Just then, Dianci, her eyes sparkling, held his hand and suggested, how about calling them Big Worm and Little Worm? It sounds catchy and memorable. She-Fan agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Giratina and Rayquaza exchanged glances, feeling a mix of annoyance and resignation at their new titles. Nonetheless, they accepted this unusual designation. That settles it then, She-Fan declared with a smile. However, your sizes are rather large. You may have to endure staying inside the Great Iron Ball during inclement weather. After all, the courtyard has just been completed. It would be unwise to dismantle it now. He then entrusted Big Worm, Giratina, and Little Worm, Rayquaza, to Xerneas and Electivire. instructing them to guide the new members through the forest to familiarize themselves with the environment and meet the neighbors. Meanwhile, he began unpacking and assembling the communication device with the help of Jengar and Diancie. By afternoon, he had made considerable progress. Shifan patted his lower back and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Diancie, holding a cup of tea, stood obediently by. "Here, drink some water." "Thank you." Shifan smiled, accepting the cup and sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of ingredients. Almost forgetting, he realized that the supplies at home seemed depleted, and he would need to venture down the mountain to restock. Now, with 2 large creatures in the house, he would need to prepare more food than before to satisfy their voracious appetites. Perhaps it was time to purchase a cart? After some contemplation, he deemed it quite necessary. He could afford it now and should manage expenses wisely. "Clack, clack," Jengar eagerly offered, waving his small arms. "Are you volunteering to help me with the shopping?" Shifan asked, slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "Clack, clack." Jengar nodded vigorously, patting his chest as if to assure his commitment. "You seem a bit different today," Shifan remarked, arching an eyebrow at Jengar's newfound enthusiasm. However, he soon realized that as the family grew, managing everything would become increasingly cumbersome. Allowing everyone to share in the household chores seemed a prudent idea. "All right then, I will give you some money. Remember to head to the left side of the Pokémon Center. Their SA shop selling farming tools. Negotiate with the owner, cut the price in half. And after haggling 3 times, turn and leave. The owner will call you back then." As Shifan retrieved a bundle of league bills from the cabinet, he continued instructing. "Also, buy some meat and vegetables. You usually assist me and know the types. For the ingredients, don't haggle too much. The elders have it tough. And the younger ones will likely give you scallions and garlic if you buy in bulk." Feeling somewhat fatigued lately, he could take this opportunity to be a bit lazy. However, realizing there were quite a few details to remember, he prepared to jot them down. Just as he turned, Diancie had already raised her hands with a bright smile. "Ready to assist. You little clever one," Shifan chuckled, ruffling her hair. He then wrote a lengthy list for Jengar, handing over the paper and bills. "I'll leave this to you, Jengar. Just remember not to lose the money." "Clack. Loyal." Jengar saluted and then descended the mountain. Beep, beep. Just as Shifan felt he could finally relax, his Pokédex chimed with a message. Pulling it out, he saw it was from Kinna. Chapter 92. Pokémon Egg, Cerulean Beauty. "Ash, have you been longing for my presence?" Ash offered a faint smile and began to type. Elite 4 Lorelei. "Is your journey progressing smoothly?" Currently seated within the Vermilion City Shopping Center, Lorelei crossed her shapely legs, propped her face with a hand, and typed with an amused smile. "Elite 4 Lorelei. You still relish competing with her, don't you?" "Cerulean Beauty, of course. I'm determined to triumph over her at the Indigo Plateau Conference this time." After a brief pause, Lorelei sent another message. "Cerulean Beauty, by the way, the reason I contacted you is to inform you that I've dispatched a friend to handle the Show a House situation. They've also selected a Pokémon egg for you." "Show a House?" Ash was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the imbecile he encountered at the Pewter Museum of Science. He seemed to remember making a wager with him. "Elite 4 Lorelei. Elite 4 Lorelei. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ash awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Oh no." Lorelei sighed, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Honestly, you don't even care about your own affairs, forcing me to run around on your behalf. Cerulean Beauty, next time you visit, I'll be sure to extend my hospitality and express my gratitude." Lorelei raised an eyebrow, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Is that a promise? In that case, I'll borrow Suicune for a day of pampering." "Ash, seriously, are all you wealthy trainers closet Pokémon thieves? If you're so fond of them, why don't you raise your own?" "Cerulean Beauty. All right, I'll consult with Suicune." "Excellent. Elite 4 Lorelei. Then it's settled. I'll check my schedule and plan a visit." "Elite 4 Lorelei. Also, since my friend chose a Pokémon egg for you, it can't be transferred. Would you prefer to retrieve it yourself? Or should I have her ship it to you?" Ash pondered for a moment. Shipping an egg seemed too risky. "Elite 4 Lorelei. All right, I'll connect you with her. For the address, just navigate to the Cerulean City Pokémon Lab." "Cerulean City Pokémon Lab?" Ash blinked. Wasn't that Professor Oak's laboratory? Just as he was about to inquire further, Lorelei sent another message, stating that she had matters to attend to and would chat later. Oh well, I'll add her friend and ask, Ash thought as he clicked the contact Lorelei had sent. You must be Mr. Redwood's son, Rowan, correct? Lorelei gently put away her Pokédex, turning her gaze to the man with a warm smile. Rowan gave a slight nod, his voice as refined as his appearance. Indeed, Miss Lorelei. I was deeply moved by your battle with my father yesterday, as I served as the referee. If you are amenable, I would like to extend an invitation for a Pokémon battle between us. Lorelei tapped her chin, contemplating for a moment. I suppose that could be arranged. She mused to herself. Although Mr. Redwood of Vermilion City is derisively known as the weakest and shortest reigning Elite Four member, having been challenged and defeated less than a week after his appointment, his strength far surpasses that of ordinary gym leaders. His son should be a worthy opponent. Very well, I accept your challenge. Lorelei finally conceded. A look of joy filled Rowan's face, and he said with a smile, Then let us use the Vermilion Gym as the battlefield. Agreed. Lorelei nodded and followed Rowan, prepared to revisit the site. Cerulean City Oak Laboratory. A tall, brown-haired woman opened the door and walked inside. She placed a Pokémon egg she was holding down and changed into slippers before heading to the laboratory, muttering, Grandpa really needs to stop working so late. He's not young anymore. As she entered the laboratory, the woman was about to speak when she saw an old man and two young men huddled around a computer, staring at the screen with dark circles under their eyes. Oh, Daisy, sorry to bother you. Red greeted. Don't call me Daisy. You have to call me Big Sister. The woman corrected as she walked over, glancing at Red, who was cuter when he was younger. Red smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and said nothing. Grandpa, I've told you, you can't stay up all night working. You're not young anymore. You'll ruin your health. Daisy said helplessly. Sorry. I'll pay attention next time. Professor Oak said with a laugh, then excitedly said, But this research is really different. It's very important once there are results. It will make a great contribution to the history of humans and Pokémon. Daisy, you say that every time. But she knew that her grandfather was just like that. His love for Pokémon was almost obsessive. In fact, she and her two younger brothers were deeply influenced by their grandfather. So after a few words of advice, she didn't nag anymore, but asked if they had eaten. The old man and the two young men smiled awkwardly and looked at the instant noodles on the table. I knew it, Daisy said helplessly. Wait a minute, I'll make something for you to eat. Thank you, Daisy, Professor Oak said with a smile. Daisy shook her head and walked out. Not long after, she came back with a Pokémon egg in her arms. By the way, why didn't I see Blue? He must have gone to play with Ash. Isn't summer camp about to start? They seem to be looking forward to it. What's this? Sis. This is something Lorelei asked me to pick up from Show a House for a friend, but she didn't tell me how to give it to him. Show a House. Professor Oak suddenly stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly. The man named Ichiro Kojima appeared in his mind. Hey, this egg looks like. Blue carefully looked at the pattern on it, raised an eyebrow. It seems Lorelei's friend is quite rich, but it doesn't seem like it was bought. Daisy frowned, thinking of the boss's bad attitude. According to Lorelei, it seemed to be related to some kind of bet. Chapter 93. Confrontation with the leader of the development zone. CF Fan. The following day, Ahida and Guolang, brimming with joy, led the construction workers up the mountain for a visit. However, upon examining the blueprints provided by CF Fan, their expressions swiftly morphed into ones of bewilderment. Is this truly a blueprint? Ahida double-checked the documents, which bore no resemblance to conventional architecture, resembling instead some sort of machinery. Could it be that the other party possessed such avant-garde tastes? Indeed, it was a blueprint along with a formula. CF Fan, equally astonished by their reaction, placed the meticulously copied formula on the table and reassured them, rest assured, it is identical to what the Devon Company has. Ahida blinked in confusion, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He turned to Guolang, who merely shook his head in response. May I inquire what this formula pertains to? After a moment's hesitation, Ahida could no longer contain his curiosity. It's the formula for the energy cube, ISNT, that what you're collaborating on? CF Fan's expression faltered momentarily, as did Ahida's. Guolang followed suit, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Finally, Ahida stammered. Is this the collaboration Mr. Dedawu discussed with you? Indeed, CF Fan replied, his demeanor nonchalant. The blueprint is for the energy cube manufacturer machine. Unless, Is the collaboration you wish to discuss not this? Ahita managed a bitter smile and nodded. Surely not. I've already invested money. Could it be that I truly lack the fate for wealth? Feeling a slight headache, CF adjusted his mindset and inquired, then what exactly is this collaboration about? Well, it's like this. Ahita, now anxious, elaborated on their original intentions. Upon hearing this, CF stood frozen in disbelief. What? Confrontation with the leader of the development zone? You want me to be the defender? But I'm merely a farmer. Such matters should be left to those formidable professional trainers, should they not? Rest assured, there are no additional conditions beyond this. Ahita, noticing CF's changing expression, hurried to clarify. Moreover, our development zone has just been established, and its reputation pales in comparison to formal league gyms, resulting in a scarcity of challengers. I intend to designate you as the final battle facility, so you needn't worry about being overwhelmed. Originally, Guolang was to be the head of the last battle facility. But given CF's prowess, placing him in a prominent position was deemed more fitting to attract challengers. After a brief discussion, they decided to elevate CF's status, branding him as a prestigious figure. CF opened his mouth, intending to voice a thought, but hesitated. The current predicament left him in a precarious position. After all, the contract was signed and the money received. If he were to back out now, he could face significant penalties. Although he was uncertain why these two sought him out, it seemed challengers at an unofficial battle arena would primarily focus on participation. May I ask what level of strength these challengers possess? CF inquired, his expression troubled. If they were akin to the likes of the girl he encountered at the Shuanya kindergarten, he could manage that. After all, with Xiaoqi and Chong by his side, handling average challengers should not pose a challenge. Well, Ahita and Guolang aimed to establish a battle facility that catered to an elite niche. Both the facility's leader and the challengers were expected to possess at least the strength of a quasi-4 Heavenly King or be among the top 16 in league competitions. However, since this inquiry stemmed from CF Ahita interpreted it differently. He had previously discussed with Guolang why a talent like CF would choose to live in seclusion. They concluded that in such a vast world, one may feel disheartened by the absence of worthy opponents and seek solitude in pursuit of defeat. Thus, Ahita presumed CF was concerned that the challengers they invited might not meet his standards. Regarding the challengers' levels, well, there are strong and weak among them, but there should definitely be some who can meet your expectations, Ahita said, mustering his courage. If all else failed, he would spread the word. For surely the 4 Heavenly Kings and champions from various regions would be intrigued by a competitor like CF. I see. CF pondered for a moment before asking. What happens if I lose? Lose? No. I mean, if I lose, what will happen? CF inquired, his tone peculiar and uncertain. Will there be a monetary penalty? Ahita and Guolang were momentarily speechless. Are you serious? Who could possibly defeat you? Suddenly, Ahita's expression shifted as he grasped CF's implication. It appeared that CF was concerned the challengers might be too weak, thus preparing to hold back. Ah, Mr. CF, your foresight is commendable. Rest assured, if you lose, you will simply need to present the proof of the challenger's dominance over the development zone. There will be no financial deductions. Ha! Ahita laughed heartily. To him, CF's consideration indicated that the collaboration was indeed promising. All right then, I have no objections. CF exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as there were no financial penalties, what was there to fear? However, he certainly could not allow Shibao and the others to participate. As for Xiaoqi, she was a professional and could train well with friendly matches. If they encountered tougher opponents, he would let Chong take over. They could manage with some extra treats as a reward. So, does that mean you agree? Ahita asked, excitement radiating from him as he stood up. Yes, CF nodded. Why would he refuse to earn money? Yet, just as they were about to finalize their plans for the battle facility, a panicked shout erupted from the entrance. Mr. Ahita, Mr. Guolang, there's a monster. The foreman rushed in, his face ashen, pointing outside in alarm. Ye Spirit, Chapter 94. The paper's debut sparks as sensation monsters. Ahita furrowed her brows, rising to her feet and stepping outside, muttering, how could such things possibly exist? This is a Highland cabin, after all. Rayquaza? Ida exclaimed, "What? Oh my goodness, monsters!" Rayquaza remarked, "This chubby one is quite rude." Kinchi jumped down from Rayquaza's back, her basket brimming with berries. "Thank you for your hard work." Siafan greeted her with a beaming smile, noticing Rayquaza and Giratina at the entrance, each carrying 2 large bamboo baskets filled with fruits. The Chishi Qingyao was also there, hauling 2 small buckets of honey along with a frosmith. These are the new members of our Highland Cabin, responsible for security, Insect 1 and Insect 2. Siafan introduced them with a grin. Ida felt a wave of dizziness and nearly lost her balance. "Isn't that Giratina and Rayquaza? You can't just change their names and fool me." It should be noted that while Giratina might not be as renowned as the legendary Pokémon of time and space, it holds a prestigious status as a legendary Pokémon from the origin period in the Sinnoh region. Now, to suggest that the master of the distortion world is working as a security guard in this place, has the world gone mad? Ida supported her forehead with her hand and looked up for confirmation. It's hard to assess, indeed. She found herself at a loss for words. Giratina and Rayquaza? Though not a trainer herself, Ida had a broad understanding of the Pokémon world. Unlike Ida, who was shocked, he was overwhelmed with joy. Oh my, how will the League compete with this? 2 ultra-legendary beasts. The threshold for the battle zone will surely be shattered. At that moment, Aida's gaze towards Siafan transformed into fervent admiration, almost as if she was about to swoon. However, Siafan felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he heard a thud and witnessed Aida falling flat on her face, a conspicuous bump forming on the back of her head. What happened to Mr. Aida? Siafan blinked in confusion. Perhaps it's just that she is too heavy and couldn't keep her balance. Kinchi shook her head with a smile. Rayquaza remarked, "I saw it. It was quite frightening." "Is that so?" Siafan found it peculiar, but chose not to delve deeper. After confirming the construction of the facilities with Ida, Siafan pointed to the vacant land beside the Highland Cabin, indicating that they could commence work at any time. What a situation! After watching them leave, Siafan sighed lightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. He never intended to become a trainer. However, it seemed that now, he had no choice but to embrace that path. After all, he had accepted their payment, and matters must be attended to. "I may need to trouble you two later." Siafan addressed the 2 dragons. Giratina and Rayquaza exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the situation. Every online forum and Pokémon Center across various regions was abuzz with fervent discussions among countless trainers. Next, the announcement of the research papers validated by Dr. Yamanashi from the Sinnoh region, titled "The Evolutionary Forms of EV and the Latest Evolutionary Forms and Conditions of EV," was made. As the host introduced the papers on the large screen, gasps of astonishment filled the Pokémon Center once more. "Oh my Leafeon, I saw one nearby Da City. I didn't realize it was an evolutionary form of EV. Look, the evolution conditions for Glacian are right here in our chiefing city. How wonderful. I happen to have an EV. I've decided I'm evolving my EV into a Glacian. I must say, the most beautiful is definitely Sylveon. If I take it to the Pokémon Showcase, I will surely be the champion." Trainers' faces flushed with excitement, and the atmosphere exploded with enthusiasm. First, the conditions for communication evolution and friendship evolution were confirmed, and now, the revelation of an EV evolutionary form was undoubtedly a bombshell for both the trainer community and the research field. At that moment, the Yamanashi Institute and the Oak Institute were inundated with calls from researchers across various regions. Some, regaining their composure, quickly focused on the key points within the papers. The name of the initiator and discoverer, a man named Siafan, repeatedly emerged at the beginning and end of the documents. Absolutely wonderful. Pokémon are truly magnificent. In a corner of the center, Luzamin's pale face flushed with a sickly hue, her breath quickening as she stared intently at the screen. Cynthia crossed her arms, proudly lifting her chin, filled with a sense of pride. She understood the origins of these papers, making her perspective different from others. Garchomp glanced over, instantly aware of what his trainer was thinking. Yes, your man is the greatest, haha. This fellow named Siafan was indeed remarkable. He proposed both communication evolution and friendship evolution. In Pallet Town, Green entered the research room holding today as freshly arrived newspaper and exclaimed, "Oh no, oh no." Professor Oak looked up, his mouth stuffed with food. He swallowed hard and began to pat his chest vigorously. Nainami sighed and handed him a cup of water. Phew, that was close. I thought I was going to choke. After gulping down the water, Professor Oak placed the cup heavily on the table and addressed them. I truly have no idea how many secrets this young man possesses. Every time I see him, it's either a surprise or a shock. He's just so inscrutable. I'm increasingly eager to meet him. Akaji smiled. Research on fairy-type Pokémon was progressing splendidly, so he planned to set off for Sinnoh the next day to visit this man. My side's Elite Four battle has been arranged by the League as well. Once I finish my challenge, I will go and see him too, Green said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with determination. You two have not changed at all. Nainami chuckled helplessly as she looked at them. However, she was also filled with curiosity about a peer who received such high praise from her grandfather. During her research on fairy types, her Clefairy was confirmed to possess fairy attributes, which had left her both astonished and thrilled. Ding ding. At that moment, Nainami's Pokédex received a message. She pulled it out to check and saw that it was a friend of Kona's, stating that they had already set off. Glacian. Chapter 95. Dragon Night. The vast ocean stretched out, merging seamlessly with the sky in an unbroken expanse of blue. Dense, heavy clouds extended endlessly from the horizon, blanketing the heavens. A colossal ship traversed the waters, looking insignificant against the backdrop of nature's grandeur. Look, a dragon, someone exclaimed from the deck, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Dragon? A burly man approached his companion, casting a dubious glance around. What dragon? Gyarados? Seeing Gyarados out here is hardly unusual. No, not on the sea. I saw it in the clouds, the red-haired man replied, raising his arm and pointing toward the cloudscape above. A long, black dragon. A black dragon? The muscular man scratched his head, struggling to imagine a Pokémon that fit the description. You sure you aren't mistaken? My eyesight is impeccable. The red-haired man shook his head, his gaze intense. He had indeed witnessed it, albeit fleetingly. It was long, and the silhouette. Beside Gyarados, it could only be a Dragonair. The burly man pondered, muttering, but one that can fly that high? Even your Dragonair couldn't manage that. And black, too. He couldn't fathom what Pokémon it could be. I hesitate to jump to conclusions, but from the glimpses I caught, it resembled. The red-haired man paused, his tone thoughtful. It resembled Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn. Rayquaza. The robust man blinked, taken aback, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Impossible. This is within the Kanto region. What would Rayquaza be doing here? Besides, isn't Rayquaza green? You haven't been disheartened by Blue's challenge, have you, Lance? You need to adopt my mindset. A man must never admit defeat. He must possess the courage to start anew. That is the essence of youth. Lance cast a weary glance at the man. Am I so petty? The League is in dire need of fresh talent. I'd welcome new faces. Otherwise, I wouldn't be traveling to Johto with you for this so-called conference. Just kidding, but I'm quite serious. The robust man chuckled, patting Lance on the shoulder. You might consider the champion position in Johto. Chairman Goodshow mentioned it to me. Lance sighed, replying, I'll consider it. Shouldering 2 roles would be a heavy burden. Being a member of the Kanto Elite Four was manageable, giving him the freedom to travel and occasionally slack off as an investigator. Taking on duties in Johto as well would exhaust him. Unless, perhaps, he could persuade Bruno to share some of the workload. I have faith in you. Bruno grinned, flashing his pearly white teeth. As he turned to leave, Lance's gaze returned to the clouds, his brow furrowed in thought. He had omitted one detail. On the back of Rayquaza, he thought he saw a person. Could I have imagined it? Lance wondered, shaking his head. After all, could there truly be a trainer capable of capturing a super legendary Pokémon? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Yahoo! Exclaimed Sean, holding Diancie astride Rayquaza's back with a joyful shout, his face radiant with delight. Ever since arriving in this world, he had longed to experience soaring through the sky on a Pokémon's back. Although Serena had offered to let him ride her, Sean had declined, fearing he was too heavy and might hurt her. Sean, look over there. Diancie nestled against Sean's chest, pointing excitedly. A group of Gyarados leaped from the water, followed by countless Magikarp, creating a magnificent spectacle of churning waves. It was a breathtaking sight. Sean smiled, gently stroking Dionysi's head, his heart soaring with joy. While they were away, Alder and the others had already begun construction. For this trip to Kanto, he had brought Phoebe and Durant, while Butterfree and the others stayed behind to watch over the estate. Rayquaza was incredibly fast. In just half a day, they had crossed the ocean, spotted hills, and soon, sprawling mountains, lush forests, and plains came into view. Remarkably, Sean felt only a gentle breeze, not the harsh buffet of strong winds. Rayquaza, I'm a professional, okay? Yeah. Gary, aren't you attending Professor Oak's summer camp? On a country lane in Pallet Town, a black-haired boy looked at the brunette beside him, surprised. I'm going to watch my brother's match, so I won't be attending this year. The brunette replied smugly. My brother will defeat that Frozen Throne guy and become an even greater Pokémon master than Red. Hearing this, the black-haired boy retorted, You're lying. My brother is the strongest. My brother's Blastoise is the best. My brother's Pikachu and Charizard are better than Blastoise. My brother is strong. My brother is strong. The two youngsters stood toe-to-toe, neither willing to yield. My brother can wrestle with Nidoking. Can your brother do that? Well, my brother can use Onix as a jump rope. Would your brother dare? Then my brother would eat Parz's poop. Well, my brother would too. He could eat a whole bowl. My brother would eat it with his meal. My brother eats 8 meals a day. Darn you, Ash. Darn you, Gary. The two became increasingly agitated, finally deciding to head to the laboratory and have their respective brothers demonstrate their abilities. Today, they would settle the matter once and for all. Phew! Just then, a gust of wind swept over them, casting a shadow. The two boys looked up to see a sinuous black dragon soaring overhead, their mouths agape in astonishment. That's a Pokémon? So cool. It's a dragon. The brunette stared in shock at the direction the dragon was heading. Oh no, it's heading towards the lab. The boy cried out, sprinting off in pursuit. Gary, wait for me. Chapter 13 Mui Shao, Nai Nai, Xiao Zi, Xiao Mo Xingzong, Xingzong. Is there no one here? CF Fan stood at the entrance of the research institute, his brow furrowed. CF Fan, there's a window over there, Tianshur said. Holding CF Fan's hand and pointing with her other little finger at the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. No, we can't go in through there. That would be trespassing and Miss June Shaw would catch us, CF Fan chuckled, ruffling her hair and imparting a lesson. Tianshur pouted, clearly unafraid. At that moment, a long-haired beauty approached from behind, cradling a paper bag filled with fruits and vegetables. Upon seeing CF Fan at the entrance, she paused briefly. Indeed, this was Professor Okito's research institute. She had not come to the wrong place. Should I? Nai blinked in confusion. Just as CF Fan prepared to show her the Pokédex information, the main door slowly opened. Is someone ringing the doorbell? An elderly man with gray hair peeked out. Nai, didn't you bring your key? Good afternoon, Professor Okito. CF Fan turned at the sound, greeting him. Oh, it's CF Fan. Professor Okito exclaimed joyfully, swinging the door wide open and stepping forward with a beaming smile. I was just thinking about how to invite you over. What brings you here? You could at least let me know in advance. Apologies, I received a message from Kenna at the last minute, so I came to handle some matters. Sorry for the intrusion. There's no need to be so polite with me. You're always welcome here, Professor Okito chuckled heartily. Wait a moment, you wouldn't. Nai hesitated, then directly handed the paper bag to Professor Okito, pointing at the Pokédex as she spoke. You are the god and little chef? Indeed, CF Fan nodded. So you are the princess of Tokiwa? Yes. Nai's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly embarrassed by the mention of her online name. Do you both know each other? Professor Okito looked somewhat bewildered. Just met. Without allowing Nai to explain, CF Fan smiled and added. Kenna informed me that she asked a friend to help find a Pokémon egg at Showa House, which is how I got in touch with you. I see. Professor Okito nodded, piecing things together. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, he was quite pleased with a young talent like CF Fan and had hoped to introduce him to his granddaughter. Now, not too late. Professor Okito narrowed his eyes, a sly smile forming. Nai was already of marriageable age, and while Dr. Yamanashi had no granddaughter, he did. That was an advantage. Hello, I'm CF Fan, a novice trainer and amateur breeder. CF Fan extended his hand with a slight smile. Nai, After a moment's hesitation, she shook his hand, only to suddenly realize, wait, CF Fan, aren't you the one Grandpa always talks about? CF Fan blinked, puzzled by the sudden change in her gaze, as if she were examining a curious artifact. Grandpa, sister. At that moment, two young boys came rushing down the steps, shouting anxiously. What's wrong, Xiaoma Xiaoji? Professor Okito inquired, looking over in confusion. A dragon, a really big black dragon. I saw it coming this way, Xiaoma exclaimed, scanning the surroundings frantically. He clearly remembered seeing the giant land near the research institute, but it was nowhere to be found. A black dragon? CF Fan was taken aback, immediately recalling something. However, before he could speak, Nai approached the two boys and said, What black dragon? You must have seen it wrong, Xiaoma. No, I didn't. Xiaoma shook his head vigorously and pointed at the black-haired boy beside him, shouting, Xiaoji saw it too. Is that so, Xiaoji? Nai turned her gaze to the latter. Yes, it's true, Nai's sister. I saw it too. Xiaoji nodded repeatedly, affirming. That, CF Fan attempted to interject, but Professor Okito interrupted. All right, Grandpa has guests now. We'll talk later, Xiaoma. In Professor Okito's memory, only 3 types of dragons were black, but they should not appear in Kanto, especially in the countryside. Thus, he believed the two boys must have mistaken something for a Pokémon. Grandpa, Xiaoma wanted to continue, but his attention was drawn by the crystal princess held by CF Fan. What a cute Pokémon. Xiaoji gleefully ran forward, looking up excitedly. Big brother. Is this your Pokémon? Yes, her name is Tianshi. Not only is she my Pokémon, but she's also a very important family member. CF Fan replied with his usual smile. Awesome. I've never seen such a Pokémon before. Xiaoji exclaimed, staring at Tianshi, nervously extending his hand. Hello. My name is Xiaoji. Can we shake hands? However, Tianshi merely lowered her gaze, wrapping her arms around CF Fan's leg, indicating her refusal. To Tianshi, even if you were a human child, if you were male, she would not allow anyone but CF Fan to touch her. Letting Sharona and the others touch her was already her greatest concession. Sorry, she's a bit shy, CF Fan chuckled, lifting Tianshi to explain. I see. Xiaoji's spirits dampened momentarily, but he quickly perked up again. That's okay. I will definitely be friends with Tianshi. Hey, her name is Tianshi? Nai leaned forward, resting her hands on her thighs, her eyes filled with affection. She's truly beautiful. What region is she from? It was worth noting that she had previously participated in gorgeous contests and large celebrations, even winning championships. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered a Pokémon like Tianshi. Even the most beautiful Pokémon, such as Milotic and Gardevoir, would pale in comparison. What region? I'm not quite sure, but I encountered Tianshi during my travels in the Kanto region. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Xiaoma, who was captivated, jumped in. Liar. There's no such Pokémon in the Kanto region. Xiaoma, Professor Okito said sternly, but his tone softened immediately. CF Fan is a very skilled trainer. He wouldn't joke about such things. But, little brother, don't you think Pokémon are fascinating creatures? Chapter 97. The Astonishing Professor Oak, is that so? CF Fan raised an eyebrow and continued. Since you hold such beliefs, it would be prudent not to hastily draw conclusions about any extraordinary occurrences. Engaging your senses and validating through action is the most effective approach. After all, Pokémon are indeed wondrous creatures. Although I do not consider myself a formidable trainer, I share your perspective on this matter. It is precisely due to the multitude of enigmas surrounding them that trainers like Professor Oak and yourself are needed for exploration. Wouldn't you agree? Shigeru opened his mouth as if to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. CF Fan had deftly struck a chord with his remarks. He first expressed understanding, then elevated Shigeru to the stature of a trainer akin to Professor Oak, leaving no room for rebuttal. This older brother is quite impressive. Ash gazed at CF Fan with a hint of admiration, having never witnessed Shigeru rendered speechless before. CF Fan, you remain as humble as ever. I truly appreciate your assistance once again, he said with a slight bow. It seemed that ever since visitors began arriving at the small cabin on the plateau, he had received considerable support from Dr. Yamazaki and Professor Oak. Now, let me take you to see the Pokémon egg, Nanny said. All right, CF Fan nodded. Professor Oak. I would also like to. Ash eagerly raised his hand, his face alight with excitement. Shigeru, too, turned his gaze curiously toward his grandfather. However, Professor Oak seemed lost in thought, suddenly raising an eyebrow and smiling. Let us not disturb your older siblings. If you wish to see Pokémon, I can take you to see Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Yay! Ash exclaimed joyfully, quickly shifting his focus. Shigeru, however, glanced around. Grandfather, where are my siblings? After Professor Oak finished speaking with a smile, he looked at Ash and mentioned that the elder siblings had just departed, preparing to journey to other regions. At that moment, Professor Oak suddenly slapped his forehead, pausing briefly. What a coincidence! They just left, and now CF Fan has arrived. Are you going on another trip, big brother? Ash asked in surprise. Soon after, he lost interest in observing Pokémon, hurriedly bidding farewell to Professor Oak and the others before dashing homeward. This place is beautifully decorated, CF Fan remarked, following Nanny through a quaint indoor garden. He admired the Pidgey perched on the branches and the occasional Oddish darting out from the bushes, marveling at the scene. Tianshur, too, gazed around with wide eyes filled with wonder. While it may seem delightful, caring for these Pokémon and maintaining the environment is indeed quite laborious, Nanny commented as they entered the research room. Is this it? As Nanny came to a halt, CF Fan's gaze fell upon the incubator on the table. Inside the transparent glass dome rested a crystalline white dinosaur egg, adorned with wave-like patterns at its peak. Yes, before I left, Kenna instructed me to select the most expensive and finest one. Nanny smiled. I had initially chosen another, but just then, this Pokémon egg arrived by courier, and I decided to switch to it. However, since we had no prior communication, I selected it based on Kenna's specifications and my own aesthetic preferences. I hope you will like it. Not at all. I am very pleased, CF Fan replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am grateful to you, Professor Oak. Grandfather, where's Shigeru? Nanny took the tea from Professor Oak and prepared it for everyone. He insisted on searching for that black dragon he claims to have seen, so he went to the courtyard, Professor Oak said with a hint of helplessness in his smile. Nevertheless, he would never stifle his grandson's adventurous spirit. Actually, regarding that, CF Fan began after sitting down and accepting the tea from Nanny with a nod of thanks. The black dragon he saw is likely my Pokémon. Professor Oak paused mid-sip, his expression one of astonishment. Nanny blinked curiously at CF Fan. It is a new Pokémon I captured, and it is currently responsible for the security of the cabin. I rode it here to Kanto, CF Fan explained, scratching his cheek. The black dragon? Is it a three-headed dragon? Nanny pondered before inquiring. No, CF Fan gently shook his head. Its name is Bug too, but its formal name is Rayquaza. At least, that's what Dallin said. As soon as these words left his lips, the living room fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. After several seconds, an uproarious gasp erupted, causing the entire house to seem to tremble. Rayquaza? Both Professor Oak and Shigeru shot to their feet, their eyes wide with shock. Yes, Rayquaza. Is there a problem? CF Fan asked, somewhat bewildered as some of the tea he held splashed out due to their astonishment. A problem? This is a monumental issue. Nanny glanced at Professor Oak. But Shigeru mentioned a black dragon, and Rayquaza is green, isn't it? Indeed, my bug too is black, though I would describe it as dark green, almost black. CF Fan clarified. Wait, Professor Oak exclaimed, trembling with excitement and losing all semblance of composure. He rushed to CF Fan, gripping his shoulders tightly. His eyes filled with fervor. Are you suggesting you have captured a black Rayquaza? My goodness, that is the legendary Sky Sovereign of the Hoenn region, and it's shiny? This is simply an unbelievable miracle. CF Fan winced at the tight grip, surprised by Professor Oak's strength, and suggested, how about I release it for you to see? Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle. Chapter 98. The future, the heights are cold here, is good enough. Quickly release it for me to see. Dr. Oak exclaimed excitedly as he pulled CF Fan, racing out of the room. Tenchi, who had followed Nanami, pouted and floated between them, tugging at CF Fan's reddened wrist. That old fool. Tenchi glared fiercely at Dr. Oak, her heart aching. Grandfather, your behavior is quite rude. Nanami stepped forward, reminding him as well. I apologize, I lost my composure. Dr. Oak finally realized, scratching his head sheepishly while explaining. Oh dear, oh dear. He almost forgot about Tianqi's protective nature. With the prior experiences involving the fossil pterodactyl and the three-headed dragon, he understood how perilous his earlier actions had been. It's all right, it's all right. Fortunately, CF Fan gently rubbed Tianqi's little head, comforting her with a smile. It is only natural for people to lose their composure in the presence of things that pique their interest. I can understand. However, I did not expect that Worm 2 was also a shiny Pokémon. It seems that shiny Pokémon are indeed incredibly rare, and I am fortunate to have encountered two. If Dr. Oak had known CF Fan's thoughts at that moment, he would have shouted directly in his face. Is the focus really on the shiny? The real highlight is Rayquaza. Rayquaza, come forth, Worm 2. As CF Fan gently tossed the Master Ball into the air, Nanami paused slightly. Immediately, a serpentine behemoth appeared before the eagerly awaiting Dr. Oak. However, this time he did not shout as he had before, but stood frozen, muttering to himself. Incredible, it's really Rayquaza, and it's black. He slowly approached, raising his hands to scrutinize every nook and cranny of Rayquaza's form, his expression gradually transforming into one of ecstasy and excitement. Roar! Rayquaza, who had been snoring, stirred uncomfortably, slowly opening its eyes and emitting an annoyed growl. What the heck? Where are you touching? Worm 2. This left Nanami utterly astonished. Is this really the sky's sovereign she had always envisioned as shrouded in mystery? How did it become so obedient? Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Dr. Oak kept murmuring in admiration. CF Fan? CF Fan, I have an unusual request. Dr. Oak spoke seriously, his gaze earnest. If possible, could you stay in my house for a few days? I wish to collect some data on Rayquaza. Of course, primarily for observation, I will not conduct any experiments. Staying at your place for a few days, Dr. Oak? CF Fan paused, contemplating, then nodded. Observing is no problem. Coincidentally, I also have a request for you, Dr. Oak. Oh, Dr. Oak raised an eyebrow, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. Do tell. In his view, this was even better, perhaps allowing CF Fan to stay longer. Well, I recently established a collaboration with the Battle Expansion Zone, so I would like to borrow some books related to Pokémon from you. And by the way, CF Fan scratched his chin awkwardly, smiling. I hope you can teach me how to train Pokémon. After all, Dr. Oak's expertise should be much more reliable than my aimless attempts. Training? Dr. Oak blinked, momentarily confused. Training whom? Mainly Worm 2. Or perhaps you could find a suitable Pokémon to demonstrate or practice with us. As for Shiba, CF Fan did not intend to put pressure on her. Of course, if the little one has that interest, she could certainly give it a try. Dr. Oak's mouth twitched, utterly speechless as he pointed towards the behemoth in the courtyard. Are you suggesting training Rayquaza and finding a practice partner? Ah, yes. CF Fan blinked in uncertainty, asking, would that be too troublesome? Does it relate to being troublesome? He doubted whether his old companions would even hold together. Dr. Oak sighed, lifting his face in resignation. CF Fan, you do not wish to dominate the world, do you? Huh? CF Fan opened his eyes wide in astonishment and then chuckled wryly. Dr. Oak, please do not jest. You must know I simply wish to farm and live a leisurely life. Regarding this collaboration with the Battle Expansion Zone, I ended up agreeing purely by coincidence. However, since I have agreed, I feel I should at least take some responsibility. Do not talk about grand ambitions like world domination. If possible, I prefer to keep a low profile. After all, the heights are cold, and the path to success is always strewn with thorns. It is too exhausting for me. It is better to just lie flat and enjoy each day. Dr. Oak pondered for a moment, gazing deeply at CF Fan. He had heard a little about the Battle Expansion Zone. The initiator was the son of an old friend, supposedly named Amada. Although he was unclear how the other party managed to recruit CF Fan, at least it was a legitimate organization. Dr. Oak felt quite pleased and gratified that CF Fan was willing to take on the role and train those challengers. However, from CF Fan's words, Dr. Oak seemed to discern the reason behind this exceptionally talented young man's inclination to conceal his wings. The heights are indeed cold. The road to success is always fraught with thorns. Dr. Oak repeated this phrase thoughtfully, suddenly placing a solemn hand on Xiafan's shoulder. With a serious tone, he said, I understand your concerns, my child. However, that is in the past. Now, you can rest assured and boldly pursue your desires. Should any ill winds or wrong arrows arise, both I and Dr. Yamashiro will support you. I, Dr. Oak, am old but not yet dead. As long as I am here, those shadowy figures will not dare to harbor any ill intentions. A young man like Xiafan, who can drive the progress and development of both humanity and Pokémon while making great contributions, is undoubtedly the future and treasure of this era. Chapter 99. Tianqi's morning grumpiness. Shibao, it's snack time, Xiafan called out loudly, pushing a small cart towards the backyard of the research institute. Moments later, Tianqi soared through the air, perched atop a comically adorable Dragonite. Fan, do we have pudding? Tianqi gleefully leaped down from the Dragonite's back, landing safely in Xiafan's arms, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, indeed. Today we have milk from the big milk tank. Xiafan raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly hopped down from Xiafan's embrace, racing towards the cart. Well, little glutton, Xiafan chuckled, a blend of exasperation and affection gracing his features. He then turned to the Dragonite. Could you please take care of Shibao for me? Yufu, the Dragonite replied in a soft, endearing voice, lacking any semblance of dragonic ferocity, always wearing a warm smile akin to that of Professor Okido. Xiafanga. At that moment, Xiao Mao, seated comfortably in a bag dragon's pouch, waved his little hands excitedly. Shortly after, a majestic Rayquaza glided overhead, landing gracefully before Xiafan. How was the training today, Chong'er? Xiafan inquired with concern. Roar, roar. Not bad, not bad. All is going well. I'm starving. I want to eat. Let me eat. Thank you for your hard work, Bag Dragon. Xiafan glanced at his own greedy companions, then addressed the Bag Dragon. I've prepared energy cubes for you today as well. Feel free to indulge, and if you need more, there's plenty inside. Ah, thank you, the Bag Dragon smiled gratefully, leading the eager little Bag Dragon away. Xiafan go. Let me tell you, Rayquaza is incredibly cool. Xiao Mao exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Ever since learning that the black dragon he had seen was Xiafan's Pokémon, his attitude towards Xiafan had undergone a complete transformation. Xiafan and his companions had been at the Research Institute for 2 days now. During this time, Professor Okido had not rushed to write his paper on fairy-type Pokémon. Instead, he spent his days allowing his old partners to accompany Rayquaza in training and play with Tianqi. In the evenings, he dedicated time to recording data on Rayquaza, imparting a wealth of knowledge and experience regarding Pokémon research to Xiafan. As for training methods, Professor Okido believed that Xiafan already had his own system, so he refrained from interference, generously sharing his past notes on training Pokémon. In gratitude, Xiafan had taken on the role of chef during these 2 days, receiving unanimous praise from the trio of grandfather, grandson, and Tianqi. In just 2 meals, Xiao Mao, who had initially been a bit proud, had become an ardent admirer of Xiafan. However, every time Nanai helped Xiafan with his tasks, Professor Okido would always inquire about how things were going, causing Nanai to feel both flustered and shy. Xiao Mao, it's time for us to leave. Just as the Pokémon were enjoying their meal, Nanai's gentle call resonated as she walked over with Professor Okido. Are you preparing to head out? Xiafan asked, momentarily pausing from polishing a Pokémon egg. Yes. My other brother has a competition in the next couple of days, so Xiao Mao and I need to set off now. Nanai glanced at her watch and urged Xiao Mao, hurry up, the car will be here soon. Okay, Xiao Mao replied somewhat listlessly, casting a lingering glance at Rayquaza and Tianqi before following his sister indoors. Professor Okido, aren't you going? Xiafan inquired curiously. I can't. I'm tied up these next few days because the Pokémon summer camp I'm hosting is about to commence, Professor Okido replied with a wry smile. While my grandson's competition is undoubtedly important, I cannot disappoint so many children's expectations. With Nai and the others cheering him on, he will surely do well. I see. Xiafan nodded. Are you asking me to look after those children? He blinked in surprise. Pretty much. The kids participating this time are all recommended by my old friends and students, so their safety is paramount. I'm worried I won't be able to keep an eye on them all by myself, Professor Okito explained with a smile. Thus, I would like you to accompany me tomorrow as my assistant. Of course, that is a small matter, Siafan replied, glancing at the happily munching Rayquaza. Tomorrow, I'll have Chong-Air monitor from the sky, so we won't have to worry about anyone getting lost. Upon hearing this, Rayquaza paused, slightly pouting. Being a bodyguard was one thing, but now it was being asked to play the role of a nanny as well. With a resigned sigh, it resumed its meal. After all, it was already accustomed to such demands. On the following morning, Siafan awoke early. He gently nudged Tianxi, who was peacefully slumbering against his shoulder, and softly called, Shibao, Shibao, it is time to rise. Oh, Fan, I wish to sleep a little longer, Tianxi murmured, her eyes barely open, her voice laced with a tender plea. However, we promised Dr. Mu that we would assist him today. How about this? I will freshen up first, and you can rest a little longer. I shall return shortly to awaken you. Understanding Tianxi's tendency to be grumpy upon waking, Siafan did not insist. It was only Siafan who could elicit such a gentle response from her. Had it been anyone else, Tianxi's reaction would likely have been quite different. This sentiment was well understood by the former Electrode, Pineapple Bun. Once, while Siafan was preparing breakfast, he was entirely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The sudden sound of Pineapple Bun forcefully pushing open the door, followed by a series of cries and a tremendous crash, startled him. When he rushed to investigate, he found the Electrode rolling down the stairs, its eyes rolled back in distress. This incident was one of the contributing factors to the ongoing discord between the two Pokémon, likely sowing the seeds of their rivalry at that moment. All right, it's time to get up. If you go out without brushing your teeth, you will develop cavities, and then you won't be able to enjoy pudding and snacks. Siafan continued. With a face full of indignation, Tianxi slowly peeked out with half her head. After what seemed to be an intense, internal struggle, she extended her little hands and in a sweet, childlike voice said, Hug. Chapter 100, Summer Camp. The little girl from the Carlos region apologies, Professor Oak. We overslept a bit today. Is there still time? I will prepare breakfast. Siafan had finally finished washing up Tianxi and was carrying her downstairs. He saw Professor Oak, clad in his customary white lab coat, smiling as he looked up. It's quite all right. We needed to arrive early to welcome the children, so I've already prepared breakfast. You can cook? Siafan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He recalled that Shigeru once told him that even Snorlax found the professor's cooking unappetizing. Cooking is no trivial task for me, Professor Oak replied, dismissing Siafan's concern. As Siafan approached, he could not help but grimace at the sight before him. Is this what we're having for breakfast? Indeed. When Nai and the others are away, this is my go-to meal, convenient and delicious, Professor Oak said cheerfully, sipping from a bowl of instant noodles. But isn't instant noodles a bit unconventional for breakfast? Bread would suffice. Siafan sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, beginning to worry about Professor Oak's health. Quickly eat. The children should be arriving soon. Just as Professor Oak finished speaking and wiped his mouth, his phone buzzed. Yes, this is Professor Oak's lab. All right, please wait by the village entrance. I will send someone to fetch you. After hanging up, Professor Oak stood and turned to Siafan, saying, I apologize, Siafan. A child from the Carlos region has just arrived at the village entrance and seems to be having trouble finding her way. Could you please go and bring her here? Since he needed to wait for other children at the lab, he was unable to leave. Understood, Siafan replied, and Professor Oak hurriedly departed. Siafan quickly took a few bites of his meal, poured a bottle of milk for Tianxi, and set off towards the village entrance with the little one in his arms. On the way, he encountered several vans passing by on the rural path. They were likely carrying children attending Professor Oak's summer camp. Being a trainer is certainly not a profession that just any family can afford, Siafan mused. In a short while, he spotted a mother and daughter duo standing at the village entrance, looking around curiously. Hello, are you from Professor Oak's lab? The young woman's eyes lit up upon seeing the handsome young man approach. Yes, I am Siafan, sent by Professor Oak to fetch you, he replied, his gaze falling on the little girl wearing a beige hat, and he smiled. So, you must be the young lady attending the summer camp? The little girl hid behind her mother, her head bowed beneath her hat, appearing somewhat timid. My name is Saki, and this is my daughter, Selena. We came from the Carlos region, recommended by Professor Branano, the young woman said, glancing anxiously at her daughter. She added, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on her during the camp. Saki believed that Selena's character was not strong enough. So she hoped this summer camp would give her a chance to explore the outside world and build her confidence. Rest assured, both Professor Oak and I will be with you throughout the camp, CF Fan assured her, crouching down to meet Selena's gaze. If you need anything during the camp, don't hesitate to tell Big Brother. I will do my utmost to assist you. Selena slowly lifted her hat, revealing her sparkling eyes, which instantly locked onto Tincture's ruby-like irises, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. What a beautiful Pokémon. CF Fan smiled gently, ruffling Tincture's head in acknowledgement. Tincture pouted, scrutinizing Selena for a moment before extending her hand. Come on, you can hold my hand. Yeah, you can talk, Selena exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was because Tincture communicated through telepathy, so Saki did not hear that soft, adorable voice and turned her curious gaze towards CF Fan. Tincture possesses telepathic abilities, CF Fan explained lightly, leaving Saki in awe. Selena was completely captivated by Tincture, forgetting her earlier shyness. The little girl beamed and took Tincture's hand. Nobody can resist the charm of my esteemed Diamond Princess. Saki, seeing her daughter so happy, cheerfully entrusted Selena to CF Fan. As it was the first day of summer camp, the intention was for the children to be independent, so parents could not observe from the sidelines. You're welcome, Ms. Saki, CF Fan replied with a smile. Selena, remember to listen to Big Brother, Saki instructed her daughter. Yes, I know, Mama. After bidding farewell to Ms. Saki, CF Fan led the two little girls hand in hand toward the lab. All the while, CF Fan worried that Tincture might not take a liking to Selena, which could lead to an awkward atmosphere. However, it appeared that this little girl was genuinely pure-hearted. Following behind them, CF Fan wore a smile, contemplating that had he known he would be helping out, he should have brought Pudding along, as she would surely get along with the children far better than the picky Tincture. Currently, it seems there are no issues, CF Fan thought, nodding slightly. Indeed, bringing Tincture out to interact was beneficial for her growth. The faces of the children radiated with anticipation and excitement, their innocent laughter occasionally echoing in the air. Did you bring her? Professor Oak called out from a distance, spotting them with a smile. Instantly, the other children turned their curious gazes towards them. Yes, I did. CF Fan waved his hand, and as he approached, a dark-skinned little boy asked Professor Oak, Who is this person? Aren't all the participants in the summer camp children? This Big Brother is CF Fan, a very skilled trainer. He will assist me in organizing activities for everyone during the camp and ensure everyone's safety. Professor Oak explained with a smile, introducing CF Fan to the little boy and the others. A very skilled trainer? The little boy exclaimed in delight. To him, if Professor Oak said so, it must be true. Chapter 101. The late arrival of Ash now. I shall lead everyone into the forest to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. As the number of children increased, Professor Oak stood at the forefront and began to outline the important points. On the first day of this summer camp, we will camp in a clearing at the edge of the forest, and the following day, we will engage with the Pokémon from the Research Institute. If there are any questions, aside from approaching me, you may also consult this older brother, CF Fan. The most crucial point to remember is that without our consent and guidance, no one is permitted to venture into the forest alone. At this juncture, Professor Oak's tone turned serious as he raised a finger, emphasizing that since none of you are yet trainers and do not possess partner Pokémon, encountering wild Pokémon alone could be exceedingly perilous. Most of the children responded obediently, except for a dark-skinned boy whose eyes darted about, seemingly lost in thought. While we await the arrival of others, let's take a moment to introduce ourselves and get acquainted. Professor Oak glanced at the time, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. We are still missing Ash. He hasn't overslept, has he? Big Brother, is this your Pokémon? As the children mingled, the dark-skinned boy approached CF Fan and stared intently at Diancie. Yes, her name is Diancie. Diancie? I've never seen this Pokémon in any of my books. Is it a powerful one? The boy inquired curiously, attempting to reach out to touch Diancie. However, Diancie merely glanced at him and unleashed a gentle pink whirlwind, sending the boy tumbling to the ground. Humph, Diancie turned her head away. You're all right? CF Fan remarked with some concern. Yet, the next moment, the boy sprang to his feet, exhilarated. That was amazing. Just one look, and it knocked me down. This must be a rare and powerful Pokémon. He thought Diancie was even cuter than Bulbasaur, and felt she suited him better. Xiaohao, are you okay? A girl with braided hair hesitated before approaching him with concern. Although her father had advised her not to play with boys like Xiaohao every day and to seek friendships with girls her age, she couldn't just ignore a friend from kindergarten. I'm fine. Xiaohao brushed aside the girl's helping hand, excitedly exclaiming, Big brother. Her name is Diancie, right? Where did you catch her? CF Fan's mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch her. To me, every encounter with a Pokémon is more akin to a serendipitous meeting than a mere act of capture. CF Fan looked at him patiently and continued. It's not about how powerful they are. It's about cherishing the time spent with them. You all are here at this summer camp because of your love for Pokémon, correct? Will you choose your partners based on their strength in the future? In response to CF Fan's guiding words, Xiaochun and Selena instinctively shook their heads. However, Xiaohao appeared oblivious to CF Fan's intent, puffing out his chest proudly. Of course, only powerful Pokémon are worthy of being my partners. But being powerful isn't enough. They must also be rare. Having a unique Pokémon in this world was his dream. CF Fan chuckled lightly, finding the boy rather unendearing. Nevertheless, recognizing him as a mere child, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had said what he needed to say. Whether or not the boy listened was up to him. Hello. Xiaohun. Seeing the atmosphere shift awkwardly, Xiaochun extended her hand towards Selena to introduce herself. Selena. After casting a glance at CF Fan and receiving an encouraging nod, Selena smiled sweetly and shook hands with Xiaochun. In the City of Fate. Miss Joy, do you have any messages for me? Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Sharona eagerly inquired. Miss Sharona, is it? Miss Joy checked and shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but it seems there are none. Oh, Sharona appeared somewhat disappointed. She had already sent her itinerary to CF Fan, and the communicator had been signed for long ago. Hey, what news? Is it about that friend of yours? Luzamin teased as she peeked over Sharona's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. No, it's not, Sharona replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she quickly composed herself. All right, let us head to challenge the Fate Gym. Luzamin narrowed her elongated eyes with a smile. But didn't you just hand over your Garchomp to Miss Joy? Sharona paused, the previous flush of color returning to her ears. Yes. So this time I'm planning to retrieve a new Pokémon. With that, Sharona pivoted and hurried toward the exchange machine inside the center. Oh, I see. Luzamin chuckled, following her lead. Such an embarrassment. All because of CF Fan. Professor Oak. Are we waiting for anyone else? At the entrance of the Oak Research Institute, the children, now familiar with one another, began to grow impatient, with Xiaohao standing at the forefront, questioning Professor Oak. There's one more child from the nearby area. Professor Oak glanced at the time. 5 minutes had passed since the gathering time of 8 o'clock, and it seemed inappropriate to keep everyone waiting any longer. Perhaps we should not wait for someone who is tardy. He is likely still asleep. Xiaohao rested his hands behind his head, pouting, just as Professor Oak sighed. Preparing to lead everyone to the forest of Tokua, CF Fan stepped forward and said, Professor Oak, may I go fetch Ash? I can bring him to the forest to meet you all. Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Very well. I appreciate your willingness to make the trip. It's no trouble, CF Fan replied with a smile. After all, aside from being cared for by Professor Oak and his colleagues over the past 2 days, Ash's mother, Hanako, would also be bringing some prepared food to share, and Diancie seemed to quite enjoy her company. Big brother Selena, noticing the familiar older brother preparing to leave, clutched her skirt, hesitating to speak. Chapter 102. A global vagabond. CF Fan crouched down with a genial smile. You go with Shibwa and Xiaochun first. I assure you. I'll catch up with you along the way. Okay, Serena responded with a nod, her small head bobbing in agreement. Arise, wormhole, CF Fan declared as he rose, releasing a master ball. To the chorus of children's gasps, Rayquaza's magnificent form materialized before them. Mew? In the verdant expanse of the Viridian Forest, A Pidgey, drawn by the sudden draconic roar, fixed its curious gaze upon the spectacle. Witnessing the ascension of a black dragon, its eyes widened in astonishment. What was that Pokémon just now? The proximity rendered Go paralyzed, his eyes wide with disbelief. So cool. Dr. Oak, was that a dragon? Gosh, it's the first time I've ever seen a Pokémon that big. That big brother is indeed a formidable trainer. The other children, after their initial shock, erupted in exhilaration. Quiet down, everyone, quiet down. Dr. Oak implored, a wry smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the chaotic scene. I almost forgot about this. From now on, CF needs to keep Rayquaza under wraps. Just left? Upon arriving at Ash's residence, CF gleaned this information from Delia. Yes, that child has been anticipating this summer camp for so long that he was too excited to sleep last night. Delia said apologetically, touching her cheek, I'm sorry, CF to trouble you to make a special trip. It's no bother, Aunt Delia. I'll look for him along the way. CF replied with a smile, remounting Rayquaza and ascending into the sky. However, it was unknown whether this young fellow had taken a shortcut or something. Meanwhile, under Dr. Oak's guidance, the children participating in the summer camp had already ventured into the forest. Farfetch'd flitted among the treetops, Caterpie nestled in the bushes, and Diglett hid near the rocks. As Dr. Oak introduced the Pokémon they encountered, he imparted related knowledge. However, Go, with his relatively eccentric disposition, would often interrupt, launching into lengthy explanations that garnered the admiration of most of the children. Go, stop it. Dr. Oak will introduce the Pokémon to us. Xiaoqun cautioned, drawing closer. Huh. Go certainly seems to know a lot about Pokémon. Dr. Oak chuckled, unperturbed, and continued to lead the group forward. Although he knew that this child was the son of Koichiro, he would not hold the father's character against the child. Thus, upon traversing the forest and arriving at Stonebridge over a river, Dr. Oak resumed his introductions. Mew? At this moment, a Pidgey perched on the bridge they had crossed, cocking its head inquisitively. Its gaze was fixed on Diancie, its eyes sparkling with curiosity. Serena noticed something amiss and paused, asking sweetly, What's wrong, Shibwa? Diancie shook her head gently. Mew. After they had departed, a shimmer of light materialized on the previously empty bridge, revealing a Pokémon resembling a small pink cat. Its tail, twice its height, floated behind it, the tip shaped like an olive. Its azure eyes fluttered, and the little creature transformed into Diancie. Standing on the bridge, it gazed contentedly at its reflection in the water. Giggling, mew, mew, mew. Honestly, Go. It's because of your attitude that you can't make friends. After descending the stone bridge and reaching a clearing by the riverbank, Xiaoqun continued to lecture. I don't care. I don't need to make friends. What I want is to capture a powerful Pokémon that no one has ever seen before. Go retorted, raising an eyebrow. Like that big brother's black dragon and Diancie, I'm determined to capture one. Xiaoqun, is that so? Are you looking down on me? Because it sounds like a dream. Xiaoqun shrugged, delivering a blow. Damn, Xiaoqun, I'll definitely find one and show you. Go exclaimed, displeased. He abandoned her and ran towards the main group. What's wrong? Serena and Diancie approached, inquiring. Never mind him. Xiaoqun shook her head. She was trying to be considerate, but Go didn't seem to understand why she was angry. Serena nodded, seemingly understanding, but unsure of what to say. Let's go together? Xiaoqun invited Serena with a smile. Okay. Serena, where are you from? The Kalos region. A professor that my mother knows recommended me, so I came to participate in the summer camp. The Kalos region? Isn't that far away? Xiaoqun exclaimed in surprise, then suddenly realized something. By the way, is that big brother your older brother? I saw him bring you here. Huh? Serena paused, then blushed and explained, No, he's not. Hurry up, everyone, we're going to set up the tents. Dr. Oak's voice echoed from ahead, prompting the two little girls to quicken their pace. Okay, before participating in the summer camp, your parents should have told you, right? Dr. Oak began, standing in the clearing by the river with a smile. For the first day, you need to prepare and set up your own food and tents. For a qualified trainer, these are essential survival skills in addition to Pokémon knowledge. Of course, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, just let me know. Okay, the children responded cheerfully. I don't need anyone's help. Any problem is too easy for me. Go declared confidently, placing his backpack down and quickly retrieving his tent. I'll definitely be the first. Hearing this, the other children's competitive spirits were instantly ignited, and they all began to act, unwilling to be outdone. Some clever children teamed up with their friends to help each other. Did Ash not arrive? Professor Oak glanced around behind Xavier, inquiring with a touch of puzzlement. Flora mentioned he had already departed, but I haven't encountered him en route, Xavier replied with a shrug. Perhaps I'll have Zweilous continue searching from the sky. Very well. That seems the only recourse, Professor Oak mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ash is a native of Palatown, often venturing with Gary into the forest outskirts and behind the laboratory. Thus, Professor Oak wasn't overly concerned. Professor Oak, our tents are erected, a young voice exclaimed, filled with jubilation. Ah, splendid. Your resourcefulness is commendable. It seems you've all prepared diligently, Professor Oak responded, his face beaming with approval as he walked towards the group of children. Next, we'll need to gather firewood, but remember, only collect it near the riverbank, and don't wander too far. He then began inspecting the campsites and offering further instructions. Xavier, after instructing Rayquaza to patrol, set up a cooking stove on a slightly elevated slope. From this vantage point, he could observe everyone and promptly address any unforeseen events. Xavier, I've gathered the firewood, Diancie announced, floating over with a pile of dry wood, her expression eager for praise. Thank you, precious Diancie, Xavier said with a smile, gently caressing her head. We might need a bit more firewood. Would you mind collecting some more? Although he had prepared energy cubes for Zweilous, he wanted to ensure there was enough food for all the children. Yes, I will, Diancie replied obediently, before floating towards the nearby bushes. Taking advantage of the lull, Xavier quickly erected the tent and began preparing the meal. Her large, adorable eyes were fixed on the broth, a hint of sparkle at the corner of her mouth. Xavier chuckled and playfully tapped her forehead. Mew? Diancie tilted her head, blinking innocently. Where's the firewood? Did you not find any? Xavier inquired. Mew. Diancie glanced at Xavier, then at the burning stove, her eyes lighting up. In an instant, she vanished before Xavier's astonished gaze. Teleportation? She possesses that ability? Poof. Mew. Diancie waved her small hands, peering intently at the broth. Xavier sensed something peculiar about her. The next moment, he heard a series of crashes nearby. Looking up, he saw Diancie standing blankly, the firewood scattered on the ground. Diancie. Xavier was taken aback, his gaze darting to his arms. Impossible. Diancie is here, so who am I holding? Diancie sensed a chilling aura. Looking up in bewilderment, she saw Diancie slowly turning her head, her eyes vacant and unfocused. Xavier, who is she? She asked, sitting on Xavier's lap. She's sitting on Xavier's lap. Unforgivable, unforgivable. That's my spot. Fufu. A dark aura mingled with a cherry pink energy, rising from Diancie's back. The Diant in Xavier's arms seemed to sense the danger, hiding behind him with wide, tearful eyes. Mew? You come out. Don't hide behind Xavier, Diancie exclaimed, her tiny teeth bared in anger. Diancie, calm down, Xavier said, bewildered. However, Diancie saw Xavier seemingly protecting the interloper. A wave of disbelief washed over her as her eyes widened. Xavier, you're protecting her? A surge of intense grievance welled up inside her, and tears began to stream down her face. No, Diancie, let me explain. Xavier, despite his lack of romantic experience, felt a sense of guilt. After some comforting and explanation, Diancie's distress subsided, leaving her pouting and silent. Mew. The other Diancie floated before them, provoking another glare from Diancie. What do you want? Xavier is mine. With that, Diancie wrapped her arms around Xavier's neck. She probably means no harm. She was likely drawn by the aroma of the broth, Xavier said. Besides, she helped us gather firewood. We should invite her to eat before she leaves, don't you think? Xavier wanted to see them get along. Oomph. Diancie turned her head away. All right, little one, the misunderstanding is cleared up. You can have some too, Xavier said, knowing that Diancie had accepted his suggestion. Mew. The Diancie twirled in the air, transforming into a small cat. This. Xavier was astonished. Mew. The pink cat floated in the air, giggling, then curiously studied Xavier and Diancie. She could sense their extraordinary power. You could transform? Xavier asked. Mew. The pink cat circled his head, but a dragon's roar interrupted her. Chapter 104. Dream Professor Oak sighed with relief and approached. Ash. Thank goodness. Ash, who was held in the jaws of the Latios, waved his arms excitedly, still appearing somewhat reluctant to leave. You've worked hard, Bug 2, said CF Fan, who also came over and lifted Ash down from the Latios' mouth. Where have you been? Ash. Professor Oak asked helplessly. Hey, sorry. I overslept and thought I would take a shortcut to catch up with everyone. Ash scratched the back of his head and explained awkwardly. It was clear that the Latios must have discovered him in some corner and brought him here. All right, you should hurry and find a place to set up your tent. Everyone has already started gathering firewood nearby. Professor Oak explained the situation and then led Ash to the side. Today I'll treat you to something special, Bug 2, CF Fan said with a smile, patting the Latios' glimmering scales. Roar. The Latios nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly caught sight of a pink figure on a small hill and paused slightly. Gailiozi? Mew floated over to the Latios and greeted it. Bug 2, do you know her? CF Fan asked in surprise. Roar, roar. Although the Latios was puzzled about how this creature appeared here, it began to explain to CF Fan. This Pokémon was named Mew, and during the Latios' period of seclusion, it would occasionally come by to chat with it. Your name is Mew? CF Fan said to the pink cat, now understanding. What a unique name, and you can transform as well. You must have an extraordinary background. Mew floated before CF Fan, her large eyes examining him, conveying her thoughts. Oh, you can read minds? CF Fan raised an eyebrow. Mew? Mew tilted her head, as if saying, you told me that. She had been very curious since earlier because it seemed that CF Fan could understand their conversation. Fan, the soup is almost ready. Tianshi, who had been observing the situation, suddenly interrupted. Okay, CF Fan replied without much thought, turning to the two Pokémon. Since you are Bug 2's friend, you are not an outsider. Would you like to join us for a meal? Upon hearing this, Mew's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly, clearly another little foodie. These are energy cubes. Give them a try and see if they suit your taste. Since CF Fan was unsure of Mew's attributes, he laid out several types of energy cubes for her to choose from. The little creature seemed entirely unfussy, enjoying both the energy cubes and the meat soup with great delight. Although Tianshi remained troubled by the earlier events, she refrained from making things difficult for CF Fan and merely watched Mew's every move, puffing out her cheeks. After satisfying her hunger, Mew floated in the air, contentedly patting her little belly. Little Black, how did you escape from that place? She asked the Latios, who was eating nearby. The area around the spatial pillar had a special restriction. Although that restriction had gradually weakened each time she visited, it should not have completely collapsed at this point. She thought she would have to wait a few more years before the Latios could emerge. Roar, roar. The Latios glanced over, picking its teeth with a claw, and began to explain slowly. You know that place well. How could I have escaped on my own? Mew? Well, it was my boss and that rock monster who inexplicably barged in, gave me a good beating, and then told me to work for him with room and board included. As the Latios spoke, a hint of gloom crossed its face. However, upon reflection, it wasn't so bad. It only got ridden occasionally and could enjoy sumptuous meals. So it was a decent job after all. However, Mew pondered over this. She was well aware of the Latios' strength. They had fought when she first discovered the spatial pillar. The fact that Tianshi could defeat the Latios suggested that her strength was likely comparable to her own. This made Mew even more curious about CF Fan, the human. I advise you not to set your sights on my boss, the Latios warned. Understanding the cunning nature of this pink cat, given their acquaintance, it felt it necessary to relay a caution. Curiosity could lead to trouble, Gailiozi. As for the rock monster, that is a different story, but if you were to do anything to our boss, you would be in for trouble. I still vividly recall the aura emitted by those powerful figures at the Highland Lodge. Among them, the seemingly kind Xiao Qing posed a pressure greater than that from Tianshi and Mew combined. You should be able to sense it too, right? The Latios continued, seeing that she hadn't dismissed her thoughts. The power within my boss. Mew's cerulean eyes flickered as she nodded slightly. My brother said he sensed Arceus' aura for my boss. At this, Mew's eyes widened in surprise. After processing this, She tilted her head. You have an older brother? Isn't that the one related to the ozone layer, who has nothing to do with him? The new one seems to have been captured and brought here. The Latios yawned after finishing its meal and laid down on the grass. His real name is Giratina, and he used to live in the distortion world. Giratina? He was taken aback. That bad-tempered big bug? He was captured too? So you two are working for this human now? Yes, as bodyguards and drivers. Room and board included. Farming duties are not our concern. Even Mew, the world's #1 street wanderer, found this situation absurd. Nevertheless, during her conversation with the Latios, she obtained a critically important piece of information. This human seemingly had a connection to Arceus. Moreover, Mew placed her small hand on her chin, gazing at Tianshur, who was enjoying pudding with a hint of envy in her eyes. Room and board included means you get to eat all those delicious foods every day? Tianshur noticed her gaze and turned sideways to protect her pudding, hastening her eating pace. Professor Oak, big brother, something's wrong. Serena is missing. Chapter 105. Searching for someone happened? Speak slowly. Dr. Oki and Xie Fan approached, their expressions filled with concern. Xiaochun, having run hastily, appeared somewhat pale and, after catching her breath, recounted the events. She and Selena had ventured into the woods to gather firewood when a scream pierced the air. Before they could react, they were startled by a rampaging bee drill. In the ensuing panic, the two young girls sought refuge in the bushes, but once the bee drill had departed, Xiaochun could not find Selena, no matter how hard she searched. Dr. Oki's brow furrowed, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation. Just as he prepared to retrieve a Pokeball to venture into the forest, he hesitated. There were many children present, and he could not leave them behind so easily. Leave the search for Selena to me, Doctor, Xie Fan offered. Very well. Dr. Oki felt relieved to have Xie Fan's assistance, and they began to search separately. However, when he saw Xie Fan soaring into the sky on his Latios, he was momentarily captivated by a pink cat that followed closely behind. That is... Dr. Oki's pupils constricted, and he stood frozen, as if unable to believe his eyes. Little one, do you wish to help as well? Xie Fan asked with a smile, turning to the Mew floating beside them. Mew, with its eyes sparkling, playfully spun around, and in a flash of light, transformed into the likeness of Latios, its large eyes blinking adorably. Umph. Tiana, sensing the newcomer's intentions, snorted dismissively, closed her eyes, and, after a few seconds, suddenly pointed toward the edge of the woods. There! Did you see it, Xie Bao? Though surprised, Xie Fan chose to trust Tiana's intuition and, guiding Latios, dove towards the direction she indicated. Were you all? In the thick underbrush, Selena clutched her chest tightly, her small face etched with anxiety, perhaps due to her fright. Her once bright eyes were now clouded, scanning the paths beside her. Suddenly, a tadpole burst forth, causing Selena, already on edge, to stumble and twist her ankle. Mommy! Overwhelmed by negative emotions and pain radiating from her ankle, Selena broke down in tears, her cheeks wet with sobs. I didn't want to participate in this summer camp. Amidst her quiet weeping, Selena felt utterly wronged. She attempted to rise, but fell back onto the grass due to her sprained ankle. Mommy! A harsh buzzing sound made her face turn pale. In fear, she quickly shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Someone help me. A powerful roar echoed through the sky, startling the approaching bee drill, causing them to scatter in retreat. Then, a familiar voice called out to her. Selena. Selena opened her trembling eyes to see a figure illuminated by sunlight, descending gracefully from above. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Xie Fan asked anxiously, landing in a crouch. Be big brother. Upon seeing him, Selena could no longer contain her feelings of distress and began to cry loudly. It's all right. It's all right. Xie Fan comforted her gently, ruffling her hair. Once she had calmed down, he noticed her swollen ankle. Did you fall? Selena, with tear-filled eyes, nodded pitifully. Xie Fan extended his hand, a soft green glow enveloping the injured area as he began to heal her. All right, try to stand up. Can you do it by yourself? After a moment, he asked with a light chuckle. Selena replied, wiping her tears and raising her flushed face. Next time, Don't run so far away. Yes, okay. Meanwhile, at the camp, Dr. Oki paced anxiously, his hands clasped behind his back. Doctor, I can help too, Ash exclaimed. Oh, Ash, it's best if you don't run off now. Things are chaotic enough as they are. I just hope CF Fan and Dragonite manage to find the children, Doctor. Oki thought to himself. Next time at summer camp, I'll have to involve Nanami and Qinglu as well. Just then, a gust of wind swept from the forest, revealing the serpentine figure of Latios. Ash shouted with joy. However, as he turned, Dr. Oki dashed forward. CF Fan, have you found anyone? Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. There's no problem, just a bit of fright, CF Fan replied with a smile, turning to reveal Selina's rosy face peeking out from behind him. I'm sorry, Dr. Oki, I should have gone so far. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Dr. Oki sighed in relief, but then his expression darkened again as he muttered, now, we're left with. In his arms lay a small Hao, whose face was a deep shade of purple, with bloodstains visible on the fabric of his shorts. Chapter 106. Angel Investor, how is the situation? The evening sun cast a golden glow upon the riverbed, where the flickering flames of a bonfire danced in harmony with the laughter of children. Dr. Damu stood outside a tent, anxiously inquiring about CF Fan, who had been inside for quite some time. Well, it's manageable, CF Fan replied with a forced laugh, removing the disposable gloves from his hands. It should be fine, but it was a close call for that little one. He could have faced serious consequences. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the incident. The hole on his backside is one thing, but the other injury was perilously close to a more sensitive area, just a couple of centimeters higher, and it could have been quite a disaster. The wound isn't deep, and after simple treatment, I had him apply a couple of band-aids himself. CF Fan continued with a wry smile. But the child is far too reckless. He actually ventured into a hornet's nest to bully a pupating insect. It's said that misfortune is often self-inflicted, and this child certainly exhibits a degree of foolishness. Well, you've had quite the ordeal. I shall speak with the child from here on, Dr. Damu sighed before entering the tent. Meanwhile, at the edge of the sacred forest, several helicopters hovered, their stylish occupants appearing to await some sort of directive. Has he escaped to that location? Far away in the city of Yuan, Chi-Ri stood on the balcony of his villa, rubbing his temples. Indeed, Lord Chi-Ri reported a youth with horn-like hair, his tone laced with shame. We tracked him all the way from Tianguan Mountain and confirmed he fled into this area. Chi-Ri inhaled deeply, suddenly pondering whether the sacred forest was at odds with them. The Water Sovereign was one matter, but now, through a twist of fate, even Darkrai had eluded them. For now, let us refrain from entering. Observe the perimeter for a while longer. After considerable contemplation, Chi-Ri resolved it was best not to provoke the situation further. The revelations regarding the EV evolutions and fairy-type attributes were no longer secrets within the League. However, amidst these grand documents, the figure of a man residing in the sacred forest lingered. Even though their galaxy team had established a foothold in Sinnoh, they would not dare to act recklessly against such an individual. If we cannot wait any longer, we shall abandon this target and select another. Ultimately, Chi-Ri made a concession, preparing to prioritize a visit he had planned. Through the Pokémon Archaeological Research Society, he had established contact with Dr. Giselin, who was also a resident of the Sacred Forest. It seemed that her granddaughter had a close relationship with a man named CF Fan. Yes, after hanging up the phone, the expression of Zhen Xing darkened, his heart burdened with frustration. Since joining the organization, he had always executed his missions flawlessly, yet now he found himself thwarted by a mere Highland cabin. Lord Zhen Xing, what shall we do now? He was asked. Zhen Xing, displeased, sat on a stone stool, gazing towards the forest. All right, thank you all for your hard work these past few days. On the Sacred Highlands, beside the small cabin, a magnificent semi-closed courtyard-style dojo stood completed. In a bid to avoid delays, Ashida had invested heavily, coordinating 3 construction teams to work seamlessly around the clock. This battle facility sprawled across an area equivalent to 3 football fields, featuring 2 battle arenas, a courtyard, dormitories, a reception hall, and a small garden. With its recreational amenities, it rivaled the estates of affluent tycoons. Isn't this a bit excessive? Kualang remarked with a hint of astonishment. Humph, you and T understand. Ashida adjusted his sunglasses, a spark of wisdom glinting in his eyes. Our family has been investing since my grandfather's time, but rather than industries that rise and fall over the years, we prefer to invest in people. My grandfather's most successful investment was in the individual who currently holds power in the league, which has allowed our family to maintain influence even as the era of trainer agents fades away. My father's most successful investment was in Dr. Damu, ensuring that even in retirement, I can take over his unfinished projects with the league support. Ashida grinned. You think this is extravagant? I believe it is still insufficient. Setting aside the other Pokémon at the Highland Cabin, just the presence of Rayquaza and Giratina we witnessed a few days ago should illustrate the significance of this. Not to mention the academic achievements, Ashida was resolutely determined to align himself with Siefan. Forget about the money. Even if Mr. Xie were to ask for my life, I would willingly oblige. Kualang's lips twitched. What would he want with your life? To sell it by the pound? Chirp. At that moment, the Seven Stars bird led the Pokémon from the Highland Cabin towards them. Hey, hey, hey. The Electivire cradled a jar of honey, placing it on the ground while gesturing animatedly. Chirp, chirp. The Seven Stars bird smiled brightly, shifting to reveal Jengar, who was carrying a basket of berries. Is this for us? Ashida and Kualang pointed to themselves, beginning to grasp their intentions. Chirp. The Seven Stars bird nodded with a smile. Having been taught by Siefan to always remember the kindness of others and express gratitude, she felt it was her duty to set an example in Siefan's absence. Oh my, this is too generous. Ha ha. Ashida scratched the back of his head bashfully, exclaiming, look at this. Pokémon nurtured by an exceptional trainer are indeed remarkable. I am truly flattered. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Seven Stars bird and her companions grew even more radiant. Even a usually composed water sovereign softened slightly. This battle facility is temporarily complete, and I have reserved some space inside. We can accommodate any needs Mr. Xie may have later, Ashida said, while unloading supplies from the trunk of their vehicle. Consider this a housewarming gift or whatever you like. I hope you won't find it lacking. The Electivire's eyes gleamed as it spotted two boxes, exchanging a knowing glance with Jengar. Is that alcohol? Chirp. The Seven Stars bird gently fluttered her tail, producing a feather that shimmered with a soft blue light, which floated gracefully before them. This is... Ashida and Kualang exchanged puzzled glances, only to hear a magnetic voice resonate in their ears. That is Xiaoqing's feather. Place it in front of your vehicle, and you will no longer need us to pick you up. The Water Sovereign cast him a glance before turning to leave. Chapter 107. The misunderstood Staraptor having familiarized themselves with the world of Pokémon over the course of the previous day. The children were now ready to engage directly with these fascinating creatures. On the second day, Professor Oak guided the young adventurers as they embarked on the next phase of their journey. However, recalling past experiences, he reminded them earnestly that it was paramount not to stray too far from the group. The forest was home to Pokémon of varying temperaments. While some were gentle, others could be quite aggressive, and provoking a more hostile Pokémon could lead to perilous situations. As his words faded, the children couldn't help but share amused glances, their attention drawn to a particular direction. There stood Xiao Hao, his dark skin flushed with embarrassment, nearly searching for a crack in the ground to hide himself. Although his injury was minor and had been treated, he found himself timidly navigating the day, reluctant to exert himself and aware of the peculiar stares directed his way. In a moment of innocent curiosity, Ash, with his ever-optimistic demeanor, inquired about Xiao Hao's discomfort, asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why is everyone looking at you like that?" Xiao Hao muttered under his breath, "That hedgehog-haired kid must be doing this on purpose." "Xiao Chun, is that your friend?" Serena, having spent the day bonding with a new girl, had developed a close friendship with her. No, I don't have such a friend," Xiao Chun quickly denied, pouting. Her reluctance to acknowledge their friendship stemmed not from embarrassment over Xiao Hao's predicament, but rather from her experience of concern for him yesterday, which had been met with his frantic outburst. This made her realize, as her father had suggested, that she should seek out more friends to play with. The Caterpie possessed a relatively gentle nature and was somewhat timid. Professor Oak advised the children not to rush their observations. It was best to watch from a distance before gradually closing the gap. They could also offer Pokémon food or berries to establish trust before making contact. Under Professor Oak's patient guidance, some of the bolder children began to follow his instructions. Soon, delighted smiles lit up their faces as they successfully made contact with Pidgey or Caterpie. Look, Professor Oak, Rattata is eating. However, in a moment of exuberance, Ash's loud exclamation startled the munching Rattata, causing it to panic and flee in a frenzy. Seeing this, Professor Oak chuckled wryly. Wild Pokémon generally maintain a degree of wariness. It's crucial to be mindful of our movements and volume. Otherwise, we risk scaring them away. The children nodded, adopting a more cautious demeanor. Humph, such clumsiness. Xiao Hao huffed, crossing his arms as he stood aside, longing to interact with rarer, more powerful Pokémon. What's wrong? Serena, aren't you going to give a try? Sheldon had been keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings to prevent any unexpected Pokémon encounters. Yet, when his gaze landed on Serena, he couldn't resist approaching her with a question. But perhaps due to yesterday's ordeal, Serena was still apprehensive about approaching the Pokémon. She hesitated, unable to take even a single step forward. It's all right. I'll be right beside you. Be brave, Sheldon encouraged with a warm smile, presenting her with some homemade energy cubes. Big brother Sheldon, could I have some too? I forgot to bring Pokémon food, Xiao Chun politely requested, her head raised in hope. Of course, I have plenty to share, Sheldon replied with a grin, retrieving another handful from his backpack. The sweet aroma of the energy cubes was far more enticing than standard Pokémon food. Before long, a long-necked brown bird caught the delightful scent and perched on a nearby branch. Behold, this is Staraptor, the evolved form of Starly. Among wild Pokémon, it is known for its strong territorial instincts and aggressive nature. I advise you all to refrain from attempting to make contact, Professor Oak cautioned, lowering his voice as he prepared to reach for a Pokeball. However, upon witnessing Sheldon release his Rayquaza, he relaxed visibly. Roar! Rayquaza's indifferent gaze locked onto the Staraptor, causing it to freeze in place. Roar! Noticing the Staraptor's immobility, Rayquaza prompted it again. Then, to the astonishment and envy of the other children, a comical scene unfolded. The Staraptor cautiously descended from the branch and approached Serena and Xiao Chun, lowering its head to the ground and rubbing against their shoes. Oh, it seems this one has a rather gentle disposition, Sheldon remarked with raised eyebrows, surprised. Having perused numerous Pokémon books at Professor Oak's lab, he understood that Staraptors were typically volatile, yet this one appeared to be an exception. The Staraptor, remaining silent, inwardly fumed. Gentle? What a preposterous notion. How'd I end up like this? This despicable human. Roar? Rayquaza's piercing gaze intensified, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority that made the Staraptor tremble, silencing its internal complaints. It sensed the immense danger posed by the imposing creature before it. The alarm bells in its mind rang out incessantly. Oh, I can't even dare to flee. Perhaps it simply has a fondness for girls. Let us see, Sheldon suggested, crouching down with a smile toward the two girls. The Staraptor, with a resigned tone, declared, Just so we're clear, once I finish eating, you cannot eat me. Agreed. Seeing the Staraptor's docile behavior, Serena and Xiao Chun felt their initial apprehensions dissipate, carefully extending the energy cubes toward it. Ahem. While this particular Staraptor is quite amiable, not all Staraptors share this temperament. So, dear children, please do not emulate this behavior. Professor Oak interjected, clearing his throat to emphasize the point. The Staraptor lamented, My reputation has been unjustly tarnished. Chapter 108. Tianxia, what is she doing? With the protection of the legendary Pokémon, the children reveled in their activities. Particularly, the two young girls, Selena and Xiaochun, eagerly touched nearly every Pokémon they encountered. Now, the final task awaited. Each child, accompanied by their parents, was to complete a sketch of the Pokémon in the forest and present it to me during our gathering. Mr. Fan, Selena has expressed her gratitude for your assistance over these past few days. Originally, Saki was quite anxious that Selena would struggle to fit in and face numerous challenges. To her surprise, in just 2 days, The little one not only made friends, but also became much more cheerful. Upon their first meeting, she proudly boasted about her recent endeavors and the praises she received from the older boys. "You're too modest. Selena is a remarkably strong child. She is merely young and has experienced little. I believe she will certainly surpass me as an outstanding trainer in the future," Siefan remarked with a smile, causing the young girl to blush shyly. "I can hardly imagine. If she grows up to be more cheerful and healthy, that would be my greatest achievement," Saki responded, covering her mouth with a laugh. Shortly thereafter, Xiaochun tugged at Dr. Ingmu's sleeve to greet him. "We meet again, Mr. Siefan," Dr. Ingmu said, scratching the back of his head with a smile. "Last time, my friend caused you some trouble." Siefan paused in surprise, realizing that Dr. Ingmu was Xiaochun's father. He quickly shook his head and replied, "No worries, it's all resolved, and I even received compensation. Since this is a summer camp for the children, let's not dwell on such matters. Currently, I am learning from Professor Oki. By relation, I might even have to call you senior." "Oh, is that true?" "Teacher." Dr. Ingmu was well aware of the young man's capabilities. In academia, word of his talents had already spread. "Indeed, truly." Professor Oki's face glowed with joy, secretly relishing the moment. "Dr. Yamamori, you cannot blame me." It was Siefan himself who acknowledged it. All right, you usually have a busy schedule with your research. Cherish this time spent with your children. I have matters to discuss with Siefan," Professor Oki chuckled. "Very well, I shall not intrude further. We can chat in detail after the summer camp concludes, Doctor," Ingmu said with a gentle smile, bowing slightly with his daughter before heading towards the riverbank. Seeing this, Saki politely greeted Selena, allowing space for the two. "Professor Oki, do you have something for me?" Siefan inquired with curiosity. "Ahem, Siefan, I believe the title teacher suits you quite well," Professor Oki stated with utmost seriousness. Siefan chuckled helplessly. "I do not mind, but is it really appropriate?" "Appropriate? Who would dare say it is not? Then so be it." Siefan smiled, feeling comfortable in conversation with Professor Oki, who had imparted much wisdom over the past few days. "So, teacher, what brings you to me?" "That's the spirit." Professor Oki beamed. "Oh, you're referring to Mew?" Yes. Mew indeed." Professor Oki's excitement was palpable as he grasped Siefan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. "You know, don't you? You truly do. Now what about it?" "What do you mean, what about it?" Siefan was utterly bewildered. "How come you be by your side?" Professor Oki leaned in, breath quickening with anticipation. "Did you capture it? Have you managed to catch Mew?" "Ah." Siefan blinked in confusion, struggling to connect the dots. "No. That little one appeared unexpectedly while I was cooking. Perhaps it was drawn by the aroma, and then it vanished." Professor Oki's shoulders sagged, as if drained of energy. The most mysterious legendary Pokémon, the progenitor of all Pokémon. How can it just disappear? At that moment, Professor Oki felt as if he had missed out on a colossal opportunity, filled with disappointment and despondency. Siefan, observing the professor's demeanor, scratched his cheek thoughtfully. It seemed that the little creature he encountered yesterday was indeed a rare species, eliciting such a strong reaction from Professor Oki. Nearby, on the treetop by the riverbank, a caterpie lay in wait, its large eyes fixated on the scene. "Big brother, come visit me in the Kalos region." "All right, goodbye, Selena." Siefan smiled fondly as he bid farewell to the shy little girl. Big brother, big brother." At that moment, Xiaochun was led over by Dr. Ingmu. Before Siefan could react, she lightly pecked him on the cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. "I'm off now. Big brother, goodbye." Goodbye." Siefan watched the rosy-cheeked girl depart, unable to suppress a bemused smile at her boldness. "What's she doing, really?" "Ha ha, you are quite popular with the children," Professor Oki said, hands clasped behind his back, beaming with joy. This elicited an annoyed glare from Tianshi, while Siefan merely shook his head with a smile, unaffected. "They are all such delightful children." Chapter 109. The mischievous Mew. "Are you really not staying a few more days?" The day after the summer camp concluded, Siefan packed his belongings and arrived at the laboratory to bid farewell to Dr. Oki. Observing the young man before him, who frequently brought him whimsical surprises, Dr. Oki felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. Siefan scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Well, if you ever find the time, You're always welcome to visit me in Viridian City. Dr. Oki didn't press him further, but instead presented a collection of books and notes on Pokémon training that he had meticulously compiled during his youth. These are my handwritten notes. I hope they assist you on your future journey. He believed that Siafan's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own, perhaps even displaying unmatched brilliance. Thank you, Dr. Oki, Siafan replied, slightly awkward. Thank you, teacher. He bowed with a resigned smile. Dr. Oki then chuckled warmly, waving his hand dismissively. All right, off you go. If you need anything, remember to reach out. Although I'm getting older, I still have some influence within the league. Siafan nodded, sharing a few more words with Dr. Oki before reminding him about the prepared meals in the refrigerator that only needed reheating in the microwave. With that, he cradled an egg in one arm and led Tianshi out of the research facility. Just as they stepped outside, Siafan spotted a mischievous Mew sliding down the back of a Latios. Mew, Mew, Mew. It seemed to be having an absolute blast, giggling with glee. I thought you had left without a word, Siafan said, amused as he approached. However, Tianshi beside him glared at the playful creature, her eyes filled with hostility. After yesterday's events, she had become wary of anything that dared come close to Siafan. I need your help, Mew chimed in sweetly, perfectly matching its adorable appearance. Help? Siafan furrowed his brow, puzzled by the request. Mew nodded earnestly and stated, I require the power within you to help me save this world in the near future. Me? Save the world? Siafan stammered, pointing at himself in disbelief. Indeed, Mew replied, narrowing its eyes with a smile. You see me as a savior? Siafan questioned incredulously. Tianshi, unfazed, began to issue an eviction notice to Mew. Yet, Mew simply twirled in midair, seemingly oblivious, and perched atop Siafan's head. What are you doing? Get down. Tianshi shouted, exasperated. Mew tilted its head, then pointed at Latios, who appeared indifferent to the unfolding antics. I want to be like Little Black and enjoy free food and accommodation. Dream on. Tianshi bared her tiny teeth, refusing without hesitation. Do you need to work? I can do that, Mew said, gliding to the side. In a flash, it transformed into a beautiful woman with long hair and a radiant smile. Naname? Siafan exclaimed, taken aback. Wait, this little one can change into anything. Even a person? I can do this, Mew said, playfully adjusting its skirt and mimicking human gestures. Even curtsying, its bright, sparkling eyes, however, retained an undeniable charm. What do you mean you can do this? Siafan thought to himself, realizing that if Dr. Oki heard this, he would undoubtedly be chased down the street with a sword. Tianshi, too, stared at Mew with wide eyes, a mixture of curiosity and a hint of yearning evident on her face. Currently, we don't really need more help, Siafan observed, bemused by Mew's transformation into Naname. However, since you're a friend of Chong'er, I suppose it is merely a matter of extra plates at the table. But before that, we must ensure harmony at home. Can you get along with everyone? Siafan had no fear regarding the other matters, but he was concerned about the apparent animosity between Tianshi and this little creature. He worried that agreeing to this would lead to an unending cycle of chaos. Mew glanced at Siafan, then turned its gaze to Tianshi, instantly understanding. Is that true? Tianshi suddenly exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Mew's eyes sparkled as it nodded affirmatively. Siafan, please take her in. She seems so pitiful all alone. Upon receiving confirmation, Tianshi dashed over to Siafan, tugging at his sleeve and pleading adorably. Siafan was momentarily taken aback, completely at a loss as to what had just transpired. In his mind, Tianshi was exceptionally intelligent and strong-willed. Even he usually had to coax her to change her mind. Now, after just a brief conversation, she was swayed by Mew? Are you certain, Tianshi? Siafan asked, seeking to avoid any potential complications. Yes. She's so tiny, she won't eat much. I can share my food with her. Tianshi nodded, her gaze diverting as if avoiding further inquiries. Siafan took a deep breath, astonished by the sudden shift in Tianshi's attitude. However, since she had expressed her willingness, he found no reason to oppose. Very well, welcome to our family, little one. Come, let's go together. With a smile, Siafan turned to Mew, who joyfully responded, and once again perched atop Siafan's head. Remarkably, Tianxia simply tightened her grip on Fan's hand, refraining from voicing any objections. Latios observed the scene with a slight sigh. While others may be oblivious, he understood just how cunning Mew could be beneath its adorable facade. It seemed the rock-type Pokémon was at a disadvantage this time. Chapter 110. The duelist. At this very moment, Kona commanded Lapras use Waterfall. In the arena behind the Pokémon Center in Shinkai, she was preparing to revisit the scene of her previous encounter with Fan, only to be met with a fierce battle. Her gaze, concealed behind glasses, was fixed intently on the swirling Charizard amidst the white mist, and seizing the opportunity, she decisively issued her command. The next instant, a melodious cry resonated through the fog. Following that, a surging column of water shot skyward, sending waves crashing. "Charizard, evade!" shouted the young man wearing a red and white Pokémon hat, waving his arm emphatically. As Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, it ascended just in time to narrowly avoid the sudden strike. "Quick reflexes," Kona remarked with a hint of a smile, praising him. "However, our assault is far from over." With a resounding explosion, the towering water column erupted in all directions, revealing a striking azure figure that caused the young man's eyes to widen in alarm. No, was Waterfall merely a feint? Hydro Pump. This time, with the distance closed, Charizard could not evade in time and was struck directly by the powerful Hydro Pump, letting out a pained cry. "Burn it all away." Though this blow was remarkably effective, the young man maintained his composure, carefully observing Charizard's condition and the unfolding situation. Swiftly issuing a counter-command, Charizard, plummeting under the force of the Hydro Pump, suddenly opened its eyes wide, glowing with a fierce red light. It coiled its body and deftly twisted away from the high-pressure onslaught. In a flash, a searing stream of white-hot flames surged forth from Charizard's gaping maw, crashing directly into the descending Lapras, which was still being buoyed by the water. Half of Lapras's body was instantly char-black, and it was sent flying from the water column. "Lapras!" Kona exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she cried out with concern. However, after such a prolonged battle, Lapras, already depleted of energy, could not endure any longer. It crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost consciousness. Charizard let out a triumphant roar, showcasing its dominance. "What an exhilarating battle. You and your Lapras are formidable indeed, Miss Kona." This was the first time she had witnessed such an unreasonable Charizard. Despite enduring multiple water-type attacks, it seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, leaving her with a profound sense of helplessness. "I must ask, is your Charizard perhaps exhibiting the Torn ability?" Kona remarked, her eyes drooping in exasperation as she turned to the young man. "You jest, Miss Kona. How could such a Charizard exist?" He replied with a helpless smile. "It's just that Charizard and I have always trained rigorously, focusing on exercises to enhance resistance against opposing types." Kona cast a sidelong glance, non-committal. In truth, she recognized the identity of her opponent. After all, he was one of the elite trainers of a new generation from Kanto. However, they had missed previous opportunities to battle, and today's encounter revealed that he was far stronger than she had anticipated. No wonder her teacher had spoken so highly of him. Perhaps even against Cynthia, they would be evenly matched. Ha ha ha. A disciple of the Icebound Throne, alongside one of Kanto's twin stars. This battle is truly eye-opening. Just then, Akita, drawn by the commotion, laughed heartily, clapping his hands alongside Guolang. Upon witnessing the battle-scarred ground, marred by soot and water, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Hello, may I ask?" Akita inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the two unexpected visitors. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the golden-haired man, indicating he was also a formidable trainer. "Ha ha! Greetings. I am Akita, and this is my good friend Guolang." He introduced himself with a smile. "We were just dining in the center's restaurant when the tremors from this battle startled us, prompting us to come and take a look." My apologies for disturbing your meal," Akita replied with an awkward smile. "Not all. If you don't mind, why not join us?" Akita offered generously, waving his hand. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Akita, but I have an important matter to attend to, so I must decline." Akita shook his head. As she understood, The Indigo Plateau was currently hosting the Kanto League's semifinals, where her teacher was competing against another renowned figure, equally famous as Akira. Had she not been in the midst of her travels, she would have loved to cheer them on in person. Actually, I came here mainly to visit a man residing on the Shinkai Plateau. It would be a regret if I couldn't engage in battle with such a worthy opponent. Oh, Kona raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Truly dedicated to your craft, traveling all this way for a single rival. I believe that whether it be Pokémon or fascinating people and things, listening is never as enriching as experiencing them firsthand. Professor Oak has always told me the same, Akira replied earnestly. Most importantly, to become the world's greatest Pokémon trainer alongside my partners. This is an essential journey of growth. Curious things must be explored, and formidable opponents must be challenged in order to claim victory openly. The world's greatest, you say? Kona narrowed her eyes slightly. While that is a commendable goal, I must not wish to dampen your spirits. The Plateau Cabin is not as simple as you may think. It seems you've already visited, Miss Kona. Akira replied, nonchalantly with a smile. Kona shrugged, but before she could speak, Akita interjected with a smile. If you wish to challenge Shivan, I can guide you there. He had been pondering with Guolang about how to spread the fame of the Plateau Cabin when he realized this was fortuitous. With one of Kanto's twin stars and a disciple of the Icebound Throne, they were the perfect candidates. If they could share the battle footage on the forum, it would surely create a tremendous stir. Chapter 111. The SOS from the World Tree as Shifan rode on the back of the and entered the waters of the region. A second internal meeting was taking place in the Highland Cabin. The electric beast sat languidly in the vast arena, surveying the surroundings before letting out a drunken belch. Have you two indulged a bit too much? Shui Jun remarked, casting a glance at the electric beast and Gung who were each clutching a large bottle of liquor. Let us not worry about them for now, Qixi Qingyao sighed, then turned to the topic at hand. But why would Shifan suddenly decide to collaborate with those humans? In the realm of humans, Shui Jun explained, there exists an institution known as a dojo, which is specifically designed for others to issue challenges. I believe Shifan agreed to work with those powerful human trainers to further our own training, Shui Jun continued. Qixi Qingyao pondered for a moment. So, he intends to become a trainer for our sake. Is that correct? Indeed, Shui Yun nodded slowly. Do you remember the significant event I mentioned earlier? It seems Shifan has sensed something that instilled a sense of urgency in him, prompting him to expedite our progress. What significant event? The electric beast inquired, its eyes bleary. How would I know? Shui Jun replied nonchalantly. A trainer is a trainer. If our master wishes to be one, then let us support him in becoming the world's greatest trainer. Gung Gui declared passionately, brandishing its bottle. Exactly. Isn't it just a matter of fighting? I'm eager to see who the first unfortunate soul to challenge us will be. I shall not go easy on them. The electric beast, buoyed by its recent acquisition of a stone tablet, was brimming with enthusiasm. Both of you should temper your excitement. It's not our turn yet. Shui Jun doused their fervor with cold reality, then turned to Xinzi Jingling and Tung Shi. Currently, the ones who need training the most are Pudding and Xiao Qi. Shifan will likely not let us face ordinary opponents, considering those two little ones don't even possess the strength of divine beasts, let alone access the stone tablets in the warehouse. Thus, in Shui Jun's view, the main purpose of establishing the battle facility was to nurture the new members who would join in the future. Tung Shi's eyes gleamed with determination, ready to embrace any challenge. She understood that the Highland Cabin did not harbor idle beasts, and she also aspired to grow strong like the others in order to assist Shifan sooner. Mia, Xinzi Jingling sat beside Qixi Qingyao, swaying its tail in a relaxed manner. Just then, Giratina, who had been quietly listening, raised its head, gazing outside the dojo. This is where the gods and the forest meet, little me. Do you see the house above? That is our home, Shifan explained to the floating Mew, who was cradling Diancie in his arms. Mew tilted its head, its large eyes glimmering with curiosity as it sensed the ominous presence emanating from the highland. Suddenly, Shifan, who had flown into the highland's airspace, exclaimed in surprise. A massive structure had appeared next to the Highland cabin, covering an area the size of several football fields. Chirp! In the next instant, Qi Qing Yao, Xinzi Jingling, and other Pokémon flew out of the building, rushing forward to greet him with exuberance. Apologies, everyone. I was delayed due to some matters, Shi Fan said as he landed, squatting down to interact with the Pokémon that surrounded him, smiling brightly. Mew, unperturbed by the crowd, revealed itself and darted among the Pokémon in the cabin. Mew. Shui Jun and Giratina exchanged astonished glances, recognizing Mew instantly. Chirp! Shi Fan, who is this? Qi Qingyao guessed, but still looked to Shi Fan for confirmation. Though Mew appeared innocent and harmless, Shi Fan had sensed an astonishing energy fluctuation within it upon their arrival. Originally, Shi Fan had contemplated several names, Little Pink, Little Eight, but Mew seemed unimpressed by any of them. Eventually, he decided to disregard its preferences and simply named it Little Me, believing it would be easy to care for. By the way, where are the pineapple bun and eggplant? I haven't seen them around, Shi Fan inquired, arching an eyebrow. They haven't run off to the town to play again. Have they? Chirp. Those two humans brought over a lot of things, including several boxes of alcohol, Qi Qingyao replied, exasperated. Since the gathering where they had tasted Shifan's homemade fruit wine, the Electric Beast and Gung Gue had seemingly opened a new door, becoming inseparable from their bottles. All right, I understand, Shi Fan sighed, rubbing his forehead, planning to impose some control over the two gluttons. Not only was excessive drinking unhealthy, but he also feared it might negatively influence Shi Bao and the others. Then, he gently ruffled Qi Qingyao's feathers, offering some words of comfort. Chirp! Qi Qingyao smiled and shook its head. For her, being able to help alleviate Shifan's burdens was a source of happiness. Mew. Because I need his assistance. Mew did not choose to conceal its purpose and explain the situation. It turned out that while it adored exploring the world, it also bore the responsibility of guarding the World Tree. The World Tree, which sustained the balance of the world's energy, was calling for help as an unprecedented calamity loomed. In other words, you ventured out to seek solutions or to find those who could assist you, correct? Giratina contemplated for a moment, its tone solemn. After all, it was not only the ruler of the distortion world, but also tasked with safeguarding the region. Should anything happen to the World Tree, the ramifications would inevitably extend to this realm. I see, I understand, Shi Fan replied, while Mew stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on its small face. Chapter 112. Battle Facilities, seeing the incredulous expressions of the two dragons and the cat. The Water Lord kindly began to clarify. I had previously mentioned to Xiaoqing and the others that Xie Fan's actions undoubtedly hold profound significance, and the condition of the World Tree precisely corroborates my theory. Mew. Upon hearing this, Mew's demeanor soured entirely. How could the astute and clever Mew be outwitted by a mere human? Mew puffed up her cheeks, glaring with her large eyes. What shall we do now? In contrast to the indifferent and aloof Rayquaza, Giratina appeared significantly more concerned. After all, he had only just arrived and certainly lacked Waterlord's deeper understanding of Xie Fan. Thus he could only inquire. Let us wait. Waterlord slowly lowered himself, closing his eyes. Wait. I later realized that the secrets surrounding him were far too numerous. Whether it was that remarkable power or the sustenance he provided to me and Xiaoqing, it was evident that such traits were not possessed by ordinary humans. Waterlord half opened his eyes, casting a glance at Giratina and Rayquaza. You all witnessed it, did you not? The essence within Xiaoqing and Shiba. Yes. The two dragons exchanged an awkward glance. Such stone tablets, there are still about 10 remaining in the corner of the warehouse. Do you comprehend what that signifies? As Waterlord spoke, a shimmering azure energy began to manifest on his surface, gradually coalescing above his head into a stone tablet radiating blue light. In the midst of the astonished expressions of the two dragons and the cat, he calmly declared, Indeed, you have not misheard. Xie Fan possesses not just one or a few of these items, but an entire set. The Qi Qingyao and the others may be unaware of their value, but Waterlord certainly comprehends it. When he first laid eyes on them, he mirrored the expressions of Giratina and the others. This realization was also why he had remained in the plateau cabin for so long. An entire set of attribute tablets, under normal circumstances, could not possibly exist in this world, save for Arceus. Waterlord had once suspected they might be replicas. However, after he and the Qixi Qingyao accepted them, all doubts were dispelled. He was not boasting. With his current strength, he could easily confront that swimmer in the Fuyuan region who cannot fly. Have you all finished reminiscing? At that moment, after arranging his belongings, Siefan emerged from the cabin, calling out to them. Mew. However, upon seeing Siefan, Mew's irritation flared, teleporting above him and tugging at his hair. Oh dear, ancestor! Giratina and Rayquaza jolted at the sight. From their perspective, they even noticed the instant change in the gazes of Qixi Qingyao and Tianci. No, Xiaomi, why are you suddenly angry? Siefan reached out, pulling Mew down, exclaiming helplessly. Mew, turned her head away, pouting with her little arms crossed, looking quite displeased. Siefan gazed at the little creature, utterly perplexed. Noticing her discontent, he chose not to press the matter further, instructing Dallin to continue guarding while he led the other Pokémon to the battle facilities. Goodness, what a lavish expenditure this must entail. Upon stepping through the spacious entrance, the first sight that greeted him was a pathway paved with azure stones, flanked by ponds, gardens, and traditional pavilions. The first arena was indoors, with beams soaring over 10 meters high and a vast area, prompting Siefan to consider its potential as accommodation for the bug-type Pokémon. Traversing the connecting corridor, he arrived at the second outdoor venue, which resembled a bird's nest. Surrounded by tiered spectator seating, 2 3-story dormitory buildings nestled behind the garden, accompanied by several small warehouses. This could prove troublesome. After a round of excited exploration, Siefan's exhilaration was swiftly replaced by a headache. Chirp? Not satisfied, Fan? Qixi Qingyao inquired, casting a puzzled glance. Not at all. The layout is far grander than what Mr. Yaida and I discussed in our correspondence. It's just, Siefan chuckled wryly. With such a large facility, how on earth is it to be maintained? Just the sweeping alone would consume an entire day, given its size, akin to several football fields. The newly built house at the cabin already demanded considerable time for upkeep and managing the fields. I was careless. Siefan rubbed his throbbing temples, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the expansive estate. It was clear he could not manage such a vast space alone. He felt reluctant to burden Tianci and the others with such a monumental task. There is no choice. I must find a time to consult Sister Chun. Hiring 2 specialized personnel for management seems necessary. Siefan pondered internally, uncertain if they would count as staff and whether he could seek reimbursement from Yaida. At that moment, 2 inebriated voices echoed from the wooden bridge in the central garden. Siefan lowered his eyelids, focusing on the source, his mouth twitching at the sight of the 2 drunken individuals. Fan, shall I push them into the pond to sober them up? Tianci raised her innocent eyes, adorably suggesting. Forget it. They'll only make us take care of them if they catch a cold. Let us not bother with them for now. Siefan sighed, leading the group outward while continuing his observations. It was not until they neared the exit that he abruptly halted, glancing at the empty cabinets and counters on either side. Viewed from this angle, it seemed rather jarring, as though something was amiss. A sudden inspiration struck Siefan. He lightly tapped his fist against his palm, smiling. That's right, we can use the items from previous sign-ins and the beautiful stones as decorative pieces. Indeed, this could be considered a form of resourceful repurposing. Chapter 113. Mysterious Candy, Fruit of the World Tree? What? Battle Development Zone? On the second day, Kona and Chihong sat in Ashida's vehicle, departing from the Pokémon Center and journeying toward the Highland Lodge. However, when Kona learned that Siefan had now become the leader of the Battle Development Zone, her glasses nearly slipped off her nose in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Indeed, although the process was somewhat convoluted, through my unwavering sincerity, I ultimately reached a collaboration with Mr. Siefan. Ashida said, but I did not expect that Ms. Kona was also acquainted with Mr. Siefan. I was surprised he would agree to take on the role of the Battle Development Zone's leader. Kona shook her head with a wry smile. After all, based on Siefan's previous demeanor, She thought it impossible for him to harbor such intentions. Siafan remarked, primarily, he offered too much. Kona glanced anxiously out the car window, fearing a sudden ambush of Pokémon. Rest assured, we have this. Ashida proudly pointed to the feather hanging from the rearview mirror. A feather? Kona paused, momentarily taken aback. Based on its shape and color, could it be? Yes, it is the tail feather of Mr. Siafan's 7 Stars bird, essentially a pass to the Highland Lodge. With it, there will be no danger, Ashida clarified. Kona nodded in realization. No wonder they had reached the mid-mountain without encountering any ironclad Tyrannosauruses. Meanwhile, Chiong in the back seat listened in confusion, unsure of what Ashida and Kona were discussing. Was there danger in ascending the mountain alone? Indeed, this looks much more appealing. Siafan stood in the center of the dojo corridor, contentedly surveying the array of splendid items on either side. To be honest, those discarded items in the warehouse appear quite sophisticated here. Fan, I'm hungry. Tianshi tugged at Siafan's sleeve, gazing up at him with puppy eyes. He almost forgot that everyone had yet to eat. Siafan ruffled her hair, glancing around to see the same expression mirrored on the faces of the fairy spirits. All right, everyone can have some candy snack for now while I prepare the meal. He had noticed a designated kitchen on the first floor of the dormitory during his earlier exploration and planned to treat everyone to an outdoor barbecue in the garden. I wonder if there are enough ingredients at home, Siafan pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating a trip down the mountain tomorrow. After his departure, the Pokémon gathered around the dining table in the living room, forming a line to receive snacks under the sorting of the 7 Stars bird. Mew floated in midair, curiously eyeing the mysterious candy, tilting its head. Little Meow, you mustn't do that. Fan prefers well-behaved children who wait in line to receive their share. The 7 Stars bird gently instructed. It emanates the aura of the World Tree. Suakun entered the garden, slowly explaining. The World Tree? The 7 Stars bird and others blinked in confusion, exchanging puzzled glances. So, you have been consuming this item as a snack without any curiosity about it? Suakun sighed in exasperation. If you don't explain, how would we know? Tianshi retorted defiantly, prompting nods of agreement from the fairy spirits and the vine snake. In summary, in certain academies specifically cultivating trainers, our Pokémon possess a data-driven level system, Suakun stated, finding a carpet to settle on. The item you consider a snack can instantaneously excavate our internal potential, purifying, expanding, and enhancing attribute energy and physical form, which is referred to as level enhancement. Suakun paused before continuing. I have seen such candies in a certain academy, and their raw material is the fruit of the World Tree, harvested once every few hundred years. At this revelation, the atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. When Suakun looked up again, Tianshi, along with the fairy spirits, was casually tossing the candy into their mouths. Oh, can't you at least react? Suakun expressed its frustration. The issue is, we've been eating it for so long, and more importantly, we have no shortage of snacks at home. I'm somewhat tired of this candy, it lamented. Mew, after savoring one piece, brightened up. Indeed, this is the flavor, the fruit of the World Tree. However, it seems different from what I have tasted before. The energy contained within appears to be double that of ordinary World Tree fruit. Xiaoqi, pudding, would you like some? I can trade my share for your snacks for the next few days. How about it? Tianshi observed the fairy spirits and the vine snake enjoying their treats and pondered the prospect of a snack exchange. After all, no matter how delicious the candy was, there were only a few pieces, and swapping for snacks seemed more practical. Huh, really? The vine snake suddenly lifted its hopeful gaze, clearly intrigued. Tianshi smiled, nodding cheerfully, then leaned in to whisper, but you mustn't tell Fan. He doesn't allow me to eat too many sweets. Suakun realized that continuing the conversation was futile, so it slowly rose and exited the living room. All right. The 7 Stars bird was momentarily taken aback before smiling. It seems everyone is quite hungry. Meanwhile, Ashida's vehicle had already pulled up in front of the Highland Lodge, knocking on the courtyard gate. The layout has changed significantly since my last visit, Kona observed, gazing at the courtyard's fence and the newly erected house within, reflecting on the transformation. Mr. Siafan, after calling out a few times, Ashida scratched the back of his head in confusion. Is he not home? At that moment, Qiang caught sight of a blue figure swiftly approaching like a streak of light. Whoosh! Suakun. Kona's eyes lit up as she dashed toward the Pokémon that suddenly appeared at the door. Long time no see. Have you missed me? Ugh, Suakun, having been knocked in the face by a ball, lowered its eyelids and let out a low groan. Go bother CF-Fan. I'm not familiar with you. Humans have no sense of boundaries. Chapter 114. The inaugural challenger. Oh, Mr. CF-Fan is at the dojo? Yes. Suakun cast a plaintive glance at Lorelei before nodding to Dahlia. I see. Then let's head over there to find him. Dahlia gently patted the enraptured Red, bid farewell to Suakun, and walked towards the dojo. Lorelei, cradling the large houndoom, stroked its violet mane contentedly before following. Awoo! Suakun tossed its flowing mane, sat sulkily at the entrance, and muttered, humans with no sense of boundaries. Incredible. It really is Suakun, Red exclaimed, awestruck. Dahlia chuckled, a glint in his sunglasses. Perhaps it's premature to be astounded. Red paused, then earnestly inquired, May I challenge Suakun later, Mr. Dahlia? Not possible. Previously, her visit to Celestic Town was solely to challenge CF-Fan, but unforeseen circumstances led to its abandonment. Now that she was here, she intended to fulfill her original objective. Dahlia assured Red with a smile, Rest assured, the battle frontier possesses many formidable Pokémon that will undoubtedly satisfy you all. Red remained unconvinced, believing no opponent could surpass Suakun. They arrived at the dojo's entrance to find the doors wide open, with a Sylveon frolicking playfully with another Sylveon. Huh? Does the battle frontier have two Sylveon? Dahlia mused, puzzled. He had only ever encountered one during his numerous visits. Is that pudding? Lorelei called out joyfully, raising her arm. She knew about Eevee's evolution from CF-Fan's emails and had been eager to see the actual Sylveon. Mia, the Sylveon recognized Lorelei and bounded over happily. The other Sylveon tilted its head inquisitively. Mew? Undoubtedly, it's another transformation. Wow, Pudding, you've become even more adorable. So beautiful, Lorelei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the transformed Pokémon. Mia, the Sylveon beamed, allowing Lorelei to embrace and kiss it. By the way, is CF-Fan inside? Lorelei inquired after her affectionate display, releasing the Sylveon. Mia, the Sylveon nodded and led them inside. One Elite Four level and one Red, trailing behind, sensed the auras of the two Sylveon and frowned. Strange. I can't perceive the blue-eyed Sylveon. Lorelei suddenly gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at something within the dojo. This. She stared intently at the two dragons lying prone on either side of the entrance, swallowing hard. Statues? Lorelei dismissed the thought immediately, realizing she could see the dragons breathing rhythmically. Red, perplexed, stepped forward and his pupils contracted. Rayquaza? Giratina, the master of the distortion world from Sinnoh Legends. And the sky-high Pokémon of Hoenn. Were they truly before them? And why was this Rayquaza black? Hiss! Red inhaled sharply, suppressing his tumultuous emotions. Lorelei, Mr. Dahlia, CF-Fan greeted them, having been informed by the Sylveon. Oh, I apologize, Mr. CF-Fan. Is our timing inconvenient? Dahlia asked, glancing at CF-Fan's apron and spatula. No worries, there's always room for more. CF-Fan replied, his gaze shifting to the unfamiliar face. And this gentleman is... Oh, this is the Battle Frontier's inaugural challenger. Before Dahlia could finish, CF-Fan pulled him aside and whispered, A challenger already? I thought I was the final obstacle? Well, we needed a promotional video. With the Battle Frontier completed in Sinnoh, we need to start. Dahlia chuckled nervously at CF-Fan's deadpan stare. Don't worry, this is a one-time exception. After this, it'll be the standard challenge route. Sigh. CF-Fan sighed, realizing earning money wouldn't be easy. Hello, I'm Red from Pallet Town. Red introduced himself, having recovered from his shock. Pallet Town? CF-Fan blinked, then exclaimed, Are you Delia's eldest son? He had spent most of his time with Ash's family during his stay in Pallet Town. Right, Red, I think that's the name. You know my mother? Red asked, surprised. Although CF-Fan appeared to be a similar age, Red instinctively used polite language. CF-Fan smiled. Just call me CF-Fan. We're about the same age. I see. Red nodded, but before he could inquire about the challenge, CF-Fan interjected. All right, since we're all acquainted, let's head inside. We can discuss everything over dinner. Dahlia, sensing Red's eagerness, patted his shoulder and said, let's go. Haste makes waste. Use this time to decide which Pokémon you want to challenge. Yes. Red hesitated, realizing Dahlia was right. He had initially intended to challenge Suequin, but now he needed to consider challenging Giratina or Rayquaza. Chapter 115. Kona. I unworthy? I am worthy of 800 returns with detours. CF Fan, just outside the door, walked briskly along the cobblestone path, unable to suppress his curiosity. CF Fan turned his head slightly, chuckling in realization. You mean the big bug and the little bug at the entrance? Big bug, little bug. Kuna blinked, momentarily perplexed. Is that really their names? Thanks to Mr. Yaida, we have this grand residence, so I thought having Big Blue at the usual small house would suffice. It might be better to let the two of them stand guard here. Guard. Kona's lips twitched, and even Chi Hong, who had been listening from behind, couldn't help but admire CF Fan. Having Rayquaza and Giratina as guards? Not even a fairy tale would dare to write such a plot. Kona found herself at a loss for words to express her current feelings. Indeed, when one is speechless, laughter can sometimes ensue. For now, I won't consider it. There are too many Pokémon at home. I can hardly manage. Wait, you actually considered it? Kona sighed in exasperation, contrasting sharply with the gleeful expression of Yaida beside her. It's no big deal. It's just a matter of care, a minor issue, really. We can reimburse. Oh dear, having 2 dragons as guards is already extraordinary. If CF Fan were to capture Ho-Oh and Lugia, I can't even imagine how prestigious the battle zone would become. The League? I beg your pardon, but that's a different level, not your circle. Perhaps we should minimize our interactions in the future. Let us see. I still need to find someone specialized in managing the dojo, maybe hire 1 or 2 to assist. At this point, CF Fan couldn't help but ask Mr. Yaida, do you have any recommendations? Usually, who manages Pokémon gyms? Typically, the staff of a Pokémon gym are disciples of the gym leader. Of course, there are exceptions where outsiders are invited to assist. Kona, being a former disciple herself, shared this insight with CF Fan. Oh, disciples, CF Fan nodded slightly. Perhaps I should indeed inquire further. After all, with my limited knowledge, I might mislead others. How about this? Kona's eyes sparkled with mischief. Once I finish my travels, I could come help. CF Fan paused, raising an eyebrow. Let us not joke around. While it's delightful to have a beautiful girl apply, but Kona's brows furrowed slightly. CF Fan shook his head with a smile. But this place and I are simply not a match. He had traveled with both Kona and Sharona before, knowing they were the CRME de la CRME of trainers, possessing grand ambitions and bright futures. To him, Kona's words were merely playful banter. However, Kona interpreted it differently. She believed that CF Fan's unworthy meant her own standards were lacking, that even being his disciple would not catch his eye. How infuriating, CF Fan! Kona gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to bite him. She admitted that her previous remark was made in jest, but his rejection felt a bit too harsh. What do you mean, unworthy? The illustrious flower of the Kanto region, a nominee for the next Elite Four position, and you dare say I am unworthy? I'm more than qualified. With a huff, Kona embraced 2 slimes, turning her head away in indignation, deciding not to speak to CF Fan until dinner. At that moment, a group walked along the cobblestone path and entered the entrance hall. As Yaida stepped inside, he was captivated by the beautifully decorated corridor, his gaze drawn to 2 massive luminous pearls displayed on either side of the entrance. One was pure white, flawless and round, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. The other resembled a multifaceted crystal, shimmering with an aura of endless mysterious power. With just a glance, Yaida felt as though he had seen something similar in a book. Mr. Yaida, why don't you show everyone around the dojo first? I still have something simmering in the pot. I'll call you all when dinner is ready, CF Fan said, clutching a spatula, worried about the stew burning, and hurried towards the kitchen. At that moment, Chi Hong and Kona were both startled by the array of items displayed along the corridor. Chi Hong marveled at the dazzling collection of rare items, such as dragon fangs, king's crowns, and priority claws. Realizing this was his first time witnessing such a comprehensive collection. Kona stood in front of a display case, entranced by the pairs of Mega Evolution stones, her mind momentarily blank. Originally, she had intended to ask Siefan where he had acquired such precious Mega Evolution stones, especially since they could allow the final evolution of a Mega Sharpedo to evolve once more. She had considered that Siefan might possess a few, but never anticipated he would have an entire collection. Do these stones have any special significance? Yaida, having seen his fair share of wonders, quickly regained his composure after being awed by Siafan's collection. He approached Kona, who was standing dumbfounded before the wall of stones. Excuse me. Let me have a moment. Kona exhaled deeply, her heart racing. If not for the presence of others, she would have rushed to the kitchen to confront Siefan. Seeing her reaction, Yaida scratched his head and turned to Chi Hong, saying, Chi Hong, how about I take you to see the battle arena? Sure. It took a while for Kona to calm down before she followed them. As for the battle arena, to accommodate the diversity of challengers, 2 venues were established, one indoor and one outdoor. Yaida explained while leading Chi Hong through the garden and dojo until they arrived at the open-air venue. Compared to the indoor arena, the outdoor space was more expansive and offered a broader view, complete with tiered seating and a platform. This place seems more suitable for Charizard and the others to showcase their skills, Chi Hong remarked, appearing more satisfied with the second venue. He surveyed the area and suddenly pulled out several Pokeballs, tossing them into the air. Let us get everyone acclimated to the environment. With a series of flashes, Charizard, Pikachu, Snorlax, and Venusaur appeared, each letting out their respective cries and roars. Oh, for champions! Yaida raised an eyebrow, adjusting his sunglasses. He had a premonition that this promotional clip would surely trend on forums. Chapter 1:16. The Crimson Clash of 2 drunken warriors this time. The opponent we face is exceedingly formidable. Everyone, standing in the center of the arena, Red addresses his Pokémon, rallying them for battle. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we can surely triumph over them. After all, we are contending against legendary Pokémon, including the likes of Giratina and Rayquaza. Even the typically calm and composed Red cannot help but feel a surge of excitement and anxiety. This time, he must unleash the full potential of his Charizard and confront the powerful trainer, Siefan. Suddenly, an odd sound interrupts Red's thoughts.